To those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
That's our name. Don't wear it out. Remember that one? Hey, what's going on, Marcus? That's my name. Don't wear it out. That's the old one, man. Well, tell you what, don't wear out the Warriors because they're giving us great times here in March as we inch towards spring. Goodness in the Garden last night. Steph Curry with a bum ankle. What bum ankle? He went out there and dazzled in front of Spike Lee and the crew. And meanwhile, the 49ers, what are they doing? Tearing the whole damn thing down? Ooh. I don't know. We got a lot to talk about, but it's a Wednesday. We love a good Wednesday, Marcus, even though you're wearing your Thunder Era All-Star hat. Good morning, brother.
Well, Murph, I'm representing a man that used to represent the Thunder Era Warriors and has taken them out of the darkness and now has gone 12-1 at Madison Square Garden with a 10-game winning streak. His name is Steph Curry. Don't wear it out. And last night, he got another dub
He wore,
out in the big city.
Don't forget, he wore those Thunder Era jerseys.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm representing the Steph Curry kind of evolution of the Warriors. Going from that Thunder era to the Steph Curry era.
The oh-so-memorable 2010 Warriors. Yeah. Right. No. Thank God we have the 2025 Warriors to talk about who got it done. If you missed it last night because you had things going on, the Warriors down 8 at half, explode in the second half with a little Steph and Jimmy Butler goodness and get the win. We'll call it in shortly at Madison Square Garden. Here's my opening hot take question for you as we get just right into the nitty. Is this the best win of the Jimmy Butler era?
I would say yes.
Okay.
And that's the best team they've beaten with Jimmy Butler on the team. Now, we should put the asterisk that Karl Anthony Towns did not play last night.
Big asterisk.
Yes, exactly. And that changed the spread. That changed the matchup. It changed a lot of things yesterday, but you have to play who's on the court. And Jalen Brunson and this Knicks team is still a really good team with the Warriors on the road on a back-to-back. With Steph Curry being questionable going into this game with an ankle injury, I think this is by far the best win of the Jimmy Butler era.
Well, I just decided to write down all the wins. And first of all, we're almost a month into the era. It started February 8th at Chicago. Today's March 5th. Oh, my late father's birthday. Happy birthday, Dad.
Happy birthday.
February 8th, so to March 5. So at Chicago, right? That was kind of at Milwaukee, but they didn't have Giannis. Mm-hmm. Okay. Then they lost at Dallas in that crazy game with the refs and all that. Then they won at Houston, which is a good win.
Yeah, it's a good one.
That's a good one. That was actually a back-to-back, too. So that's one to file away. Then how about the Friday night at Sac out of the All-Star break?
Ooh, I like that win. That was a good win.
Then the home win, Andre Iguodala Day against Clay and the Mavs.
That was a good win.
Blew them out. And then the home win against the Hornets, double mint green. Then at Charlotte, Steph's homecoming. Then the loss at Philly without Jimmy. And then pardon me, February 25th was wait, I'm screwing up my days here. Anyway, the point is that March 2nd was at Charlotte. That's my bad. And then March 4th at New York Knicks. So it's either this one or the win at Sac on the Friday night because the Kings are always weird. But just for the sake of this morning, let's say it's this one.
Yeah, I think it's because of the East Coast road trip and the things that I just listed off with Steph being questionable, with Jimmy Butler dealing with back spasms this past weekend. This, to me, is the biggest win because the Knicks are a better team right now than Milwaukee. Whether Giannis is on the court or not, look at the standings. Knicks are in third place in the East. And right now, I don't know where it's going to stop with the Warriors. I mean, they're climbing up to that 6th spot. Is it possible with the way they're playing right now that they go maybe 5, maybe 4? I don't know, Murph, because they just keep winning. They look like a great team and a wholly different team with Jimmy Butler now.
Only 3 losses back at the 5 seed. The game I screwed up was February 27th at Orlando, the Steph 56-point game.
That's right.
So all of those have stacked up. 9-1 with Jimmy in the lineup, 9-2 overall since they got Jimmy.
Yeah. And you can see it.
Well, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And you can see the success of Steph Curry, and it's funny because I was telling young Tony earlier today as we were going through the stats of how many times that Steph Curry has won at Madison Square Garden. Now, 12 times as a pro, 13 if you include his time at Davidson, won a game at Madison Square Garden also. And I said, young Tony, any idea what game it was that Steph Curry lost to the New York Knicks? It was the 54-point performance on February 27th back in 2013.
What a bum.
How about that?
Come on, man.
The game that we talk about so much where he dropped a 50-burger at MSG is the only game he's lost in New York.
Stats are funny sometimes, aren't they? So much to celebrate from that game in front of a star-studded crowd. I saw Sam Gordon of the Chronicle listed them all. Spike Lee, Edie Falco, shout out Carmela Soprano. Don't forget my favorite Carmela Soprano scene ever that summarized every marriage ever. When they were out for some special dinner, and for their anniversary, he bought her a Porsche. What are those SUV? Porsche Cayenne? Is that the SUV for a Porsche?
Oh, I have no idea.
Isn't that it? Or what? No, what is the Porsche SUV?
I'm not driving any
My
Porsches.
bad. Oh, dude, you don't see me. El Cerrito Honda till I die.
Tell him, Murph.
Till I die. What's the Porsche SUV? Is it a Cayenne? Yeah, it's a Cayenne. Okay, thank you.
Cayenne, like the pepper?
I think they're like 100,000 or whatever they are. But anyway, she was trying to build a second house on the Jersey Shore. She wanted to design a house.
A second house on the Jersey
and
Shore.
He was late. He wanted to get she wanted some spec guy to like do some work for her. So he takes her to dinner. He takes her to the parking lot and he gives her the keys to a Porsche Cayenne. And she goes, "Oh my God, Tone, that's unbelievable. I still wish you had talked to the spec guy, but this is so great." I was like, oh my God, David Chase, you just nailed marriage perfectly without the Porsche Cayennes there. So Edie Falco was there. Jennifer Hudson. Is she still count as a star, Jennifer? She's got her own show.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And she was maybe the most involved star yesterday as Deuce McBride ran into her courtside, almost landed in her lap and Common's lap right next to her.
Yeah, I saw Brooksy tweeting saying that Common didn't protect her enough.
No, did not. Jennifer Hudson had to take the charge.
Brooksy said Common's sleeping on the couch tonight.
Block her charge.
Tracy Morgan, former KNBR in-studio guest, was there. John Turturro. Not Nick.
No.
John
Turturro.
Big difference.
Yeah, there is.
When John speaks of Nick, he goes, yeah, Nicholas is very enthusiastic about his sports.
Yeah, we love our guy Nicky, but John, I think, is a more credible actor.
Patrick Ewing. Don't forget Stephon
Patrick
Marbury.
Ewing in the house.
Yeah, and Michael Strahan, among others. They all come out to see Steph and Jimmy. And Jimmy did his thing. So, yeah, man. And while you were sleeping, Kevin Durant did you a favor, went off in the fourth quarter, scored 19 points, and led a comeback win from 23 down to beat the Clippers, which puts by the way, the Clippers slipped down to 9. The Clippers, who had been sitting in the 6th seed all the time, are now in the 9th seed right now. A full game behind the Warriors in the loss column, as are Minnesota. The only team that's tied with the Warriors in the loss column are the Kings, but they have 2 fewer wins.
It's
But
another
Sabonis either.
It's another reason why last night's win, I think, is arguably the biggest of the Jimmy Butler era because of the ramifications. If they lost that game, they could have easily slipped all the way down to 9 where the Clippers are
Kerr
right now.
put in the universe before the game. I said, don't put that in the universe. Yeah. I'm a big believer in don't put things in the universe. Do not do that. So it all ends up with the Warriors getting a win and a big win at Madison Square Garden on a back-to-back with a bum ankle. So might as well call it in. Bruce Frazier calls Adam Silver. Silver says, wait, this is a local call. You calling from a payphone? He goes, yes, I am. A payphone outside of CBGB. That's what we do, punk rock clubs. Put it in the book, skinny boy. Golden State Warriors 114, New York Knicks 102.
Woo!
Beautiful basketball. Beautiful basketball.
That is buttery.
It's lovely.
Yes, sir.
Lindy Waters III?
That's crazy.
Oh, wow, Steph Curry.
Only wanna be with you.
Golden vibes.
Very entertaining. That was quite a show.
Wow. It's getting better and better and better. And Lindy Waters still in it,
Yeah.
Because when they win the championship, he gets a ring.
That's it.
Yeah.
He's a part of the 2024-2025 Warriors. But, Murph, I don't know what's longer, our win package or Steph Curry's win streak at Madison Square Garden.
Right. Well,
we're
keep
going
building.
on 10 years now.
Keep building, buddy.
10 games, I should say.
By the way, have we polished up our Giants one? 3 weeks from tomorrow is opening day.
I know. I was thinking about that the other day, if we're going to make any changes to it.
Well, yeah, absolutely. You hear this one evolving real time.
The ever-changing win package.
Shout out Susan Slusser, Ever-Changing Mood Style Council.
Which also means it's baseball season.
Yes, so really, really fun. And by the way, Warriors with a full off day in New York City, man. That's dangerous. And it was Draymond's birthday.
Yeah,
so I
happy
guess
35th, Draymond Green.
I can only imagine the fun they had.
Oh, I'm sure.
yeah.
That's a good town to have a night off in.
I mean, when the schedule comes out, if you're a beat writer, you look at stuff like that, like the 49ers beat writers immediately start booking their hotels in freaking Cleveland and Green Bay and all that. And if you're a basketball or baseball writer, you start looking for like New York, Chicago. If you see Tuesday night New York Knicks, day off, Thursday night Nets, you're like, whoa, hit the lottery. So great night for all the writers and the travelers. And Raymond Ritter having lunch with Marv Albert. I saw that on social media.
Nice.
How great. Him and Kerr and Marv Albert having lunch.
what a squad.
I know, right? Greatness only. Greatness only. All right. Speaking of greatness, we'll have to address at some point today. What's going on with the 40? Are the 49ers aspiring for greatness? Adam Schefter says they'll take calls on anybody. That's like Mary Berner, our CEO of Cumulus, saying she'll take calls on anybody on this show.
Yeah, any host at any given time.
They're taking calls on Curly. What can you get for Curly? I don't know. What can you get for Curly?
Some numbers, some data, some ratings. I don't know.
Something like
not
that.
Much. Not much for John Joe Curly.
Not much.
His value's at an all-time low right now.
Or as John Lynch would say, I wish I knew. I wish I knew.
Exactly.
Which we'll probably have to hear today. All right, guys. Well, listen, we're off and running. We got a fun guest list coming your way. Pretty packed list. We got a lot of Warriors, a lot of 49ers. The Giants are still playing baseball. It's a fun Wednesday on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. We are giving away 2 tickets to see Billy Joel with Stevie Nicks at Levi Stadium on October 4th. That is a Saturday. It's going to be a fun day, and stay tuned through the 7 a.m. hour for your chance to win. So when you hear the cue to call, be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and if you are, you will win. It's all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Cycle it to Steph, catch and shoot three. Yes, sir! Steph, deep three. Hit that from Hoboken. The Warriors with Curry coming alive in the third. 14 of his 22 right here. Steph coming around. Very tough three. Not for him! Curry buries a three. Bridges played the D, and Bridges threw it away. Curry, three to close it. Got it!
Ah, the excitement of Bob Fitzgerald, Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, and the Warriors doing it. Goodness in the Garden, getting their 9th win with Jimmy Butler. I mean, what an absolute freaking turnaround. This is one of the great trade injections, really. And I mean, we talked about it earlier now, but now we're about a month in. Well, about between 3 and 4 weeks in. His first game was February 8th. Dude, this is really turning out to be one of the best trades of the 21st century in the Bay Area. Started up there with the Christian McCaffrey trade, really. And you heard the goodness last night again. And Kurt talked about that. We'll get to the sound in just a second. Two-way Warriors. We used to call them two-way Wigs. Let's be honest, guys. I haven't thought about Andrew Wiggins in a few weeks.
No.
Don't mean to be mean. Just talking basketball.
No.
Just talking basketball.
And you're not wrong.
Yeah.
And last night we saw that defense. And as much as we praise Steph offensively and Steve Kerr for the ticky-tacky offensive system that scores so many points, the Warriors did not shoot the ball well from three, especially in the first half.
No.
Now, Steph and Jimmy got hot in the third quarter, but they won this game because of their defense down the stretch, especially in that fourth quarter. I mean, the way that Moses Moody was out there playing defense against Jalen Brunson. Jalen had 17 points in the first half alone, ended the game with 25 points. That is elite defense from a Moses Moody, Jimmy Butler helping out, even Guy Santos getting his hands dirty every once in a while. Like, that was great defense down the stretch, and as much praise as the Warriors get during their title runs for their offense, we know it all started with defense. Going back to Mark Jackson and him kind of installing that defensive philosophy that Draymond Green has been carrying for so many years. But now you've got the defensive IQ of Jimmy Butler on the court also, and that's where you're seeing the change in defense during this Jimmy Butler stretch.
Yeah, they held him to 47 points in the second half. Yeah. 55 in the first half, only 47 in the second half, and they, of course, they scored 67. So 67 to 47 second half. All turned around. And Kerr addressed what you were just talking about right then about, he said they're starting to form that identity, that Jimmy Butler identity. Here's the cut.
Last 10 games I think we're second in both offense and defense. Obviously small sample size, but that's when we got Jimmy. And so things have clearly turned with him. He's a great complement to what we already do, just with his ability to pass. But what he's adding is that maturity and poise. Just constantly reading what's happening, settling us down, and creating good possessions at both ends.
Just playing freaking basketball. And somebody asked, he said, we're forming an identity. And somebody asked him, they asked him, what is that identity? He said, two-way team. Two-way team. And that's it. I mean, we called it two-way Wigs, and it's the two-way Jimmy Butler Warriors doing their thing. And again, all over the place. Pods 19 last night. Buddy Hield, very entertaining. Put on quite a show. He had double digits again last night. In fact, what was his 3 points last night? Only 3 out of 10.
Yeah,
but
I was
it
gonna
seemed like
say,
he hit some good ones.
He
though.
had a rough stretch in that game where he was bricking shots left and right, came down, I believe, failed. Jalen Brunson gave him a high five on a 3-point attempt. But to your point, late third quarter, he hit a couple big ones. And that's really all you need from Buddy is a couple here and there, even if he's not scoring 19. With Jimmy Butler on the team, with the way Pods has been playing, and with the way that Moses Moody has stepped up, that will get the job done.
Yeah, and he said it after the game, Jimmy Butler talking to Fitz and Buki about being unselfish and looking for wins. But here's Steph Curry, the man of the moment, the one they all came to see, the one Carmelo Soprano came to see on his ankle. Because when we signed off yesterday at 10 a.m., we were like, okay, we don't know. Because you got to bum ankle, get on a plane, fly from Charlotte to New York City, get off a plane, take a bus to a hotel, go get a weird night's sleep in a new hotel, wake up not knowing where the hell you are. Are you going to play? Steph said yes.
When I got on the court and did some treatment stuff this morning, it was sore, but I had all the strength and stability in it, and it didn't get worse when I went through my shooting workout, so that was the sign I could play.
Toughed it out. Now, already, are you thinking tomorrow night in Brooklyn, maybe he rests?
I don't know, because it seems like Steve Kerr and the entire team and organization have this kind of one-and-done mentality. Not saying that they are in a single-game elimination, obviously. We're still down the final stretch of the season. But it seems like they realize how important each and every game is. And if you're not going to rest Steph Curry on a back-to-back, why not let him play on Thursday if you have an off day on Wednesday?
Yeah, okay. You know what? We're here to play basketball, right?
Yeah, exactly. And like Steph Curry, I know he wanted to be out there yesterday. He loves playing at Madison Square Garden. I will say I was a little worried when he stepped on the foot of the guy sitting courtside.
After hitting a crazy
And it
three.
kind of looked like he was kind of shook up a little bit, but it seemed like Steph was good to go the rest of the game.
He actually said that woke him up from what he called a sleepy first half.
It woke him
So I
up.
want to thank that guy's ankle, or
Yeah,
that guy's
thank
foot
you.
for being in the way.
Yeah, Steph Curry usually says night-night, but that guy said good morning.
Did you
Woke
see
him up.
if he was unsure whether to hit the night-night with about a minute 40 to go?
Yeah, he kind of did like the shrug, kind of did the shimmy.
The shrug night-night.
He kind of got caught in between.
He was having some fun with the bench.
He went full like Ricky Bobby. I don't know what to do with my hands.
They're having a lot of fun. They do have this long cross-country flight Thursday night after Brooklyn. I mean, it's a long flight from New York to San Francisco. But of course, these guys are flying in the lap of luxury with nice catering and all that. But then they would come home to start this homestand with Detroit on Saturday. So factor that in as to whether or not he plays Thursday night. They would fly home. They'd get in the middle of the morning on Friday morning, and then they'd have all day off, and then they'd have until Saturday night at 5:30, and then they wouldn't play again until Monday against Portland. So yeah, you could probably do it. And again, like you pointed out, it's March now.
Yeah.
It's March. Plus, he's got a birthday coming up. He's got to celebrate it. More Steph Curry on their identity. Cut T, Tony, on, hey, he gets to chime in on sort of coming up on the month anniversary of Jimmy Butler.
You just try to defend at a high level, first and foremost. With Draymond at the 5, Jimmy at the 4, you can play pretty fast and try to speed teams up on both ends. And then at the end of the day, kind of the same point. You just try to limit, your turnovers, and usually good things are going to happen. Whether we make or miss shots, we don't really live and die by that. It's truly the fundamentals of the game. Play good defense, take care of the ball, and then we're getting better at getting organized offensively with certain sets and actions that Jimmy likes. And then we all know, like, if I get the chaos of the offense going, we can, create good shots that way too.
Freaking love it, man. Just so great. The fundamentals of the game. Can he come talk to a 7th grade team? Can he?
You need
Because we're peaking. Now we got I got 2 teams, and we got one team's in the playoffs Saturday. The other team's in the playoffs next Wednesday. So, boys, we got some big, important basketball coming up.
Yeah, you got some film to study, Murph.
I need Steph to come talk to him about it. And once again, Steve Kerr was talking about jump stops. I was like, there's a Kerr saying that. I tell the kids every day, it's like, these guys are saying stuff every day you should be listening to. Every day.
And that's the thing when you watch a Steph Curry or even a Jimmy Butler. It seems like they always do the little things correctly. Like even right there when Steph's talking about the fundamentals, but he talks about the chaos that their offense creates. It seems like Jimmy Butler is so cool, calm, and collective that every time he gets the ball, he's making the right pass. Because that is one criticism we've talked about a lot with Steph Curry and Draymond Green throughout the years is they will have a few careless turnovers. Jimmy Butler's going to take care of the ball. He's going to make the right pass. Even if it's not to set himself up for a shot, he'll drive, kick it out, and it always seems like he's getting the ball to the right guy.
Warriors 11 turnovers last night, Knicks 13. Free throws that continue to be amazing. Warriors shot more than the Knicks on the road. 19 for the Warriors, 15 for them. One more cut, and then we'll get the guest list from Tone. Draymond Green on the confidence they have with Jimmy Butler, number 10.
he definitely was what we were missing. But I'm confident, but you need collective confidence in order to win in this league. You know, you can have one guy confident. I can be confident. Steph can be confident. But if you're not collectively confident as a group, in the group, you can't win. And so I think what he's brought is he's made this group confident. You can't win in this league without that. You can't perform well in this league. When you see a guy lose confidence in this league, they're toast. Same for a team. Once a team lose confidence, they're toast. And we had started to, you know, we were started off the season great, had a lot of confidence, didn't go our way for a while. We still kept the confidence, and then it just started to wane. Like I said, credit to Mike for making that move, and Joe and Peter for, you know, co-signing to make a commitment to someone like that, you know, that big of a commitment, because it's definitely changed who we are as a team for sure.
Great cut from Draymond, man. Draymond, great. And then he went and partied because it was his birthday.
Yeah.
And you got an NBA salary, you got a night off in New York, and you got a birthday party. I'm sure good time was had by all.
I'd be feeling pretty confident, too. And he's right. Confidence is key, and Jimmy Butler brings a lot of confidence.
An old Jack Palance ad. Confidence is very sexy, don't you think? By the way, 510 going old school in baseball. This reminds me of the Kevin Mitchell trade. Yeah, 1987. What do they call him? Boogie Bear shows up in Chicago. Mike Murphy doesn't have a jersey that fits him because he's bigger than we think. He has to wear a jersey with no name on the back. He goes out and hits 2 home runs in his first game at Wrigley Field. I was like, this guy's amazing. I remember that so well. And then, of course, we talked about Christian McCaffrey. And then the most important text of the day on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line 209, Waterboy, where can I get that sick jacket?
Ooh, this right here that we're showing off on the KNBR stream. I hate to inform you that this is a KNBR's members-only jacket.
Members only?
Yeah, members only. Shout out to the other 1%ers who know what I'm talking about.
Well, so you know when I was in middle school, like the members-only jacket was the certified geek. Like the certified, like it was hot for like a week, and then if you wore it, and then if they still wearing them in high school, like, bro, get your pocket protector, get out of here. I have to stuff you in a garbage can. The members-only jacket. But this one's cool. I got a letter actually written to me asking for one of those jackets. I don't know what to say. We don't have any.
Yeah, these are just the jackets they hand out to KNBR employees. Sorry to inform you, we do not sell them on our websites. Maybe we should.
Well, maybe we can talk to some important people about that today. All right, guest list on a Wednesday, March 5, 2025, 3/5/25. Young Tony, we haven't heard from you yet. Good morning, kid. How you doing, buddy?
Good morning.
Yeah.
It was a great game.
Yeah. How was your Tuesday night, buddy?
It was good. I was watching this game, dude. I'm all in, man. The Warriors are back. They are officially #back, as my boys like to say.
714 fires the shot across the bow, says this Butler pickup has given the Warriors an incredible boost. Unfortunately, the Luka Doncic edition has given the Lakers an even bigger boost.
Man, those Lakers,
They're doing it. They keep
winning. LeBron dropping 50K
what I say?
last night.
I say bring it on.
Oh.
I say as George W. would say, I say bring it on. Why not? Bring it on. Let's go. Luka and LeBron versus Steph and Jimmy. Let's go. Anytime, anywhere, any place.
I mean, honestly, as intimidating as LeBron and Luka are, the Lakers aren't a terrible matchup because of their lack of size.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Totally with you on that
I think
one,
I'd rather take on the Lakers than the Denver Nuggets.
April 3rd.
I don't want to see the Joker.
April 3rd at L.A. on Thursday night. It's their only game left. Yeah.
Bring them on.
All right, Tom, what do we got, buddy?
I mean, the Knicks were the third best team in the East.
Yeah, they're 40-20.
Yeah.
But they were missing Carl Anthony for sure. Okay. But hey, that's the NBA, man. All right, what do you got?
All right, Mark Cannizzaro going to join the show at 6:50. We will talk to Devante Adams about. We will talk to Mark about Devante Adams. Some NFL news as well. What did Young Tony ask today at 7:15? Very excited about this, of course.
Did you grind for 2 hours on it like you did last time?
I did. Yeah, I was watching the game, doing a little bit of both, multitasking.
All right.
Always grind.
Dwayne Kuiper at 7:30. The big hit at 7:50. Our friend, the great Sam Gordon at 8:15. The best Warriors beat writer in the biz.
Hey.
Friend of the program. Cooler Content 8:30. Andrew Baggerly at 9:15. We'll talk to him about the Giants. And then Ron Adams, another legend, at 9:30 this morning.
All-time favorite. How about him still doing it? Waking up in New York City at his age, going to go read some poetry and get a win.
Mm-hmm.
How about that?
I'm going to look at some clouds.
All right, so listen, the first half, that's right. Don't forget the cloud cut.
Got to look at some clouds.
We'll ask him about that. You can go to Central Park and lay on his back and look at the clouds.
Yeah, he's going to be shirtless like A-Rod.
Do you have the cut? Actually, the Ron Adams is a shirtless like A-Rod.
Yeah,
Good call. That's your guy.
Remember that? Yeah,
That's your guy.
On the cover of NY Post,
He was
it?
on that 2019 that won the series, didn't he?
Absolutely.
He was.
Yes,
Was he a good player that year?
During the regular season. And yeah, actually, that was probably his best season as a Yankee. He was MVP that year.
Wait, he won the AL MVP that year?
2009, I'm pretty sure A-Rod won AL MVP.
Kind of lost track of all that. I was too busy gearing up for my Giants World Series in 2010. All right, the Skankies we're talking about, right?
Yeah,
that's the team we're talking about. Okay, so listen, the first half hour is all good. Goodness in the Garden, Steph, Jimmy, the whole deal. We get it. On the other side, though, the 49ers, bro, some alarming things are happening. We'll discuss it next on The Sports Leader.
Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader.
All right, so listen, the first half hour of the show was all goodness. They're partying at clubs in New York. Steph's playing on a bum ankle. Jimmy Butler's being Jimmy Butler. All the stars are out. Carmelo Soprano, the whole deal. That's all the good stuff. And we'll get back into that too. Ron Adams will join us at 9:30. Sam Gordon at 8:15. So all that Warriors stuff that's really fun. They're off. By the way, this is very, very chill. Very chill. What do we got here? Like, this is like in the waiting room of a spa or massage area.
Well, Murph, it's 6 a.m. in Sausalito.
All right.
Shout out Larry June.
God, man, I gotta hang out with Larry June. Because I enjoy being in Sausalito at 6 a.m. too.
I know.
Yeah.
We need to have like a family field trip. You, I, young Tony. I don't know if John Joe Curley could hang with the vibes of a Larry June, but we'll bring him along anyways.
I feel like Larry June and I can break down some local old school stuff.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And he's like, most of his lyrics are just like him talking about driving around the Bay Area and like going to different food spots and like drinking organic smoothies.
Don't forget, my kid did an official music review of Larry June, and you read it in Hawaii.
I did, on the beaches of Hawaii.
Then you heard his dad grunting as he fell into a chaise lounge.
Really set the ambiance.
Ever since you've told me that, I hear myself when I get into cars going, ugh. I'm like, oh yeah, Marcus told me I make that noise.
Yeah. The sounds of a Brian Murphy.
He said, if you missed it, we were in Hawaii, and as you know, we have these open afternoons. They're just so luxurious, and the beach is glorious. And after you've done your work, your yoga, and your grapefruit, and your stretching, you head down to the beach just to catch some sun and some waves. And there's a chaise lounge there, and I thought eased myself into it. And a guy pops his head up from about 5 chaise lounges down and goes, I know that grunt anywhere.
Yeah, I recognize that sound.
Look, it's Marcus. I said, wait, what? First of all, that's you. Second of all, what grunt? You go, dude, you make that noise every time you sit down.
Yep, absolutely.
I didn't know it until he told me. Now I hear it every time.
It doesn't matter if we're in the studio or on the beaches of Hawaii at 11 a.m. I'm drinking a beer. I'm trying to take a nap, and I just hear in the background,
is that the sound?
Yeah, kind of. You do it better than I do.
209 says these are dad noises. Noises.
Yes, they are.
All right. So anyway, that's all good. And well, by the way, also good. We're still giving away those tickets to see Billy Joel and Stevie Nicks.
Billy Joel.
Or if you're in Ireland, it's Billy Joel with Stevie Nicks at Levi's Stadium on October 4th. What a big old honking show that is. Stay tuned in the 7 a.m. hour.
No, Billy Joel, piano man.
There it
Uptown
is.
Girl.
Jim Gaffigan knows what he's talking about, man. Okay. So that's all good. And then needle across the record. Scratch the 49ers. I'm telling you guys, my radar is up as to what's going on down in Santa Clara in terms of cash and rosters. Sounds like there's way too much noise for us to not take this seriously. And it started with a couple of comments that John Lynch made at Indianapolis last week that we kind of glossed over because it was Monday morning and Debo had just been traded. But I'd written these down. He said that it was time to, quote, recalibrate, Marcus. It was time for, quote, tighter constraints, Marcus. Ooh. And we have to focus on, quote, long-term health, unquote. Once again, this is like when you go into the boss, ask for a raise, he goes, well, I think we need to recalibrate and think about some tighter constraints and our long-term health.
Yeah, sounds like I should start packing my bags.
You're not getting that raise, buddy. You can keep working, just at the same or reduced rate. All right? So that's like, okay, whoa. Then they trade Deebo Samuel. Okay, we got that. We kind of went through that. We kind of expected that. Then you start hearing from Diana Rossini that the Niners might trade Brandon Aiyuk. You're like, wait, they just signed him. They just signed him in August. He only played 7 games. What? And then you got Adam Schefter yesterday on Pat McAfee dropping this sort of big picture view of the Niners.
Well, again, I think that the 49ers in their particular financial situation are open to listening on just about anybody, right? And so if there's a team out there that is willing to take on the Brandon Aiyuk contract with him coming off the torn ACL, I'm sure they would listen, absolutely. But again, you've got to find a team that's willing to take on the player with the injury, with the contract. That's not a simple thing to do. Look, if there's no knee injury, it's a simple deal. But because there's a knee injury, because he may miss the first half of next season, and there are questions about, when he'll get back next year, there are a whole host of pending issues. But the Niners, again, for them to play in the free agency sandbox, they're going to have to find ways to clear out salary, whether that's through Brandon Aiyuk or Jordan Mason or any other player that they don't bring back or let go. They have to find ways to get money to help field the kind of roster that they want. So if an offer comes in on Brandon Aiyuk and there's a team out there that's willing to take on that particular situation, I'm sure they would be open to listening to it.
Bro, times be changing. in Santa Clara. And it sounds like, now, to their credit, not going to sit here and rip Al Guido and Jed York and the crew, because they led the NFL in cash spending last year. But I guess at a certain point, the chickens come home to roost, like, we can't keep doing this. We've talked about Joe Lacob and aprons, and we talked about the Giants and Greg Johnson and all that. The Niners have been very good in outlaying cash. It's been laid out by different writers. There's a stat for cash being different than salary cap. Actual checks you write and hand to people. When you restructure contracts, you're handing out checks. And the Niners have spent a lot of money. But I guess they're at a point where they're like, okay, we're looking at our checkbook. We can't keep doing this.
Well, also the fact that in a salary cap league, you have to move money around because of the Brock Purdy contract. Like, that's what it comes down to me. And that's why it seems like a lot of speculation from Adam Schefter. He's saying, I'm sure they would listen to calls. Of course you're going to listen to calls. That's why they listen to calls on Deebo Samuel. That's why they were listening to calls on Brandon Aiyuk last offseason. And we kind of knew that this was the big picture plan for the 49ers. That's why we talked about the possibility of losing Dre Greenlaw in free agency this year. That's why we're talking about the possibility of losing Charvarius Ward and so on, a Talanoa Hufanga, because you need to put more of those resources towards Brock Purdy. And so that's where I get a little confused when we're talking about the cash in the NFL, because we know it's a salary cap league and all teams have to play with the same salary cap. So it's all about just rearranging money to get your quarterback.
For example, $47 million of options vest for Brandon Aiyuk on April 1st. It's like $27 million up front, and then 24 and $23 million one up. They got, like, in other words, they got to write a check for $24 million to Brandon Aiyuk on April 1st. And then if April 1st hits and he's still on the team, he's guaranteed another $23 million even if they release him. So this is what we're talking about, like spending this cash. It's actually like, look in your drawer. How much cash you got? Do you have enough cash to send? Because there's the paper of arranging contracts. But what I'm hearing, I guess, just bigger picture, is that it's a little more dire than I thought it was, in the sense of, like, they're really looking to change their cash flow situation. They're really looking to get rid of some of these obligations. Like, for example, they might trade Aiyuk before April 1st.
Yeah.
Because they owe him this. They would save $47 million in cash. Like, not forget cap and dead cap and all that nonsense. I'm talking about Jed taking out his checkbook and writing a check for $47 million and handing it to Brandon Aiyuk. They would save that by trading him April 1st. My whole big takeaway from this is that, in general, it's a little more, and you heard Steve Young say this yesterday on Rich Eisen, John, Denise, and Jed, da-da-da-da-da. And you're right, it plays into the Purdy thing, which we can get into here. But in general, I'm just saying I'm a little alarmed. Like, are the Niners trying to win the Super Bowl this year? And are they trying to do it like at a reduced rate? I don't know. I'm just a little alarmed.
Yeah, I guess my question would be whether or not there is kind of buyer's remorse when it comes to Brandon Aiyuk. Because if you're looking to flip him, you should have flipped him last year. You should have locked the door and never let Kyle Shanahan run upstairs to stop that trade to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Because I believe the reports were that the trade package was something in the ballpark of a second-round draft pick. I think if you're trading Brandon Aiyuk right now, it's going to be hard to get a third round or anything better than that, especially coming off the injury. Which is why I don't think that they're going to trade Brandon Aiyuk, because I would assume that they still have him in the long-term plans when it comes to being the wide receiver number one for Brock Purdy. Now, maybe, as I just said, they have buyer's remorse. So maybe there is a scenario where they're maybe looking to move on from the contract of a Brandon Aiyuk, which leaves a hole at the wide receiver number one position. It's a good question of whether or not Ricky Pearsall can step up, Jawan Jennings can step up, or if they go in a different direction, move the contract of a Brandon Aiyuk and maybe try to bring someone back to the West Coast, a la Devante Adams, and bring him into the picture since he got released yesterday by the Jets.
But I wonder if they could pay him what he wants.
That's the question, because he's not going to be cheap either. And that's why I think when you're looking at this wide receiver room, when the 49ers invested so much cap and cash also overall, $50+ million, you can't end the season having the 32nd ranked wide receiver room when it comes to separation yards.
Buyer's remorse is a hell of a thing. I mean, the idea, less than a year later, they're thinking about it. It's like, they knew their financial situation going into it. It's like, why are they deciding to reassess this all now?
And they knew that they would have to eventually pay Brock Purdy while having the Brandon Aiyuk contract. So it's all about how they set up the Brandon Aiyuk contract.
A little bit on that, too, we can get into with Schefter. Here's just a stat from Eric Branch that's important. They would own $22.8 million on April 1st, and a $24.9 million option would vest that he would be guaranteed if he's on the team April 1st. And if they dealt him, however, it would only be a salary cap charge of $7 million, but his salary comes off the books, and the team that he goes to inherits a 4-year, $109 million contract. So the team out there is going to have to take Aiyuk at 4 and 109 and a knee. And a knee.
And a knee.
A big knee.
Yeah, that's the question mark.
Yeah. So does a team want that? Meanwhile, we talked about Purdy. Like, what are they going to pay him? You know, and Jason La Canfora threw out $45 million. We don't know if that's accurate or not. We can't put any. We don't know. That's not sourced properly, but just something that's been thrown out there. Adam Schefter threw out another thing. Remember what Greg Papa and Tim Ryan were saying? They don't have to pay him. Well, Schefter went there yesterday.
And Brock Purdy obviously is going to want to get a deal done, and the Niners would want to get a deal done. But the issue is he's scheduled to make $5.1 million this season. He then could be tagged after next season for $41 million. He could be tagged the season after that for $51 million. So if you don't get a deal done with Brock Purdy and you're the Niners, and again, this would not be what Brock Purdy would want, I would imagine. Certainly not what his agent would want. He would play for $5 million this year, 41 next year, 51 the year after. You're talking about $97+ million over the next 3 years, which for most people would be incredible money, but not for a quarterback who's waiting to get paid. And so the Niners have a bit of a cap issue, cash issue, and so they can't put Brock Purdy necessarily where he might be. They can go to a certain level. They'd want to pay him, but it's not going to be, I would imagine, quite as high as most people think.
Okay, man. Now again, negotiating, right? Scaring the agent. So, but dude, I was thinking about how many QBs have been franchise tagged, and I just looked it up. Not too many. 3 teams since 2012. New Orleans Saints did it with Drew Brees in 2012. The Redskins did it with Kirk Cousins in 2017, and the Cowboys did it with Dak Prescott in 2020.
Yeah, so it does not happen that often. And I believe Kirk Cousins actually got franchise tagged twice, and then the Vikings decided to move on, and then he goes down to Atlanta, and that's a whole nother story. But that's the question, I guess, 49er fans and the 49er front office have to ask themselves. What's your long-term plan with Brock Purdy? Do you want him for the next 3 seasons, or do you want him for the next 5 to 10 years? Because if your plan is to only have him for the next 2-3 years, that to me tells me you're not sold on Brock Purdy. You want to see more from Brock Purdy, which you take the risk. Because in 2-3 years, you're going to be looking at quarterbacks like C.J. Stroud getting paid. You're going to be seeing quarterbacks like Jaden Daniels being paid. In 3 years down the road, we might be talking about quarterbacks making $80 to $90 to $100 million. Who knows what the way the market goes up with quarterbacks? So we might find ourselves in this problem 2-3 years down the road where if Brock Purdy does return to an MVP-type quarterback like he was last season, then you're talking about paying even more for Brock Purdy and then the salary cap ramifications where right now maybe you can lock in a long-term deal at $50, $55, $60 million, and in 3-4 years, it doesn't look like a bad contract.
But what does Brock want? What's Brock's agent doing? Yeah. He's like, no, you're 60 or bust. So here we go, man. Here we go. All right, guys. Well, listen, it's not exactly great news. It's like what I said, the headline on the Jock Block, Giants cutting payroll, not amazingly great news. Really, right now, the Warriors are the only team out there lavishly spending. And we had sound from Joe Lacob yesterday saying, yeah, why not? Bring me more.
But Murph,
yes.
Make sure you don't forget, the 49ers have a last place schedule.
You just saved my day. You saved my day. All right, the great Mark Cannizzaro, Marky Mark from the New York Post, who can talk to us about the Knicks and the Warriors. He can talk to us about the NFL landscape. We got young Tony asking hard questions at 7:15. You wouldn't go anywhere. Rip the knob off on KNBR 104. Oh, and Billy Joel and Stevie Nicks tickets? Yeah, I ain't going anywhere on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, wait, turn that up, Tone. Turn that up. There's a lot going on here. A lot going on. Layers and layers going on here. Number one, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Number two, Steph Curry was in the Garden last night, and one could say that, you know, when he's in the Garden, he's a big shot. Wait. We got layers going on here because we're also giving away Billy Joel and Stevie Nicks tickets, and I know we said 7 a.m., and Curly's losing his mind right now because we're doing it at 6:56. I would say to Curly what the kids say to me, it's not that deep, bro. It's not that deep. But Tony said 7 a.m. Well, guess what? Ish.
Yeah.
Ish.
Give him a call in 3 minutes.
So call John Joe right now at 415-896-KNBR to win 2 tickets to see Stevie Nicks and Billy Joel at Levi's Stadium on October 4. These tickets aren't even on sale yet. Friday at 10 a.m. through livenation.com. Once again, 2 tickets, 415-896-KNBR. And the final layer is that the man who's in the on-deck circle on the Yuma guest line once jumped on the biggest personal grenade of his life and said, Murph, you're in New York City. I'm going to do something I'd never do and go see Billy Joel at the Garden because you like Billy Joel. But Mark Cannizzaro of the New York Post, an avowed anti-Billy Joel guy, and yet found me 2 tickets, went to the damn show, and I think somewhere deep in his soul had a good time. He's on the Yuma guest line right now. Marky Mark!
What's up, Marky Mark?
Murph, Marcus, good morning, San Francisco. And let me tell you something. Let me clear this up. I am not a Billy Joel hater. My wife is a significant Billy Joel hater. I just don't like the Christy Brinkley, Uptown Girl crap that he throws out. I like the old school stuff. I mean, give me the old school stuff. I'm fine.
So you ride with Big Shot then from 1978, 52nd Street.
I'm okay with. I actually really like that album, 52nd Street. To be honest with you, I really do.
Look at you, buddy. See, I
think my whole sentiment when I was goofing with you when you and I went to the Garden was I would have to keep it from my wife Carolyn that I was going to see Joel because she's just for some reason she's got a bug up her ass about Joel. I don't know why, but whatever. I mean, it's a thing. So.
Deep down in your soul, did you have a good time that night, Mark?
I totally did. In fact, what I remember about that night most is because if I recall, we were kind of like we were pretty close to the stage to the back, I want to say, and there was some dude like near the front row, a huge, heavy set guy who was just raging, and we literally were concerned for his health. And if you recall. He disappeared about 3/4 of the way through the show, and we never saw him again for the rest of the show. I don't know. I mean, hopefully he did not happen in the ER.
I think an emotional scenes from an Italian restaurant, or as we like to call it in the community, scenes. I think that did him in. I think once we got to the bottle of red and bottle of white, he was overcome with emotion. He had to leave.
I think he was.
He had to leave. So, anyway, so we're giving away. I can believe Joel's actually coming out to the West Coast. We're giving away these tickets. I thought, what a perfect chance to meld the two, you and him, and Steph at the Garden. Before we talk about the NFL, Mark, you are a Knicks fan.
I am.
And you guys need your wins, but old Steph Curry and the new Jimmy Butler Warriors came in. It was a tough pill to swallow for Knick Nation last night.
I got to tell you, honestly, and I'm a absolute Knick fan since I was a kid, with the transistor radio under the pillow, listening to Marv Albert back in the day when I wasn't supposed to be doing it, so... I'm a huge Knicks fan, but you know what? I am such a Steph admirer, and I actually interviewed him about 1.5 years ago for a Super Bowl piece I was doing on Patrick Mahomes, and I mean I've never come across a more classy superstar in my journalism career. I honestly didn't even feel that bad about the Knicks losing to them last night because I just love watching him play and do what he does because it's amazing what he does. I mean, you guys are so lucky to be able to have that and watch that, 3 nights a week during basketball season. So I didn't feel that bad, honestly, because I like him and admire him that much.
Yeah, and Mark, if you include Steph's college career, he has a 13-1 record at Madison Square Garden. He's currently on a 10-game winning streak. So I want to ask you across the board, not just at MSG, but if we're talking Yankee Stadium, if we're talking MetLife, can you think of another athlete who has this kind of dominance over the city of New York?
Well, I would throw Jordan at the Garden back in the day there. I covered some of those, Larry Bird back in the day at the Garden, going up and, with some Bernard King, Bird, throwing 60 and Bernard throwing about 56, in a game. But people get up to play in the Garden, and that's not an arrogant thing to say. I mean, Steph said it right after the game. They all do. LeBron feels the same way. I don't know what his record is at the Garden, but I imagine it's pretty good. It's just, it's like I think it's musicians get up to play at the Garden more so than they do anywhere else. It's just, it really legitimately is, as we like to say, the world's most famous arena. I just think there's just an elevated performance for anybody who goes in there, whether he or she is an athlete or a musician or anything they're doing in the place, because it really is an electric place.
That's a great call. Jordan at the Garden was a thing, and Curry at the Garden is a thing, too, just like Billy Joel at the Garden is a thing. Although he's retired his run, I believe, the No More. It was a long
Yes, he did.
Great run.
Did. Listen, I've seen some of the greatest Springsteen shows of all time at the Garden. I've seen, as you know, Murph, as much of a junkie as I am, and, with Paulie Mack and stuff, I've seen a lot of Springsteen shows, and the ones at the Garden are always, to me, the ones that are most elevated.
That's awesome, man. Mark Cannizzaro is a voice here for the New York Post, our all-time friend of the program. We thought we'd give him a call because of all the action in New York between Steph Curry at the Garden and Devante Adams leaving the Jets and thinking about going back to the West Coast. Now, I know he wasn't there very long, so you probably don't have a whole book on him, but I guess the question, Mark, would be, was the Devante Adams you saw still a very productive NFL player, and with him coming to the West Coast, the Niners may be looking for a receiver after getting rid of Deebo Samuel. And I don't know what kind of money he would want, but what was the story in New York with him leaving? Well, the story in New York, pretty much, Murph and Marcus, was essentially, they blew the entire regime out, right? They cleaned house. They brought Aaron Glenn in. They brought a new GM in, Darren Muji, and these guys just kind of they purged everything. They obviously the Aaron Rodgers gone. They just purged everything that had gone wrong in the last couple of years. And Devante was part of that, but really Devante was much more of a financial situation than anything else. He had an unwieldy contract. They saved about $30 million on the cap by cutting him yesterday, releasing him yesterday. So. I think it's just more about purging this and just starting over again there. I think that Devante's got a lot of good football in him. I think it's a no-brainer for the Niners. I'd be shocked if he wasn't a Niner. I kind of look at the Niners, the Chargers, and the Raiders, all viable options for him. Back to the Raiders. Yeah, I could see that. I don't know. They're Pete Carroll, that's all. Listen, that's a whole new different deal over there. I don't know what they're going to be doing at quarterback, so that might be an issue too. Maybe they get Russell Wilson back there and reunite with Pete. But I think listen, he's a really good player. I saw a lot of good production out of him last year, as bad as the Jets were. So I think he's got a lot. I think there's a lot less questions about what Devante Adams has left than there is about what Aaron Rodgers had left, if that makes any sense. Yeah, and Mark, that was actually going to be my next question about the future of Aaron Rodgers, what you saw down the stretch from Devante Adams and Aaron Rodgers, and what do you think Aaron Rodgers' future is, regardless of where he ends up playing? I do think, Aaron wants to play, and it's a very fascinating subplot to this offseason right now, Marcus, because the question is, does anybody want Aaron? And right now here in New York, and there's a lot of talk that maybe the Giants are a team that literally does not have a quarterback. They don't have anybody.
they got a guy, and they have a regime in Brian Daboll, who I think is a very good head coach, and Joe Shane, who I think is a suspect GM, who's had a couple bad drafts. Both of these guys are fighting for their jobs this year. So I actually, in a weird way, because most of the options are going away. It looks like Sam Darnold's probably going to stay in Minnesota. Now the word is that Justin Fields is going to be the quarterback of choice in Pittsburgh. And now more word has come out that I just saw a report yesterday that it looks like that the Falcons might not cut Kirk Cousins. So now the free agent market, which already was going to be not exactly impressive, is almost bare. So now the Giants are in a situation where they're going to, the merry-go-round is stopping, or the musical chairs thing is stopping, and there's not going to be any seats anymore. So at this point, listen, I actually think Aaron Rodgers has something left if he has a decent team around him. The numbers he put up last year, you could say what you want about him. Maybe they were bloated, maybe they were misleading. He did play better against the weaker teams last year, didn't perform well against the good teams, like down the stretch against Buffalo. But it's still, to me, a lot better than the alternatives, and there's, the alternatives out there are pretty weak. So if I'm the Giants, and I'm actually just about to write about this, in the next day or two, I know my colleague Steve Serby, because of what happened with the Jets, I think everybody looks at him as toxic, and you just get him out. But production-wise, I still think he can still play quarterback. And at this point, the Giants are a desperate team right now. So yeah. I think they're probably the most desperate, and quite frankly, Rodgers may be the most desperate for a team. So they might be the only. It's like and this is probably politically incorrect, but it's like the less attractive guy and the less attractive girl, the last to dance together. Okay, well, they're the only partners left, so let's go.
Hey, nothing wrong with that at all, buddy.
No.
Lived it, been there.
I was one of them.
Yes, exactly.
Except I got an attractive girl by accident.
Yes, you did. Just as she doesn't like Billy Joel. We only have a couple minutes left here, Mark. Just real quick. So from across the country, and you've been covering the league for a long time, you look at a team like the 49ers and you look at a guy like Brock Purdy, his story is well documented. You know it, and you've seen him perform in the playoffs. You've also seen him quarterback a 6-11 team that had injuries. If you're the 49ers, just from afar, are you locking him up, or are you going to play the long game and make him just play out his last year and wait and see what happens?
Boy, I'm curious what you guys take us on that, because that's a very difficult question. Because Brock is a guy, as you know, you look at him and you don't see a guy that looks like a superstar, right? But he has performed so well, and obviously Shanahan's a great quarterback coach, and he's had good talent around him. But now you got Debo gone. What are they doing? It seems like they're tearing everything around him up. Uh-huh. So how effective he doesn't seem to me as a guy that's going to carry you at the quarterback. And he seems to be a guy that is a really good quarterback when he's got good talent around him. He makes great decisions, and he's obviously a tough guy. But I don't know. Listen, I think given the quarterback market and what's around right now, I'd probably lock him up. I think he's done enough to deserve to be locked up, to be honest with you. But they better damn well put some talent around him.
Yeah, I think you asked for our take. I think we're at that. We're all pretty much on the same page. You're right. He's not going to single-handedly carry you. He's not Patrick Mahomes, but man, you're shopping up and down the aisles. You just described the New York Giants situation. It's like the Niners have a guy they know is going to make them competitive. You might as well just dance with the girl that brung you. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Love the one you're with. Yeah.
There's not a lot of good. Listen, there's just not a lot of good options at quarterback out there. They're just not. Okay. And everybody's desperate for these guys in the draft. Does anybody really know if Cam Ward or Sanders is going to be that good? All the experts say they wouldn't even touch the guys that came out last year, and so I don't know. And right now the Giants, there's a lot of rumors that the Giants may draft up to 1 to get Cam Ward. So, listen, you're putting a lot of eggs in that basket, but at some point you got to make a move. And the 49ers already have a guy that's brought them to the Super Bowl. So I don't know why you're going to mess with that.
Yeah. Mark, just to wrap it up, I saved the toughest question for last. Real quick, what were your thoughts on the Yankees changing their policy on facial hair?
Oh,
I was totally fine with it. I always thought it was ridiculous. I'm a traditional guy. I do like tradition, but I don't see it's a big deal. And I also kind of understand to some degree Hal Steinbrenner, realizing like, hey, listen, if there's X percentage chance that some really good player might not come to our team because of that. Why do you want to mess with that? I mean, in this day and age. So I have no problem with it. I always thought it was kind of ridiculous in the start. I mean, even though I am a fan of tradition, that wasn't a tradition that I was that passionate about.
Okay, there it is. I want to see you with the beard coming out. And by the way, you guys, just last one for the both of you. You guys over Game 5 yet? No? You guys
yet.
over Game 5? No, okay. All
that
right.
whole series.
Oh, stop. Really?
Series.
You're going there? Seriously? Murph, you're time out now.
We're just
are you thumping your chest as Giants fans?
The disrespect.
We're just needling.
This guy's bragging about a Dodgers World Series.
Just poking.
My God, I mean that's about as low as I think I've ever heard Murph go.
You're supposed to be on our side here, Murph.
Hey, Marky, it's my new turn as a shock jock in 2025. Yeah. That's what I am.
I mean,
now.
We're supposed to be in solidarity as anti-Dodgers people here, aren't we?
Thank you, Mark.
Jesus.
Thank you.
What just happened?
Yeah. I owe you a Mario's Bohemian sausage roll. All right, buddy? How's that?
Let's get that done.
Okay, all right, buddy. You're the best.
And an anchor steam, too, or 10.
Jesus. Let's do it today, all right, buddy?
All right.
Give Carolyn a hug. Be good, all right?
Yeah, thanks, Mark.
Take care.
Sounds good, guys. Talk to you soon.
Mark Cannizzaro of the New York Post. He's the best. And young Tony's the best, too. He's going to ask hard questions, just like I did. Next on The Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, Steve Moskowitz is here to save the day on March 5th. We're getting closer to tax time. And Steve, you want to talk to the people out there about the possibility of unfiled tax returns?
This is a very common situation. Somebody doesn't file a tax return. And then usually it's because they didn't have the money. And then all of a sudden the next year rolls around and they say, well, how can they file year 2 when they didn't file year 1? By the way, they still don't have the money. Then it becomes a lifestyle. A criminal-like lifestyle, looking over the shoulder. It's today the day the IRS is going to get me. It's today the day they're going to come to my business or my home or wipe out my bank account. It's today the day my spouse is going to say, I've had it with you, walks out the door, all kinds of bad things. This is all preventable. If you haven't filed a return, whether it's 1 year or 10 years or 20 or 30, we want to take care of you. And especially now, it's the traditional tax filing time. This is the IRS's favorite time to make examples. You don't want to be an example. Bottom line is, we have good solutions for you, even if you can't pay the taxes. The only thing you have to do is call us up and say, hey, Steve, tell me about all the solutions. Get me out of this mess.
Yeah. Don't even mess around. Give him a call. That's 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, and that's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. You can also go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, it's time for producer Tony Farias to ask Murph and Marcus 3 questions of the day.
I saw Murph and young Tony right before the kickoff, and that was awesome.
This is What Did Young Tony Ask Today?
Yeah, John Lynch, when he saw us before kickoff, he said, "You guys have $20 I can borrow? I got to pay this payroll here." That's what he said. So,
someone's got to pay Brock
Tony
Purdy.
actually loaned him 20. He's still waiting for the payback, John Lynch. But here we go. Every Wednesday at this time, it's that marker in the middle of the week where you start to pivot out of the Monday, Tuesday blues, start sniffing a baby Friday tomorrow, start looking at a weekend, and turning the keys over to the young man who's been in the center of the controversy the last couple weeks. I mean, he's walking with a swagger, he's walking with an attitude, and he's walking with really the presence of a guy who played the doorman in a KNBR social digital video.
A lot of pressure. A lot of pressure,
Good
young
morning,
Tony.
young Tony. Every time I hear that little laser, pew, 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 I know it's ready to. I'm either going to play Pac-Man or Asteroids in 1981 at a video arcade, or I'm going to get my questions from you, buddy.
A lot of pressure.
A lot of pressure.
What do you got? Lay it out for us, buddy.
Here are the rules. I have prepared a list of questions. After I read the question, you will each have 60 seconds to respond.
Oh, 60 seconds, the perfect amount of time to get any job done.
Whatever it takes. If your time runs out, you're going to hear this bell. That is your cue to stop talking. Text line, YouTube chat. Everyone can join the conversation. We ready to go?
Let's do it.
Never been more ready, buddy. Never than this moment right now. All right? Give me it.
All right,
Give me the moment.
Let's do it. Devante Adams was released by the Jets yesterday, which means he's a free agent. According to Ian Rappaport, quote unquote, the pull of being on the West Coast is very real. The NFL legal tampering period also begins Monday, March 10th at 9 a.m. Pacific. So you just heard Marky Mark. Should I play the quote from Marky Mark?
Sure.
I think that Devante's got a lot of good football in him. I think it's a no-brainer for the Niners. I'd be shocked if he wasn't a Niner. I kind of look at the Niners, the Chargers, and the Raiders, all viable options for him.
Marcus and I were talking about this yesterday. So if you're John Lynch, would you sign Devante Adams?
Well, I mean, that's the easiest question you've ever asked. Of course you would. Here's the problem. Freaking money. Apparently, we just laid this out in the 6:30 segment about what's going on with the Niners and their cash flow. They almost look like me. But the first time I got my first credit card bill, when I got my first credit card, I was 21 years old. We went to the Balboa Cafe, and I put it down, and we ran up, and they kept bringing us drinks, and I was like, oh my God, the drinks are free. This is incredible. And then a month later, I got this bill from Visa that I spent $105 at the Balboa Cafe. I didn't have $105. I was freaking out, man. So I didn't know what to do. I had sweat. I looked for the authorities like Moskowitz is talking about. So does John Lynch have the Visa to cover the drinks at the Balboa Cafe and to sign Devante Adams? The way this is going, the way they're looking to maybe trade Brandon Aiyuk, I don't know if they have the money to do it. Now, salary cap creativity, if they can pull that off, yes. What did he make last year? He made $28 million. He's on a 5-year, $140 million deal as of last year. Of course you sign him. I'm just worried about the money.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to me also, Murph. The money. Follow the money. And I don't think the 49ers have the money to invest in a Devante Adams. Now, if we're talking Madden franchise mode or even fantasy football, then yeah, you make this move. You add Devante Adams to the roster because he makes you a better team, and he would walk into that wide receiver room as the best wide receiver in the building. And so that's why I think the only way this happens is if the 49ers do move on from Brandon Aiyuk. And I'd be willing to trade Brandon Aiyuk, get back some of those resources, get back some of that contract, and then go out and sign Devante Adams. Because even at 32 years old, Devante Adams is a better wide receiver than Brandon Aiyuk. I don't want to hear these takes about Devante being washed at 32 years old. I got to call out this kid, Jack Loader, in our bullpen yesterday, who went up to me and said, Devante's washed. He's too old. I know you played against him in high school, Waterboy, but he's old. This is coming from the oldest 25-year-old I've ever seen in my life. Jack Loader, who's 25 going on 55. The guy looks old as hell. And so I'll tell you about who's washed and who's not washed. Devante Adams is not washed. I took that personally because there are plenty of 31 and 32-year-old athletes in the NFL still getting the job done. Sign Devante Adams, ship out Brandon Aiyuk.
I love that turned into a Loader rant. And by the way, you just gave him more pub than he's ever. He's glazed. I was like, he takes that as glaze now.
He's smiling ear to ear.
That was really good. That was probably the easiest Young Tony question of all time.
Yeah, we got to stay on topic here. It's a big story.
Yeah. I know.
By the way, he also a little like personal attack at Marcus. He's calling him old.
Dude, that's what I'm saying.
Dude, Devante's 32.
Dude, I'm a year older than Devante. 32 is not that old, Loader.
He also had good numbers last year. But on to the next, buddy. Yes.
All right, so I want to play another clip from the TK show. Our guy, Joe Lacob, as quite, frankly, one of the best owners ever, maybe?
We're always looking to do something maybe even significant at all times. Why not? Why not try to get better? And whether that be trade deadline, summer, whatever.
So I know you guys briefly discussed this yesterday, and I want to know, is Joe Lacob the best team owner in Bay Area sports history? Key phrase there.
Marcus, you go first. Your turn.
Yeah, so this is tough because it's going to come down to a battle between the 49ers and Eddie D and Joe Lacob and the 49ers. Or excuse me, should I say the Warriors. And I'd love to throw Al Davis into the picture also, but of course, that franchise has moved and Al has left the Bay Area. So despite the fact they won 3 Super Bowls, I'm taking the Raiders out. I'll even take the Oakland A's out because of what's happened now with John Fisher and that crew moving the team to Sacramento. And it all comes down to the fact that Joe Lacob has not only won 4 titles, but he's kept the Warriors right here in the Bay Area. I know to my South Bay crowd, Murph's going to get into this and the difference between playing in Candlestick in San Francisco versus Levi Stadium down in Santa Clara. I think because Joe Lacob has had success on both sides of the Bay. We're talking about titles in San Francisco, titles in Oakland. It's got to be Joe Lacob going down as the greatest owner in Bay Area sports history.
These are hot takes, man. We did Mount Owner yesterday, and we put as the final 4 Al Davis. He was marred a little bit by those final 20 years. But anyway, we'll look past that. Peter McGowan saving the Giants and building that ballpark is incredible and maybe the most underrated thing in the history of San Francisco sports. But to me, it's a 2-horse race. Down the stretch they go. We got Fast Eddie on the inside rail. We got Jumpin' Joe on the outside rail. What is that? And it's almost a dead freaking heat. Now, it's not because Eddie won 5 and Joe won 4. And if you're going to go by that, it's just scoreboard, period, end of story. It's Eddie. But you got to look big picture and see that he got the arena done. I can't even believe I'm saying this because Eddie D, first of all, I have a great personal relationship with Ed DeBartolo. We all have a great personal. He's taking care of his players unlike any other. And in fact, you know what? As I'm saying that, these are high pressure moments. And I'm talking, and I was going to tell you that Joe Lacob building the arena. But you know what just dawned on me? I know so many stories of Eddie DeBartolo doing things off the field, particularly for Dwight Clark, Freddie Solomon, for the great PR director Dave Ron, who died early of cancer, and the things Eddie did for these people all the way to their dying days. I'm going to go ahead and say that is what makes Eddie the best team owner in all of sports. Yeah, that's what it is.
Wow. All right. It's been decided.
It just happened in my brain sometimes, something happened.
Yeah.
I started thinking about all the things he's done. Dwight. It's Eddie.
Al Davis was the only other guy who was going to be curious if you even mentioned him.
Yeah, the last 20 years.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But that's the big difference. If we're talking about the last 20, 30 years, for my generation, it's been the York family. I know there's still ties to Eddie D, but it's a lot different when Eddie D's 5-0 in the Super Bowl versus the guys 30 and younger have now watched the 49ers go 0-3 with Jed York.
Yeah, man. Good question.
Yeah.
Great question.
So let's have some fun now. After the Warriors beat the Knicks last night, the Warriors now go face the Brooklyn Nets on Thursday, which means they have a day off in New York City. So, boys, if you had a day off like the Dubs in New York City, what would be your ideal day in the Big Apple?
Wow. Okay, quick question. Am I a dad on a suburban family or just me on my own.
Let's just say it's a business off day, and let's say any time of year,
writer or something like that.
Any time of year,
so
Marcus.
I'm setting aside the kids stuff where we're checking all the boxes: Statue of Liberty, Empire State Building, all that stuff. So number one, first and foremost, we're going to John's Pizza on Bleecker. We're getting ourselves a pie. Number two, we're looking up to see where the live music is that night. We're going to go see the coolest live music show possible. Number three, we're going to hit several Irish pubs along the way and get plenty of pints of Guinness. Number four, we might double down on meals and go get an Italian meal on the Upper East Side. Number five, we might take a walk through Central Park. Number six, why don't we pop in for just a quick 45-minute museum hit to culture it up? Number seven, we're going to go until closing. We're going all the way to 4 a.m., maybe even past 4 a.m., find the latest bar possible. In other words, zero sleep. We're going the city that never sleeps. We're going pizza. We're going Italian. We're going bars. We're going live music. And we're going till closing time. Let's get on a plane right now.
I don't know if Murph left me any options. He hit them all. The plan is to eat and drink, and you can go to 1,000 different pizza spots. You can go and get 1,000 different drinks at 1,000 different bars and drink at any time, any place. I'm hopping on a subway. I'm going borough to borough, finding the best bars, finding the best pizza. It's as simple as that. Sit back, relax, enjoy the sights and scenes of New York. Just be one with the city. It was one of my favorite things about being out in New York during the World Series is just walking around and feeling the vibes of the big city. Just enjoy it, embrace it, and enjoy the Big Apple.
And two guys I would see for sure, Marky Mark Cannizzaro and SNL stage manager Chris Kelly, CK, and we would meet at Molly's on the Lower East Side and let the good times roll, my friend. Yes.
Yankees game?
Oh, of course. Now, my question is, if it's my off day, in my imaginary situation, I'm on the Yankees. So it's me playing for the Yankees, and this is my off day now.
And you know what? Scratch again, so this happens so much with your questions. As soon as I finish my question, I want to edit it. So I forgot to mention the late night burger at Smith & Walensky's Annex, not the steakhouse, the little annex in the back room where you get that burger at midnight. So, and maybe Chris Kelly gets us into an SNL rehearsal. But we're still going. I need another day, buddy. Let's go.
Let's keep going. You got SNL shows. You can go hit a Broadway. You can go to MSG, catch a game. You can go to Yankee Stadium, catch a game. Plenty of options out in New York.
And there's going to be a great live show somewhere, too.
Yeah. Sounds like a great day in New York. One of my favorite cities. All right, number four, the last one we're going to get out here. In an interview with Amazon CEO Andy Jassy, Michael Strahan said he wants to be the next James Bond.
Whoa.
Yeah. He expressed his interest and said, quote unquote, "I'm here." Kind of crazy quote. So anyway, how do you feel about that? And if you had the opportunity to play a famous character in a movie, what would you choose to star in?
Well, is it me or you first?
It's your turn, so I'm going to get some time to
how
think.
I feel about Michael Strahan, I don't know. I've never really seen him as an actor. I'd have to check out his IMDb page, but I don't think he's got the acting chops to be a James Bond. But as far as me wanting to be one character and one character only, it's simple. It's Bobby Boucher, baby. I am the water boy. It's my identity on the radio. And let's be honest, he's one of the best fictional football players of all time. Shout out to my cousin Bobby Boucher, a.k.a. my betting identity. I would be Bobby Boucher in the water boy.
I love it very much. First of all, Bond, the current Bond. Paulie Mack said it when he saw Marcus Allen introduce music of the NFL in a tuxedo down at the Davies Symphony Hall during Super Bowl week. He said, that's our next James Bond. I'm going to steal from Paulie. Marcus Allen should be the next James Bond. Strahan can't pull it off. Too goofy. I will ask this. Does the growing legend Chalamet, does he have a Bond in him?
Chalamet.
Does he have a John? Does he
I'm
have a
sure
James
he
Bond
will. I mean, they make Bonds movies every year.
And I'm wondering, how about the old, ragged, cigarette-smoking, but arguably pound for pound the greatest actor of our time, Sean Penn? Could he pull off an ancient, smoking, salty Bond, perhaps?
I'm surprised he hasn't been Bond already.
But in terms of me, I'm just going to go typecast all the way. I mean, I can't believe people be like, of course, this is what this old guy's saying. But if I could be any movie character of all time, well, guess what? My team is on the floor. My team is on the floor. 5 chess passes before we get anywhere. And guess what? I don't care about their uniforms. I don't care about their fancy band. I don't care about the arena. If we stick to the fundamentals and do what we do every day in practice and love each other, then we'll be winners in my book.
Look at you.
Let's go, guys.
Look at you.
Norman Dale.
There it is.
I'm going to Hickory High, baby. They get to kiss Barbara Hershey, too. Maybe I'll do it better than Gene Hackman did. And rest in peace, Gene Hackman. So there you go, young Tone. Well
Great
done.
work. The replacements, dude. I got to watch that this week.
Oh, shout out Shane Falco.
And did you Strahan on Bond? Yeah?
I don't know, man.
No, too goofy.
I don't know.
Too goofy.
It'd be weird. He was very confident in the interview, though. He's like, I'm the guy.
Yeah, I don't know. Cool. I've never seen James Bond with a gap in his teeth.
Yeah, well, that's, they say back in the day that indicated sexual prowess.
Did it really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the story.
I did not know that.
It goes back to the Chaucer Canterbury Tales days, baby. Shout out my English major. All right, guys, there you go. Well done, young Tony. We have been asked. We answered. Everybody's smarter. Everybody's better. And now Dwayne Kuiper next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Salome.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher here on a Wednesday morning with Prize Picks, the best place to get real money sports action all year long. And we've been on a hot streak recently with Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Brandon Pajemski, and the Warriors. But it's an off day today. So for our Prize Pick of the day, we're going to go ahead and give some action on the Light the Beam crowd.
Light the Beam.
The Kings are out in Denver taking on the Nuggets tonight, and you have the ability to take DeMar DeRozan to have more or less than 17.5 points. I'll throw him in my lineup as well as Keegan Murray to have more than 8.5 points as the Kings look to take down the Denver Nuggets tonight. So join me on Prize Picks and download the app using the code word LEADER, and we'll give you $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's code LEADER on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. And you don't even need to win to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed, and it's only on Prize Picks. Run your game.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Marcus to catch up with Kite on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All righty, 3 weeks from tomorrow, Giants in Cincinnati. Dwayne Kuiper's the man to talk to every Wednesday. Kuip, good morning. How are you?
Morning, Kuip.
Hey. Yeah, well, I'm not keeping track, but it's 22 days.
22, baby. Can't wait. You're going to be, are you in Cincy or no?
Yes, I am. Mike will be in the studio. I'll be with John and Dave in Cincinnati, which, I don't know if you guys remember, but back in the day, that was kind of the capital of the baseball world, opening day in Cincinnati. And they may still do it. I'm not sure, but it was a holiday, no school. They would start out a big parade downtown, and it was quite the festival. So, I mean, hopefully they haven't changed too much of it because I'd love to see it. I've never been a part of an opening day in Cincinnati, but I can imagine in the heyday with the Big Red Machine that it was quite a spectacle. So we'll see. But Cincinnati, here we come.
Yeah, they used to parade. I've seen footage like they had a parade it's incredible, like old school stuff. And then remember it all changed when Marge Schott's dog christened the field. Remember that? Shotzi just went right there.
I happen to be the end of my career player and the beginning of a broadcaster during that era, and it was really too bad. I remember they had one elevator that went from the corner you walked into the ballpark to get to the press box, and Mike and I got kicked out of the elevator going to the press box because the two dogs were coming in. And
now you know your rank.
I remember Mike looked at me and he goes, "Really? This is what happens when you're not a player anymore?" I go, "Well, you know what? Here we go." And, we used to get shots of her. She'd be smoking a cigarette in that front row, right over the no smoking sign.
Oh, man. Classic.
Because she pretty much, she did what she wanted to do.
Oh, piece of work. My God.
It was kind of night and day compared to the big red machine years.
Those were the days, man. All right, well, listen, here we go into the Giants. And we just talked to Mike about this guy yesterday, but I want to get your take on the guy. Everybody has a good spring. Every spring there's somebody who has the best spring, and it seems to be Gerard Encarnacion. Reading more about him, I forget it was Andy Baggerly or Susan Slusser who wrote about him, but he can actually play a little bit outfield, can run a little bit. I mean, are Giants fans kind of sleeping on this guy?
Well, I think there's two guys, Murph, that stand out. One's a pitcher, and that's Landon Roop, and the other is the guy you mentioned, Encarnacion. We saw some highlights of Encarnacion last year when he was around for the last couple of months, and you could see that there's a good chance that there is a lot of good stuff in that body, in that swing. I mean, he's a big guy. I mean, you stand next to him, you're like, whoa. Which means he can generate a lot of power, and he's one of those really strong guys that is not afraid to go to the opposite field, and you see him do that a lot with two strikes. Last year, he was one of the better situational hitters they had, and he was one of the new guys. You could see he actually, with a guy on third and less than 2 outs or if the bases were loaded, especially if he got two strikes, he would try to hit the ball the other way. I mean, nobody was better at that than now the boss, Buster Posey. But Encarnacion would try to do it. And I think that's just, a very adult approach to a fairly young guy. I mean, he's got some history, a lot of years in the minor leagues, a couple of stints in the big leagues. But here's his chance. And it seems like he's taken this opportunity to a level where he's got a chance to be in that starting lineup in Cincinnati.
You mentioned Landon Roop as a pitcher that's standing out right now in spring training. I know we got to see him pitch that first game that Saturday out in Surprise, and since then he's thrown 8 1/3 inning of 1 hit ball, 0 runs allowed with 11 strikeouts. Kuip, are you viewing Landon Roop as the lead horse for that 5th spot right now in the rotation?
Well, I don't know. Kyle Harrison threw the ball extremely well in his last outing, but I don't know what it's going to come down to. I mean, unfortunately, it may come down to whichever one guy, has an outing that goes sideways. But it's a great problem to have. The thing about Landon Roop that, I didn't know. I mean, he's now starting to throw a changeup. I mean, his best pitch was his curveball, but yet he's still got 95 or 96 in the tank with his fastball. But now if he throws that changeup, I mean, it literally sets everything up for him. So it's going to be interesting to see that what he does this spring, if he can carry that over into the season, given the opportunity to get that 5th spot. I mean, the other thing I guess we have to look at is if you're looking at those two guys, Harrison and Roop, and you're not sure which one you want to take as the 5th starter, then I guess the next question you have to ask is which one is more suitable to sit in the bullpen. And if that's the case, then you may have to go with the guy that isn't really suited for the bullpen for that 5th spot.
Yeah, and Kuip, you can also throw a Hayden Birdsong into that conversation, but how important is it for this Giants team to have that young depth on the pitching staff when you're looking at veterans like Justin Verlander and Robbie Ray, and even a few question marks about Jordan Hicks, whether or not he can be a starter throughout the full season?
Yeah, I mean, look, Farhan Zaidi said something a couple of years ago, and I've mentioned it a number of times with you guys. I remember he said, he said it in spring training, and I was like, what? He said, yeah, we need 9 starters. What? 9? And it turned out that particular year they needed 9 starters, or 8, or whatever it was. So you really can't have enough of quality starters given the age of what you have in your rotation and the fact that, an injury can pop up at any time. So, yeah, bring on those young guys. Let's see what they got. And if they have to start out in the bullpen or start out in AAA, so be it. It's a wonderful problem to have if you're Bob Melvin and his staff, because you're right. We talked about Harrison, we talked about Roop, and then it's like, well, wait a minute. I think I've seen Birdsong throw the snot out of the ball this spring. So what about him? Keaton Wynn, what about him? So there's some young guys out there that can chuck it up there pretty good. And we'll see how it all plans out with some of the really tough decisions that have to be made.
Dwayne Kuiper on the UMA guest line. By the way, Kuip, you doing radio this weekend?
Well, we have a TV game on Saturday, which will be our first TV game. And John and I will be anchoring the TV side. Javi and Hunter are, they're tied up doing something. So John and I will have the game on Saturday on TV. I think Joe and FP are on the radio Saturday. Then John and I are on the radio Sunday. And then John and I are back on TV on Tuesday. Right. So, it's now it's like, whoa, it's happening. Now I have to look at my calendar because at my age, you got to make sure where you got to be and how you look, TV wise, you got to look in the mirror before you work. Radio, you don't even have to take a shower, for crying out loud. You can just hang out, wear a hat. So yeah, we got to be on our toes starting Saturday because the workload is starting to happen, which we're ready for. Even Mike, I went to the ballpark on Monday, and we've got a locker. It's more of a closet in our broadcast booth where we keep our coats, and we used to wear ties and shirts and jackets, and I needed to clean that out. I needed to see what was going on. So I opened up the booth, I opened up the windows, and I FaceTimed Mike. And if there was ever a guy that age almost flying out of his chair to try to get through my iPad to the park, it was Mike. The look of the Coke bottle and the scoreboard and the green grass. Mm-hmm. And while we were talking, he said, "Can you show me the park again?"
Oh, man.
So, we talked about John, and Dave will be working soon, and Mike is sitting in Reno, and he wants to work so bad it's killing him.
Ah, man. Well, so same with all of us. Can't wait.
Yep.
I hate to go from all those grand romantic thoughts and all that good stuff to something very small, but because it's kind of your position, second base. Actually, second base isn't small, but I want to talk about the backup infielder. I was reading about Brett Wisely and Casey Schmidt, and I know we addressed this earlier, but Wisely seems to be hitting the ball pretty well. And I'm wondering if the fact that he's left-handed might be giving him the edge, or how you view that situation.
Yeah. No, Murph, I think that's exactly what's probably going to happen is if you're really a right-handed team and, you need to have a left-handed bat on the bench and he just happens to be able to play short, I think that probably is the right formula. And then, I don't know if that's what they're thinking, but if I were to guess, I would say, yeah, that's probably it. And you know what? He's a good little player. And he showed that he can play short, given an opportunity. He can't play short 162. That wouldn't work. But, in spots, You give your guy a rest, although Adames is not going to want a rest, but when he needs to have a rest, I mean, you got a guy that can play there for a couple of days and play pretty well.
Talking to Dwayne Kuiper, we do it every Wednesday. He's getting ready for a TV game Saturday and all that good stuff. And then finally, just the guy who's going to start at second base. Kind of want to get your take going into the weekend. Tyler Fitzgerald, I feel like we're not talking about him at all. You're an old second baseman. You know, he's a converted shortstop. I'm kind of wondering, and I don't know, the pressure on him offensively and defensively.
Well, I mean, look, I think the pressure is a lot less when you move from short to second. I mean, there's, you know, somebody could probably tell you 500 different reasons why shortstop is different than second. But the simple explanation is you got shorter throws. You can go down to a knee at second if you see a ground ball that doesn't look like it's normal. And the only difference between the double play at short and second is your back happens to be to where you're going to throw on a double play. At short, everything is right in front of you. And he's going to conquer all of that. And you know, he's got the benefit now of rules that are much more different now that they protect those middle infielders on guys that come in and try to kill you. I mean, I used to watch it with minor leagues, winter ball. If they were trying a new guy out at second, I mean, everybody was like licking their chops because they were going to knock this guy into left field. And he doesn't have to worry about that now. Now he has to worry about his footwork and how he can, you know, get a good release and a good throw to first. And he can do that. He's a terrific athlete. I know we talked about him at one point, and I mentioned I thought he was the fastest guy in the field. And then I happened to hear the show where you interviewed him, and you asked him that. And I remember he said, well, in a 100-yard dash, I probably got McRae, but maybe from first to second, he's got me, or down the line. So he's athletic. I mean, he can do a lot of things, and he's not a little guy. You know, he's probably, 6'2", maybe?
I think he might even be taller than that, is he?
Yeah, he could be 6'3". I mean, look, the older I get, I shrink. He could be 6'9", for all I know.
He's listed as, actually, you know, I take it back. He's only listed as 6'1". Somebody had said 6'4". I thought that was a little high, but no, 6'1", 205.
Okay, all right. Well,
you're right.
Then I'm not as nuts as I think I am. So.
No. All right. Well, I mean,
but anyway, you know what? They're set pretty well defensively because Lamont Wade holds his own very well at first. We know what the left side's going to do. You're going to do really well in center field. Yaz and Matos in right, solid. And Ramos is solid in left because, you know, he's played a little bit of center field. So overall, with Bailey behind the plate, I think you're going to see a defensive team that pitchers are going to go, all right, well, now I don't have to strike everybody out. And, you know, so, look, Murph, you know, everybody's in first place right now. And everybody's really optimistic.
Well,
but the bottom line is it's a really quiet camp.
Yeah.
And if you asked everybody that's in charge, from the president to the manager to the coaches, if they could have a quiet camp before the camp started, they would say absolutely. Quiet and confident, and that's what you have to have along with health. And if you can do that, then, you know, you walk into Cincinnati with a pretty good chance to have a good year.
And no shotsies, no dogs to worry about. Just no dog free.
Yeah, you don't want dogs on the field, and you certainly don't want players that are dogs, and the Giants don't have any of those.
Quiet camp, healthy camp, knock on wood, knock on Formica, and then look forward to your broadcast on Saturday. So the Newmans really must be getting tired of you, though, by the way, huh?
Well, I'm actually staying, you know, I kind of flip-flop back and forth. My sister has a place. She's got a place at McCormick Ranch.
Right.
Which is really, you know, it's not in that area where all the Troon courses are. It's you know, like 4 miles from Scottsdale Stadium. So I'm happy as can be. Last week we had all 3 brothers there with her, and
nice.
We went out to dinner, and, you know, made fun of our parents and all that kind of stuff.
Come on,
right?
these are precious days. Come on, the best.
Oh no, I mean we made fun. We laughed a lot. Let's put it that way.
That's so great. Warms
and
the
you
heart.
know what's really funny?
Yeah.
So we're sitting at dinner, the four of us with their spouses, and a table like right next to us. I said to Glenn, I go, I think that's Ty Block. And sure enough, you know, I went over there and you know, I knew that's who it was eventually. And so I talked to him for about 5 minutes, and he's a free agent. And you know what? I think we all, if you're a good Giants fan, have some Ty Block memories that you know we're not going to forget, including in a very important game in September, like the second to the last game of the year. He beats Clayton Kershaw, he shuts him out, and he gets 3 hits.
Did he hit a home run? I want to say.
I don't think he did. No.
Okay, but he did.
I mean, if he did, he didn't do it that
He beat him on opening day. He beat him on opening day in 2018.
All right, and I gave him the scorecard. So the first thing I asked him when I saw him that night at dinner, I said, "You saw the scorecard?" He said, "Yes, I do." And I was like, "All right, well, that's the right answer."
Yeah, that's a good answer. Yeah.
So he was there with his wife. They had just a baby. So Ty Block, forever Giant.
Kershaw killer. Kershaw killer.
And he's looking for a job.
Well, that's classic Arizona, man. Classic stuff. Can't wait for the broadcast on Saturday. Enjoyed the chat. Say hi to the family, and we'll do it next week.
Yeah, thanks, Kuiper.
All right, guys. Be well.
You're the best. Dwayne Kuiper on the UMA guest line, and that was such an enjoyable, warm, Arizona-level chat. I was going to be that guy, the same way I poked you and Cannizzaro about Game 5. I was going to say, so what are we going to say? It's all good despite Roki Sasaki hitting 99.2 on the gun yesterday.
Did you see Roki last
Striking
night?
out 5.
Bro, and that splitter is so filthy.
Yeah.
I mean,
best pitcher on the planet.
I mean, he's,
best pitcher on
in
the
my
planet.
opinion, the best international prospect that's ever came over as a pitcher.
His name is Roki Sasaki, Japanese for Pedro Martinez.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
I mean, no disrespect to a Yu Darvish or even a Shohei Ohtani, but Roki is different, bro.
Damn.
He has two
That's why I
different
didn't want to bring it up
splitters
to
that
Kuiper.
dance different ways.
I'd rather hear stories about Ty Block having a nice dinner next to the Kuiper family.
Not Roki painting 98 on the corners. Ugh.
99.2.
Dude.
All right. Congrats to Tony and Modesto, who heard Big Shot by Billy Joel and won 2 tickets to see Billy Joel and Stevie Nicks. We'll do it again tomorrow. But the big hit is, of course, Steph Curry at the Garden. You see him in the postgame wearing the fur coat? Or at least the faux fur coat. We'll get into that all next. Big hit, Steph Curry, next on The Sports Leader.
Ty Block is with us. Ty?
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Ty? The Warriors are 9-1 with Jimmy Butler in the lineup. How high can they climb in the standings? 3 seed, 4 seed, 5 seed, or is the 6 seed just their ceiling? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
This is the Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Cycle it to Steph, catch and shoot three. Yes, sir! Steph, deep three. Hit that from Hoboken. The Warriors with Curry coming alive in the third. 14 of his 22 right here. Steph coming around. Very tough three. Not for him. Curry buries a three. Bridges played the D. And Bridges threw it away. Curry, three to close it. Got it!
You can hear excited Fitz. Well, of course, Fitz used to get excited back in the Thunder days, too. And the Warriors have cut it to 11. Timeout, Cavaliers.
He hit that one from Hoboken.
So anyways, Garden was great, right down to Steph Curry wearing what appears to be some sort of faux fur. Marcus said, is that the Joe Namath jacket that he's wearing in his post game? Everybody was having a New York kind of night last night.
Did look like a mink coat, Murph, and this comes just weeks, days after Draymond Green went full Joe Namath and guaranteed another championship.
Oh, hey now I think the mink coat community might step up. I don't think that's true mink.
And
I believe, by the way, I
sorry,
think that's politically a little dicey these days. To
you
go
can't
with the
say
mink.
that?
Well, no, you can say it. You get no problem. I'm just saying if you wear it, you might get scorned in public.
Well, I know the PETA crowd's going to come after you, right?
They were going to throw some stuff at you.
Yeah.
So let's just say Steph wore an environmentally friendly coat there.
That's it. It was fake fur from Steph Curry.
Yeah, I tell you what, on Joe Namath's chest, nothing fake. That was real hair.
That's real
fur.
fur.
But anyway, good morning, everybody. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. A little late to the big hit because we had a long, relaxed chat with Dwayne Kuiper as the Giants get ready for Saturday's first TV game. That'll be great. But it is great to squeeze in a big hit before we get to Sam Gordon, the excellent Warriors beat writer, at 8:15. So a whole half hour of Warriors content coming your way, and they did it yet again. In fact, we got to call it in for the 8 o'clock crowd because, listen, when Steph goes to the Garden, good things happen. All the way back to 2008 when he won the game there in the Jimmy V Classic as a Davidson College kid. And in fact, my guy, Rory the Greek, who's now obsessed with all this stuff, told me, hey, Dad, tell them Steph hasn't lost at Madison Square Garden in 4,388 days.
Damn.
All right.
See, those are the stats I'm looking for. Those are the trends I'm looking for from young Rory.
You know what's funny? Last night, I told him about the Ken Boucher line about what does Rory think about the Warriors +4, and it was met. I was a little tentative, and they kind of laughed it up, so maybe they want to play up this whole Rory the Great thing. I don't know. We had a listener suggest we have a segment instead of, he said, Bobby's Best Bets, tired. Rory the Greek, wired.
Dude, I would love to get Rory on air giving us some tips and picks.
Hey, man, it's a bit until it becomes not a bit.
I was going to say, I don't know the legality behind all this, but it sounds like a great idea.
Anyway, point being is that it was really fun, and even though they were down 8 at halftime, and even though Steph was maybe not going to play, he got on a plane in Charlotte, North Carolina with a bum ankle, got off a plane in New York City in the middle of the night with a bum ankle, walked into a hotel in New York City with a bum ankle, woke up in New York City with a bum ankle, and decided to play. Tony cut cue, said, yeah, I'm going.
Let's just use 50.
No, that's the, that was Adam Schefter.
Listen.
On Brock Purdy. Does Adam Schefter have a Steph Curry take?
I'm sure
anyway,
he
here's
does.
Steph on his ankle. Here we go.
When I got on the court and did some treatment stuff this morning, it was sore, but I had all the strength and stability in it, and it didn't get worse when I went through my shooting workout, so that was the sign I could play.
So I think he had the superpower of, I'm going to go play in front of Carmela Soprano and Patrick Ewing and Tracy Morgan and Spike Lee, who he talked to in the middle of the game. See, after he hit one of those shots, he went over and like chatted him up. I'm like, Steph, you got to get back on D, dude. He was chatting him up during the game. I was like, bro,
and
Reggie Miller style, right?
Yeah, and I think all of that kind of adds to the reason why Steph Curry played last night. Like, I think if these two games were flipped, if the Brooklyn game on Thursday and the Knicks game last night were flipped, maybe Steph Curry sits out last night because, let's be honest with you, playing in Brooklyn is not the same versus playing at Madison Square Garden. So I think this is a game that Steph Curry has circled on his calendar every single year. I mean, you mentioned his college stats. You include his college career at Davidson. He's 13-1 in that building and has won 10 straight games. And I think the most mind-blowing stat about that 13-1 record, the one game he lost, is when he scored 54 points with 11 three-pointers made back in 2013. And so that just shows the kind of skill set and show that Steph Curry will put on at Madison Square Garden. And we've been talking so much about the traveling circus, the crowds that show up to see Steph Curry. Once again last night, Steph Curry was getting chants at Madison Square Garden at the Mecca of basketball.
I'm telling you guys, I said this in Orlando the other night, and the small part of me is envious of those who get to see him on the road because it becomes such an event. It's the one night that he comes into town and you go to watch his warm-up and you go to get thrilled and then he delivers and you're like, this is better than the best movie or the best TV show or the best Broadway play or whatever. It's like, and again, we're like, yeah, they're playing the Pistons Saturday. I might go. I might not.
Yeah,
I don't know.
No big deal, but it's so much special when it's the Steph Curry tour. I was talking to our youngin' Jack Loader, once again, second shout out of the show.
Giving this kid some glaze.
He was talking about how
ripping him.
He had buddies out in New York who probably looked like they're 25 going on 55 also.
Man.
But they were talking about trying to get tickets to last night's Warriors game, and he said the cheapest ticket on the market was like $280 for nosebleeds.
Get in?
To get in. Just get in price.
$280.
Nosebleeds, $280.
Well, New York
just to get in to see Steph Curry.
I mean, New York is New York.
I mean, yeah. They ain't giving us tickets away for free,
Quick
but still.
digression on that, though. Yeah, New York is crazy expensive, one of the most expensive cities in the world. We get it. But you know what is not expensive? Their freaking pizza is actually extremely affordable. You go to John's and get like a large cheese, which is like the best pizza you've ever had in your life. It's like $18, and it feeds a family of 4. It's like, I just fed a family of 4 for less than $20. This is crazy.
Oh, bro.
You get a slice, it's like, that's like $3-4 for a slice.
You can find places that have dollar slices in New York, and it's better than a lot of pizza around the country.
We stayed near one that was a dollar slice. I asked Chris Kelly about it. I was like, hey, really? He goes, no, bro, no. Don't go there. Don't go there.
Yeah, there's better pizza spots, but still.
You know what? Let's be gentlemen.
The $1 pizza in New York is better than pizza in a lot of places.
Well, except for Amici's.
Yeah, except for Amici's, of course.
As we know. So anyway, by the way, people checking in saying split screen, 925 sent a split screen picture of Joe in the jacket. And Steph, he says Broadway Steph.
Broadway Steph. I like it.
And 209 and 408 also pointed out on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, could have been a tribute to Clyde the Glide Frazier, who was known for his, Walt Frazier. Pardon me, why did I say Clyde the Glide? Well, yes, Walt Frazier was nicknamed Clyde the Glide. I'm going crazy. He called everybody Clyde. Mm-hmm. Walt Frazier, nicknamed Clyde the Glide, despite his name being Walt. My brain played a trick on me there for a second. Also dresses very... so we say fashionable.
One of the most stylish broadcasters in the league.
Yeah, good stuff. Well, here's Steph on the Garden. Listen, we joked with Mark Cannizzaro earlier in the show about seeing Billy Joel at the Garden, and how about seeing Steph Curry at the Garden? By the way, I saw Billy Joel at the Garden. Steph's in demonstrably better physical condition than Billy Joel. All right, dude.
Don't say.
But here's Steph on the Garden.
This Madison Square Garden, it speaks for itself. This is a place that brings, it just naturally has great, unique, authentic basketball energy, and like the fans are unreal, like the who's who of Celebrity Row and all that, but just everybody's anticipating great basketball. And from my first game here in college to now, like it's always delivered. So and for us on the Western Conference, we only get one chance here. We try to make the most of it.
Yeah, man. So he does. He obviously, we talked about this earlier too with Mark Cannizzaro, Michael Jordan at the Garden, Reggie Miller at the Garden, Steph Curry at the Garden. He even said LeBron, who we haven't even mentioned, by the way. The whole nation's talking about LeBron getting to 50,000 last night.
50,000.
He's also talking about how LeBron and Luka are looking crazy good. But you put a seed out there that I liked. You said, yeah, I get it, but guess what? Better matchup now than it was with Anthony Davis.
I would agree.
Yeah,
I think the Warriors match up better now with the current roster of the Lakers because of their lack of a big man. Because we talk so much about the Warriors not having a big man, and that's no disrespect to Quentin Post, but I don't want to see Quentin Post match up against Anthony Davis in the playoffs. That's not a matchup you want to see. But against Luka and LeBron, I think that's a better matchup than going up against like Joker and the Nuggets.
By the way, Post, we're going to need to work on the interior stuff. I saw they tried to get it down to him a couple times last night for some interior moves, and it was very rudimentary, and he was, quite frankly, beaten up by his defenders. And also, guys will take him to the rim.
Yeah.
He is Quentin Perimeter. Great nickname from
Quentin Perimeter.
I think he has a game plan this summer. Listen, I love the guy, and he's going to be a part of the team going forward, but he has marching orders this summer, and that is to bulk up and to work heavily on his rim protection and his rim game,
Absolutely.
too. By the way, I just went Pistons-Warriors seat geek just for the heck of it. 144 get in. 144. Now, that's probably with the fees. I don't know, but that's a lot. That's for this Saturday I'm talking about at Chase Center.
Yeah. But that's the price of Steph Curry.
Or is that Jimmy Butler Warrior price?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Jimmy's moving up the price also.
Yeah. And speaking of Jimmy, let's hear what Steph. We haven't really got a Steph take because now they're 9-1 with Jimmy. He was great on the postgame last night with Fitz and Buki. He said so many great things. I keep telling the kids this every night. Great players tell you how to play the game. He said last night, did you hear his one last night? Everybody goes, talking about Steph, he goes, I've learned very simply, when he has the ball, go to the paint. He said, my defender's on him, go to the paint. He also talked about what he's doing in the offense and maybe not taking as many shots. He goes, well, I'm here to make the right play. We'd play the audio, but it's very muddy. Slater had it on his Twitter. It's very muddy. But he said, I'm here to make the right play. He said, just because the play is for you doesn't mean it's your shot. Yeah. I'm like, bro, could you just hang around all day and talk basketball? Everything he says is right on point.
Yeah,
Yes.
and that's the basketball IQ that we talk about. And you see it offensively with the ability not just to get to the free throw line, but to get down on the post so that he can kick it out to Quentin Perimeter on the outside or a Buddy Hield or even a Moses Moody or Brandon Pajemski. Like everybody's offense has now gotten better with the addition of Jimmy Butler, but they've also gotten better defensively. Yeah. And you can see that high IQ with the defensive knowledge too. So you pair him up with Jimmy Butler, and to me, that really was the story of the game last night, was the Warriors' defense down the stretch. Yeah. And shout out to friend of the program, Moses Moody, who did a great job in the second half against Jalen Brunson.
You know who you can talk to about that? Ron Adams.
Yeah,
at 9:30.
That would be a great topic because yesterday Jalen Brunson was going off in the first half, 17 points, ended with 25. A lot of that was Moses Moody with some help from Jimmy Butler in the second half.
Ask Ron Adams to go do a deep dive. Say, hey, Adams, get into your bag and tell us what's going on with Moody defensively. And for sure, I do want to squeeze in this Curry cut on Butler before we get to Sam Gordon. Here's Curry on the 9-1 Butler effect. 9-2, but the one game he didn't play.
Just try to defend at a high level, first and foremost. With Draymond at the 5, Jimmy at the 4, you can play pretty fast and try to speed teams up on both ends. And then at the end of the day, kind of the same point. You just try to limit, your turnovers, and usually good things are going to happen. Whether we make or miss shots, we don't really live and die by that. It's truly the fundamentals of the game. Play good defense, take care of the ball, and then we're getting better at getting organized offensively with certain sets and actions that Jimmy likes. And then we all know, if I get the chaos of the offense going, we can, create good shots that way too.
Yeah, you can just see it right now, man. Hey, let's just call it right now. Warriors-Lakers Western Conference Final.
Ooh.
Let's go.
I mean, that
Jimmy
would be
and Steph
box
versus
office.
Luka and LeBron.
The NBA would love that.
If the NBA wants to fix something, they should fix that.
Let's go.
By the way, one quick one, and we'll ask Sam Gordon about this on the other side. Warrior beat writer. Trace 53 says, I feel sorry for Trace Jackson Davis. He's been left out of this whole party.
He's been Wally Pipp by Quentin Post.
Yeah, we'll have to ask about that. Yeah. And then 916 with the mic drop on the segment here. Wait a minute. 13-year-old Rory Murphy doing Rory the Greek betting hits? I didn't know KNBR was okay with nepotism. Great text.
I mean, we do need to add some to our show.
That's a great text.
We're the only show without it.
That's a very, very funny text. Sam Gordon is an outstanding beat writer for the Chronicle. He can tell us all about this. Moses Moody defense. Jimmy Butler making the right play. Steph wearing faux fur coats at the Garden. All next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher here on a Wednesday morning with the Abundant Life Weight Loss Agency. Have you been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections?
Yes! Yes! Yes!
Well, the team at Abundant Life Weight Loss has the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I joined this program for 3 months, and guess what? I hit my goal of losing 25 pounds. And I did it without counting any points or calories, without any prepackaged meals, and with no surgeries, drugs, or injections that have serious side effects. So if you want to learn more about the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program, go ahead and schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110, or visit them online at AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. That's AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Yes, indeed. The Warriors are 9-1 with Jimmy Butler in the lineup. So how high can they climb in the standings? A lot of people on YouTube are saying the 5 seed. You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
Sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, man. New York on our minds as the Warriors hanging out. They get a big win at Madison Square Garden. They spend an evening in New York with an off day. You can't tell beat writers and NBA players much better news than that. Then at Brooklyn tomorrow. Sam Gordon's just an outstanding beat writer, San Francisco Chronicle's own. Love his game stories. And we've talked to him a little bit about boxing and hip-hop. And Marcus, you said I think he's identified with Wu-Tang. Is that right?
Oh, I mean, how can we talk about a game in New York and not give some love to Wu-Tang?
Okay, there it is. We're going New York,
Protect
baby.
your neck, Murph.
All right, he is connected on the UMA guest line. Sam, welcome back to KNBR. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus. How you doing, man?
Yeah, what's up, Sam?
What's up, guys? Doing well. Appreciate y'all having me. Wu-Tang at Chase Center late June. Can't wait.
Woo, all right. Marcus was at Splash last night watching the Warriors for alt-metal band Deftones at Chase Center. He said the crowd was packed for that. So Chase is getting it done with Curry and music, Sam.
They sure are, right? They sure are. Warriors got a 7-game homestand coming up after the game in Brooklyn tomorrow night. They're rolling, so should be an interesting finish as they look to continue this playoff push.
So already on this road trip, you've seen two very notable things. You've seen the 56-pointer at Orlando, which was just monumental in terms of making everybody reevaluate Steph's place in the Pantheon. And then you've seen Steph at Madison Square Garden. Can you just kind of speak to those two experiences, like what you're seeing happening right now as these road crowds kind of go nuts for Steph?
Yeah, I mean, he's the people's superstar, right? I mean, he is universally beloved by NBA fans around the country, around the world, and we're on the East Coast, right? And teams, fan bases on the West Coast get to see him multiple times a year. But for fan bases in Orlando, fan bases in Philadelphia, Charlotte, New York, Brooklyn, where we're going to be tomorrow night, it's the Steph Curry tour that comes around once a year. So the crowds at all these arenas, even Philadelphia, I mean, his first dunk in 6 years drew the same kind of applause that his dagger 3 drew last night. He is absolutely universally beloved and has been rewarding these crowds that have showed up, in full support of him with signature performances, with signature plays, and it's been absolutely monumental in the Warriors. It goes without saying, right? But monumental with the Warriors finding their groove here. So he's still, the ultimate showman. Great performances throughout the course of this road trip. Unique performances. The 56-point game, 12 triples. Seeing the visiting crowd crown him with MVP chants. Even though their Magic team is in the thick of a playoff race in the Eastern Conference, it's just incredible. And, a reminder to his status, not only on the floor, but that the transcendent nature that comes with that as well. Steph Curry's one of one, and the crowds on the East Coast are totally aware of that and have made sure to let them know they feel that way and to appreciate it. Absolutely no doubt about it.
Yeah, and Sam, I know we talked earlier this season about the amount of attention that Steph Curry was getting with the double teams, the triple teams, the traps that teams were constantly running at him game after game after game. But we're almost seeing a different version, or maybe a previous version of Steph Curry that we used to see when he had the help of a Klay Thompson on the court. Now he has the help of a Jimmy Butler. So my question would be, do you think that Jimmy Butler has now unlocked this version of Steph Curry that we've seen lately?
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it, right? I mean, the last 11 games since Jimmy Butler debuted, Warriors are 5th offensively, and Steph Curry's been he's been on an absolute heater. So he's still seeing those kinds of coverages and schemes. That's never going to change per se. But now when Jimmy Butler's out there on the floor with him, you have a secondary creator, a secondary not even a secondary, a complementary creator that pushes him off the ball, that can get to the basket, that can create offense for their teammates without him. And then when Steph Curry goes to the bench, you have somebody, Jimmy Butler, that you can run offense through. And the Warriors have a really good group and a really good groove with those groupings that they've been starting the second and fourth quarters with, where it's, majority of the starters with Jimmy Butler and Quentin Post out there running things. So,
Yeah, definitely. And then, even some of these blowout victories that the Warriors have had, you're reducing his minutes. So all in all, I mean, there's definitely a micro effect, in game with how the Warriors are able to operate with Jimmy Butler now. And then there's a macro effect in terms of lesser minutes, the reduction of wear and tear. And then just the confidence that comes with winning, is good for the morale too. So yeah, in every sense of the word, it's been a perfect fit. They're 9-1 in games that Jimmy Butler's played. It's been a top 5 offense, top 5 defense. The win against New York last night, granted, Karl Anthony Towns didn't play, but that's still at Madison Square Garden, second night of a back-to-back against the Eastern Conference's number 3 seed. Jalen Brunson's still out there. OG Anunoby's still out there. So really kind of a signature win for the Warriors this season, and it's all coming together for them. 20 plus game, or what is it? Yeah, 20 games now to kind of see how they finish and where things all settle in the playoffs. But this brand, this formula, this balance that you have with Jimmy Butler in the paint, Steph Curry on the perimeter, and then everybody else fitting around them, operating in that space that they're creating together, it's working absolutely so far through these 11 games.
Sam Gordon's the voice you hear, outstanding beat writer for the San Francisco Chronicle. Really enjoy his game stories. Read them every morning. And he is in New York as the Warriors celebrate a 114-102 win over the New York Knicks at the Garden in front of a lot of fun. You listed them all, too. From Carmelo Soprano to Stephon Marbury. It's quite a group. But I want to ask about another angle of Jimmy Butler's arrival. And am I sensing a Jimmy Butler Pods mini bromance? It seems like they really kind of get along on and off the court. There's some hugs. I mean, Pods is a guy who was having a tough start to his season. He seems to be liberated by the Jimmy Butler friendship.
No question about it, right? And just in news conferences, right, it didn't take long to kind of see that connection that they developed. Jimmy Butler kind of jokingly in a couple different news conferences referenced how he played college basketball in Milwaukee, at Marquette, and that Brandon Podziemski's from Kenosha, which is way out there. Making sure to say that whenever Podziemski's within an earshot, knowing Podziemski's also from the Milwaukee area as well. So those two just click. And from a basketball standpoint, you're talking about two guys that don't need the ball, that are active, moving without it, that can kind of do a little bit of everything to varying degrees, right? Not comparing Brandon Podziemski to Jimmy Butler per se, but in the sense that it's not all about scoring for them to make an impact. And together, along with Draymond Green, of course, as the anchor, and everybody else down the roster and rotation, have activated what's been a really good team defense for the Warriors throughout the course of the stretch too. Now, again, competition is going to increase, and I think there's still big picture issues about the point of attack, especially against bigger, more physical wings. But the Warriors are developing an identity as a really cohesive team defense, and Brandon Podziemski, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, the whole team for that matter, definitely a part of it. But to your initial point, yeah, there's definitely good chemistry between those two, mutual admiration, mutual respect, and it's bearing fruit on the basketball court for the Warriors.
Sam, you mentioned the word identity, and Steve Kerr mentioned that last night about the Warriors developing a real identity of being a two-way team. We talked about what Jimmy brought to this team offensively, but defensively, as you mentioned, we know about Draymond Green and what he brings to the table. I thought Moses Moody played some great defense last night against Jalen Brunson in the second half. So talk to us about how Jimmy Butler has changed his defense.
Yeah, it's more of a cohesive kind of team defensive, structure now, right? Jimmy Butler, still very capable on-the-ball defender, 6'7", 6'8", sturdy, but even better off the ball, especially at this stage of his career. You don't want to zap him with too many minutes guarding the ball, guarding the point of attack per se, but he is a savvy help defender along with Draymond Green. The Warriors are, now have a pretty, a relative amount of depth in terms of the wing position, the versatility, the interchangeability, the switchability that they have when you're talking about players between 6'5", 6'7", 6'8", and that's not including, Jonathan Kuminga, whose return we're expecting at some point very soon, right? Perhaps sometime during the homestand. It's been a rigorous rehab for him, but you have versatility, you have interchangeability, you have flexibility on that end of the floor, and again, great kind of team defensive structure and setup. So, again, still want to see, what this looks like against, and we've seen at various junctures teams with burn the Warriors at the point of attack. So down later in the season, perhaps in the postseason, we'll see, if there are any issues from that standpoint. But to your point, Moses Moody was fantastic last night against Jalen Brunson, Brandon Podziemski had, great showings against Kyrie Irving defensively earlier this season. So the team defense has been really, really effective. And, the Warriors used that last night. They were dominant defensively last night, holding New York to below 40% shooting, forcing 9 turnovers. That's an area where they've really improved with Jimmy Butler is the turnover margin. They're turning the ball over less and forcing more turnovers. So playing out of their defense, creating transition opportunities, and then relying on, suffocating, half-court team defense. That's been the formula. The identity is two-way basketball. You can't win at a high level without great defense. And the Warriors, so far, right through this part of their schedule with Jimmy Butler, are showing to be a really good defensive team.
Sam, before we let you go get a lunchtime slice, I have to ask about the guy who's left out of the party, Trayce Jackson-Davis. Can you just kind of speak to his role right now?
Yeah. I actually caught up with Trayce a little bit the other night in the locker room, and he is, staying focused, staying professional, understands that the Warriors have some new looks that they're going through and that have been effective, right, with Quentin Post stretching the floor from the center spot in secondary units and even in fourth quarters as well, situationally. And then with Kevon Looney, filling in the gaps, doing what he does, physical, fundamental, screen setting, so on and so forth. So the small ball lineup that the Warriors are starting with, Draymond Green at center, that's what they're rolling with, for the flexibility defensively, the geometry it creates offensively. And this is just a situation where, Trayce Jackson-Davis is on the back burner. He understands it. He's staying ready. But, offensively, he just wasn't giving the Warriors enough, right? 37-38% this season on layups, and you need, I think, better spacing, a little bit more space, and the Warriors have found lineups that have tapped into that. So doesn't mean he won't play at some point, throughout, later in the season. Kevon Looney had been out of the rotation at junctures, then he slides back in. Various guys have been in and out of the rotation, in and out of the lineups. That includes Moses Moody, who's now a starter for the Warriors. So his spirits, his attitude remain intact. His positive attitude remain intact, and he's waiting for his opportunity. And with 20 games left in a playoff series where playoffs are all about matchups, would expect there to be an opportunity for him at some point. And he's doing everything he can to enjoy this run regardless of his situation, and to be prepared whenever his opportunity comes.
Sam, I can't let you go without sneaking in a boxing question real quick. I got to get your take on Devante Tank Davis versus Lamont Roach this past weekend, and Tank Davis taking a knee in the middle of a round because hair grease got in his eyes.
I mean, that looked like a knockdown to me, right? I mean, regardless of what's in your eye, if blood's in his eye and he takes the knee, that's a knockdown. You saw referee Steve Willis even start the count before Devante Davis went back to his corner, which, of course, you're not allowed to do mid-round unless the referee instructs it for a mouthpiece or whatever. So sounds like, based on reporting that the New York State Athletic Commission is going to review that ninth round, and maybe there's a change of decision, maybe not. The decisions being changed rarely happen in boxing, but regardless of what the result is, I mean, we saw Tank Davis, take that knee. We understand what a knockdown is in boxing and what that should be scored and how well Lamont Roach boxed, throughout the course of that fight. So not the result that I think any of us expected, but Lamont Roach was tremendous, right? Whether he gets a win or whether the draw sticks, he was tremendous, staying in the pocket with Tank Davis, countering him, using footwork, timing, and really, left Tank Davis, I think, kind of befuddled in there. Wasn't able to land one of his big bombs, and lo and behold, the knee heard around the world. So we'll see what happens and what the State Athletic Commission decides. Obviously, it's a commission that reversed Ryan Garcia's win over Devin Haney, the Bay Area's own Devin Haney, after he, was found to test positive for ostarine. So we'll see, but definitely a lot of, been fun to kind of follow these last few days after after like what I've called it, the knee hurt around the world.
You are such an incredible boxing. We were just looking for a riff on the Jerry curl. That's all. You gave us the breakdown, buddy, all the way to the State Boxing Commission and the redo. So you're saying there's no riff that you believe that Jerry curl greasing an eye is an acceptable reason to take a knee?
The soul glow, Sam.
No, I don't think so, right? And look, that may very well be what got in his eye, and very well may be what bothered him. But that doesn't mean you just get to call timeout in the middle of the night.
There you go, man. Always great. Listen, by the way, people are checking in who haven't heard you before on KNBR. They're like, Sam Gordon gives good radio, and I was like, yeah, that's why we call you, buddy. And you write a great game story too. So You're a smash hit in the Bay Area, buddy. Thanks for coming on. Enjoy the hell out of New York, all right?
Yeah, thanks, Sam.
Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it. Talk soon. Appreciate y'all having me.
Yeah, Sam Gordon does a great job, man. The guys, I'm telling you, I know a good game story when I read one. At least I like to think that's one of my only qualities in life. Guy writes a good game story. Go to SF. I know nobody takes the hard copy anymore, because if you did, you'd get his story from Orlando. So go to the digital version and read his game stories every day. They're really freaking good. So's Anthony Slater. We have two actually premier beat writers grinding out outstanding game stories on the Warrior beat. And we have great Giants beat writers who just gave us a little news. Susan Slusser reports the Giants are beginning to make cuts, and 3 notable names have been cut from the big league camp, including right-handed pitcher Mason Black. Okay, that's a guy who last year was on the big club. Yep. Maybe not huge surprise, but reassigned to minor league camp Bryce Eldridge.
Yeah.
We can talk about that.
Saw that coming.
But the one that surprises me the most, optioned to minor league camp, Marco Luciano.
Optioned
to Marco Luciano. So there you go. He's still with the club. He's not released or anything, but I'm saying that's, they just kind of decided. This is like shades of Elliot Ramos last spring, buddy. Remember?
To be optioned this early in spring, it's kind of a shocker.
Yeah, I agree. And remember, they did it to Ramos, though.
Yep.
He may end up making the All-Star team.
This is true.
But that's a tough story to write. Yeah. Anyway, just wanted to get that out there. So Bryce Eldridge, Mason Black, and Marco Luciano reassigned down there or optioned. The point is that they're not going to be with the big club going forward in the Cactus League. Marco Luciano with more work to do. All right, cooler of content. Dude, Adam Schefter continued to drop bombs on the Niners. Oof. Plus, we got Andy Baggerly at 9:15. We'll talk to him about Marco Luciano and Bryce Eldridge. And Ron Adams, our guru, our Warrior guru, live in New York City at 9:30. All coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler.
He's bitten a cooler
Of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
Yeah, baby! On the Sports Leader.
All right, there it is, our open with Steve Young and Nick Turturro with varying thoughts on everything. Cooler content sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Get the rest easy promise only at Mancini Sleep World. Visit sleepworld.com. Cooler of content also sponsored by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center, Marin Health Medical Network. World-class care, closer than you think. All right, so the Marco Luciano, Bryce Eldridge news, Mason Black news, we'll talk about with Andy Baggerly at 9:15. So I wouldn't go anywhere. Just like I wouldn't go anywhere when the cooler of content is unveiled. And just like I wouldn't go anywhere when Brandon Aiyuk posts about his future with the 49ers, which he did. He posted on IG for the first time this year, after rumors surfaced online, of course, that the team is willing to trade him. And here's what he said Marcus, if yeen worth 100 or better than angry emoji, mouth wired shut, in another city, I'm icy, I ain't got none tucked, P.S. Once again, if yeen worth 100 or better than emoji, in another city, I'm icy, I ain't got none tucked, P.S. You're welcome. Thank you for coming. Please tip your waitresses. That is unbelievable. I got none clue. I studied it like a connections, like a Wordle, like a crossword puzzle, like a Threads, whatever game you play anymore on your phone. I got nothing, Marcus, for if yeen worth 100 or better than emoji in another city, I'm icy, I ain't got none tucked, P.S. I'm out.
Well,
I surrender.
I'll tell you what we do have, a new bit where Brian Murphy reads the tweets of Brandon Aiyuk and random players from across the NFL, across the NBA,
if
from
anybody
across all the
knows
sports.
their old Hollywood history, old Steve Allen used to do the Tonight Show, and he was kind of a nerd like me. And this is when rock and roll was starting, and he would dress in a tuxedo and read rock and roll lyric like for Tutti Frutti. So he did it like he wore a white tie, and he stood at a lecture. He said, Tutti Frutti, oh Rudy, Tutti Frutti, oh Rudy. And everybody would go nuts, and he would read it all dramatically. So very Steve Allen connections here. I don't know. Marcus, help me.
Well, Murph, I can try to translate it for you. And the way that I kind of broke it down, let's start and let's go word by word. If yeen to me, I believe is if you ain't.
Okay.
It's just a shorter version of you ain't.
All right, we're starting good.
If you ain't worth 100, that means 100, Murph. If you're not worth 100 or better than, kind of like Nick Young, better than.
Now, help me out with this
better
emoji
than.
here, buddy.
So the emoji to me is almost just like a period. Like it's the end of the sentence. It is the emoji where the guy's like cussing or mouth wired shut.
It's a pretty good breakdown.
So to me, I'm just looking at the emoji as like the end of one sentence. So that's Brandon Aiyuk saying, yeah, if you ain't worth 100 or better, end of sentence. I'm in another city. I'm icy. That means I got ice. I've got chains. I've got jewelry, Murph. And I ain't, that means I ain't got none tucked. That means I got nothing tucked. That means he's comfortable enough to flash his jewelry in another city without the fear of being robbed.
It's incredible.
Now, I don't know what the PS kind of ends it for, so I don't know.
PS, I love you.
Postscript, young Tony is telling me.
You know what? Can I get some applause?
So there's my breakdown for you.
Professor Boucher.
If you ain't got the money that I have, shut the hell up because I'm flexing my jewelry in another city and I ain't getting robbed.
That's a long way of saying, despite all the static, I'm good.
Yeah.
That's a lot because I'm paid.
Yeah.
No matter where I am. If I'm in Pittsburgh, if I'm in Santa Clara, I'm paid. Wow. Do we have some sound with this here, Young Tone?
Now, Young Tony did a deep dive, and it turns out that this might actually be a song lyric, not from the brains of a Brandon Aiyuk, Young Tony.
You ain't worth 100 or better than shut the up. In another hood, icy, I ain't got none tucked.
That's it.
Okay.
If you ain't with 100 or better,
who's our artist
shut
there,
the
buddy?
F up.
It's not Little Richard?
That was Bigger Than Life
It's
or
not
Death
Little Richard.
by ESTG.
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 And that's G spelled G-E-E, Murph.
408
Don't
text
want
in.
any confusion.
People on the text line are checking in. Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line 408 says, I asked OpenAI and it had no idea. 510
It
says,
had none idea.
510 says, yes, it's a quote from a song. He's saying he's got money and he's not tucking his chain in another city.
No. But also, he's saying that in the photo, showing off his chain, but he's also wearing a shiesty and not showing off his face.
408 says, if you aren't worth 100 mil, keep your mouth shut. I'm just in another city with jewelry and no gun.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so there you go.
None tucked, all right.
831, what did old Murph learn today? 415, where it says, you ain't worth 100 or better, then shut the blank up. In another neighborhood, I'm icy and I'm tucking nothing.
He's good in any hood.
Okay, and then finally, 408 says, you got to start that bit, ASAP, LMFAO.
I'm here for it.
And another 408 says, excellent breakdown by Professor Marcus.
That's what I'm here for.
I did say, it's funny, like the traditional school system, the old ways that go back to the Pilgrims and the read and write and arithmetic, that was not for you.
No.
This is your calling.
Exactly.
This is your calling.
I'm more street smart than book smart.
Hey, man, there's all kinds of smarts in this world, and you got it.
That's it.
You got it, buddy.
I just got to apply myself,
Once
Murph.
again, let's hear that song again one more time. Yeah? Yeah, here we go.
You ain't worth 100 or better than shut the up. In another hood, icy, I ain't got none tucked.
Okay.
I'm icy. Ain't got none.
So that red emoji with the wired mouth shut is shut the blank up.
Yes.
Or
there we go.
Shut the front door.
Yes.
Shut the front door.
Way to break that down, Murph.
I got one.
I like it.
I got one.
Put it on the board.
See, I go back to the days of when we would say white lines, vision, dreams of passion running through my mind, and all the while I think of you. See, I can translate those.
White lines.
Oh, man. A businessman is caught with 24 kilos. He's out on bailing, out on jailing. That's the way it goes. Don't do it. All right, let's go on.
Don't do it.
Maybe we'll hear that on 80s Friday. Bangers only.
Please.
Bangers only.
Bangers only.
Right,
and I know bangers.
Shaq liked Steph last night in the NBA on TNT. He defends our guy, number 30, in the all-time conversation. Here we go.
As the supreme leader of the Big Man Alliance, I demand you fans to start putting Steph Curry in that greatest of all time conversation. Start putting Steph in that conversation. I demand it. And I'm saying, listen, I played against Mike, played with Kobe, played against and with LeBron. They're all great. At some point, we're going to have to put Steph Curry in that category. I'm not saying he is, but let's just have the conversation. Like, I like all the internet talk and the barbershop talk, but I ain't never seen nothing like that before, and nobody has. And that's how many of them things he got. 1, 2, 3, 4 against LeBron.
Okay. I mean, once again, this is kind of like the Joe Lacob argument. Career ongoing. So it's not over. So we can't really say, well, this is what he accomplished. He got more. What if he gets another one, guys?
What if he gets number 5?
Well, by the way, next year they're loaded to do it again. They want to try again with Jimmy. Now, health is going to be a big deal for them going forward. You know, Jimmy and Dre and Steph are older and prone to getting injured. Knock on, I couldn't put that in the universe. But they're going to have to stay healthy. But if they stay healthy, it's not just this year. It's also next year.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And we talked about this topic this past summer when Steph went out and said night to the whole country of Paris. Or should I say France is technically the right wordage I should be using there. And we talked about whether or not that had an impact on his overall status as a top 10 NBA player. And I'm with Shaq. We can have the conversation. But then who are we taking out of that conversation? Are we taking Shaq out of that conversation? Are we taking Tim Duncan? Are we taking Kobe Bryant? Maybe a Larry Bird because you can maybe compare their shooting abilities a little bit more. But like the thing is, when we talk about these top 10 players, we're talking about a lot of two-way players. And I'm not saying that Steph Curry is just a traffic cone, but he's not a 12-time first-team All-NBA defense like a Kobe Bean Bryant. And so that's where I kind of get lost in that conversation. I think when we're talking about impact and influence, yes, one of the greatest of all times. But it's tough to compare his resume, especially defensively, to some of these other top 10 players.
It is such a great conversation. Shaq is right. First of all, when Shaq speaks, I listen. Because Shaq is one of the greatest of all time. So, and Shaq's a big man. He's talking about a small man. So I love the fact that he's saying, as the supreme leader of the Big Man Alliance, I'm saying this is going to happen.
The supreme leader.
I take great value in that, more so than just some dude, walking down the street. So, or our precious callers who I love so much. But so when he says that, because I will confess. Now, you have to understand me now. I'm the guy who just quoted white lines, right? This is a true story. When Michael Jordan was on his run in the 90s, I literally, as you would say, stood on 10 toes or whatever you say.
10 toes down.
I was 10 toes down on the fact that he wasn't even the best basketball player. They were like, I would say greatest of all time. He's not even the greatest I've seen. Because I would say that Magic Johnson and Larry Bird were better players than Michael Jordan. That used to be my take in the 80s. And you know what? I mean, I'm not that far off. It's not that crazy of a take. Now, Jordan, as the years have gone on, has ascended, as we've seen 6 for 6 in the finals. That just gets better and better by the years. And 6 NBA finals gets better and better by the years.
A pair of three-peats,
And he has that aura. He has aura, right? He has aura.
You want to be like Mike.
Yeah, so he's got that aura, and I get it. So I get it. So I'm willing to say now that maybe he's better than Magic and Larry. But again, so when I see Steph, I'm like, I hate to even say this, like, I don't want to say one-dimensional, because he's not. But kind of, listen, his handle's incredible. We know about the shooting. We know about the conditioning and the fitness. And also maybe forget the skill set, how the effect he has on the game. Yeah. Like, that's where maybe you could make the best argument. And it's not just, everybody wants to shoot threes like Steph now. I don't know if we've ever seen a guy run around a half court and create more chaos in a game than that. I mean, that has to count for a ton. That has to count for so much. Now, here's the big problem. You mentioned it, defense. That will always. So I asked AI, who are the greatest basketball players of all time? And what came up? Michael Jordan, LeBron James, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Wilt Chamberlain, Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe Bryant, Bill Russell, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird. Those are the 9 that came up. And then the next level is Tim Duncan, Akeem Olajuwon, Oscar Robertson, Kevin Durant, Karl Malone, Moses Malone. How about AI leaving Curry out of the top 15?
Wow.
And then it says Kevin Garnett, Jerry West, Steph Curry.
Damn, KD better all time than Steph Curry.
Well, maybe I'm reading the list wrong. It's in 3 columns.
Yeah, I'd rather.
They list 20 players.
All right.
And Steph is in there.
Yeah, but I don't trust AI. I trust Allen Iverson, but I don't trust AI.
So, I mean, we don't have time because we're up against it here, and we got Andy Baggerly at 9:15 and Ron Adams at 9:30. But certainly, with each passing year, and throw in the Paris Olympics too. I just yesterday was on Twitter, and somebody posted the final 3 minutes of the game against France, and I sat and I watched it, and I was just laughing my ass. I was like, look at this guy. What are we doing here, man? And the way he was just telling everybody, don't worry about me. Don't you? Or he was yelling that to like Draymond in the crowd or something like, don't worry about me. He was saying, I mean, he's just such a killer. And he's such a stone cold killer. I don't know how many of these guys were stone cold killers like that. It's a fun conversation. But I would say of the 20 names I mentioned, he might be the worst defender of all those guys.
Yeah.
So
that's not a shot at Steph Curry. It's just recognizing how good those other players were defensively.
It's not his game.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a fun conversation. But I'll say this. The point of playing that sound is Shaq says that, I'm paying attention. I'm paying attention for Shaq because I'm a Shaq fan.
Yeah, and we'll keep Steph in the conversation. It's just a tough conversation to crack.
And in a way, comparing somebody like Shaquille O'Neal, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, or Wilt Chamberlain to Steph Curry is like comparing Willie Mays to Pedro Martinez. 2 totally different positions. Like, you can't even say, like, well, is Steph better than Kareem? Well, is Willie Mays better than, Max Scherzer? I mean, it's like, dude, you can. One's a pitcher, one's a center fielder.
I mean, even if you want to get into the conversation of greatest point guard of all time, you look at someone like Magic Johnson, who started at center as a rookie in the NBA Finals. So, like, that just goes to show a different type of build and player that Magic was compared to a Steph Curry.
So the only guys on this list listed as point guards are Steph, Oscar Robertson, Magic Johnson, and Jerry West. Those are the only 4. So if you want to say best point guard of all time, I think it's a horse race between him and Magic.
Yeah.
And then in 2 different styles.
Yeah, definitely.
Obviously, too. By the way, John Stockton not even on this list either.
Wow, I'm about to pass on this body. I'm John Stockton.
All right. But can you translate for that?
Yeah, I got you. I know exactly what that means.
All right, man. All right.
Shout out Karl Malone and the mailman.
All right. Andy Baggerly at 9:15 to tell us about Marco Luciano getting sent down and Bryce Eldridge getting sent down. We'll do that. But more Steph Curry in the Garden next on The Sports Leader. If Yeen worth 100 in another city, I'm icy, I ain't got none tucked. All right, let's talk about Marin Health. All right, Marin Health, that's a good situation. World-class healthcare right here in our area, right in the North Bay across Golden Gate Bridge. Not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, some good guests coming your way. Andy Baggerly at 9:15. Marco Luciano sent down. Bryce Eldridge sent down. We'll talk about that. That's at 9:15. And Ron Adams, the guru, man. Whether it's like reading books, poetry, gazing at clouds, or breaking down Moses Moody's defense on Jalen Brunson. He'll do it all for you. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Ron will be at 9:30. So that means we got to stay on the clock, which means we got to get to this next segment. And I teased you guys more Steph at the Garden in the faux fur and Spike Lee and all the excitement and winning his 10th straight at Madison Square Garden over Penn Station and all that stuff. When all of a sudden during the break, give me a little Fox News chime here. Adam Schefter dropped a podcast. So we're going to bump Curry here. We'll talk more Curry at 9:30 and get into the 49ers. And I'm going to say before we play this, as more of this stuff goes on, John Lynch's comments last Wednesday about recalibrating financial constraints and long-term health. Adam Schefter's comments on Pat McAfee yesterday saying that the 49ers are taking calls on everybody. And now this, I'm going to just say this, my bad. I completely underestimated the situation the 49ers are in. I thought they were going to be able to reload and go at it. I mean, they still might, but it sure doesn't sound like they got a lot more hurdles than I think I realized, because here's the latest from Adam Schefter from his own podcast, the Adam Schefter podcast.
Well, first and foremost, I think the 49ers have either 11 or 12 draft picks, and they're going to have to hit on some of these picks and have these guys come in on rookie contracts for the financial relief, not to mention the talent boost that they provide. Because the 49ers are going to have to make a number here this offseason. They're going to lose talent in free agency. Talanoa Hufanga is going to be gone. Dre Greenlaw, I think, is going to be gone. They're going to lose a lot of talent in free agency. They're going to have to make cuts here to get under the salary cap in the coming week. You mentioned the Brock Purdy contract. That's going to take a while, I believe.
Dude, I mean, this is way worse than when the season ended, I was kind of like, well, they got a last place schedule. They're going to bring back McCaffrey. They're going to bring back Kittle. We're going to see what happens. Sure, he's talking about Dre Greenlaw being gone. Yeah. Hufanga doesn't surprise me as much. I kind of saw that writing on the wall. But, bro, in general, I don't know. Is this taking you back at all? Or I should say, what's the word I'm looking for? Are you surprised by all this?
No. To be honest with you, I kind of have a different reaction. This is what I expected to happen this offseason. We've talked about the possibility of losing Dre Greenlaw, Talanoa Hufanga. Throw Charvarius Ward on that list also. We all saw this coming because we knew that the 49ers had to pay Brock Purdy. And that's why we talked so much about that Super Bowl window and capitalizing when you have a quarterback on a rookie contract. That's why they were able to go out and pay all that money to Debo and Brandon Aiyuk, to pay that money to Christian McCaffrey, to pay a Nick Bosa, to pay a Trent Williams, because you were able to do it on a budget because of Brock Purdy's contract. Now they got to shuffle some things around. Now they got to think about the long-term plan with Brock Purdy, and you're going to have to cut some costs there. So I'm not completely surprised, because these are kind of the names I thought the 49ers would lose this offseason.
I'm with you to a point. I think we all, like I said, Hufanga doesn't surprise me. Debo, while it was a little startling to see it happen, Debo's gone, wasn't super surprised. Where I'm going is, I thought they were going to find a way to keep Dre Greenlaw. I thought that was kind of in the cards, and all the beat writers we talked to like, they value him, and they're going to find a way to keep. No, that's a big freaking loss, dude. Oh, yeah. That is not one that we had written off when the season ended. The other one is possibly Aiyuk. I don't think any of us had Debo and Aiyuk out the door.
No, not in the same offseason. And I think it comes down to value. You mentioned the value that the 49ers have for Dre Greenlaw. The question is, how does Dre Greenlaw value himself? Like, I thought there was maybe a possibility that the 49ers would use the franchise tag yesterday on Dre Greenlaw to keep him in the building one more year. I think it would actually benefit Dre Greenlaw to sign a one-year deal with the 49ers to showcase that he's still healthy and still has that skill set so that he can go get a big contract elsewhere. But it sounds like Dre Greenlaw wants to test the market, and I'm with you. That's a huge, huge loss for the defense.
Yeah, I thought they were going to figure out a way to keep Dre. Yeah. Now, nothing's happened yet. We'll see. This could all be posturing, for example. On the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, 623 says, guys, I'm not buying this narrative The Niners are acting like they're setting up a GoFundMe account while negotiating with Brock. They could be the most diabolical negotiators I've ever seen. I'm not buying it. Now, again, we know Schefter's close to the 49ers. He's close to the Shanahans and Lynch. So they could be saying, hey, crying poor. It is all, maybe it's part of negotiations. Could be. Or they also could just be like, guys, we don't, if we're going to do this Purdy thing, and this Purdy thing sounds like it's not going to be as quick and tidy as we thought it was going to be the Boy Scout Purdy. Oh, yeah, I'll sign whatever you guys need. 831 asks, are we going to have another bummer summer, dude? I don't think so. 925 makes the argument, says Dre Greenlaw is much more important to the team than Deebo Samuel.
I would agree with that take. And that's why the 49ers were willing to move on for Deebo Samuel. Like, the Deebo Samuel thing was written on the walls. Like, we knew about this. We've talked about this topic of moving on from Deebo since the draft pick of Ricky Pearsall and since the contract extension of a Brandon Aiyuk. The problem is you don't have a backup plan for a Dre Greenlaw. We saw at least last year Juwan Jennings step up. You drafted Ricky Pearsall in the first round. We saw what happened when Devondre Campbell was on the field last year. Yeah. Like, the 49ers do not have the depth at linebacker that I believe they have at wide receiver, which is why I think it's a bigger loss losing Dre Greenlaw.
Man,
also.
oh man, just say it, man. So listen, go with more reaction on the text line here. It says 209 says, well, why the hell would they pay Brandon Aiyuk if they knew they were going to lose so many good players the following year? That's something we've talked about earlier today on the show. Is do they have buyer's remorse? And now you got me reading crazy Instagram posts from Brandon Aiyuk. 925 says, I think the Niners have a plan that they knew they had to play Brock, and that's why they're stockpiling draft picks. John Lynch said it last week. Adam Schefter just said it right now. 11 draft picks. Oh, by the way, they don't always hit on all their draft picks, right? I mean, last year they had a pretty good draft, but this is the classic NFL thing. But I'm just wondering, I guess my big question is, are they ready to try to win a Super Bowl next year? It doesn't sound like, given how good the Detroit Lions are, given how on the rise the Green Bay Packers are, the Philadelphia freaking Eagles are the Super Bowl champs and don't appear to be going anywhere anytime soon. The Washington Commanders burst onto the scene and added Deebo Samuel.
New bow.
I'm just kind of sitting here looking like the Niners have for the last 3-4 years in a row been Super Bowl contenders. Last year they got injured. But I'm wondering, like, going into this summer, and so many questions to be answered. It's going to be fascinating. It's all going to get a lot of answers in the next week. It starts March 12th. Legal tampering starts Monday, March 10. But, are you getting to that point where it's like, they may not be going into this season as NFC title contenders?
I think you still put them in that mix. I still think you put them in the conversation, which might sound crazy after they missed the playoffs last year, but that also rewarded them with the last place schedule that we riff about every single day.
It's a big deal.
They still have Christian McCaffrey on the teams. Now, you got to make sure CMC's healthy. George Kittle, I'd like to give him a contract extension, but you still have a lot of pieces. Where you're missing pieces is defensively. And I love the move to bring back Robert Salah and to even bring in Gus Bradley. So I think from a play call perspective, you're going to see a better defense. The question is, what kind of ingredients are you giving Robert Salah? Because the two guys that are currently under contract from that 2019 defense are Nick Bosa and Fred Warner. Nobody else. Now, that's not saying they don't have any other talent on the defense. Deommodore Lenoir turned into a dog last year. I thought he'd play like an all-pro corner. But they need more help outside of that. And that's why I think they need to invest so much draft capital in that defense this year. So we'll see what kind of pieces they bring in. But I still think when you're looking at overall rosters across the NFL, they still have one of the most talented rosters in the league.
I like the way you're thinking, but the D-line right now, not stacked. The linebacker core without Dre Greenlaw, not stacked. There are some question marks out there for sure. I guess I'm just saying for me, maybe I was asleep at the wheel. I kind of underestimated how big the transition is right now, because it sounds like right now they are going to go, okay, it's going to be Brock Purdy and the 2024 and 2025 draft class. Basically is what it sounds like. That's maybe not a bad plan. Young players can contribute. What, the Eagles have 2 DBs in their starting secondary?
Mitchell and Cooper DeJean.
Yeah, so I like bringing in young talent. You got to hit on a lot of them, like the Rams hit on Verse and Fisk, right? So, but I guess the whole point of my riff is like, just, wow. This is like no Dre Greenlaw, no Hufanga, no Deebo. They're taking calls on everybody. Somebody says Kruger's saying on Niners Nightly they'll trade George Kittle. I don't know. Kruger likes to go the extra yard to kind of startle. Bang the number.
Yeah, I would
Where's
not trade
Kittle
George
going?
Kittle. I'll tell you that.
I'd keep Kittle for sure.
Yeah, Well, I guess the real question is all of this worth it for Brock Purdy?
Well, that's, yeah.
Is it worth moving on from Deebo and Greenlaw and Charvarius Ward, maybe even a Brandon Aiyuk? Because the question is, do you have a franchise quarterback?
Well, I mean, we just talked about that with Mark Cannizzaro. Like, the New York Giants literally have no quarterback.
Oh.
Your team right now doesn't have a quarterback,
they're
right?
desperate for a quarterback.
So-
and I told you, if Brock Purdy ever did reach free agency, he'd have a market. He would have other teams around the league offer him $50, $55, $60 million.
I mean, lots of reaction. 415 says, you guys don't think the bloom is off the rose with Purdy, huh? So somebody's feeling that way, too.
The bloom off the rose.
That's a good phrase. 209 says, you're assuming Dre will be himself after this injury. Well, he looked good in that first thing here, too. 707 says the 49ers are treating their rosters like new team who dis. All right. 831 says, you guys need to hear David Lombardi. Everything is okay. Well, David Lombardi's a famously sort of like he kind of rides the administration, and he does a great job, but if you had to skew, like if Grant Cohn is a rabble-rouser who wants to blow the building up, David Lombardi is the guy who's going to rebuild the building.
I wonder if
Grant
Grant Cohn and David Lombardi have like different salary cap numbers.
Well, I'll tell you what they have. They have beef.
Yeah, they have beef. So I wonder if they argue how to do the math and like they have different salary numbers.
Maybe.
They're like the Niners are in a great position. They got $50 million in the cap, and Grant Cohn's like, no, they're $50 million in debt.
Yeah, 408
Who
says,
knows?
yeah, it's how you it's all perspective, baby.
Yeah, perspective.
408 says, I love Brock. I want him as my quarterback, but is he worth all this loss
That's
here?
the question.
538 says, geez, Murph, lighten up. Well, lighten up.
Lighten up, Buttercup.
Losing all my players, bro. They're taking calls on everybody. Anyway, here's an Adam Schefter
They're
solution.
taking calls on Murph.
They're saying, well, yeah, we know that. Here's the deal. Adam Schefter offered this perspective on Brock Purdy. Check it out.
And Brock Purdy obviously is going to want to get a deal done, and the Niners would want to get a deal done. But the issue is he's scheduled to make $5.1 million this season. He then could be tagged after next season for $41 million. He could be tagged the season after that for $51 million. So if you don't get a deal done with Brock Purdy and you're the Niners, and again, this would not be what Brock Purdy would want, I would imagine. Certainly not what his agent would want. He would play for $5 million this year, 41 next year, 51 the year after. You're talking about $97+ million over the next 3 years, which for most people would be incredible money, but not for a quarterback who's waiting to get paid. And so the Niners have a bit of a cap issue, cash issue, and so they can't put Brock Purdy necessarily where he might be. They can go to a certain level. They'd want to pay him, but it's not going to be, I would imagine, quite as high as most people think.
Very intriguing. Very intriguing. So the Niners are like, guys, they're doing the old pull out the pockets. You ever do that? Yeah. I'll do that on the. Mm-hmm. You ever do this, young Tony?
The elephant ears.
Yeah, when somebody's like, hey, dude, do you have gas? You're in high school, and they're like, dude, do you have gas money? You go like this. You're like, yeah, I got nothing.
Pocket's empty. Sorry, pocket's empty.
That's what the Niners are doing right now. They're doing pocket empty. All right. Well, hey, I think it all winds up with John Lynch going into the recording studio. You know, when guys are stressed out, like Kendrick or Drake, they record diss tracks.
This is true.
It's like John Lynch. He's so flustered by everything. We asked him, we said, what are you going to do about the whole situation? He said, I wish I knew.
I wish I knew. I wish I knew, you know. I wish I knew. I wish I knew, you know. I wish I knew. I wish I knew, you know. I wish I knew. I wish I knew, you know.
And it's all about the chuckle, isn't it? It's all about the chuckle.
I wish I knew Purdy salary.
Very good. Andy Baggerly will take us off the Niners here into a Marco Luciano and Bryce Eldridge sent down from camp. Let's get the answers from Bags next on the Sports Leader.
I wish I knew, you know. You wanted me.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Yes, indeed. The Warriors are 9-1 with Jimmy Butler in the lineup. So how high can they climb in the standings? A lot of people saying the 5 seed is their ceiling. You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
From the diamond to the dugout to the clubhouse to the front office, The Athletic's Andrew Baggerly brings his Giants coverage to KNBR. It's Murph, Marcus, and Extra Bags on the Sports Leader.
All right, so much going on today, man. 49er financial drama, Steph Curry dazzling New York, and the Warriors having too much fun, and the Giants making their first cuts of spring. So let's talk Giants baseball with Andy Baggerly, of course, our Giants insider for KNBR, senior writer for The Athletic covering the Giants. It's getting real now. They're making some moves. So, Andy, good morning. Welcome back to Murph and Marcus. How are you, man?
Hey, morning, Bags.
Doing well. Good morning, guys. How are you?
We're good. We saw that the first moves were made. So, perfect timing. And let's start with the new. What does it mean that it says Marco Luciano optioned? Explain, please.
I mean, it just means that he's been, he's going to be working at minor league camp now. He's on the 40-man roster, obviously. He's been optioned. You can bring someone back. And, you can be the guy who goes out in the first wave of cuts and, you can make an all-star team. That's what Elliot Ramos did last year. I mean, he was one of the first guys sent out, a year ago. So it just means that, I think that they realized that Luciano needs a lot of reps. He's learning the outfield. From what we saw of him in the outfield in the exhibition games he was in, he didn't look lost out there. It looked like he played a ball off the wall pretty well, seemed to get decent reads off the bat. So, but he's obviously not a candidate right now to break on the opening day roster, and he's got a lot to learn. So they're sending him to minor league camp so he can get more work than he would get in the exhibition games. So that's basically all that means. But yeah, the headliners I think on that list today were Luciano, obviously Bryce Eldridge, and also Mason Black, who got some time in the big leagues last year. So yeah, I mean it's a smaller group. They don't have 70+ guys in camp like they have the last couple years, and that means that they're starting to focus the group a little bit.
Bags, just for clarification, because there's been some confusion on our text line this morning with the news that Marco Luciano has been optioned. Being optioned during the regular season from a major league roster is different than spring training, right? Because Marco Luciano technically only has one more option remaining on his contract. Is that correct?
I mean, you can use as many options as you want on him this year. I think up to 5. That the rule used to be unlimited. Now it's up to 5. There's using your option within a season where you can go up and down 5 times. And after that, you have to be designated. And there's the options that you have just throughout your career. And you essentially, with some exceptions, most players have 3 years where they can go up and down and be optioned. So he can go up and down all year this year.
Okay, so for sure. And I don't know, as you pointed out, it's like the Elliot Ramos story is the inspiration for sure. But I think some people had wondered if he had a chance to be the DH this year. Is this also a statement about Gerard Encarnacion just asserting himself?
No, Encarnacion is out of options. I mean, okay. he has to make the team, or they'd have to, place him on waivers, and anybody could grab him. And you look at the way he's swinging the bat. I mean, he looks like he could really be, a huge value add for this team this year. I mean, he looks great, and he's coming off a great winter ball as well. So even I've always heard this said, teams will always make decisions in spring training about breaking with the opening day roster to protect their inventory. You have a guy on the 40-man roster who has options. Sometimes it can be tougher. You got to stand out to make the team out of spring training because there are other guys who might be out of options, and teams are always going to look to keep as many of their players as they can because it's going to take everyone. It's going to take more than 26 guys. It's probably going to take more than 40 guys to get through the season. So, I think that it was pretty clear that Luciano didn't really have an avenue they're going to probably keep Encarnacion and, one more outfielder who's probably right-handed that you could platoon with Mike Yastrzemski a little bit. I think they really want Luis Matos to be there to grab that job, but it's obviously still a little bit up for grabs.
You mentioned Bryce Eldridge as one of the headliners, as one of the players that is being reassigned to minor league camps. We saw the 450-foot bomb that Saturday out in surprise against the Texas Rangers, but then we also saw him struggle a little bit at the plate with a few strikeouts. What was your breakdown of seeing Bryce Eldridge with the big league squad, and where do you think he ends up starting the season?
Yeah, I mean, in a perfect world, in like a fantasy universe, he just absolutely, opens eyes and just barrels everything and is picking it in first base and looks undeniable and he gets a little more, time in this camp. I don't think that was really anyone's expectation. This was just about just introducing himself, to the room, being able to work with the big leaguers, with the big league coaches. Obviously, first base is a brand new position for him as of last year. So, he was out there working, I would say 1-on-1, but it was 1-on-3. It was JT Snow, Matt Williams, and Ron Wotus all working with him individually. So, I think he got kind of a crash course there and just got, the sense of, hey, this is what it's like to be around these guys and your time's coming soon. So I don't think that he was, really coming into this camp, with a realistic shot of making this team. But, if he goes to AA or AAA, wherever they send him, and he's tearing the cover off the ball and the Giants are scuffling and they look like they're really a left-handed bat short, then it could happen quickly. It could. Now, I don't know if that's a realistic possibility, and they'd have to be really convinced that he can contribute on both sides of the ball. But, this was really just about making an impression. And like you said, had a couple games with some 3-pitch strikeouts, but also, shortened up with 2 strikes and hit a 450-yard foot homer in surprise. So that was a nice moment for him. He can savor that, and now he can go to minor league camp and just keep on, put his head down and keep grinding.
So this isn't viewed as any kind of setback?
Oh, no, not at all. He's 20. I mean, he can't even buy him a beer yet. So, this is very much just an introduction for him. So not so surprising to see him go out in the first wave. And he's only played 1 game in the field, and he's got to get reps at first base. And, they've got Wilmer Flores. They've got to try out Encarnacion at first base a little bit. They've got Wade. They've got other first basemen in this camp. So, you're getting to the point where guys are going to start going back-to-back who you assume are going to be in the regular lineup. And they just don't want him sitting around, coming in the back end of games, getting an at-bat as a DH. They want him to go to minor league camp and start seeing live pitching and get ready for his season.
Was such a focus on developing Bryce Eldridge defensively at first base? I can't remember if we talked about this topic or not, but the field condition out in Sacramento with the A's and, of course, the River Cats sharing the field, do you think there's a possibility that Bryce Eldridge could even start the season out in AA Richmond just because it might be an easier place to learn how to play first base?
I don't know if it's going to be a reflection of the field. I have wondered a little bit if they might have him start at Richmond just because, hey, we're a better place for him to get comfortable than he's from Virginia. I know his family was ecstatic when he got promoted to AA, and then that only lasted 9 games. And really the only reason he went up to AAA is because they knew they wanted him to go to the Arizona Fall League. They knew they wanted him to play some more first base there. And they didn't want him to be sitting around, for a couple weeks because the AAA season ends a little bit later than the AA season. So they sent him to Sacramento just to sort of, keep him going. So he stayed in a rhythm, was playing every day. So I don't know if he necessarily played out of that level at AA. I mean, he only played 9 games. So, if they were to start him there, I wouldn't be surprised. Obviously, he'd be around, his friends, his family. I think that would be a treat for them. And it's a tough league to hit in. There's a lot of pitching prospects in that AA league, and it's a lot less lively with fewer ballparks at that elevation, like in the PCL. So, maybe it'll be best for him to be in a place where he can be challenged, but also he can be maybe home and get in a comfort zone. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him start at AA, but once he shows he can master a level, I think they won't hesitate to bring him up, but they want to make sure he masters that level. Last year we saw a lot of guys get jumped real quick, and I don't think we're going to see that a lot from a sort of macro standpoint in the minor leagues this year.
All right, Andy Baggerly, the voice you hear, our Giants insider for KNBR, senior writer for The Athletic, as Marco Luciano gets optioned down out of big league camp, and as does Bryce Eldridge and Mason Black. Speaking of pitchers, so can you handicap right now the Giants' race for what appears to be the 5th spot? And I'm assuming Jordan Hicks has the other one as opposed to Robbie Ray, Justin Verlander, and Logan Webb.
Yeah, that's the expectation. Nothing really that anyone has seen this spring would make you move off that. All those guys have been healthy so far. Robbie Ray looked dynamite in his last outing. I mean, faced 10 batters, struck out 6 of them. So, yeah, that would be sort of pretty much set. That it would be those 4 guys as long as they're healthy. And then you've got one spot, and I think Kyle Harrison is still the incumbent. He's still the guy who I think they would like to grab that job. And if there's the only reason that maybe that's in doubt right now is because the competition has been really good. I mean, Landon Rube has been really, really good, and Hayden Birdsong has been really good too. So, I think that they want to see Birdsong show consistent command. He's done it so far. He's pitching again today. Rube is just carved. I mean, he's got a new changeup. He's got a new cutter. And he's still got that curveball that he can throw to both sides of the plate. That's really a separator pitch for him. The velo he doesn't throw 98 like Birdsong, but he can run it up there. So right now, I think if you were to pick who is the best number 5 starter in this camp, it would be Landon Rube. And I think probably not even close. But they also know that Rube can pitch out of the bullpen. He's done that before. And Harrison maybe doesn't have that experience. So I think they're going to watch and see just how Harrison looks from start to start. All those guys obviously have options. They can go to AAA. There are going to be some pitchers who are going to start at AAA who probably don't deserve to be there. And that's, we go through the spring training cliches of, best shape of your life and all these other ones. One of the major ones that you hope to hear is, hey, it's a good problem to have. That's what managers will say when they have too many guys and it's hard to figure out who to cut. So the Giants really struggled for pitching depth last year through the fewest rotation innings in the National League, despite having the guy who threw the most in Logan Webb. I don't think they're going to be in that situation this year, but how they break who the number 5 starter is, I think it's going to be Birdsong or Roop or Harrison. I would still put my money on Harrison, but with Roop starting in the bullpen. But I tell you what, if Roop just keeps pitching the way he's pitching, he might be tough to deny.
You mentioned Roop's ability to pitch out the bullpen last year. I'm curious if Landon Roop does end up winning that 5th spot, would they use Hayden Birdsong and Kyle Harrison as bullpen arms, especially when you only have one other lefty in that bullpen currently?
Well, I think that Harrison would be more of a candidate than Birdsong. Birdsong needs to pitch. He needs to go through lineups multiple times. He needs to work on pitch efficiency, and the stuff's dominant. So, I think that's really where they want him to work. It's not like, his stuff would play up in relief. His stuff is already plays up as a starter. So I think if Birdsong's not in this rotation, I think he's starting at AAA. In terms of Harrison, I mean, that's kind of what you would look at. If there's they need a second lefty, but I would expect that they're going to keep one of their lefty NRI guys. And I think that probably Enny Romero is the guy who has the best shot at that. They've got Joey Lucchesi in camp as well, who may be more of a multi-inning guy, but they do like some of their NRI options from the left side. And I think Lou Trevino is a guy, another from the right side, an NRI guy they might keep as well. So, hard to know how they can, have all these spots because you still got Keaton Wynn, you've got, Tristan Beck, other guys, and you wonder how they're going to find room for all of them. So, I would imagine that maybe it's more likely that if Harrison isn't in the rotation, that maybe he starts at AAA.
All right, so much to get to and so little time because we got to let you go now, Andy. We'll look forward to your writings, and we'll look forward to our next chat. So have a great day.
Yeah, thanks, Bags.
Okay, you too. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, a lot of information packed in there, but we got to get to Ron Adams, who's in New York City. Warriors, big win last night. They got the 6th seed, and Ron Adams will break it down for us and tell us about Clouds next on The Sports Leader.
Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Shot clock at 5. That one deflected. Jimmy caught it anyway.
A score.
And Butler will put it up and out. Bridges played the D. And Bridges threw it away. Curry, 3 to close it. Got it!
Oh, man, fun in the Garden, as it has been for the last 10 games Steph Curry's played there. My gosh, it's not been since 2013 that Steph Curry lost at the Garden. A man who's been there for pretty much all of them is our next guest as we make the connection with Ron Adams. Probably should know Dalton Johnson going to join Papa and Silver at 11:50 today. It's been quite a day, quite a busy day. And I've been able to survive despite you wearing that Thunder era Warriors hat there,
I
buddy.
know.
Yeah.
I told you this morning, we got to represent for the Thunder era of Warriors basketball, which included Steph Curry, the man who put on another performance last night at MSG.
Oh, man. So Ron Adams is in New York City, where the Warriors have a whole day off today. Maybe he was at Draymond's party last night.
Ooh.
I don't know. Maybe.
Could you imagine?
What's going on, young Tony? You want to fix me up here, buddy?
Yeah, he's in a hotel, so we're calling the front desk as we speak and making the connection.
Okay. So we didn't prepare adequately. He was in here, Curly's was in here trying to book tomorrow's 6:50 slot instead of getting Ron Adams on the line.
Yeah, maybe you should have checked in with that hotel a little earlier, John Joe Curry.
Now, you as a man who used to do this, right?
Oh, dude, I'm calling in the night before checking in to make sure we got the right room number on Ron
Look
Adams.
At this guy. Look at this guy.
Yeah, uh-huh. Well, Murph, that's why they say I was and still am the best producer in the building.
Wait a minute, I thought it was board op.
Yeah, well, I just take credit for everything.
Might you be the best producer, board op, host, in combo talent?
I did it all.
In history?
I've had them all over the station.
And you've worked every hour of the clock?
Every single minute of the clock I've worked on the board here at KNBR.
You've worked from 3 a.m. to 4 a.m.?
Absolutely.
You've worked from 2 a.m. to 3 a.m.?
You name an hour, I've worked it. Overnight shifts.
I'm going to continue to vamp till 1 a.m. until we get Ron Adams.
Yeah, uh-huh. We're talking Sam Spear at the races, at the track with Sam Spear. Oh, yeah.
Sammy. Wonder what Sammy would think of the current Giants. I bet Sammy would be a little underwhelmed about that. All right, connection made. No more Sam Spear references to the Giants. It's always great to have Warrior assistant coach Ron Adams, whether we're talking about life or we're talking about basketball or whether we're talking about basketball as life. Ron, it's great to have you back on Murph and Marcus with Brian Murphy and Marcus Boucher. And good morning to you out there in New York. Ron, how are you?
Hey, morning, Ron.
Good morning to you, too. How you guys doing?
I guess technically afternoon for you, right?
Yes, it is, actually, but I kind of identify with you on the morning part since that's my time zone.
Good man, good man. Now, what's a Ron Adams off day in New York? This could be a rich day of culture, perhaps. What do you got?
Not a lot of time today, but
darn it.
This morning I got up, went down and watched our game and had some coffee and visited with the crew that was setting up our brunch today that started at 11. And I'm always amazed at watching people work and how well they do their job, how coordinated, the teamwork that so many groups like this morning exhibit. And it's much like sport, but really, really great people who are doing so many of the jobs that we encounter in our journey with basketball.
Yeah, the obvious question is, who was the Jimmy Butler of the breakfast crew then?
A gal from Costa Rica who, when I walked in and got my coffee, her smile made my morning.
Well, there it is. Oh, so Jimmy Butler's smile makes your morning too?
I wouldn't say a smile. I like his spirit, though. That makes my morning.
Yeah, tell us about his spirit.
Jimmy's a very confident person who's he's got a really great personality and a fun guy. Thinks broadly and has good opinions on different stuff, so a lot of fun.
Yeah, and last night Steve Kerr talked about the win in New York and also talked about how your team is finding a real identity as a two-way team. How do you think Jimmy Butler factors into that identity?
Well, Jimmy has done one thing in particular for us. He's a very measured player, and he is a player who does not make a lot of mistakes. So I think that kind of skill level, let's say, or a way of playing the game has really settled our team. I think we're 9-1 with him. The last 7 games, we've turned the ball over 12 times a game, which is great. And we've had a really good record. And there are other factors, obviously, that come into play. I think everyone's game has been accelerated. We're getting good play from everyone. Like last night's game was marvelous because there was no one who stepped on the floor who didn't contribute to winning, regardless of what their stat line was. And so the effort and the coordination, the connectivity and defensively, the awareness offensively, we've been averaging 31 assists, I think, for the last number of games, which is great for us. By the way, all these stats come from Raymond. So, but yeah, really good stuff. And I think Jimmy has been a big part of it, but so many other people have stepped up, including our bench. What I was gratifying last night, I'm watching guys like Guy and Mo, whose energy last night was great. And Kevin Knox, who came in and I thought played really good defense. Everyone stepping on the floor is doing something positive, and then you have that winning, and I might add, kind of championship mentality of pursuit defensively and awareness offensively, and that was all an exhibit last night.
It's awesome to hear Ron Adams talk about the Warriors playing that beautiful basketball that they've played for so long under the Curry, Draymond combo, and Clay, even though he's not here anymore. One of the guys that I wanted to ask you about was Brandon Pajemski, because the journey, it was not a good start to his season. Then he got hurt, and my goodness, I almost kind of joked about a little bromance. It seems like Jimmy Butler and he seem to have a connection, even hugging and laughing at timeouts and things other than connecting on the court. Can you speak to that dynamic? What's happened there?
Well, who can predict, human relationships, right? Who clicks and who doesn't. But I think one thing they have in common is they play the game at a very high level of focus and aggression. And both are guys who give up their bodies to play. They're very physical players, and Brandon has really blossomed lately. He's doing so many good things. We're having him guard the best player in many of these last few games, and I think his defense is coming along. But he sees the game really well and is able to make plays that give us extra possessions. And Jimmy is much the same in that regard. So as far as working men, they have a lot in common, I think. But, the personalities meshing is great to see also. So, and I think Brandon maybe would suggest to you that he's enjoyed playing with Jimmy and gained confidence in Jimmy, and Jimmy's been encouraging to him. Like, the one thing I like about Jimmy and Draymond and many of our other veterans, Steph, they take the time to help our younger players. We are a team that is not only coached by coaches, but our veteran players who played forever do a lot of this also. It was interesting, last week or so, Jimmy was helping Guy on post defense. And they were having a nice little tutorial after our practice in the post-practice shooting time period. And those are the things, I know Steve feels this way, but for any coach, those are really gratifying moments in which people are helping each other, because what makes a team special is the coach kind of steering the ship, but everyone else taking on the responsibility of making things work, making each other better, and that's what I'm seeing right now in our team, and that's really a great feeling and should be a great feeling for our fans.
Yeah, and it feels like the fans are seeing a lot of that chemistry and seeing a lot of success with Jimmy Butler and Brandon Podziemski in that starting lineup, but you guys are also seeing success with Moses Moody in the starting lineup. And I thought last night was another great example of the defense that he's giving you guys down the stretch, matching up with Jalen Brunson in that fourth quarter. So talk to us about Moses Moody's fit in this starting rotation with Steph, Dre, Jimmy Butler, and Brandon Podziemski, and what he brings to the table.
Well, I think last night was a really good example of how he has evolved as a player. I think for a long time, Mo would come into the game and feeling really pressured to make a few shots so he can get more minutes and stay in the game. And I think right now he's relaxed and he's simply playing the game. And he's doing so many good things in the area of, let's say, hustle, extra effort, pursuit, and it's made him a much more well-rounded player. Now he can score if he's open. He knocks down shots and so on. Last night was not a great offensive night for him, but it was a great basketball night for him. And this is the kind of thing I'm talking about, in which players subjugate their own games on any given night to make others better and do the small things that are huge in winning. And I think that's what he did last night. I think that's what he's doing more of. And again, it just speaks to his evolution as a player. It also speaks to his heart in terms of who he is as not only a player, but as a young man. He's really a fine young man.
It's a great breakdown, and it's kind of how Jimmy Butler speaks about it. He was on the TV last night with Bob Fitzgerald and Kalina Azubuike, and he said, well, I'm here to win. I'm here to make the right play. It's all the stuff you're saying. It's like coach's dream. Ron,
I think that's
go ahead.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I think
please do.
You make probably the best point of the morning, and that is what Jimmy is about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And when you have a 35-year-old player who's had great success in this league, and you see how he does his business, you see how he is making you better, right? I think that's infectious.
It's
I think that's happening.
Yeah.
Sorry to cut you off, though.
No, we're here to interview you. I'm just trying to.
I like interviewing you guys. You're much more interesting than me.
I don't think
No,
so.
Ron, no.
Unfortunately, we're getting near the end. I want to squeeze in a couple more, but I don't know how many years we've talked to you, Ron, and how many different things you can say about Steph Curry. I don't know. There's a March 2025 version of Steph Curry that say we were doing this interview in 2018. But that's not. So who is March 2025 Steph Curry in your eyes?
Well, he's Steph Curry.
That's consistency there. Yes.
After the game last night, I always like telling him a couple of things that I have observed, but I thought, again, he played a very efficient game. Not a lot of frills, just great efficiency. And I thought his defensive effort last night was really, really good. And I think when Steph is defending like he did last night, and just his energy and pursuit, defensively, and then he's doing his thing offensively too, I think that's such a motivator for our team. And I sent a text after last night just because I had forgotten to tell him what a great job I thought he did on defense. And so, a lot is asked of Steph. A lot is asked of Steph. And from an energy standpoint, I don't think fans realize how difficult it is in this league or any pro league to be a game in, game out scorer or offensive player, whether it be hockey or whatever the sport might be. There's so much pressure on these guys. And as soon as they don't have a decent game, what's wrong? What's wrong? And the consistency of Steph Curry is amazing. And then when he is playing defense at the level he did last night, that bodes well for this team. And I thought he was a great inspiration last night for our team, for his teammates.
That's it. By the way, when you send a text like that to Steph, does he, as the kids would say, leave you on red, which means he does not reply? Because I send texts to my kids and they just don't reply. I'm like, do you understand this is a conversation? Or does he hit you with a thumbs up? How does Steph reply?
Steph is very good about replying. And actually, I sent, yesterday was Draymond's birthday, so, we always celebrate birthdays. I had sent him a text. And he got back to me immediately, which isn't always the case with him because he gets a lot of texts.
Yeah. But Steph is very good at replying.
Steph is great. Steph is unbelievable. He's meant so much to us.
I don't know what to say about this guy. Oh, man. So great, Ron. It's so awesome. Now we're going to leave it with this. You're a man of culture. I'm looking at I just looked up what are the best Broadway plays in New York right now. I'm thinking I'm going to throw these at you. I see George Clooney's doing Good Night and Good Luck. Edward R. Murrow. I know that must have great interest to you.
That is interesting.
I see there's Othello, Denzel Washington and Jake Gyllenhaal doing Othello. There's a Glengarry Glen Ross reboot. One of my favorite all time. You want to talk about stark competition, these realtors and the mad world of what's his face, David Mamet. And then a picture of Dorian Gray is out there too, Oscar Wilde. Where are we going, Ron? Where are we going?
I'm not going anywhere tonight. I'm going to have dinner with my son. Steve and Margot are going to a play, which is great. I'm glad they're doing that. But, there's a lot of good things going on. But these road trips are wearing. Today is a good rest-up day. Do a little work, do a little walking. Enjoy my son, Jared, and I'll call it a good day.
That's awesome. Perfect. Great conversation. Great day with your son. Life is good, and we thank you for your time.
Yeah, thanks, Ron.
You guys be well. Keep up the great work, and keep being who you are. You're doing a great job.
That's the deal. That's what we're going to do. We're going to keep being who we are, and then we'll see. And that's what we'll do. Ron Adams, everybody, on the UMA guest line. Always great to talk to him. It's always a grounding experience. I love how Steph replies to texts.
Yeah.
Unlike maybe this guy sitting to my left here.
Unlike myself.
You're a little more like Draymond?
And Jimmy Garoppolo and Draymond Green. That's why Steph is better than the rest of us.
Mount no reply more. Yeah. Draymond, Jimmy, Marcus, and who else? Whereas Curly will hit you with a thumbs up before you even send the text. He'll hit you with a thumbs up.
Dude, he'll send you a preemptive thumbs up.
Fun stuff, man. All right, we'll find out what young Tony learned today and hand it over to Papa and Silver next on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, fun day. Everybody's checking in on the 49ers financial situation. Tim Kawakami chiming in saying they're not broke. They make tons of money. They're resetting. Nick Wagner said the Niners are recalibrating who they're paying the big money. Your $20+ million a year guys have to produce at that level. So recalibrating, resetting, rebooting, whatever. All I know is, are they going to win the Super Bowl?
Look,
that's my question.
Murph, all I know is if you ain't worth 100 or better, then shut the blank up.
Oh, I think you just previewed Young Tony.
Ooh.
Yes.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
Well, he may be young and innocent, but right now I'm the one who's old and confused because, by the way, this is all sponsored by our good friends at Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Young Tone, you and I were in the same boat today. We tried to learn from Brandon Aiyuk's Instagram post, right?
Yeah, I briefly understood what he was trying to say, but I think we were really all trying to get Marcus's translation, what the streets were saying.
Well, I think in general, what we knew is he wasn't saying, hey guys, let's all skip in the meadow and pick daisies.
I don't know, Murph.
He's not saying that.
Now that I think about it, I think he's calling out the 49ers for being broke and not having any money to pay Brock Purdy because they're cutting everybody now.
By the way, I don't even know if I want to go there, but some people are saying it's a shot at Ricky Pearsall.
Oh, no, I don't know. No, not at all.
Okay.
No, come on.
Just the way people are saying.
Yeah, people say a lot of stupid things.
Well, anyway, the point is that it is a tweet or Instagram post that reads, if Yeen worth 100 or better than, angry emoji, in another city, I'm icy, I ain't got none tucked, P.S.
Dude, Curly is howling right now.
You are welcome, ladies and gentlemen. So, young Tony, you and I don't know it.
Like I said, I briefly understood what he was trying to say. I also didn't know it was a song lyric.
I think generally it has to do with, give me, blank you pay me.
Yeah, I think that's a good simplification. To me, I interpret it as, I got money, y'all need to shut the F up. I got to be careful not to swear on air here.
Who do you think you are, Brandon Aiyuk?
I know, this is getting close. Yeah. But he's essentially saying, I got money, I got jewelry, and I'm good in every hood. I can wear this ice anywhere.
Okay.
Which you might need a translation for.
So he's saying, if indeed the 49ers trade me, life is good?
Yeah.
Well, because he has his contract. Like we said, Eric Branch wrote this. Whatever team takes him has to take on 4 years, $109 million.
Dude.
So he's good either way.
He's good.
Right?
He's got full tank of gas, premium. He's living the life.
Oh, my gosh.
Life is good.
Oh, man, oh, man. Well, we all learned it today, and shout out to Brandon Aiyuk for keeping us on our toes. And by the way, you have the actual sound? Here it is, yeah.
We blessed to have life this morning. The grass green, the trees is blown, the pool water heated, all the trucks is filled up with gas, premium.
I mean, listen, between that post and this one here, maybe, and then the shorts incident, maybe a few more route running and a few less posts about, this kind of stuff.
I know.
Is that too Ron Adams of me?
I mean, it's not too harsh because even after those good vibes, it led to the summer of the holdout, the bummer summer, and him eventually getting hurt because, he didn't show up to training camp in shape.
Somebody said Ryan Fitzpatrick. That's not a guy I would expect to translate. Somebody said Ryan Fitzpatrick has a translation out there.
From Harvard.
Did you see that, Tony?
Stand by.
Yeah, I'm going to look it up right here. Somebody says he translated it.
I got it.
Okay.
If you are not worth $100 million or more, then please be quiet. I am currently visiting another city with lots of jewelry on, but I am not carrying a handgun. To finish Brandon's current thoughts, don't add too much water and stir it because it will most certainly lump up.
Wow. That was an added explanation on top by the man from Harvard.
Oh, man. Well, there it is. We accomplished that today, y'all. All right. Very fun. And by the way, shout out to people who are checking in on the Ron Adams interview. We enjoyed it as much as you did. And if you missed it, if you need some clarity and some peace in your life, go listen to Ron Adams there, buddy.
Put on the interview and go stare at some clouds.
Yeah, and just get better. Just get better at life. All right, Marcus, we'll see you tomorrow. And we will, of course, enjoy a fabulous Wednesday. Young Tony, John Joe do the same thing. And it's time for Papa and Silver. When it's time for a change, think speedy oil change and auto service. Engine light on. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Keaton Wynn, what about him?
What about Andy Dalton?
Okay.
How about him?
I'm always amazed at watching people work and how well they do their job.
If yeen worth 100, I'm icy. I ain't got none tucked.
That's the end of the game.
Greg Papa.
San Francisco.
Greg Silver.
Not going to call it must win. I don't like using the term, but is it a gotta win? As in, season might as well be over.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Switches on to Pajemski now. Curry cutting back door, and Steph is fouled. Bro, it's so good. Tipped up and out. Robinson still loose, but Jimmy Butler with those great hands. Warriors down 4. Pajemski feet set. There's the three that goes. Hart the lob. Robinson didn't handle it cleanly. Warriors are fortunate there. Pajemski. Oh, man, and Butler will follow it home. That was, I'm going to throw to the corner, I'm going to throw back to you, I'm going to shoot it. And Butler said, even if you miss, I'm going to clean it up. Shot clock at 10. Looking for Steph coming around. Very tough three. Not for him. Curry buries a three. With Bridges falling all over him, unfazed, unbothered. Biggest Warrior lead of the night. And Butler will put it up and out. Bridges played the D, and Bridges threw it away. Curry, three to close it. Got it! Moses Moody getting on the deck. Moses with a steal. Curry in a 2-on-1, and Pods has the easy one. The Warriors have had an incredible record, the best of any Western Conference team over the years against New York. They're going to be 12-2 total in the last 14 trips to this building. It's a big win. Team win.
Nice job, young Tony, with the all I do is win. Well, that's kind of what the Warriors have been doing in the Jimmy Butler era. Now 9-1 with him in the lineup. Thanks for hanging out with us, Greg Papa, Greg Silver, with you for the next 4 hours. Now, on my list, my ever so stacking list of tasks I got to do post NFL Combine, which includes fun things like expenses, finding new hotel lobbies to sleep in. You know the deal. Among that list is figuring out what we're going to do with a new show open, because I always laugh coming in and I hear my voice saying, yeah, I'm not going to call it a must win, but we'll say it's a gotta win. Here's the deal, young Tony. I don't even remember saying that. So was last night a must win? Was it a gotta win? Or was it just a really nice to grind it out on the road and win? Steph Curry at the Garden. That's all to say. The 6th seed is just a little bit more secure after last night. We can get into all of that. Oh, and by the way, the LA Clippers were beaten on the Phoenix Suns, and the Suns and Kevin Durant rallied back to take that one. So all things considered, nice little start to a Wednesday. Greg Papa, my friend, good morning.
Yeah, bud, keep your hands off KD. I think you have poked the bear there. KD in the fourth quarter was animated and on fire, but as far as last night's win, it was a fun win. I mean, when the schedule comes out every year, if you're in the NBA and the Western Conference, you're wondering, when am I going to the world's most famous arena, the Mecca, which is by far the oldest building in the NBA, and it's not even close. The Target Center and Delta Center are second and third. You know, the Warriors don't play in Oakland anymore. That was one of the older buildings. We've lost Chicago Stadium and Boston Garden, the fabulous Forum, and it's different everywhere except the world's most famous arena. And there's a buzz in that building. I thought it was the first half was a fine back and forth. Warriors didn't play great, but in the second half they came out with a whole different mindset. I mean, 35 points in the third quarter, 32 in the fourth quarter, and held the Knicks to 26 and 21. 47 points second half. They completely obliterated them there by 20 points and flipped the game around. Steph obviously puts on an amazing show there and got to 28 points, but performances up and down. The Buddy Hield 3 at the end of the third quarter, flipped the game. He came alive in the fourth quarter, making big three after big three. Moody and Podziemski, and I got to give it to you, reminding us about Moody guarding Jalen Brunson. He did guard him well when they were in New York last year, not so well when they came back. And we're going to see the Knicks in 10 days. He went for 38, and Moody opened on him, and he's got length. He does not take the pump fakes. Right away, Jalen Brunson gave him the ball fake, the head fake, the step under, and he was able to score. A lot of guys guarded him, but it was Moody that set the tone on Jalen Brunson. He got to 25, but he did not have one of those Jalen Brunson games. You got a break. And whatever's going on with Kathmandu's girlfriend, we're thinking he had brothers, so he couldn't play last night. And that changes everything. Mitchell Robinson just can't play a lot of minutes right now after being out 10 months with the injury. And you really don't want Jimmy Butler. I'm always searching for who can Jimmy guard. Really, you want Jimmy's a mini Draymond. He's going to guard everybody. And you want him in the baseline. And I always think he's playing zone. He plays with eyes, but you want him roaming like a free safety and a middle linebacker coming off the ball and tipping balls, and his footwork is incredible. The team has flipped with Jimmy Butler. Brandon Podziemski, though, well, what a game again last night, flying around. How about Guy Santos's performance? I mean, we're back to strength in numbers here, but that was a fun basketball game. Obviously, when you go to the Garden, there's just a buzz in that building, and they didn't have Karl Anthony Towns, but the stars were out last night. I mean, when you go to New York, in the high rises and just the old buildings there, you're always looking for not only a back door, you're looking for a fire escape. You want to get the hell out of there a lot of times, especially in hotels. You know, what if this thing starts? Where do I go? Go to the fire escape. And that was what they did last night. Patrick Ewing was there watching that game, and it was just how many times did the Warriors cut back door on Tom Thibodeau's defense? I mean, the points in the paint over and over and over again. The Knicks got 52 because they play inside, but the Warriors got 50 points in the paint. So many were uncontested. Backdoor, Pete Carrill, Princeton cut layups. If Tibbs is going to have his defense jump out on Steph. Steph had 28 points last night. He had 9 assists. How many screen assists did he have? The Bogut Looney, where he set a screen for a guy and somebody would just cut back door. They had layup after layup after layup right in the blue paint where nobody was. It's like, I know, Tibbs, you want to take the three away, but you're just going to give us layup after layup. So it was the back door. It was the New York fire escape to get out. But last night was a fun victory. I would call last night's win, Greg, a uncommon victory. Is Jennifer Hudson and Common, are they an item? What's going on with that? That was weird.
I don't know, but what we do have is the sound of Jennifer Hudson getting hit in the face and getting her glasses knocked off with a deflected pass. So we'll be playing that today. It was so funny hearing Greg Anthony on the call as well. They were going through the replay, and he's like, "Oh, did Common protect her?" Oh, no, he's got to do better than that.
Tracy Morgan did nothing. I mean, back in the day, it was Woody Allen and Sun Yi, and that was weird. What's going on there? Common and Jennifer, I don't quite see that match, but whatever, just do your thing. I'm not here to judge anybody, but just the buzz in the Garden, all the stars, Spike Lee getting Jimmy Butler's jersey at the end, and I want to hear the reports. I've already texted a lot of the Warrior personnel about Draymond Green's 35th birthday party last night in Manhattan. Warriors have had a couple of these since the Knicks have moved from Jersey to Brooklyn, and it's not the same when they played across the Hudson, not Jennifer Hudson, the Hudson River, and in the Brendan Byrne Arena, which was a beautiful building. They've done it twice previously. I've never had this road trip. It's so great. Could you imagine? And that was a tough back-to-back. It threw Charlotte, Steph with the ankle injury. Podziemski takes a shot in the knee. Another broken nose. How many masks we got on this team? Gary Payton, the second broken nose. Orbital fracture. That's a fractured nose. And then to follow it up by, and then when you go into New York, you just got so much energy. There's a buzz. If you want to play a back-to-back anywhere, you want the second half of the back-to-back. You want it to be home in 2 home games, but New York just sweeps you away. There's nothing like it, and certainly the Garden. So that was a special victory. But I do want to hear more about Draymond Green's 35th birthday party after a win in Manhattan last night.
Well, and on top of that, Papa, they got, as you noted, the off day here in New York because they're playing the Brooklyn Nets tomorrow, and this off day is going to be a lot more fun now after winning at the Garden when first half was looking a little bit ugly. It was to be expected because, look, you know very well by now that I am not a big fan of the shooting percentages talk because the quality of look in the NBA has a lot to do with that. But the Warriors, I actually thought, did not shoot the ball well on a lot of high-quality looks in the first half, and that's what happens sometimes on the second end of a back-to-back. The legs aren't quite there. They were 5 of 23 from deep in the first half, but the defense in the first three quarters I thought was really good and kept them afloat, and then that defense in the fourth quarter was just stellar, and Marcus Thompson hit the nail on the head yesterday when he was saying, for whatever reason, this team is at its best when Draymond Green is playing as a center and they're going small. Now, we'll see what happens when they got to play against teams with a little bit more dominant, bigger players. They haven't seen Giannis this year. They're going to see Jokic coming up on this homestand as well. And I get wanting to limit Draymond Green's minutes, but all in all, really, really strong showing team defense. We could talk about Moses Moody, Brandon Pajemski, Guy Santos, Kevon Looney getting some spot minutes in the fourth quarter, and answer it all. If you want to chime in, 415-808-5627. That's 808-KNBR on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, or give us a call and we'll talk to you on the phone. Rehashing this win and what Greg Papa's deeming a fun win. We'll do that next. Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Golden State Warriors are victorious once again, 9-1 when Jimmy Butler is in the lineup with a second-half surge led by Steph Curry, who is now 10-0 in his last 10 games at Madison Square Garden. 13-1 if you include his college career. For more reaction on this Warriors' late surge in the season as they climb up the seeding in the Western Conference, tune in here on KNBR, the sports leader.
Hey, I got a question for you. Do you struggle with glasses and contacts? If you do, you probably have thought about modern vision correction procedures such as LASIK or EVO, ICL. But if you need readers or bifocals and you need them now, Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley has a permanent solution to ditch them all. It's called CLR Custom Lens Replacement. Greg Papa here, and I had CLR from Laser Eye a few summers ago, and I see perfectly without any kind of glasses, including those annoying readers that look so good on your nose. It's truly amazing. And if you'd like to learn more about CLR, join Laser Eye Center's free webinar this Friday at noon. This Friday. Their incredible doctors will explain how CLR differs from other procedures, how it eliminates the need for readers, glasses, and contacts. Plus, you will never develop a cataract the rest of your life. So find out if CLR is right for you. Register now at lasereyeclr.com for the webinar. It's coming up this Friday at high noon. CLR, no readers, glasses, contacts, and no cataracts. Laser Eye Center in Pleasanton and San Jose. lasereyeclr.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bridges saves it but tosses it to Green. Butler to Curry. Shooting practice. Not
Wow. Yeah, if you're watching us on YouTube and Twitch, you could see me doing the hand motions of, I don't know, what do I do? That was the moment where Steph Curry hit what seemed to be a dagger three. Wasn't sure if he wanted to go night-night, and then eventually did hit a little night-night after the easy pass to Brandon Pajemski. Warriors continue to roll on 114-102 over the New York Knicks. Thanks for hanging out with Papa and Silver. Couple orders of business, and I'll go from less important to most important. Start with the guest list. Zack Rosenblat of The Athletic is going to join us at 10:50. Does some great work reporting on the Jets and the NFL at large. Wrote a great column about the QB carousel that could be coming here in free agency. Dalton Johnson of NBC Sports Bay Area joining us at 11:50. And it seems like whenever we book Dalton, good things happen with the Warriors. So we'll have to just keep getting him as much as we can. And then Kate Rooney, who used to work as a sports taker out here for Cron 4 Television, working for the 49ers, the Warriors, all your Bay Area teams, now is at Pix 11 News in New York and was at the scene in Madison Square Garden last night, so knows a lot. Her worlds collided. We'll get Walter's Wednesday whip around in there around 12:30. We'll get a Silver Linings playlist. And the most important order of business, and I want to thank 408 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Yes, Greg's, Jennifer Hudson, and Common are an item. You know, they had a confirmed romance in January of 2024, so I've been living under a rock. And the rumors date as far back as 2022.
Didn't see that one, but you never know. You get some weird couples, certainly, and that is the front row at Madison Square Garden, so it was buzzing. So nice job by Common to save the ball, but it did hit her in the nose and knock her glasses off, and Tracy Morgan was no help. But that's just the Garden, and Spike's always there. I mean, it used to be Woody Allen. You could have Tom Brokaw there when he was the NBC nightly news anchor, or This Is Today on NBC. Just everybody. I mean, Michael Strahan was there last night. Patrick
James
Ewing
Bond
was there last night. Who else was there?
I said James Bond because Michael Strahan says he wants to be the new James Bond.
Seriously?
Yeah.
The Gap-Toothed Wonder? I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Michael Strahan has more jobs than anybody in America. He's doing, what's he doing, The Pyramid? Or a version of Family Feud? What's he on? $10,000 Pyramid, I think. Or maybe it's the $100,000 Pyramid. He's on everything. Jimmy Johnson, by the way, retired from Fox.
Yes, he did.
I didn't know. Jimmy was there 31 years? I'm like, what? Was it, I guess after he got that last game in Miami, he got obliterated. It was that playoff game, like 63-0, and then he walked away. 31 years ago? That seems odd to me. Anyway, the stars are out, and they're all in the front row, and that's just the Garden. I mean, it's just unlike anything else, and especially when the Knicks are good. And we watched both broadcasts back. Ian did a great job with Greg Anthony and Jared Greenberg, and Coletta made a great point. That when the Knicks are good, it just makes the league better. You know, they've said that about the Raiders for years. I always took it as kind of a slap, like they're not good and they haven't been good for decades, but when they are good, they mean something. When the Knicks are good, the league buzzes. There's no doubt. But they love basketball there, and there was a point where the Warriors just took the game over. It went back and forth. OG Anunoby made some big shots. It was right there at the end. It was a tight game, obviously, throughout the fourth quarter, and the Warriors just suffocated them. But when the Garden is buzzing like that, there really is no other building. It feels like you're playing the game outside at Rucker Park or in Midtown Manhattan under the lights. It just has a certain energy, and they love baseball in New York. Football, I'm not so sure about always. Hockey, they love the Rangers. You go to a Ranger game, it is so fun. But a Knick game just has buzz. And the one thing about the Knicks is they haven't won in forever. You know, this building opened in the late 60s. This is Madison Square Garden 2. So these two franchises have been dueling, you know, going back to the Basketball Association of America. These are two charter franchises, the Warriors and Knickerbockers. When this building opened is when they won the championship, 69-70, the Willis Reed win over the Lakers. They came back and won again a couple of years later in 72-73. They haven't won since with Red Holtzman. So they're starving for, they've had competitive teams, obviously, with Pat Riley and getting to finals. That was a defensive team, and John Starks, the former Warrior, went 2 for 18 in Game 7 the night of the O.J. chase. But they have gotten back. Timms has got them playing well. Jalen Brunson's a go-to guy. I do wonder if the Warriors were ever in on Karl Anthony Towns at all. We always heard the rumblings from Mark Spears. Keep an eye on Cat. They may move him. Wow, would he make a difference? But, Jimmy certainly has. So we're kind of moving on from that. But it's just so fun when you go to the world's most famous arena. And it's by far the oldest building in the NBA. And there's just a buzz about that place. And Steph loves it. He's won 10 straight times in that building. And
13-1 if you date back to Davidson.
He was just a baby. And the irony is, and when we get Dalton Johnson on, I mean, what's hard for the Knicks, and when he goes to Minnesota, the Timberwolf fans always wonder, is David Kahn, is he going to take another point guard ahead of Steph Curry? What are you doing here, Genghis Khan? But Steph did not want to be a Warrior. He wanted to go one pick after and go number 8 to the New York Knicks, which is something I didn't know. When Larry Riley and Nelly drafted Steph number 7, the Knicks had the next pick at number 8. And it came out a few years later, Del Curry was talking about it, and I think Steph has owned up to it, that obviously the Warriors weren't very good. They hadn't been good in decades. The Knicks, even though, they weren't great then, it's New York, it's a buzz. Can you imagine Steph Curry playing in the world's most famous arena, the world's most famous basketball player? LeBron got to 50K, I understand, but Steph shooting, he would put on a show like that at the Garden. It'd be like Barnum and Bailey as they're next door at the Felt Forum. I mean, and then so what if they ever got Steph Curry? Would he have been Steph Curry? And the other side of it is Steve Kerr. We thought when he left TNT as a broadcaster, he was going to the Knicks. Phil Jackson ran the Knicks then. He can't say no to Phil Jackson. That's like his second father. How's he going to do that? Come run the triangle in New York. And Steve looked at the roster and said, they got Steph and Clay and this young guy, Draymond Green, that can guard and is so smart. He may take my job in 20 years. I have to say no. So you wonder about the New York sports fan. And when the Warriors go in there with their 4 championships in the last 10 years, and the Knicks have nothing since the early 70s, and they watch Steph Curry put on a show like that, and Steve Kerr diagrammed this beautiful offense and flow and rhythm, and damn, we could have had Steve coaching Steph. I don't know how that would have worked if they would have drafted Steph Curry. Maybe they wouldn't have had to hire Steve Kerr, but both guys were very close to being Knickerbockers.
Yeah, it would have been Mike Woodson all the way, and then he ended up being Trace Jackson Davis's college coach. So, yeah, one of the great what-ifs in sports. And to your point on how special the environment of Madison Square Garden was, I have such a vivid memory, and the pandemic impacted so many of us in a lot of ways that were a lot more difficult than beyond the world of sports. But not having sports to watch in any setting and then in a normal setting for a while was also tough when a lot of things were shut down. I, for one, was doing classes online. Yeah, I'm sure you could see where my motivation was at. You were doing radio shows with who knows what to even talk about. And
2020? We talked about Mr. Whipple and Squeezably Soft Charmin, TP. That's what we talked about.
Yeah, exactly. So to my point, and the 2021 playoffs came around, and it wasn't entirely full arenas at that point, but this is my first experience in a while of watching the Knicks play in a playoff series. And that was when the Atlanta Hawks came in for that 4-5 matchup, and the Knicks were starting to get good again. And it was just, it really highlighted how special that arena was when you kind of went from the deadness of everything in the world of sports to playoffs being back at the Garden, and then you had some great games, and the Hawks ended up winning that series in 5, but that game 1, the environment in there, the game coming down to the wire, Trae Young hitting a game winner and then becoming the villain that he is. I mean, there really is not a lot like it. And we were on the show yesterday saying, yeah, we think Steph Curry's going to go, and yeah, to be concerned about any long-term ramifications. He had some sound saying that he woke up and he had all the strength and everything felt okay. It wasn't any worse, so he was good to go. And, I mean, yeah, it would have taken something serious to get Steph Curry to miss that game, because he did exactly what he does, which is that Marcus Thompson deemed evil smile, sick energy, dark magic, closing clutch time, you know what. And he didn't quite hit the night-night at first, doing the little shrug. I don't know what to do.
Why did he wait on that? That was clearly night-night, and that was a great play. Draymond getting the steal, and that was tic-tac-toe passing that we see more in hockey.
Yep.
And how about the Sharks' third period in Western New York against the Sabres last night? What the hell was that? Macklin Celebrini, Calder Cup, I'm all in. Anyway, that was more of a hockey pass. Draymond just got the steal, threw it to Jimmy Butler to the basket. Wait a minute. Steph Curry's wide open, make a three. I thought he was going to go night-night there. The Knicks did come back and make a quick basket, but Moses Moody's diving on the floor. Pajemski gets a layup. I mean, how many layups at the rim with no Knicks in the blue paint did the Warriors get last night? Tibbs has got to be looking at his defensive film today and like, I know we want to top lock Steph and trap him on everything, but we can't just leave the restricted circle completely naked and let Warriors go in and score layups. I know 3 is more than 2, but if you're making 2s every single time down the floor, we can't do that. So Steph's numbers and his assist totals are growing. You know, he had a big assist total in Charlotte. He had 9 assists last night, 28 points. But I want to see the screen assists for Steph Curry. That guy is a great back picker. I know Mully talks about it all the time, his ability to set a screen. And when Curry sets a screen, it's one of the greatest plays in basketball because both guys, the guys that's guarding him and the guy he screens, they both just go to Steph. And the other guy just go to the basket. I mean, Jimmy Butler doesn't take, Jimmy's a smart guy, but it's pretty obvious whenever you're playing with Steph Curry, just go to the paint. The paint is going to be wide open. And sometimes they top block him and he dribbles by and he lays the ball in. But the brilliance of Steph Curry, the dribbling, the shooting, the passing are all there. The other side of it, and Stockton was really good at it as well with those bony elbows. He just dig you in the back. I'm not so sure why Stockton was so good at it because he was not a shooter. You always tried to make John Stockton shoot the ball. With Steph Curry, he is great at it because he's willing to do it. He's a good screen setter for his size, and he's the ultimate magnet. He sets a screen. Both guys are on Steph Curry. They don't guard the roller.
Well, I know Karl Anthony Towns was not in the game, and that's obviously a big piece. And, of course, we wish Cat the best with everything he's going on personally in his life right now. That being said, that does not take away the fact, and Karl Anthony Towns, by the way, not necessarily known for this side of the ball, the Knicks defense is wildly physical. So you were missing some size and you were missing some scoring ability for sure in New York. There was no doubt about it. By the way, Warriors didn't have Jonathan Kuminga either. Not saying he's Karl Anthony Towns. I'm just saying it's part of the game.
Or Gary Payton II.
Or Gary Payton II. And to kind of grind your way back into a game, going against a physical defense says a lot no matter the circumstances. And the bottom line is you got to find ways to stack wins. They were doing that early in the year. They were so far above 500. The problem is they lost all of that just as soon as they gained it. They went from 12-3 to 3 of their next 15 to go at an even 500. And all of a sudden they didn't have that buffer room anymore. If you want to get in the top 6 or maybe even 5 or maybe as high as Marcus even said to us yesterday of a 4, you got to find ways to get it done. And this Jimmy Butler version of the Warriors is what we're seeing now with a little more old school, when they were a little bit more contender-ish, where you got to kind of rip their hearts out. You can't just let them hang around. If they get a little bit of a lead and start building momentum, it's hard to come back on them. That was not the reality of 2023 or 2024, and it is starting to become one again in 2025. We've got Zack Rosenblat coming at 10:50, but want to do one more segment on the Warriors and focus on a key juncture of the game that happened in the middle of the fourth quarter and how the Warriors responded. So I'll tell you that next. Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Anunoby. Wow. You would have Quentin Post free throws. Instead, it's an Anunoby 3. That is a big change in the game with 7.5 minutes left. They got Anunoby running off screens.
Yeah, so right there in the fourth quarter, that's when things were starting to get a little bit tight and things could go one way or another. The play you just heard coming in, OG Anunoby hits a three-pointer off a successful challenge, so the Knicks got a nice play off the timeout. OG, really nice offensive game last night, but the reason I want to bring up that juncture in particular, Papa, is because Quentin Post seemingly got fouled on the sideline by Cameron Payne. It was a little bit of a late challenge, and he was about to shoot free throws, but I agree with the overturned call of Cam Payne ripping the ball away from Quentin Post. And that was a moment right there where you could say things weren't going your way. It was easy to unravel. You got a rookie out there who is experiencing a little bit of a different level of basketball. If Quentin Post is going to be getting playoff minutes and the Warriors get there, that's a better simulator for what playoff basketball looks like. And the Warriors responded by upping their own physicality and just sticking with it and executing on offense. And by the way, the lack of fouls that they had in the second half was paramount to them being able to get a flow and not kill their own momentum. So a learning experience last night for Quentin Post, but that juncture right there was looking like that could be a call, doesn't go your way. You're talking about it the next day. It all unraveled from there. And instead, they just erased any narrative that can go with that and responded by upping their own standard and physicality.
Quentin Post, a year ago at this time, was playing for Boston College.
Exactly.
Now he is playing the world's most famous arena for the New York Knicks, against the New York Knicks, with Steph Curry and Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler and being coached by Steve Kerr. You know, we talk about Draymond being the best second-round pick, one of them. There's been a lot of them. At number 35, this guy, a 52nd overall pick in the draft. Are you kidding me? I think the main thing with him, he is not afraid. He is not afraid. He is not afraid to shoot the ball. He's shooting the ball before he even catches the ball. He is one of the quickest releases. When he catches, he is cocked and loaded and ready, and it comes off his fingertips pure. I think that is the thing. Jimmy Butler is a calm about him, and obviously he's played the Knicks in big playoff series with Miami, so he's undaunted. He likes going into the Garden. He's played there probably more than anybody on the roster. He's played most of his career in the Eastern Conference. He was a Minnesota Timberwolf briefly, but mainly, you know, in Chicago and in Miami and Philadelphia. He's gone into the heart of the beast there and dealt with them, and he's unflappable. Steph loves it. It brings out his skill. Draymond's not afraid of anything, but it was the young guys. Quentin Post, Madison Square Garden is intimidating. They are just different there. First of all, when you come out of the locker room and go onto the court, it's just an old school feel. Unlike it, you don't have, a million square feet like the United Center in Chicago or whatever they are. Crypto.com, these huge buildings, or even Chase Center. They're tight. You're walking through corridors. And then you get in there and you feel like you're walking into a Broadway play. The lighting in the building is all dark, and all they have lit is the stage. And then you have all the stars there. I remember going in there and doing a game sitting next to Marv Albert, and you're like, damn, this is intimidating. Am I going to be able to do this? I remember going in there in the Big E. We were in the Big East at Syracuse, and Molly was playing St. John's. We did 4 games in one day. You never got tired because the energy of the Garden lifted you, but it's intimidating. If you can make it there, you can make it anywhere. Quentin Post did not blink. He went in there, and he didn't, he made one basket in the game, 1-3. But he fought, he battled. But to me, it is Brandon Podziemski. That guy has turned this season around. I don't want to say as much as Jimmy, but I think the Jimmy domino. Getting Jimmy a 4-for-1 trade. You trade Andrew Wiggins. You put Podziemski on the ball. He's up to it some nights. He's not a great ball stopper. He's not bad, though. He's going to get in there now. He has a role. He's going to chest you. And then Moses Moody, what he has done. And the trade of Wiggins opened it up for Moses Moody to not just be at the end of the rotation. Is he going to be in? Now he's a starter. And I do wonder with Kuminga, and it's a long way to go, but at some point you got to think about that. So it's Podziemski, Moses Moody. Who the hell is Guy Santos? That guy don't care.
Nothing but
what a story. What a story. The way he threw his body around, made defensive plays, made shots. He's smart. The guy plays so hard. He always winds up under the rim unguarded. He's like, Thiago Splitter in San Antonio. No one's guarding that guy. Just get him the ball under the rim. Buddy Hield's making shots. But Buddy likes the bright lights. Kavan. And even Kevin Knox. I mean, he's a former Knick first-round pick, number 9 overall. He goes in there jumping all over those guys. That guy can play. He has an element to his game, a body, athleticism. It's all interesting, but Quentin Post is unflappable. And the Warriors won this game with defense. They allowed the Knicks to score 47 points in the entire second half. The Warriors outscored them 67-47. The Knicks shot under 39% in the second half. There was a stretch in that fourth quarter where the Knicks were scoreless. They could not make a basket. And what Steve Kerr said about, now it's we believe Warriors is we are a two-way team. And sometimes I look at it and I say, I dwell too much on what they've lost and what they still don't have. And it may be a problem. Podziemski is guarding the ball. Moody guarded it last night. But the Knicks don't have, you're not up against Kyrie Irving here. Jalen Brunson is not an ultra-quick player. He's going to beat you with starts and stops and step backs and up and unders and ball fakes. And you can stop the ball with him with a proper mindset, a lot like when you stop the ball with Luka. There have been times, even the Philadelphia game, many games where they just don't stop the ball. The one game they lost in Dallas and Kyrie went for 42. They couldn't stop the ball. The game in Philadelphia where they could not stop dribble penetration, stop the ball, and normally that causes you to rotate. Well, Philadelphia just went in and scored because you don't have a shot blocker. I still wonder if Trace Jackson-Davis can get on the floor at some point. So when I look at it, the numbers, when I see the defense, and Steve's saying we're a two-way team, I get it. Jimmy's like another Draymond on the floor. He guards everybody. He's not guard his own man that well, but he's good coming off and tipping the ball away. He's brilliant that way. But I do wonder where they are defensively when you go up against, how are they going to guard Luka without Andrew Wiggins? And I didn't worry about that until now all of a sudden the Lakers are the number 2 seed. But the bottom line is here, you can't worry about Wiggs. He's gone. Can you get shot blocking from somebody? They're contesting a little bit at the rim, but that is a weakness. When you can't stop dribble penetration and you can't guard the rim, it's hard. But when you look at the numbers, and when I look at the year, they were 12-3 to start the year. They were playing suffocatingly good defense, as good as we've seen. They had a lot of great defenders. You lose DeAnthony Melton, you wind up trading him. Then you go on a stretch where you lost 20 of 30 games. Wow. That's a 2-week stretch where you're not very good. You're not very good defensively. And then they stabilized things. Before they got Jimmy, they went 3-3 over the stretch. So anyway, the first 51 games of the year, they were 25-26 when it was all done before Jimmy got here. And just defensively, Greg, they have gotten better defensively. And a lot of it's based on tempo, so you can't always look at points allowed per game. But they were giving up about 112 points a game. A lot of that was early in the year. They were regressing, though. Right now, since they've gotten Jimmy, he hasn't played in every game. They're 9-2 with him, but when he's on the floor, they're 9-1. But even throw the game and they lost in Philly without him, they're giving up 107 points a game. That's second best in the NBA. So I can say they can't stop dribble penetration. They can't guard the rim. They're still, and then they're scoring 120.7 points a game in these 11, up from 111.5 earlier in the year where they were 20th. Now they're 9th in the NBA since. So the bottom line, when this team has won, and we're talking championships, remember Doc's line, the Warriors show you their offense, they suffocate you with their defense. You win in basketball and just about any sport. We'll talk Niners coming up. You got to rebuild that defense. You got to do it all. Giants got to pitch and catch, and they got to rebuild their defense. And the Warriors are at least the numbers show a much better defensive team. And last night, they just suffocated the New York Knicks. They were scrambling all over the place. There was a 4-minute stretch where the Knicks did not score a point in the fourth quarter of a tight game.
Few notes on all of that, because you bring up some incredible points, Papa. This team absolutely still has weaknesses. We're not pretending that's not the case. Perimeter shooting, they still lack. Point of attack defense, you could say they got worse, losing Andrew Wiggins. And shot blocking and rim protection, still a hole that they've got to fill. That being said, they have also cut way back on the unforced errors and the turnovers that would just be not just bad turnovers, but 4- and 5-point swings when you'd miss a layup or you would have an offensive foul or you wouldn't set the screen right, and then the other team goes away in transition with an easy layup or an easy kick out three. That's been cut back. The stabilization of both the score and the pace of the game from getting to the free throw line is there. And the defense, we could talk about what they lack, but you just said it. They are suffocating teams a lot more. And even in halves like the first half yesterday, Warriors, brutal offensive rating. In the half court, 79.5. But the defensive rating in those first two quarters was at 117. And with the help of Brandon Pajemski and what he could score in the first half to keep you within striking distance, add to that the defense playing a strong 48 minutes and getting better as the game went along. That was the key for why the Warriors were able to win a tough game on the road in the Garden and take advantage of the fortune of Karl Anthony Towns not being there. You got to find ways to stack wins, whatever the circumstances.
And you mentioned the turnovers. First of all, offensively, and Jimmy calls them shots on goal, which I love. And in hockey, well, what's the one way to tell who's playing better? A lot of times it's, 0-0 in the second period. Who's putting more shots on goal, more quality shots on goal? The Warriors made it an emphasis, even going back to training camp at Hawaii, to cut back on the turnovers. They don't have the margin of error. They don't have Kevin Durant to bail you out if you got, 18, 20 turns a game. So before they got Jimmy in the 51 games, the turnovers were down. They were down to 14 a game, 12th in the NBA. But a lot of that was early in the year. They had some games where they were really sloppy with the ball. Now, since they've gotten Jimmy, 12.4 turnovers a game. Third fewest in the NBA. Wow. And then forcing turnovers, the Warriors are forcing 18.4 turnovers a game with Jimmy, and they've gone 9-2. We'll throw in the Philadelphia game, but he didn't play, 9-1 when he plays. So you're committing 12.4. You're forcing 18.4. Easy base 10 mathematics. I don't have the brilliant mind of the young Silver. That's 6 a game. You're plus on the turnovers, and the opponents are only forcing, the 14.6 on you. So, where you were before, you were forcing 14.6. So you're turning it over less. You are obviously forcing more turnovers. The free throw attempts per game, they're not up dramatically, but they are up. And that allows you to slow the game down to set your defense. The one thing about Butler, and I've been texting with Eric Reed, a longtime the only TV voice the Miami Heat have ever had. Jim, their Warriors are going to Miami on March 25th. So we'll get Eric on before that game. So I watch Butler, and he's just so different as a player. He's brilliant, yet he's limited, and he has flaws. But the one thing about him, early in the year we were talking about the first 3 steps. The Warriors got to win the first 3 steps. Then they talk about the 0.5 rule, where you can't hold the ball. You got to make a decision in a half a second whether you're going to shoot it, dribble it, or pass it. You got to move the ball. With Jimmy Butler, none of that matters anymore. The first 3 steps, Jimmy Butler holds the ball. I don't want to say he's James Harden because he doesn't pound the ball, but he holds it and he waits. And Steve was saying the other night, even in the win in Charlotte, we got to stop holding the ball. We got to swing it, swing, move the ball. But Jimmy is just different because he plays the game at his own pace. The one game where he felt with him
Jimmy time
playing was, and he's got he's not even on a wristwatch. It's not Dame time. It's a calendar, or it's an hourglass. He's taken all of it. Was the Dallas game? He got sped up in that game, and the Warriors one day couldn't stop Kyrie. I think the one thing as you go up against playoff teams, how do you beat the Warriors? Speed them up, speed Jimmy up, sag off of Jimmy, let him shoot the ball. But we're watching just a complete transformation. The first 3 steps, now it's the last 3 steps with Jimmy, because he's going to take it and just go right into your chest. He's not going to make the shot, but he's going to get fouled. And then he does hold the ball a lot. So that 0.5, when Kuminga comes back, you're always yelling at me, 0.5 seconds? How about Jimmy? He's holding the damn ball for 5 seconds.
It's a good point. Jimmy Butler plays on his own pace, and it has worked to the Warriors' benefit, even though the slower pace goes against everything of that Steve Kerr offense that they brought in 2015. Quick little football headline, because we are going to talk to Zack Rosenblat of The Athletic coming up. This reported by Ian Rappaport and Tom Pelissero. DK Metcalf has now requested a trade from Seattle, and the team is going to explore it. So we talked about the rumors. There was no formal request. Now DK Metcalf has put it out there.
Well, we did a whole segment with your guy Corbin Smith yesterday, and we also asked him about Tyler Lockett. And, in fact, Tyler Lockett has been released.
Yes.
By the Seattle Seahawks. So Tyler Lockett's available. DK Metcalf, that'll be a trade, and that'll be a big, you have to give up a lot to get him. I think the thing that is interesting, we'll talk to Zach about it because he covers the Jets, Devante.
Mm-hmm.
Brandon Aiyuk's cryptic social media post, which I don't have any idea what they mean. It's just their song lyrics, and we'll try to figure it out. But is there a way to move Brandon Aiyuk off this team? I wanted Cooper Kupp, and I still do. I don't care that you want to get younger and cheaper. Not everybody. You put Cooper Kupp on this team, he is a Niner wide receiver. Now, they're not going to trade him to you, but if they cut him off the team, can you get him? And what about Devante? When you first think about it, it's, wow, I can't take that salary. And right now he's down to nothing. They released him, but he's not going to play for nothing, obviously. He is from, the peninsula. We know him. Fresno State guy with Derek. We've heard rumors that he wants to come back in the West Coast. And it's not like an NBA trade where you have to trade Aiyuk and take back the same salary. You can trade Aiyuk off the team. It'll take a major salary cap hit, which is probably why you wouldn't do it. But is there a scenario where the Niners could seriously look into getting Davante Adams if, in fact, they are willing and can trade Brandon Aiyuk?
Well, let's talk about that next with Zack Rosenblat of The Athletic. Does a lot of great work covering the Jets and has a good grasp on the national stuff as well. He's going to be a good voice to talk to. And if you want to talk Warriors, because I did see the phone lines light up a little bit, call back around 11:30 because we got Dalton Johnson coming on 11:50. Little football next with Zack Rosenblat on The Sports Leader.
Good morning to you. Greg Papa here for Golden State Lumber and Building Materials. You will soon notice they have redesigned their logo and shortened their name to Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Yet the updates maintain the company's iconic tree symbol. Their changes modernize their brand while honoring their legacy. It's a reflection of their commitment to enhancing your experience by streamlining their processes to serve you more efficiently. Golden State continues to build strong relationships with professional builders, contractors, and their clients. Their industry-leading showrooms demonstrate their curiosity to innovate for their customers. Remember, downloading the Golden State Lumber app is like having their entire website in your pocket. You'll have access to important resources like installation guides, codes, and regulations, the ability to start an order, and so much more. So download the app from Google Play and the App Store, and be sure to keep your eye on goldenstatelumber.com. Family owned since 1954, but ever evolving. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Greg, Papa, and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us. Greg Papa, Greg Silver, about an hour down here, 3 to go. And I'll tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And it is time to welcome, for the first time on this program, but someone whose work I read quite frequently because he covers the New York Jets. He's got a great grasp on the NFL scale nationally. It is The Athletic's Zack Rosenblat, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Zach, thanks for hanging out with the Gregs out in San Francisco. How's it going for you?
It's going well. How you guys doing?
We're doing pretty well, just kind of gearing up for what the future of the 49ers are going to be. DK Metcalf's now requesting a trade. The wide receiver market is crazy out there. And just starting with your column and the QB carousel that is to be had, this is not the 2024 draft of NFL quarterbacks. We know that. But there's a lot of teams that are in need of one, and you laid out a lot of scenarios in your column. What predictions do you feel the strongest about and most likely of happening of the different landing spots for some of the guys out there, whether it be through the draft or free agency?
Yeah, I think one that makes a lot of sense to me, and it's kind of fun storyline-wise, is Russell Wilson to the Raiders. I think there's been a lot of noise about that. I think they want to get a veteran that can kind of at least tie them over until they get whoever their future quarterback is. And there's obviously the history with Russell and Pete Carroll, either good or bad. And, they've Chip Kelly there now. So it's a very interesting situation. That's one I feel pretty good about. And I wouldn't say I have like a lot of confidence in it, but I've really grown to the idea of Aaron Rodgers going to the Giants. I think the Giants are in desperation mode, and as you mentioned, this is kind of a pretty weak year to like need a quarterback, depending on what you think about Sam Darnold. So Aaron Rodgers is kind of the best veteran stopgap solution out there. So I kind of like the idea of him going to that team.
And just a quick follow-up on that. If the Giants did end up getting Aaron Rodgers, would you see them as also drafting a quarterback at number 3?
I don't know about number 3. I think it would maybe depend on how the first 2 went. If Cam Ward's there, I think they take him. I don't know what their mileage is on Shedeur Sanders. I know there was a lot of buzz with him for a long time. It's starting to sound like 3 might be a little high for him. So I lean towards them not picking it at 3, but I still think they would draft a quarterback, whether that's there or as I put in that article, I said Jackson Dart from Mississippi. So the idea would be either beginning a second round or they trade back into the latter half of the first.
Zach, more on Aaron Rodgers. Interesting. Obviously the Leonard Floyd hit, fourth snap into the first year in 2023 on Monday Night Football. Ended that year, terrible injury, the left Achilles. And we saw him opening night at Levi's, and you could see the left calf had clearly atrophied. It was much smaller than the right calf. And his mobility was a problem this year, being able to step into the throws. As he played more and more, he looked better and better. His numbers were not that bad. He almost threw for 4,000 yards, 28 touchdowns, 11 INTs, which is fewer than he threw his last year in Green Bay. But, he's already had his 40th birthday and coming up on 42. Do you think he definitively will play next year? And how effective will he be coming off? It'll be now a couple of years off that Achilles tear.
Yeah, I think that I think as long as the team is going to sign him, I think he's going to play this year. I really get the impression that he doesn't want to go out the way things went down in New York. In terms of what he's going to look like you said, it was a very up and down season last year. I would say he was either bad or below average for probably 9 of the games he played in, and he was either average or good, and 5 or 6, and then he was really bad in a few. So it was a mix. He's not the same player he once was. He's not as mobile. He's not as willing to throw the ball down the field, and so that's all kind of played into the kind of season he had, which statistically looked pretty good. But the Jets also threw it the second most times in the NFL, so his numbers aren't exactly what they seem. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I think he's a serviceable quarterback at this point. You just have to be willing to take all that comes with having Aaron Rodgers there, whether that's going on Pat McAfee every Tuesday, whether it's feeling like he needs to have full control of the offense and he wants to run this outdated scheme. If you're willing to take on all that stuff, I think it makes sense. I think he can be a good leader if you're a team that wants to draft a quarterback. I do think he is a better mentor than people give him credit for, but there's all the other stuff that comes with it.
Talking to Zack Rosenblat here, The Athletic. You can read him and does a lot of great work talking about the Jets. And so that's where we'll go right now. Now, this organization obviously had a lot of issues from the top down last year, but you got to be in the building and see what Robert Salah was like, and now he's back in San Francisco. And, of course, we know Salah well, but did you get a sense that over the course of his time there that his relationships deteriorated with any of the players, particularly on his side of the ball? Or do you think that it was more so there was just a lot of dysfunction from the top down, starting with ownership, and Robert Salah has a bright future ahead of him in whatever he's going to do?
Yeah, I don't think his relationship soured with players. I mean, I wouldn't say he had 100% approval rating, but I do think guys liked him generally. And one of the things that he always pushed was he liked letting the leaders, the players, hold themselves accountable as opposed to maybe the coaching staff doing it. And I think that wound up backfiring when things went wrong. But he really did let the players be themselves, and I think that really went a long way in terms of their affinity for him. But yeah, at the end of the day, I think there was a lot of dysfunction. I think there were mistakes he made, certainly, whether it's the way he approached things or decisions he made or coaches he hired, things like that. But at the end of the day, the biggest problem was at the top of the organization, Woody Johnson, the way he ran things, the way he interfered pretty frequently with Robert and the things he was able to do and his daily schedule and even the lineup sometimes and personnel things, especially the last 2 years, Woody was really, really involved. And so, again, Robert, I think would admit there was a lot of things he could have done better, especially in the 2023 season when Aaron Rodgers went down, I think they kind of just threw their hands up and didn't really have a plan and didn't really go about it the right way. They were making a lot of excuses. But at the end of the day, Robert Saleh is a coach that is good at leading a locker room. He's a coach that is a really, really good defensive coach. And, you saw it in San Francisco obviously before, but you also saw what the Jets were missing when he got fired. Jeff Ulbrich kind of had to take over the whole operation and the defense. And I think the Jets really missed, at the very least, Robert Saleh's game planning prowess. So I think he definitely is a good football coach. Who knows if he'll be a head coach again, but I think he'll be really good in his role with the Niners again.
And obviously the Niners are thrilled to have him back in the building, and he was instrumental in Brant Boyer coming in as the special teams coordinator, being on Robert's staff and a couple of coaches before. So with the new league year, officially it's a week from the day at 1 o'clock our time, but we know what happens on Monday at 9 o'clock our time, noon in the East, is when they start talking and signing players. Just looking at some of Saleh's guys that he had in New York, there are a lot of interesting names, but DJ Reed is probably the most interesting one to me because he was a Niner. They didn't want to let him go. It was an injury situation where they thought they could release him and bring him back, and Seattle took him, and then Robert took him to Florham Park, and he wound up playing really well as the opposite corner to Sauce. Just how much do you think it'll take to sign DJ Reed away? Will the Jets make a strong push to keep him? And give me your scouting report on DJ as a Jet, Zach.
Yeah, I think DJ wound up being one of the better free agent signings the Jets have had, especially in the Joe Douglas era. He was someone that, they smartly targeted as a younger corner that had some room to grow. He started to come into his own a little at the end of his time in Seattle, but it wasn't until he came to the Jets where he really was able to take off. And, they were able to kind of have, instead of having, Sauce Gardner follow receivers, they trusted DJ to the point where Sauce had one side of the field and DJ had the other. And that's why they were able to be one of the best corner duos in the NFL. I think he wound up being one of the more underrated guys. He didn't get enough interceptions ultimately. He didn't have any this last season, but I think he's a really, really high-quality corner. I don't know if the Niners will be a team that will be able to sign him or the Jets. I think he's someone who's been pretty openly talking about how he wants to go where he's going to get the most money. He wants to go to the highest bidder, and so I think he's going to play out for agency. We'll look at where he's the best fit, but I think ultimately, it could cost a decent – he's probably the top corner in this free agency class, so I think he's going to do pretty well.
Zach, what did you see from Devante Adams' short stint out in New York? What does he have left to offer? Because we talk about the 49ers, and they're not necessarily in a position to be paying big money to free agents, but that doesn't mean that they can't or wouldn't or even trade Brandon Aiyuk to go and get him. What'd you see from Devante?
Yeah, I think he was really good for them. He's clearly not the same player he once was, doesn't have the same level of speed and, athleticism, but he's as good of a route runner as there is in the NFL. I think he had something like 900 yards in 11 games for the Jets. Aaron Rodgers was funneling him a lot of targets, so that was a factor in the stats, but I think he still has something left in the tank. I think he could still be, a low-end number one or a high-end number two receiver for a team that needs a receiver, and so, I think he's going to have a market. It sounds like he prefers to go to the West Coast or where Aaron Rodgers goes. I would guess it would be one of those two things, and so the 49ers would be an interesting spot for him.
Well, he was never fast, even, coming out of school. His 40 time was not good. He's just an elite route runner. And I watched a lot of there was a disconnect with him and even Aaron, because he joined the team middle of the year, but he had some big games. The one game against Jacksonville, he was good against Miami the week before. The Jacksonville game, he was a monster. 9 catches, 198 yards, 2 touchdowns, and an amazing 2-point conversion. He looked like the old Devante. So just more on that. Do you think he wants to go to the West Coast? If you're saying Aaron Rodgers is going to go to the New York Giants and stay in the tri-state area, that's not the West Coast. So, do you see him being aligned with Aaron Rodgers even on his next stop, or is it possible somebody – and we're heard Green Bay as a rumor that he may go back there, or that he may be willing to come back to the West Coast and maybe come home, Zach?
Yeah, I don't see the Green Bay thing happening as much, but I like I said, I think it comes down to where Aaron goes or West Coast is kind of like my prediction. I think he could go in either direction depending on where Aaron lands and how Devante sees his fit. I don't think he's completely tied to Aaron, so whether it's the Rams or the 49ers, or I don't think you go back to the Raiders, but one of these teams on the West Coast, I do think that will be a factor in the location. He's toward the latter half of his career, doesn't have a lot of time left, so I do wonder how much the location is going to factor in more than even where Aaron's going.
Couple more minutes here with Zack Rosenblat of The Athletic, and I want to get to one of the big stories of yesterday. That was Sam Darnold not getting the franchise tag. Now, in your column about all these quarterback scenarios, you like the Colts as a possibility, whereas the Vikings would go with J.J. McCarthy and maybe a veteran backup like a Carson Wentz. How likely you think Sam Darnold going to a team like the Colts is? I mean, that is certainly a team that not picking in the top 10, but we talk about teams that need a QB, and I think we can pretty safely say after spending some time in Indy last week that it's more likely than not that the Richardson experiment is over.
Yeah, it kind of feels to me like when the Jets went into the 2023 offseason with Zach Wilson, everybody knew he was going to be their quarterback. They presented as if he'd have a chance to compete or whatever, and, they were pretty openly pursuing veterans, and it sounds like that's what the Colts are going to do. I don't know for sure that they're going to go to the top of the market and try and sign someone like Darnold, but he's the best quarterback available. He's still young, and this is a staff in Indy that, is on the hot team. And Chris Ballard has somehow had like 6 different bites at the apple trying to fill the quarterback spot. So this is another shot for him to do it. And so I think they should or will aim high, try to get somebody good. You can present it as if he's going to compete with Anthony Richardson camp or whatever, but ultimately I think if they sign Darnold, he'd be the starter. And I think the Colts have some talent on that offense. They have a decent O-line. They have some weapons, Michael Pittman and Alec Pierce and Jonathan Taylor as a running back. Like, it's a pretty good supporting cast for Sam Darnold, and I think Shane Steichen's not a bad coach either. So it's not the worst landing spot if that's what happens.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And Zach, really appreciate you coming on with us. Certainly, rumors starting to heat up, and I mean, less than a week from now, we're going to be hearing a lot more definitive free agency cycle headlines out there, and we'll see what happens with DK Metcalf and where Devante Adams goes and all of it. But great to have you on here for the first time because it certainly won't be our last.
Sounds good. Happy to come on anytime, guys.
Thank you, Zach.
He is Zack Rosenblat. You can check him out in The Athletic. Does a lot of great writing about the New York Jets. But like I said, great grasp on the national scale as well. So on the other side, we'll react to that, plus play some sound from Adam Schefter about the 49ers and how they should maybe be prepared to lose some guys in free agency. It is Papa and Silver. Little Niners talk next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, it's off-season negotiation time in the NFL. And the latest with Brock Purdy and the 49ers is that the 49ers have an offer on the table that is worth $45 million per season, which then asks the question, is Brock Purdy worth $45 million or more to this franchise and to their success moving forward? Let us know your thoughts in the YouTube chat. The only place let Bay Area fans chime in and join the conversation instantly at KNBR, the sports leader, or give us a call at 415-808-5627. That's 415-808-KNBR to join the conversation.
back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Purdy in the gun, 2-by-2 formation. Mason to the right. He releases out. Purdy steps up, throws over the middle. Catch by Brandon Aiyuk. First down, Niners. Inside the Toyota red zone. Aiyuk is down.
Yes, he is.
He's not getting up. He took a helmet to helmet there.
And he took it from the safety. It was Trent McDuffie trailing him in coverage. And then the safety came up, Jamari Connor, and hit him. It looked like it was down on the lower body.
Aiyuk was prone, and now he does roll over onto his back.
2-minute warning. That player's team will be charged a timeout.
Jamari Connor is the one that hit him.
Yeah, and then it hit him right in the ribs. It looked like it was low at first, but he put his shoulder right into the waist of Aiyuk, and it looked like his right knee may have been hyperextended.
McDuffie, their first-team All-Pro corner, was in coverage and trail position, and then Connor came over. Connor, when they go big nickel, he's the slot guy at 202 pounds, the young safety out of Virginia Tech. He is a big hitter.
And that did not look good with the right knee of Brandon Aiyuk. His feet were in the ground, took a big shot in the upper thigh and on the waist. Hopefully he's okay as they pull him up now.
They get him up. Let's see how he walks off. Dr. McAdams is there with the performance staff. He's not moving yet.
Yeah, unfortunately, Tim Ryan's speculation about it not looking so good was correct. That's one of the big blows to the 49ers season. Of course, Brandon Aiyuk suffering the season-ending knee injury against the Kansas City Chiefs. Thanks for hanging out with Papa and Silver. Just had a good conversation with Zack Rosenblat. And Papa, I know you wanted to get into some Brandon Aiyuk talk. You mentioned the social media post, and I got it pulled up right now. If you're relying on my youth and ability to decipher some slang or whatever it is, I'm going to be no use to you. The caption reads, if Yeen worth 100 or better than insert angry cussing emoji. In another city, I'm icy Ian or Ian got none tucked hashtag PS.
Thanks, Greg.
You're welcome.
Moving on.
I tried.
No idea. So he's back, and I was surprised. Brandon Aiyuk is a really quiet individual. He always seemed to me like a lunch pail guy. He just wants to go to work, and he never misses practice. They traded one Yak Bro over the weekend, and Debo, because of the way he's built, he missed a lot of practice time. He's just tight. Aiyuk never missed anything. He was out there for everything, and then he didn't like the way he was used in the Super Bowl, and maybe against man coverage it would have been better to feed him the ball more than Debo against Trent McDuffie. But in any event, I was surprised the way he behaved last year. It just didn't seem like that would be Brandon Aiyuk. But he was on the cusp of getting a lot of money, and he did. He signed ultimately, and it took way too long, and it was laborious, and it was it after Labor Day? It was right around the time Ricky Pearsall was shot, so I think it was before.
It was just before.
Just before. So he signed a 4-year deal for $120 million, and that seems like, you just signed the guy. What are you going to do? They gave him a $23 million signing bonus, so his money for last year's paragraph 5, which is his salary, was low. He got $1.125 million. In any event, essentially they paid him last year. The signing bonus, that's gone. It's not coming back. And last year's salary, about $25 million. So whether that cryptic post and mysterious post, whatever it means, or I think more interestingly, what John Lynch said 1 week ago, right at this time, to just about the minute they asked him about Brandon Aiyuk. And he didn't say, nah, we're never going to trade Brandon Aiyuk. He said, he's a good player. They talk about good players. And then he went into, we got to get younger. We got to get less expensive. We laid a lot of cash out. When you signed Brandon Aiyuk after that arduous negotiation, you wrote him a check for $23 million. That ain't coming back. So when he said that, you thought, what are they up to with him? We know about Debo possibly. What are they going to do with Brandon Aiyuk? So the way they have crafted this contract is it is essentially a 1-year deal. And the way you look at it, it's a 1-year deal for the $25 million. The $23 million signing bonus is gone, which would be desirable for the team that would have traded for him. They don't have to pay him the $23 million the Niners paid him.
Yep. So
the way it's set up, and Parag Marate, who does the 49er contracts and has for years, he loves the April 1st clause. And it's smart. It's the new league year starts in a week. So mid-March, you're in between the new league year. By April 1st, most of the desirable free agents are gone. Last year, a lot of safeties sat out on the market for a long time, but a lot of the, as far as who you're going to buy, and the movement of the league starts Monday, and usually after a week, 2, it's done. Not completely, but you have a good idea where the big names, the big money are going, and then it's right before the draft. April the 1st is, the draft is April 24th. So he put a clause in there for Colin Kaepernick. He's done it for many 49er contracts, that April 1st clause. And what it does is, like Kaepernick had to pass a physical. He couldn't pass one by then, because he got hurt late in his tenure. They couldn't get rid of him, even though they wanted to. But he's got a clause in there again, which does give the Niners a window to trade Brandon Aiyuk here in the next month. This would be March Madness. They'd have to get it done before April the 1st. So basically, Brandon Aiyuk is due $47.779 million in option bonuses on April the 1st. The option bonus from this year at $22.855, and also his 2026 option bonus will vest as well at $24.935 million. So added up, you're talking almost $48 million. So if he is on this roster on April Fool's Day, then they have to, this money is his.
Yeah.
So there is a window. Now, there'll be a cap hit, but there is a window to trade Brandon Aiyuk. Do I think they'll do it? I think a lot of it is what we just heard, that knee injury. And that was October the 20th when he got hit. And we knew it right away. His leg planted. It was not good. When you have an injury like that, and he tore an ACL, MCL, and other things were involved that I don't know about, but there was more. You have to wait for that to calm down. So he didn't have the surgery October the 21st. I think it was November the 1st, right around there. You wait usually about 10 days for the swelling to go. I could be wrong on the exact date. But John Lynch last week when he was talking about Aiyuk and his rehab, and he said he's rehabbing well. When you're a great athlete like that, you just rehab better than the rest of us. But assuming he had the surgery November the 1st, and John talked about it, Neil Elitrosh did the surgery. He did the Bosa surgery. He does, he's the Rams team orthopedist, and he's the Dodgers. And to me, it's a huge conflict, but he's a Hollywood guy, good-looking guy, thinks he's a movie star anyway. They all go to him. It's a pipeline. He makes a lot of money. Anyway, I say he did it November the 1st. So it's just March 1st was Saturday. So we're 4 months into it. I could count the weeks, but basically 12, 13 weeks. What's the marker? They wanted to check Aiyuk and the knee to see where he's at. So is there a way to trade him? Yes, there is. And then could you move that salary off your roster and maybe go get Devante Adams or go get Cooper Kupp or get them both? What's the number it would cost to do that? But the big issue would be anybody that trades for him wants to know, I just don't want Elitrosh and his records or Tim McAdam from your staff. Send Aiyuk to me, and we're going to look at his knee and what exactly did he do? What else is involved? Did he completely rupture the anterior cruciate ligament? What happened to the medial collateral? What else around the knee is damaged? What do our doctors think his timeline is to get back on the field? If he had that surgery November the 1st, what's the timeline? Training camp starts late July, August 1st. Is he going to make that? Is he going to be able, 1 year's time, that Labor Day weekend when he signed just before? That when you go to Labor Day, you get a little weekend off in the NFL. You come back on that Monday for a bonus practice. It's go time. Will he be able to start the year on time? What is his full mobility? Is he going to be able to snap off routes like Brandon Aiyuk? It's the right knee. So can he line up as X wide receiver to our left and run a hard out route, or line up right and run a dig route and really put weight on that right knee? He'll be able to do it eventually. It's not, the modern medicine, they cure these guys, but there's a timeline, much like Aaron Rodgers and the Achilles. So it is interesting, and March Madness is underway, and certainly college basketball and baseball starting up. But this is the time of the year, the time of the calendar, when it's set up to acquire players, release players, trade players, re-sign, all of it. So this is when you have to make the decision on Brandon Aiyuk. So, yes, he is tradable, as we just laid out. Would they do that, take the hit? How would they replace him? we talked about last year. They can't not sign Brandon Aiyuk, who's your X wide receiver. You don't have an X on this team.
Yeah.
Well, Jawan Jennings proved he's okay as an X. He's not Brandon Aiyuk, but he was good as an X wide receiver. And obviously, Ricky can line up everywhere. If you trade Aiyuk, you'd like to get somebody back, maybe not in the trade for trade, and you wouldn't want to do that money-wise, but if Devante Adams is out there, that joker can line up anywhere. And he's not fast, but he gets open. And you put man coverage on Devante Adams, he's going to beat man. He's going to settle down on zone. Cooper Kupp can beat anything. There are other guys that are out there. You're not going to trade for DK, but Tyler Lockett, I don't know what he has left. Anyway, there's going to be a lot more guys released and let go. But there is a window here before April the 1st comes down for the Niners to look into trading Brandon Aiyuk. The question is, well, who's going to want him? Now that he signed a big deal, the $23 million bonus is gone. That's good. I got a big number on him. And basically, what's going on with that right knee? When is Aiyuk going to be Aiyuk again?
And then on top of that, it's who's worth trading Aiyuk for if you do decide to do that. Because you look at the free agent wide receivers in this offseason. A lot of names out there. Of course, you mentioned Devante. You got Stephon Diggs coming off his own knee injury. You got guys like Keenan Allen, Chris Godwin could be a prize free agent, and he's been great out in Tampa Bay. But Brandon Aiyuk was a big piece of why Brock Purdy was getting MVP votes in 2 years ago. I mean, obviously last year did not have a good start to the year, missed the training camp, that had the knee injury that we came in with. But year before, goes 16 games, 1342 on yards, 70% catch rate, second team All-Pro, 7 touchdowns. Oh, and by the way, a big reason why you didn't get upset in the playoffs and even made it to a Super Bowl, and one of the guys that was able to get open against the Chiefs. So injuries happen, not going to be the same exact player, but if you are to trade Brandon Aiyuk before April 1st, what's your plan moving forward? Who are you bringing in? And that obviously is a big shakeup for Brock Purdy, assuming he's under center here in 2025.
And you may not wait till April the 1st. Again, when the new league year starts, 1 week from today, March the 12th, 1 week and 91 minutes at 1 o'clock our time, you got to be cap compliant.
Yeah.
So if you well, correct me if I'm wrong, Devante's a street free agent. They just released him.
He's a free agent.
I don't think you have to wait until Monday to talk to Devante Adams and his agent. You can go get him right now. And likewise, Tyler Lockett. Cooper Kupp is still the property of the Rams, so that would be on Monday. But you may want to move. You do it all together. And I don't even know if they're thinking this way. They may want to keep Brandon Aiyuk. But John's answer to that question was interesting. He came flat out. He didn't say, no, we're not trading him, and he's a good player, and good players, we get calls on them all, and started talking about our cash flow and what we're spending, and we need to get younger. No, Aiyuk's still a young player. He's one of the younger ones. But there is a way. The way they structured the contract they signed was they could get out of it after 1 year. With Debo's, it was more down the line a little bit, and this was the offseason tipping point. This is the one, especially April the 1st, because that money does kick in to about $48 million. The question is, what could you get back for him? Does it matter, or you just want to move him off the roster? Have somebody else take the money? There would be a sizable cap hit, but that money is off the roster. You don't have to pay him nearly $48 million in guarantee money. You wouldn't get all 48 at one time, but there's a vesting option for 26 based on where he is April 1. So we'll see where it goes. And then if you did trade Brandon Aiyuk, would Pittsburgh be back in play for him? With Omar Khan, we talked about Washington. Unlikely they would do that. They have a lot of cap space, though. I don't know if they would do that. But it's something based on what John said, Aiyuk using social media again, and the reality of his contract, that this is going to be an interesting month for one Brandon Aiyuk.
Yeah, it's no question. We are in the season of March Madness, and we are also, unfortunately, in the season of trying to decipher Brandon Aiyuk and his social media. We'll see come April Fool's Day what kind of clarity we get on that situation. Coming up, get back a little bit into the Warriors because we got Dalton Johnson joining us at 11:50. Let's revisit some of the comments Marcus Thompson made to us yesterday. And then at 12:30, it's coming back. Walters, Wednesday, whipper. No, don't whip it out yet. I did not give you the instruction. Got to have a conversation with him during the break. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
What could you do with an extra $75,000 right now, or even a couple of $100,000? If you own a home, you can get that money in less than a week with Loan Pronto. Hey, it's Greg Papa here. Loan Pronto is the leader in quickly converting your home equity into cold, hard cash, so you can pay off all your credit cards or start that home remodel. Loan Pronto has several easy options to let you access the cash from your home. There's virtually no paperwork, no cumbersome process, no junk fees, and often no appraisals. Listen, the average homeowner now has over $300,000 in equity. That's your money. Use it. One client got $150,000 out and paid off all their credit cards, 2 car loans, and a personal loan, cutting their monthly expenses by $1,500. You can get approved as little as 1 day, so act now with no hard credit pull up front. LoanPronto.com, 415-808-5721. Get the money you need for anything. 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I believe in the Lakers. I believe in Oklahoma City, and I believe in Denver. Everybody else, man, I don't know. Like everybody else, if the Warriors ended up the 4 seed, I would not be shocked. By virtue of these other teams they're just flawed teams. I mean, the Warriors are 5 games in the loss column behind Memphis. But Memphis is real, and Ja is out. They've lost 3 out of the last 10, right? Like, Ja is out sometimes. He's just out. He just misses games. That's just what it is. So Houston are young, and they're starting to, their youth and inexperience starting to catch up to them. Like, they could get to 4. They got to win, but the schedule is just set up for them. They got a lot of winnable games. They gave one away against Philly, but they got a lot of winnable games. So I think they're actually sitting kind of pretty right now in a way that you could look at this and see how the matchup sets up pretty good for them. If they get to 5 and it's either Memphis or Houston, like the Warriors would love either one of those in the first round of playoffs easily. So that 5 is on the table, and they should probably get there. They probably want to stay out of 6 at this point.
That is Marcus Thompson, who joined us around this time yesterday. If you missed that interview, you can go back and check it out on the KNBR podcast page. Really great to catch up with Marcus as we do it every other week. And he did put a couple of interesting nuggets out there, Papa. One was the loss in Philly underscored how big of a risk this trade was, because if Jimmy Butler or Steph or Draymond, for that matter, has to miss extended time with injury, they're probably not going anywhere. On the other hand, in that clip you just heard, he's saying, I think when they consider the schedule that they got remaining and also how Memphis' schedule is kind of tough and now they're reeling a little bit, Warriors, if they find a way to keep winning, they could also keep climbing up beyond just where they're at right now at number 6.
That's why this back-to-back, and I know Philadelphia was a bit of a setback, but, it does happen in the NBA, and the Sixers had lost 9 in a row, and they don't have the first Joel and all that. But they rose up, and they were tough to beat that. Now, you didn't have Jimmy Butler also in that game. But the Charlotte-New York back-to-back was going to be hard, and especially with, Steph rolling the ankle, would he be able to play? And he went through his pregame. He went out and played, and Draymond played, Podziemski played, Gary Payton II has a fractured nose. But they were able to get through it. And now, and they're off in New York with a great off day. They've done it a couple of times previously. You imagine this being in New York today with a complete off day. I'm sure Kuminga's getting in a gym somewhere and working, and it'll be instrumental on when they bring him back, and we'll talk to Dalton Johnson about that. But they beat Brooklyn tomorrow night and fly home with a 4-1 road trip. I know we said, 5-0, but realistically, a 4-1, even when they were, rolling to 1 seeds, you take a 4-1 road trip in the NBA, and now they're coming home for they had a 7-game homestand, and because of the LA wildfires, a couple of these games have been moved around on the calendar. But they've got, they come home and they've got Detroit. That'll be a tough game on Saturday night, the way the Pistons are playing in Cade Cunningham. Portland on Monday. Sacramento, another test with them. And then the Knicks. You got to see Jalen Brunson again a week from Saturday just to start, the first 4 in the 7-game homestand. So the bottom line is this Jimmy Butler trade has flipped the whole fortunes of the season, the franchise. I mean, wow. We talk Paul Gasol, Clyde Drexler, give me an in-season trade in the history of the NBA that turned around a team and sent them on a course to win a championship. Wow. Now, are they going to win a championship? We'll see. What Steph said, meaningful games. They're back in the discussion. And everybody wants the Lakers and Warriors to play in a playoff series. I'm not sure I want that. In any event, what he's talking about, and the other night they asked Steve about the finals, or I forget what he's like, finals? I'm just trying to get the playoffs. He went Jim Moore.
It was the same reporter as the morning show Connected the Dots, same reporter who did it 6 years earlier. It was like, Steph Curry dunked again, I'm going to ask the question again.
Who was this guy? Was this somebody in Philly? Who was it?
I believe it was somebody in Philly. I never got a name, but...
All right, it wasn't Howard Eskin, we know, or great Phil Jasner. But anyway, so the Warriors, you have a logjam of teams that have 28, 29 losses. The Warriors have 28. Minnesota has 29. Sac has 28. Now, Sac, traded away De'Aaron, but they've won 4 in a row now. All of a sudden, they're not going away. The Clipper-Phoenix game last night was fascinating. That Phoenix came back in the fourth quarter, and Durant was possessed. And Bud grabbed his elbow, and they made a big deal. Later in the game, they were hugging. Could you imagine Durant playing for Pop? He wouldn't just grab your elbow. He'd choke you. And Bud's from that. Bud is Mike Budenholzer. Is not Greg Popovich, but he was on his staff. Anyway, Durant grabbed his elbow more. He went off. In the fourth quarter, he had 19. They had the biggest comeback in the fourth quarter in the history of the franchise. And they've been around forever, Phoenix. They were an expansion team in the late 60s. Anyway, they're really down on Bradley Beal. They may just bench him. He is not fitting in the locker room. He won't guard. And I wondered about, could he just fall into the Warrior lap? There's something wrong with him. But Devin Booker was going off last. They all were. And Zubats had a huge game. And Phoenix wound up winning. We're thinking that's good for us because the Clippers had their 29th loss. I'd be afraid of Phoenix getting up there. And now with the Kyrie Irving out for the year with an ACL. Wow. Phoenix has got to think we can get in the play-in easily now, get up and knock Dallas out. And is Dallas going to bring Anthony Davis back? And if Phoenix does get into it's a big difference being 9-10 versus 7-8 in that play-in, as we know. 9-10, you could be one and done. But if Phoenix wins a couple of games, all of a sudden they're in the mix, so you have to worry about it. Anyway, what Marcus is talking about is, and the Warriors, Steve has said 6. We want Super 6. 6, we're in the playoffs. We're not in the play-in. Well, Houston has lost 3 in a row. They go to the Fieldhouse last night in downtown Indianapolis, and they lose that game. They've got 25 losses. I don't know, Memphis has 23. That's kind of hard. But if the Warriors keep going on this, they've won 9 of 11, 9 of 10 with Jimmy, and they're able to come home, and you got to deal with Milwaukee and others on this homestand, Greg. So anyway, we're back into, in the old days, I didn't care about the rest of the conference, the East, don't care. We'd like them to be the 1 seed, 73-9. We're kind of haughty that way. But then we'll win the title being a 3 seed. What does it matter? Now they're back playing meaningful basketball. What he's talking about is Oklahoma City's running away with the West. I mean, they've got 11 losses. Lakers have 21. They're done. But they're still young. I know getting Holmgren back and Hartenstein, but what are they ultimately going to be there is interesting. And
this is their prove-it year right here.
Well, they got time. They're in a slow build. They got a lot of draft picks, but there's going to be a point. And when they had Durant and Harden and Westbrook, they got to the finals. They never won anything. But are they the team to beat? I think if you get them in a short series with the intellect, and Ron Adams was on this morning with Murph and Marcus at 9:30, Ron's the best. And he doesn't have a spot on the bench anymore. They make the old man stand the whole game. Like, somebody get up and let Ron Adams sit down, please. But anyway, he's there in the shadows, and he knows defense. When this team gets a defensive game plan, and it was different with Wiggins, obviously, but you still got Kevon, you got Steph, you got Draymond. They lock in. You imagine Jimmy Butler with a Warriors defensive game plan in a playoff series. Now he's not playoff Jimmy. He's champion Jimmy. So we'll see. And Denver, to me, is one team you still got to deal with. The other teams are young. Memphis is, what have they won? Houston, what have they won? Oklahoma City, they're winning a lot of regular season games. Are they beatable? The one thing we keep bringing up, at some point I'll move on from trading Andrew Wiggins. If it is the Lakers you have to go up against, damn. Wiggins guarded Luka so well.
He did. It was one of the guys Wiggins would get up for.
Well, he guarded him. And then you had Kevon behind and Draymond, but it was mainly Wiggs. I mean, I keep wanting to put Jimmy on the ball, and he's not on the ball kind of guy. He's better roaming. But Luka's different. I mean, who do you have that can deal with Luka? You don't want to double him because then he starts moving. I'd rather have him shoot the ball than pass the ball. So in any event, we'll worry about that later. The Lakers aren't on the schedule for a long time. But the point is, all they said, we want 6. We want 6. We want to be in the playoffs, not in the play-in. Can you get higher? Can you get to 5? Could you even get to 4 and have a first-round home court advantage? Joe would like that. They make millions on playoff games.
That's exactly what Marcus Thompson was getting at. A couple of notes here, and we will get to Fillmore Mike before we talk to Dalton Johnson, so hang tight on the lines. Toughest remaining schedules in the NBA. 3 teams at the top, Pacific Division. Phoenix number 1, Sacramento number 2, Lakers number 3. And the Lakers have been scorching hot. Note number 2, out of the NFL, Max Crosby got extended earlier today, $106.5 million over 3 years. And Zach Bond, the All-Pro, 3 years, $51 million contract, just moments ago reported by Adam Schefter. So we'll get back into football.
Philadelphia, obviously.
Yes, of course. And we'll go back to NFL a little bit later in the show. Do want to sneak in Fillmore Mike's thoughts before we get to Dalton Johnson. Mike, what's going on? You want to talk a little Dubs? You are on the Sports Leader with the Gregs. How's it going?
Oh, what's up, man? With the 2 legends, you feel me? Greg Papa, the real OG, the real one. But anyway, real quick, I just want to say, man, with Jimmy Butler in the lineup, you just see like I feel less anxiety. And then I know the teammates feel it, and you can see it through the screen. But my last point, I just want to say happy belated to Draymond Green. He don't get enough credit, man, because his rise and Curry's rise is the reason why we're in the position. When he first came out, he was a tweener, and at that time, that was not a good thing to be a tweener. He kind of made being a tweener a great thing, and we should have known it because he was killing at Michigan State just in his own way. National champion, I believe, and he won Player of the Year. We should have known it. Second-round pick. And then just to let people know, just give him some game. You play defense with your arms and not with your head. He's 6'6", but his arms is 7'2".
Totally.
Hey, great points, Mike. Appreciate the call. Call back anytime. And, yeah, Draymond Green celebrating his birthday in fashion. Like I said, him playing at the 5 seems to be when they're their best defensively, even though it goes against the logic and playing small. We'll talk about all this coming up here with Dalton Johnson of NBC Sports Bay Area. Get his thoughts on Steph at the Garden. The Warriors, can they climb? That's coming your way. Pop and Silver with Dalton Johnson next on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. As the faithful knows all too well, sometimes the season doesn't go the way we want it to. Injuries, setbacks, tough breaks. It's a reminder that life doesn't always go as planned. One moment, everything's on track, and the next, an unexpected challenge turns your world upside down. That's when you need a team you can count on, like Habas Law. For over 35 years, Omar, Tariq, and the Habas Law team have fought for people blindsided by life's toughest moments, right here in our very own community. When the odds are stacked against you, Habas Law steps in, taking on big insurance companies with relentless determination to deliver life-changing victories. Habas Law doesn't just settle cases, they rebuild lives, fighting with compassion, grit, and an unshakable drive to make things right. When life knocks you down, call Habas Law at 1-800-INJURED. That's 1-800-INJURED, or visit habaslaw.com. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law. They will fight to make it right.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
What's happening, everybody? Thanks for hanging out with the Gregs almost halfway through on a Wednesday. Talk to Zack Rosenblat, and we're going to talk to Kate Rooney coming up in about an hour. But right now, it is time to catch up with Dalton Johnson of NBC Sports Bay Area. You can catch him on Dubs Talk Live as well. And Dalton, as I say, good morning in the final 7 minutes before we hit that noon hour. I think we got to keep booking you because I don't know what it is, but it seems like every time I talk to you, good things are happening with the Warriors, literally dating back to the Steph Curry 36-point game against Serbia when I was doing a sports phone. So we'll keep this thing going. And how are you this morning?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. So last night, obviously, big, gritty kind of win with the Warriors on the road. Now, Karl Anthony Towns did not play. Hope everything's all right with him on the personal front. But still, that was a tough first half, back end of a back-to-back. You're in an environment that is juiced, but also really tough to play in with a lot of those fans. And I want to start with Podziemski and Moody because we've exhausted the Jimmy Butler topic and how the trade has helped him, and it's brought a lot of stability. But what is it about Jimmy Butler being here that has opened the door for Brandon Podziemski and Moses Moody in particular to play so much better basketball than we'd seen at any point in the last two seasons?
Well, I think for somebody like Moses Moody, it's really allowed him to kind of fit a role that fits his game the best right now. And I know that might sound a little weird talking about, what is he, 6'5", 6'6", as playing a power forward spot right now. And we've always seen him more as a shooting guard, a small forward. But what I mean by that is he's more of just kind of that classic 3-and-D player right now. It's lessening the responsibility on him as far as having to put the ball on the deck and things like that, and more of spot up in that corner, find your happy place from three-pointer, or get easily to the rack. Don't have to over-dribble and use that shoulder and play a little bit like Jimmy Butler there as far as playing downhill. And then defensively, we've seen the effort from him. We've seen the versatility. So I think you're seeing really good development from Moses Moody. And then Brandon Podziemski, just to be able to see him be confident in his shot, to see him shoot as much as he has recently, they've been encouraging that for a long time. And Brandon, we know how confident he can be, to say the least, and how brash he can be at times. But when we hear him saying things like, yeah, Jimmy Butler sees the game like I see it, like Draymond sees it, like Steph sees it. But someone like Jimmy Butler is someone who Brandon Podziemski respects so much for the way he sees the game, for his mindset, right, for that dog mentality that Brandon has too, obviously, as a competitor. We see all the charges he takes, but you're just seeing him be so much more decisive. And he's cutting off of Jimmy so well. They're directing each other so well, things like that. So I just think the way that he's not over-dribbling anymore, that was a huge problem of his at the beginning of the season. He's seeing the floor with somebody else who sees space in a similar way. So you're really seeing positive development from those two players recently.
Yeah, both of them play so beautifully with Steph Curry, and not every player can do it. Angelo Russell couldn't do it. Kelly Oubre Jr. couldn't do it. They're smart players, and obviously Draymond and Jimmy open it up, and the way they just cut back door. But the key thing is Steph, and he is the epicenter of it all. He's the gravitational pull. The Warriors got so many layups on Steph's screen assists, not just the 9 that he passed for. He sets a screen. They went back door. They got layup after layup. So I want to bring up with Steph going to New York, and he's won 10 straight times in New York. In the NBA, he's 12-1 at Madison Square Garden, the world's most famous arena, and the win, obviously, in college against West Virginia. I listened to you last night on Dubs Talk Live with Garrett Burke, and you made a couple of interesting points that jogged my memory. And we know when Steph goes back to the Garden what he does there, the Studio 54 game, breaking Jesus' record. But go back to the 2009 draft. And we all remember David Kahn, a sports writer. Don't let sports writers be general managers, is the first rule. He takes Ricky Rubio and then Johnny Flynn, my Syracuse guy, right ahead of the Warriors picking Steph. But really, it was Jordan Hill and the pick the Knicks had, the next pick that we forget about. I didn't know when the Warriors, and it was Larry Riley and Nelly that made that pick, Dalton, that he really wanted to be a New York Knick. So go back in time a little bit. Well, how would the basketball world have changed if the New York Knicks had drafted Steph Curry? For some reason, the Warriors just didn't take him at number 7, and he fell to the Knicks at number 8.
Oh, my God. I mean, we're talking about a completely different NBA world, a completely different sports landscape. Think about the valuation of the Warriors, what it is now, and what Steph Curry has done for that franchise as a business, too, right? You think about that, what he could have generated also in New York City for the Knicks at the Mecca. I mean, it already is a showman's paradise, and now we're talking about the greatest showman in sports right now. It would have flipped the history of the Warriors. It would have flipped the history of the Knicks, obviously, but just the history of the NBA in general, because whether the Knicks are good or bad, the stars are going to show up at MSG. They're still going to have so many national spotlight type of games. Everything feels amplified at that arena. I've only been there once, Papa, and I could feel it. Like, you feel the energy of that building when you're inside there. And you think about somebody like Steph Curry having his 16 years there. My God, I mean, we're talking about just rewriting history in ways that are just unfathomable right now for Dub Nation to even think about. Close your ears right now, because it would be a different life that we're living right now.
Talking to Dalton Johnson here. And by the way, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. Yeah, Steph Curry was a New York Knick. That would have changed everything across the NBA landscape, and we are very fortunate out here in the Bay Area that we somehow were able to take him with pick number 7. Looking at the Warriors in the present, Dalton, this is not a perfect team by any means, but they continue, even when they don't play amazing or even when they have clear deficiencies, to find ways to stack wins. And the lone exception since the Butler trade was tough game in Dallas in which they got sped up, and then the game in Philly in which they didn't have Jimmy Butler. So when you think about some of their biggest deficiencies, how do you think that they can continue to overcome them here in the home stretch of the season and make sure that they can secure a top 6 seed?
Well, just look at the way that they adjusted last night. And I think that that's what really stood out to me the most. In that first half, they looked tired. They looked like a team on the second night of a back-to-back. They're just three-pointer after three-pointer. I think it was 5 of 23, below 22%. And in that second half, that's where you're seeing why Jimmy Butler's here, how they're able to now win in multiple ways, where they don't take a three-pointer for the first 3 minutes. Right away, it's Steph Curry getting to the basket, Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler getting to the free throw line, Steph now being able to use his drive to then deceive the defense, step back for a mid-range, open up the three-pointers even more. And that's what I think has really opened my eyes right now, is the fact that when you talk identity, Steve Kerr brought up two-way identity. Of course, that's what they've always wanted to be, the two-way team. Defense leads to offense. But now it's almost like different levels that they can win at right now. And that's why I think they're really excited, because they know that Steph can have these type of games that we've seen where he can get hot from three-point range. But if he's not, and if it's trickled down to the rest of the team, they can play a little bully ball right now. You have two just defensive gurus who wanted to pound you in Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green. And the worry a little bit was point of attack, right? That's where you're losing in Andrew Wiggins right now. And we've always done that Gary Payton II, you can't play him too much. Injury concerns, he's kind of a hot and cold type player. But they've been so great behind plays. They've been so great in passing lanes. They've been so great disrupting defenses and doing what they did to the Knicks and outscoring them 67-47 in the second half. I understand no Karl-Anthony Towns, but I think that was a game overall where you got to go. That's the best one since Jimmy Butler's been here, and that's where they can show you that they can really be a contender, because they're not just such a singular team anymore.
No, it's amazing. And Jimmy's a hell of a player, but I just didn't imagine it would flip the fortunes of this season and the whole franchise. And they have room to grow. They're going to get one of their better players back in Jonathan Kuminga. So I'm sure most of the guys are just waking up now after Draymond's birthday party. I love having back-to-back in New York, over and play in Brooklyn tomorrow night. And then they fly home, and we've already gotten the word that it's not likely he's not scheduled to play on this road trip, Jonathan Kuminga. But he is practicing 5-on-5. I'm sure He's in a gym somewhere working out and getting his sweat up and building up his cardio. So when they get home, they got the Pistons on Saturday night. They got Portland on Monday. Then they do have 2 off days, Tuesday and Wednesday, where maybe they do a 5-on-5 with the actual Warriors and not just coaches and video people before they play Sacramento. So just looking at the schedule, when do you think would be the ideal time to reinsert Jonathan Kuminga back into the lineup, Dalton?
Yeah, I mean, ideally, I thought it was going to be on the road trip. I'm not going to lie to you. I thought it was going to be second or third game of the road trip, but obviously they just continuing to work on the rehab process, and I think as far as a timeline, it's really hard to say, Papa, because it's obviously extended longer than we expected. There hasn't been a reported setback by any means. It's just this was a tough rehab process. It was a really bad sprain. You go back and look at that video, and yeah, he rolled the hearts on the outside, but it moved both ways, and it was just a tough scene for him, obviously. So I expect it in the next few games for sure. I mean, this homestand is great, obviously, to have 7 games at Chase Center, but it's become a little bit of a trickier homestand than, just staying at the schedule. But the Pistons are not the same team that they were a month ago. The Portland Trailblazers have really gotten a lot better, and I'm excited to see these games against every Kings game is going to be a show, but especially the Knicks in Denver and Milwaukee. You're thinking if they can be at full health against Jimmy Butler, this is where you start to get a little bit of that playoff preview. So I hope for Jonathan Kuminga's sake, too, that he can get maybe a game before that, that Knicks, Nuggets, Milwaukee into the homestand and hopefully get at least one game there because you want him to be comfortable when he hits the ground running. But I would love to see them be at full strength and have Jonathan Kuminga for those final 3 games of the homestand because you're talking about real playoff teams, real contending hopes for those teams as well.
All right, so Dalton, yesterday I was on with John Dickinson for the postgame, and I said to him, in our 16 months of working together, I mean, when was the time, if ever, that Steve Kerr could just go to a 5-man lineup consistently, that it fit and it worked and he liked? I mean, it seemed like they were always tinkering with lineups, and now they've had a starting 5 that they've been able to roll with when everyone's healthy. Now, Jonathan Kuminga coming back is going to be a plus in a lot of ways. That being said, it's also a new equation that Kerr and the staff have yet to navigate. So I guess I'll just ask you, since we've seen 0 minutes of the Jonathan Kuminga and Jimmy Butler Warriors, who's your ideal closing 5 on a typical night when Jonathan Kuminga comes back to the team?
Well, I mean, the 5 most talented that you think about, would be basically the starting lineup of flipping Jonathan Kuminga in for Moses Moody, which then brings, the space questions. Jimmy Butler's 3-point shot is just obviously non-existent right now. It's not his number one strength, but it's just nowhere to be found. Since he's joined the Warriors, Moses Moody has found that 3-point shot. We talked about it earlier. Jonathan Kuminga, not his strength either, right? But I think that is the side that they hope to be able to have on the floor when it comes to defense. When it comes to, now I talk about point of attack a little bit, you can do that with Jonathan Kuminga. Use his athleticism there to let him guard, the number one wing and let Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green, really kind of float around and get in those passing lanes. So, yeah, I think that's the talented one. It just has questions, again, as far as the spacing of the floor, and that adds pressure to Brandon Pajemski's shot, the importance of his 3-pointer right there. So I think that's the goal for the coaching staff, is that group can work out. And we know that Steve Kerr looks obviously very matchup-based, but I know deep down, that's the goal, that 5-man group can gel enough where it matters for those final 5 minutes of games.
He has been practicing with a team for a couple of weeks. It's been February the 19th, and today's March the 5th. So, and he has had 5-on-5, so I think it's just getting his cardio up. You mentioned, obviously, and Pajemski's doing a good job. He's never been on the ball defender. Moody had Jalen Brunson. You got guys that can guard the ball. The Wigs loss is profound there. They get beat off the dribble. And the other thing that is obvious is the lack of a shot blocker at the rim. And Philadelphia just beat them off the dribble, and the Warriors didn't even get in the rotations. They just went in and laid the ball in. They got, Draymond can go up in a half-court set, but somebody's coming at him. He's not a shot blocker. Post has had some, but not a. He had a couple last night, but overall, or one last night. Not a big shot blocker. My question is and I think I know the answer because Quentin Post is playing more, but they are starting a small lineup. They are playing Kavan. Why is Trace Jackson Davis just shackled to the bench? And I'm not one to pick on Steve for his lineups, but this guy can give them what they don't have, and that is rim protection. He is an elite shot blocker. Post obviously gives you the pick and pop, but Trace Jackson Davis give you the pick and roll and the vertical spacing. Can they find a way to get TJD on the floor, or is there just too many fives right now, Dalton?
It's ironic. I mean, you bring it up, Papa, as far as like what he is what they are pretty much missing right now. That lob threat and that guy that can run the floor and be a defensive presence down low and actually block some shots. That's what TJD brings. But as you brought up, it feels like they've settled into this lineup. He doesn't space the floor like Quentin Post does. And Quentin Post does a lot of other little things too. The defense has a ways to go. We understand that. They've always known that. Really good screener, really good passer as well. So I think Quentin Post's game has been more than obviously we ever expected. But yeah, and then Kevon Looney. Look, like it doesn't matter how he could go stretches of not playing, and Steve Kerr's just gonna trust him. And I think that's the difference right now. TJD's season has been really up and down the entirety of the season. He's had stretches that have looked really good, and then you've had stretches where you're going, you can't convert a layup. Why aren't you dunking that? You're getting kind of bullied down there. So I think those are the questions. Is that the bad with Quentin Post, the good is just outweighing it right now. And some of the defensive issues with Quentin Post, they feel like they can make up for it with Jimmy Butler, with Draymond Green, when Kevon Looney's on the floor for some of those 4 or 5 minute periods. So right now, I just think that TJD's on the outside looking in and staying ready for whenever his number might be called.
Dalton, thanks so much for coming on. Like I said at the top of the interview, when you're on with us, it seems like we're talking about positive momentum. So keep your phone on and probably be hitting you up relentlessly in the early stages of April. And it's all going to be because of us. We are the superstitious show here on The Sports Leader.
I'll be ready, guys. I'll be ready. I appreciate it. Always fun.
Thanks,
Thank
Dalton.
you, DJ.
See you guys.
He is Dalton Johnson. You can catch him on the Dubs Talk live show. He works for NBC Sports Bay Area. Lots of great written content as well. And, of course, always great to have him on the airwaves with us. Coming up, Papa, we're about 20 minutes away from Walter's Wednesday Whip Around, where he's going to throw all sorts of daggers at us. We haven't gotten into the Giants yet, and they got a little tie yesterday with the San Diego Padres. Kyle Harrison on the mound today. So let's have a brief talk about the baseball team. And no, not the one on my shirt, the Bad News Bears, your San Francisco Giants. We'll do that next. Pop and Silver on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, the Warriors just continue to rattle off dub after dub after dub. After all, it is Dub Nation. How many more do they have in the tank to finish out the last 20 games of the season, and how high can they climb in the standings for the Western Conference as they currently sit at the 6th seed? Let us know your thoughts in the YouTube chat. The only place to let Bay Area fans chime in and join the conversation instantly at KNBR, the sports leader, or give us a call at 415-808-KNBR.
Good to catch up with our buddy Steve Moskowitz here in the middle of the week. Our friend, founder, and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP, always helping out the people of the Bay Area and beyond. And today, Steve, what do you got to say about unfiled tax returns?
A lot. Here it is. It's March the 5th. And there's a lot of people that don't file tax returns. The number one reason people don't file returns is plain old simple. They didn't have the money. So in the first year, they didn't file the return. Made a mistake. Then the second year rolls around and they say, how can they file year 2 when they didn't file year 1? And by the way, they still don't have the money. Then it becomes a lifestyle, a criminal-like lifestyle, always looking over your shoulder. It's the day the IRS agent comes to the house, to the business, to the customers, and orders them not to pay the person, but to pay the IRS. It's the day the spouse says, I've had it with you, I'm walking out the door. All kinds of horror stories, and I've seen all kinds of horror stories with this. Plus, this is a traditional tax filing time when the IRS favorite time to make examples. You don't want to be an example of the IRS. The bottom line is, if you didn't file your returns, whether or not it's because you couldn't pay, we want to make a deal for you. We want to take care of this for you. We want to get this problem off of you. We know what to do and how to do it. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And the only thing you have to do is call up for your free consultation and say, hey, Steve, get this problem off of my back.
If you want to avoid the stress of tax season, you can do just that. Give Steve Moskowitz, the tax attorney for everyone at KNBR, a call now at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAXDEAL. Or for more information, go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Here's the 1-0. Matos swings, hits one hard down the left field line towards the corner. Parlaza back. It's over his head, up against the bottom of the wall. McRae to third, being waved home. Here comes the relay to the plate. The slide. He's safe at home. McRae scores from first, flying around the bases. Luis Matos continues his strong spring. A 2-out RBI double. The Giants break through and lead 1-0 here in the 7th.
Joe Rizzo on the call. Yesterday, the Giants ended in a tie against the San Diego Padres. First televised game, I believe, coming your way this Saturday. Giants currently underway right now for the Cactus League, but that was good to see. Luis Matos hit one deep into left field. Grant McRae showing off the speed, going from first all the way to home plate. Oh, and by the way, Landon Roop, pretty darn good himself. We talked about him yesterday. His official stats this spring: 8 1/3 innings pitched, 1 hit, no runs, 11 strikeouts, and a 0.24 whip. We're going to have Walter whip it out in about 10 minutes, but I don't think it's going to be that caliber of Landon Roop.
And he went 3 1/3 hitless yesterday with 3 strikeouts, and that game was on TV. The San Diego Padres were broadcasting the game, and I watched it all back, and Landon Roop looks like a different guy. And Kyle Harrison is on the mound right now at Arizona, and the Giants did take a 1-0 lead. Wilmer singled in Wade Meckler, and they lead 1-0. Still batting in the top of the first, but Kyle will make his first start of the spring. A little ill to begin, and then he did come out of the bullpen last Friday, and he threw the ball well. But Landon Roop is a different guy. He just looks so poised and confident on the mound. He does not have the overpowering stuff of like a Hayden Birdsong. I think right now you got a 3-way battle for that 5th spot in the rotation. And again, they may not even use 5 to start the year because they got a couple of off days before they come home for the home opener with Verlander on the mound on April 4th against Seattle. Hayden Birdsong, the ball just explodes out of his glove. He's got overpowering stuff. But like Kyle Harrison, and they got this, this strike percentage thing, where they want you to bang the strike zone. And normally what I look at when you look at the balls and strikes ratio, you want it to be 2-1. So roughly what they're saying is 65%. I normally go to 66%. Just fill up the strike zone. And Kyle Harrison would get a lot of outs, but he would fall behind 1-0, arm side command, nowhere near, 1-1 pitch, missed badly. He'd come back and blow you away eventually, but he got deep into games. They want him to be more efficient. Actually, his strike percentage was not bad. But for both Kyle Harrison and Hayden Birdsong, there are just so many. It's maybe not the overall percentage, but it's just of the 35% they're missing, they're not even close. There are so many pitches right out of their hands that are just easy takes. So they've got more room to grow. Kyle's a major leaguer, although I do think that if Landon Roop does get the job, you could throw Kyle in the bullpen. And for Hayden Birdsong, it wouldn't be a horrible thing to him to go back to AAA. He's not had a lot of starts at AAA. But anyway, watching Landon Roop, wow, he just looks so poised on the mound. His setup, his turn, everything. And he's not a real hard thrower. He actually was throwing his 2-seam fastball harder yesterday than his 4-seam. He's low to mid-90s. I think he's changed his arm angle a little bit. If he does make the team, we'll look at video from last year. I just see him a little more slingy and dropping down. I thought the curveball last year was more right over the top, 12-6, and now he's coming from 1 o'clock a little bit. But anyway, he's just his changeup he has added. He is the real deal, this guy. He just looks poised. And we had him at the patio last year after a good outing, and he said, I want to be in the rotation. And he's got 4 ways to get you out, where maybe Kyle's added some pitches, a cutter. Maybe the way Kyle Harrison is right now wouldn't be bad for him to start in the bullpen. But in any event, the main thing yesterday was Landon Roop really looks more refined. And he was the talk of spring last year with that curveball. But now the 2-seamer, the 4-seamer, the straight changeup, he was getting a lot of swing and misses. And the Padres had Arise was in the lineup. Tats didn't play right field, but he was DHing. Manny Machado was. This was the Padres. While he was in the game, he looked overpoweringly good. He gave his spring numbers. And the big news today, we had JT on yesterday, and we kind of knew we wanted to get JT on before it actually happened because now he'll just go be a 20-year-old and figure it out. But we knew it was coming. Bags said it was coming any day. The Giants are starting to trim their spring training roster because 3 weeks from today, they're going to be in Cincinnati. The season starts 3 weeks from tomorrow, so it's go time. You got to get the veterans at bats, and it's time to start to crank it up. But Bryce Eldridge was sent back down to minor league camp. And likewise for Marco Luciano. I think with this position change, he needs to refine his outfield skills. So both Eldridge and Marco were sent back down to minor league camp.
Yeah, not a terrible surprise on the Eldridge front, like you said. And we talked to JT yesterday. Other piece of news coming from Susan Slusser this morning is that Eric Miller is pitching in Friday's game, but apparently pretty sick with the flu and had a fever of up to 104. So between the finger inflammation and then the flu, let's hope that Eric Miller can get all of this stuff out of the way here in spring before he's ready to go for the start of the season because he was used a lot last year. And right now he is the lone lefty in the bullpen, depending on what they end up doing with a Joey Lucchesi or a Kyle Harrison there. So that's kind of a little Giants update coming your way. Good to see Landon Roop on the mound. And to your point, Papa, not just doing what he did statistically, but doing this against the Padres' real starting lineup caliber hitters. I think he's got a strong case to go and be in this rotation to start the year again because of the lineup of the off days, assuming there's no funky weather delays or anything with that first Friday in Cincinnati being the middle of the day. They could just do a four-man rotation. That said, certainly one of the pitchers that has popped out to me the most and be eager to see come March 27th and beyond.
Well, he's been great, and he just looks more refined. He looks like a starting pitcher. He's got ways to get you out, not just the curveball. The changeup is a revelation. When he pairs that with his two-seam or the sinker, it's hard to pick up on. So he's in basically a three-way battle, you would think. There are other guys that are mixing, but we would think of Hayden Birdsong and Landon Roop and Kyle Harrison, and he's going up against the Arizona Diamondbacks big boys. Ketel Marte. The Marte Parte. Bottom of the first, a base hit. Jake McCarthy followed with a double to left field. And so they had second and third, and Lords. I love that name. Lords Gurriel just singled in a run. So Kyle Harrison has faced three batters so far, and he's not getting anybody out. It's only spring training, but they have gone single, double, single. Kind of my drink order today at 2 o'clock. That's what they've gotten off of Kyle Harrison.
Nice. Well done. You go in 3 blue cheese olives again?
Very well done. Oh,
Very
that
well
martini was so good. How many of those did I do on Friday? We had Uber to get us back.
I think you only actually did 2 at that dinner, but beyond that, I whatever happened outside of St. Elmo, I'm just going to leave off the air. We'll say
whatever
that
Andre ordered. There may have been a third one there, but I did not have as much as Nikola Jokic or Luka Doncic when the All-Star game came to Indianapolis a couple of years ago. Andre was spilling the tea as he was pouring the dirties to me. He was giving it up on Luka.
Yeah, semi-professional Serbian skier turned restaurateur was serving us up. And, I mean, look, he was the star of the show in Indianapolis. There's no doubt about it. All right, Walter, you've been giving me a dirty look for 2.5 hours. Yeah, we're getting to your segment, dude. Walter's Wednesday Whip Around. We took a week off getting ready for the NFL Combine, but we are back, and we're here to all love each other on the show. So we'll do that next. Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Hey, I got a question for you. Do you struggle with glasses and contacts? If you do, you probably have thought about modern vision correction procedures such as LASIK or EVO. ICL. But if you need readers or bifocals and you need them now, Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley has a permanent solution to ditch them all. It's called CLR Custom Lens Replacement. Greg Papa here, and I had CLR from Laser Eye a few summers ago, and I see perfectly without any kind of glasses, including those annoying readers that look so good on your nose. It's truly amazing. And if you'd like to learn more about CLR, join Laser Eye Center's free webinar this Friday at noon. This Friday. Their incredible doctors will explain how CLR differs from other procedures, how it eliminates the need for readers, glasses, and contacts. Plus, you will never develop a cataract the rest of your life. So find out if CLR is right for you. Register now at lasereyeclr.com for the webinar. It's coming up this Friday at high noon. CLR, no readers, glasses, contacts, and no cataracts. Laser Eye Center in Pleasanton and San Jose. lasereyeclr.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Excuse me while I whip this out.
Very well done. As I rip the cord out of my headphones, that's not a good sign as we get this started. But what I will say is that Walter's Wednesday Whip Around, this is the official pillar of the midpoint of the week. So I can't say happy hump day until we get to Walter's Wednesday Whip Around with the music banging right now. And we welcome in the third member of our family, Walter Rica Balsetta. Hey, look, I know we like to beef, but I got to say, we missed you in Indy. We missed you.
What's up, boys? Yeah, no, I'm really excited. I've been waiting 2 weeks to whip this thing out because we didn't do one last week. But you guys enjoy Indy? Enjoy it without me?
Oh, absolutely. I think Papa's down, though.
Oh, I do have him down. My bad, Papa. Look, I was getting everything ready.
All right.
What's up, dude?
It's better when I'm down. I loved Indy. It's my hometown, kind of, sort of.
All right, so
I
my
was there
first
for 22 months, 2 weeks, 1 day, 12 hours. Now, the Midwest is not my bag, baby. I got to get to water. But
my
anyway,
first question for you guys:
love Naptown.
Who did drink more on the trip?
Ooh. I would say it's pretty even.
I would say Mike Silver outdrank us all. Wink Martindale under the table.
Wink Martindale was definitely the winner, and he was only there for a night, by the way, and he still probably won.
Yeah, in Naptown, he was not getting many winks, the great Don Martindale. So we had fun.
All right, so Walter,
incredible, yeah.
What do we got on the table today, and what are we setting as parameters-wise? Is there a time limit we're going with? 60, 90? What's the deal?
60, 90. You love throwing out those numbers, 60 and 90, 69. Yeah, I see what you were doing.
75.
We'll go ahead and do 60 seconds on this one. We'll do 1 minute flat. And we have the three questions. I might have a bonus question for you guys. Let me just start there because you guys were in Indy. Where is the weirdest place that you guys have ever taken a nap in? Because I know the first day in Indy was a little rough for you guys. I've done the red eye, had to do that, but I haven't had to do a radio show after landing after a long flight. So where was the weirdest place you guys have ever taken a nap?
Do you seriously want me to answer that?
Yes, I do.
I need more than 60 seconds. I need 60 minutes for that one. You want me to go first, Greg, or you want to go?
Yeah, take it away. Take it away. I'm just as curious as Walter at this point.
I mean, come on. Where have I? Are you kidding me? You ready to go? Timer now. Does the gutter start? I've slept many a night in the gutter. No, I would say the weirdest night. And when you go, I'm the one that pushed for the red eye. Because I normally think you're going to get a whole row to yourself. I'm going to curl up in a ball and go to sleep, suck my thumb the whole way, wet my pants. And when I wake up, I don't lose a whole day. When you fly from the West Coast to the East Coast, you lose a whole day. I hate that. I ain't like losing a whole day. Flying from the East Coast to the West Coast is fabulous. But the other way, anyway, we didn't sleep at all that night. The worst one got stuck in a snowstorm at the Newark Airport in Tri-State area of New York City, and we were stuck there for days and days. I mean, not quite days, but an entire sleep cycle. So probably in an airport terminal, gate C12 in Newark, I curled up like a ball and didn't have a sleeping bag or anything. So that was the hardest night. So that would be the one.
That's a good answer. Okay, let's see. I'm going to go for most peculiar. Just take a little bit of a nap. I was on a little speedboat in the Rogue River in Grants Pass, Oregon, with my family back in the summer of 2019. And I'm the type of person that can get a little bit motion sick. So my mother and I thought it would be a great idea to get some Dramamine up in our system. And it turned out that this was the kind of ride where you did not need any kind of Dramamine. And on top of that, we sort of accidentally drugged ourselves. We're out here doing 360 turns in the river, and a group of maybe 20, 25 of us. And my mom and I, for the first half of that, were just fighting every ounce to stay awake. I think I caught about 2 minutes of Z's in there. So off the top of my head, that's what I'm going to go for the weirdest experience. I will throw my younger brother under the bus, though. He was 9 years old, in fairness, but he fell asleep at a U2 concert, and I didn't get to see Where the Streets Have No Name. Still hurts me to this day.
All right, perfect. I like the stories. I'm a huge napper, so I can literally nap wherever the hell I want. I have napped on the strip of Las Vegas most recently when we were out there for the Super Bowl. So
on the strip?
Yeah, right on the strip.
Or on a stripper?
Just for a little bit.
Did you ever nap on a stripper?
No. We're not going down that route, Papa. But
I want the cleanest version. I got a lot more stories about
I'm sure.
sleeping.
We'll tell those stories off air. Yeah. But, okay, I'm going to give a point to each of you guys because just a fun one. Just get everything loose and ready to go. But all right, so let's start the real conversations, the sports conversations here on the Whip Around. Let's start it with the 49ers. With Brock Purdy, the latest reports has been that the offer is on the table, $45 million per year for Brock Purdy. What is the importance for the 49ers to get this thing done, and is Brock Purdy worth the $45 million at this point? Papa, we'll toss it to you.
Yeah, I mean, timer go now. I mean, the media is going to just shove this down your throat forever. It's not their money and it's not their roster they have to build. So the main thing is Brock Purdy is still showing up at 49-49. He is that kind of guy. He's there in offseason. They haven't OTAs are not going to be till like April 21st, and then he can't get on the field until after the draft. So I don't know what Kyle Strongen will strong-arm him, his agent in this situation. But it's very likely that they don't have a deal in place when the organized team activities roll around or the June mini camps roll around. We'll see where it all goes. I think I've given you my thoughts on where this may go in the offseason, and John has said no guarantee, and John is a tactful speaker, so when he says that, he means that. The real issue will be on Brock. If he does not have the extension he wants, will he take part in OTAs, mini camps, and ultimately training camp?
All right, very solid answer. I'm going to say yes, he's worth more than 45, and I'm going to speak from his camp for just a moment. By NFL standards, not the standard of an everyday person, he was making no money, and for Brock Purdy, he was the reason that they overcame a disastrous trade to get Trey Lance, trade up to number 3, took them all the way to a Super Bowl. Oh, and by the way, the playoffs this year did him a lot of favors because Jalen Hurts, a good quarterback, not a top 3 or 4 guy, I think pretty consensus, just won a Super Bowl with a great roster around him. So Brock Purdy, also, what is your solution, maybe in the short term, if you don't have Brock Purdy going into this year? Not a great one. Would you try to make him play on the $5 million option? Now, Papa said he's the type of guy to show up to the organization. At one point, I wonder if his camp just says, F that, we're negotiating with some hardball. I don't know what they are offering from his camp side and if they want 60, maybe even pushing 65. But for Brock Purdy, you done a lot and you made no money. Yes, the roster around you needs to be good. It doesn't have to be as high as Dak or Trevor Lawrence or those guys, but I think he's worth more than 45.
Overage. I think he's disqualified.
Yeah, do we have to penalize him for going over the time limit?
He went over.
Yeah, just ignore everything that he said after the whistle. All right, so I'm going to go ahead. Actually, shocker, I'm going to give the point to Silver here in the 49er category.
I cheated.
I never thought that I would ever do that. So let's go ahead and give 1 point to Silver. My apologies.
Why are you judge, jury,
Papa.
and executioner? You're the one asking the questions. I want somebody else to make the call on this.
Yeah, we'll bring Holler in here to make a determination on the answers.
Yeah, no, we're not going to bring him in.
All right, so let's go ahead and go to the next category. You guys were talking about it a little bit earlier. Actually, the segment before this when we were talking about the Giants and spring training. You know who's going on the Holler's right behind me now. He's listening to everything that I say, so I have to be quick here. But so we
He's
were
cutting into my 60 seconds.
Yeah.
Get out of the studio, Holder.
So we were talking
go back
about
and pretend like you're working at something.
Go back and pretend like you're working is what
Do
Pop
what
is
Lee
saying.
Hammer did, which is absolutely
He even came in here because we had a meeting and everything. He did his hair. He has a nice collared shirt. He never dresses like that. All right, anyways. So we're going to go ahead and go into the Giants, dive into it. The starters is the big topic. You guys were talking about Kyle Harrison going out there and pitching today. He's about a week behind, right? But Landon Roop has been the darling, the shock, or I guess the dark horse in this whole scenario with the 5th starter. So if Landon Roop doesn't make the 5th starter position, because it seems like Kyle Harrison is going down that route and he will be the starter, but if he doesn't make the opening day roster as a starter, are you okay with having him on the team in the bullpen?
Who are you talking about?
Landon Roop.
All right, I'm going first. I'm jumping in since he went 10 seconds over, was not penalized.
I'll make
and
it
he
50
gave him a
this
bogus
next one.
point. By the way, timer go. Do you say he's a shocker? Does that mean he has a 3-finger screwball? That's the kind of shocker we're talking about. I am saying right now, Kyle Harrison just got bombed the way Wink Martindale and Mike Silver did in Indianapolis. He got 1 out, gave up 5 hits, and 5 runs. His ERA is now 19.29. So I'm not going with the Landon Roop and what are they going to do with him. I'm saying right now, and there's still 3 weeks to go, but based on about halfway into spring training, Landon Roop will take the 5th. I don't know if he'll drink a 5th like Wink Martindale, but he will take the 5th. He will be the 5th starter in this rotation. Hayden Birdsong will go back to AAA for more seasoning. And the question is, will they move Kyle Harrison to the bullpen? They only have Eric Miller, and he's not feeling well as a lefty. Would they put De La in the bullpen? I say Roop takes the 5th.
Okay, so to answer the question, Walter, and I'll keep it short because I went over last time, would I want him on the roster if he's not the 5th? The answer is yes, absolutely. Use your best arms, and Landon Roop has been everything and a little bit more in spring training. If that means you get Roop out of the bullpen some, okay, better than Roop, not at all. The Giants are going in the direction, and we saw this with getting rid of Taylor Rodgers and not signing a Pete Alonso. They are leaning into their youth and giving a chance to see who could this year's version of Elliot Ramos be? Who has a chance to break out? What are we getting out of a Luis Matos or a Grant McCray or Jung-Hoo Lee coming back? So if Landon Roop's got the stuff, he absolutely should be on the team. I would much rather have him in the bullpen than not on the opening day roster at all. Leave it at that, plain and simple.
I'm going to give the point to Papa just because Landon Roop in the bullpen, I don't think is utilizing him to his best ability. Like, you won't get the best out of him.
That's
Obviously,
fine.
He was capable of doing it last year, and that's a reason why he was on the team last year in the bullpen, because he's really talented. But I think that you get the most out of him if he's in the starting role, and I'm going to give the point to Papa.
And I like that. But I was saying if he's not on the starting role.
I'm gonna decline the point because I didn't even answer your question because I thought it was a poorly phrased question. I'm telling you right now, the question is it should be the other way around. If Kyle Harrison does not make the rotation, do you put him in the bullpen? And there's no video of this game, but what happened to Kyle today? It's his first start of the spring. He had won in a piggyback roll through the ball well last Friday. He got bombed. And it's spring training. We're not going to overreact. Although with his stuff, a lot of times it's that your breaking balls don't break in Arizona. He's not a big breaking ball pitcher. He got one out, gave up 5 hits, walked a batter, and gave up 5 earned runs. Let's not overreact, but let's properly react. If you're taking your best 5, Landon Roop's in the rotation, and then what do you do with Dela? Do you put him in the bullpen?
Speaking of breaking balls, Papa criticizing me on my questions, and he doesn't want the point. Are you taking the point?
I don't want the point. I don't want the point. You gave a point to a guy who went 10 seconds over, so I'm not playing by your rules. I'm done.
He's just making it up as we're going.
You can put it back away now. You whipped it out long enough.
We'll let young Tony decide the final results.
All right, so we got one more question for you guys. We're going to go to the Dubs.
We do?
We'll get on
I thought we already did them all.
No. The first one that we did was for fun. It was just, you guys both got a
Strangest
point.
place you ever slept.
Yeah, that was the best question of the afternoon, huh, Pop? All right, so let's go for the last question of the whip around, whip it out, whatever you guys want to call it. Warriors. They're going forward. They are playing good basketball. Where do they end up as the seed? But if you had a preference, who would you want the Warriors to be your first round playoff matchup?
All right, I'll start with this one. You kidding me? The Houston Rockets, man, the team that you have tortured in the entirety of this Steph Curry era. Never beaten them in a playoff series, always found a way, even did it in a Game 7 on the road in 2018. Yeah, it required 27 straight missed threes, but hey, results are results, and this is a Rockets team that is young. They are unproven. Dylan Brooks has been a playoff talker, hasn't been a big playoff shower. I'm not saying the Houston Rockets are bad. I think they're well coached. I think they are going to continue to get better. But if I could choose my first-round opponent, screw Oklahoma City. Don't give me LeBron and the Lakers. Denver and Jokic and Memphis, I think, is a better young team than Houston. I would absolutely want a little Houston smoke if I get a first-round pick of a matchup. No question.
You got 19 seconds. You want to use it up or give it to me?
No, I'll give it to you.
20 now? We ready to roll? Timer start. I want the Warriors to play Utah in the first round, New Orleans, San Antonio, Portland. I don't want Phoenix, but that ain't going to happen. So, honestly, I don't care who they play. The Warriors can play anybody. They eventually, if Draymond Green is saying we got to be championship, they're going to have to beat them all. So you want to take Oklahoma City? And that would, in order for that to happen, you'd have to be in the 7-8 game. So we don't want that because Oklahoma City is going to be the 1. But you may have to beat Oklahoma City 4-7. You can do that. Denver would be the one that I would be most concerned about, especially if they have home court advantage because you have to deal with the altitude. But they're not a real deep team. They're not as strong as the team that won the championship. They're going to have to deal with the Joker and Jamal Murray, and Murray was on a heater in February. But in order to win the whole thing, you got to beat them all. Oklahoma City, Lakers, Denver, Memphis, Houston, it don't matter. They should be the ones worried about playing the Warriors.
All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and award the point to Silver because Papa took a point away from him, from himself, conceded.
Wrong category. It's not germane to the discussion. Whatever.
I think Silver won this one. His first time
He got
winning.
every one.
All right.
I did. You know,
Clean
I'll
sweep.
take it. I'll take it despite the questionable system we have in place. You know, hey, Papa, you know me well after going to Indy together, and I am the type to say if I lose, it was all rigged and everything was against me. So, you know.
I think I kind of kicked it. I didn't want it. I wasn't feeling it. I don't want to. We're moving on. We're taking a mulligan here. Moving on.
He let you win, is what he's saying. He let you win.
I gave it up. Well, because I didn't answer the question about Landon Root. But seriously, what is up with Kyle Harrison? We got to watch the video. It's only one spring start, but he got lit today. Not good.
Yeah, not the same tale we're telling as far as pitching on the mound that we were yesterday at this time that we are right now. Coming up next, let's talk to Kate Rooney, formerly in our backyard here at Cron News, now at Pix 11 in New York, so she could talk all things Niners, Giants, maybe a little Jets, also the Warriors and the Knicks, and she was at the Garden last night. We'll do that next. Papa and Silver whipping it back in on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Golden State Warriors are victorious once again, 9-1 when Jimmy Butler is in the lineup with a second-half surge led by Steph Curry, who is now 10-0 in his last 10 games at Madison Square Garden. 13-1 if you include his college career. For more reaction on this Warriors' late surge in the season as they climb up the seeding in the Western Conference, tune in here on KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
What's happening, everybody? Thanks for joining the Gregs. Just trying to recover from a Walters Wednesday whip around. But the good news is we got about 168 hours before that comes back to haunt us. The other good news is that we have 0 hours and 0 minutes till we get to our friend Kate Rooney, who was formerly an anchor out here at Cron, and now she is doing big things in New York at Pix 11 News. So last night was the big worlds colliding moment for the Warriors and the Knicks. And Kate is one of the absolute best humans I have ever met in this business. So great to have you on the radio, Kate. How is life for you?
Hey, Greg and Greg. Great to be talking to you both. Life
Kate
is good.
Kate.
Life is good. I missed the Bay. You guys are making me nostalgic.
Yeah, well, I imagine last night made you nostalgic as well, watching Steph Curry do what he does in the Garden, no?
Absolutely. It was very strange to be seeing it from a different perspective. I did get in on a Steph post-game conference, so that felt very familiar and comfortable. And, of course, yeah, seeing him, I mean, obviously that's what I've come to expect from him. And he vintage Steph at the Garden, right? He wasn't one of his moments that's going to go down in history, but it was a perfect Steph night.
He does what he does, Kate. He won. He's won 10 straight times, the world's most famous arena, 13-1 career going back to Davidson. But catch us up on what you're doing. Growing up, WPIX, as it was known back then, 11 Alive, they brought Yankees baseball into my world, and their premier station in New York. So what are you doing for Pix 11 now, Kate?
Yeah, it's definitely one of the legacy stations out here, and I think a lot of people grew up watching the Yankees on Pix 11. Now we carry the Mets, not their entire season, but a package of games. And so we cover a lot of baseball, a lot of Knicks, a lot of Rangers, and, of course, when it's football season, that still rules all. So I'm doing a little bit of everything. But lately it's been pretty much Knicks and Rangers, just name the night.
So we'll get to some of the football talk in a little bit, because I know you did so much with the 49ers as well, and it's going to be a very fascinating few weeks to come and watch, especially as we get toward free agency and everything. And I know the New York teams got a lot of drama around them as well. But on the front of what you saw last night at Madison Square Garden, I haven't watched a huge amount of Knicks basketball this year, but I kind of get the sense that they're a very similar team to what they were last year. Karl Anthony Towns adds a different element, and he wasn't there last night. They haven't been able to beat the cream of the crop in the Eastern Conference, but other than that, they are a darn good basketball team. Now, Mitchell Robinson came back last night, and that is a player who, when healthy, is about as good of a defender as I've really seen in this era of basketball. So just early impressions on Mitchell Robinson and how you think, if he could stay healthy and available for the rest of the season in the playoffs, how that could alter the fortunes for the New York Knicks.
Well, it's pretty much a must-have for the Knicks, I think, if they want to make another deep run in the postseason, because you're right, their defense has not been up to par the way they want it this season. I mean, they are still currently the worst three-point defending team in the entire league, and that's just been their Achilles heel all season. Yeah, they've been sitting at third in the Eastern Conference pretty much the entire year, but from the beginning of the season, it was clear that defense is going to be an issue, and the return of Robinson has kind of been like the beacon of light that all Knicks fans were holding on to, right? If we can just get this guy back, get him healthy, which he hasn't been able to stay healthy in quite some time, then that'll be the missing piece that we're looking for. But listen, he's just back, right? He's only played in 3 games. He's been averaging about 12, 13 minutes per game, and Tom Thibodeau said that it is going to take some more time for him to ramp up. We talked to him last night a little bit after the game, and he said he's kind of still getting there. You know, he feels good. He's getting back into the swing of things. It's like riding a bike, but his conditioning isn't exactly where it needs to be. He's still figuring out that chemistry with some of the guys, and I think that that's kind of clear in the way that he's been playing. So they need him to get back to true form, take that step forward, because they just don't have a lot of depth, either among bigs in their front court, and it's going to be a crucial element if they want to be contenders.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they lost last night, but they're 40-21. They were 40-20 going into the game, and it's just the league is better when there's buzz at the world's most famous arena. We had buzz there last night. Michael Strahan was there, Stephon Marbury, Amari Stoudemire, Patrick Ewing. They didn't guard like Patrick Ewing. No one was guarding the paint at all. Spike's always there, Eddie Falco. But tell me about the buzz. I didn't even know, and Tracy Morgan was sitting next to them, that Common and Jennifer Hudson are an item I guess they're not going to get married, but he would like to marry her. Just give me the buzz around the Garden. And the people, we have front row 40 here, but front row at Madison Square Garden is a different price range.
Oh, yeah. It's a totally different thing, and it's actually one of the things I look forward to the most about covering Knicks games. I can't give you the ins and outs about Common and J. Hud's relationship. I don't know about that, but Deuce McBride did say last night that he accidentally tumbled into her lap on one play, and she was very gracious and kind and didn't make a big deal out of it. But yeah, the Celebrity Row at Madison Square Garden is always fun. They always show these guys on the Jumbotron. Ewing's there almost every night now because he's got some sort of a front office type role with the team. Stephon Marbury's there all the time, like you mentioned. I just love seeing all these guys come out. Not only Strahan last night, but Justin Tuck and Victor Cruz were there, two kind of iconic Giants players. So that's always fun. But it was on a different level last night because people come to see Steph Curry play. At one point, I heard "Let's Go Warriors" chants, and that's something you just don't hear at the Garden. No other team draws a big enough fan base to get their chants heard during the game. But there were audible groans when Curry missed a three. There were audible cheers whenever he made one, and it was about as buzzy on both sides as I've heard in the Garden in a long time. So I don't know if that had anything to do with the way the Knicks kind of fell apart down the stretch there. I'm sure they would say it didn't, but I'm sure they've got to be hearing that, and it doesn't feel good when it's on your own home court. But Steph, I don't have to tell you guys, he's just one of those transcendental players who everybody comes to see him. And from the moment warm-ups began, there was a different feeling there, knowing that Steph was going to be out on the court shortly.
Yeah, I mean, he's like no other. And we talked about at the top of the show that when you're on the East Coast and you're coming to that city once a year, if you're Steph Curry, it is quite the spectacle, even at a place with passionate fans for their team like Madison Square Garden. And so just absolute one of one. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And Kate, since you know both teams pretty well, I want to get into just kind of the culture comparisons. And the Warriors obviously lost a little bit of that culture. They bring in Jimmy Butler. Now they're finding a new identity. Tough defense like you saw last night. The Knicks, Tom Thibodeau has always been built on toughness and defense, and sometimes to the detriment of the health of his players, and that's a big criticism point. But how do you compare what the Knicks have building as they look to build their way into a championship to what you've witnessed with the Warriors?
Yeah, well, I actually asked Jalen Brunson about that last night, and he didn't want to hear any of it because they've just played, they won 3 straight, but in those games, they all came down to the wire. They were all really close. Been playing a lot of overtime games in the last 2 weeks. And he said, no, being exhausted had nothing to do with it. But that is a fair knock, I think, on Tom Thibodeau coach teams, especially when they are lacking in depth. You don't have Karl Anthony Towns. Their rookie big man, Ariel Hukporti, is out with a torn meniscus for about a month. So, yeah, they're dealing with some personnel issues there for sure. But culture-wise, it's funny. In some ways, they do remind me a little bit of the Warriors when they were in their prime. They have that toughness, they have that hunger, they have that ability to communicate with each other and move the ball well. Now that hasn't shown up as much on the defensive side, but clearly they're one of the best shooting teams in the league, and the intensity and finding ways to win that they've been able to bring, I think, are kind of what remind me the most of those Warriors when they were in their prime. Jalen Brunson, as great of a leader as you can get. He's kind of like Steph in the sense that he's very humble, not a selfish player, always gives other people credit, thoughtful in his answers, thoughtful in the way he approaches the game, cares about the game so much. And so I do see some comparisons, but, they're still looking to reach that pinnacle, right? And until you kind of reach it, I think that maybe there's a little bit of an element of confidence that's missing. They believe in themselves. They think that they can get it done, but they still have that little bit of grittiness and chip on their shoulder of not quite having gotten it done. And I think that for me right now, that's kind of the biggest difference. Obviously, personnel differences, but it's just once you get over that hump, you're able to kind of go out there with the swagger that the Knicks haven't been able to establish yet right now. They still got that chip on their shoulder, like they said, and it's still about proving themselves and establishing that identity in some way, especially in the East, because things have not gone well against Boston and Cleveland so far this year.
Yeah. The best teams in the East they've gotten routed on. So you had me going. And when you talked about Steph and them kind of groaning when he would miss a shot, and we see it, when he goes home to Charlotte, when he was in Orlando last week, Kate, and went for 56, they were chanting MVP, MVP on the road. But normally you have to win the crowd over a little bit, and then they'll start to root for the opponents. They just love basketball there. But we were talking about this earlier, and Steph has 10 straight wins in the Garden, 13-1 in his career, even going back to his baby-faced assassin days at Davidson. How much do they talk in New York about what if Steph pulled an Eli Manning and he said, I'm not going to the Warriors. Don't pick me. And I didn't even know this was a thing until after, and Del Curry talked about it, and Steph, and they could have said to the Warriors, and they weren't, the Warriors back then, I just don't pick me. What if Steph Curry was available number 8 overall back in 2009? They took Jordan Hale, a serviceable big man. But how much do they talk in New York about what if we had Steph Curry?
I haven't heard a lot about that specific conversation, but I do think the prevailing sentiment among New York sports fans in general is that they've always been wronged in some way, right? If things don't go well for their teams, which is one of the great things about fans. They have huge expectations for their teams out here. They would all love to have Steph Curry on their team. I mean, it's been a week of buzz. We've been talking about Steph being out here for a week, and I think anyone can't help but fantasize what it would be like if he'd been on your team in his prime or really at any time, right? But I think it's just so clear to everyone around the league that Steph was meant to be a Golden State Warrior, right? So there's only so much that you can actually go down that line of thinking. Certainly would have made things different for them. I mean, even you're talking about how great he's been at the Garden. Even in that one loss, that was his 54-point game where he scored 11 threes.
That's
so,
right.
I mean, just imagine all the things that he could have done in that iconic venue over the years if he wore a Knicks jersey. But that's all it's ever going to be is a fantasy.
That's right.
It is incredible irony that his lone loss is like the game that started to establish him as this killer that he became. Talking to Kate Rooney here of Pix 11 News out in New York. What are you going to be doing with the Mets, by the way, this year? Juan Soto's Mets. We're getting warmed up into baseball season here a little bit. And if I'm not mistaken, will this be your first full season out with the Mets?
My first full baseball season in New York, and I don't think I could have come at a better time. I got out here last year over the summer. It was late June, and it was right around the time that the Mets were kind of starting to engineer a turnaround. It was right after they had Grimace, and Jose Iglesias had just come out with that OMG song. I'm not sure how far west all that stuff got, but those were both big deals out here. They were okay. And so it was really fun to be a part of that run because they certainly overperformed last year. But now it's a totally different situation because now they have huge expectations placed on them. Now everyone expects them to be the team to beat in not just the National League East, but maybe even in the National League with the way they've spent with acquiring Juan Soto. I think that they are still going to have some of that fun personality that they had last year. They brought back a lot of their core guys. Pete Alonso, of course, came back after that whole saga. They've got Lindor. They've got Sean Manaea back, who all Bay Area baseball fans know well. They've got a lot of pieces in place and none more of a crown jewel than Juan Soto. So, yeah, that's going to be a big deal for us. And like I said, we've got a couple of Mets games on our air. I think it's about 15 to 20 games. So I expect to be out there a lot. I'm really excited. They just are a great franchise. Steve Cohen wants to win. There's nothing like an owner who the players know has their back, and he's given off those kind of vibes right now. Carlos Mendoza could not have had a better managerial debut, right? And so there's going to be some pressure on him to follow up on that. I think it's going to be incredibly interesting, and I'm really excited for spring training to start. I heard someone compare, or for spring training to end, rather, because I heard someone compare spring training to drinking non-alcoholic beer. It's just not satisfying, and that's kind of how I'm feeling right now. I'm ready to move to the hard stuff.
Totally. I never heard that before, but I'm feeling you. Not that I've ever done it, but I can understand the concept. You mentioned Steve Cohen, and he's kind of become this generation's King George Steinbrenner. Whoever thought anyone would leave the New York Yankees and go to the Mets? I mean, that just doesn't happen. But you haven't been there long. But the one thing, New York loves baseball. Boston loves baseball. Bay Area loves baseball, but not like New York. But New York loves basketball. They love the Rangers. I don't know how much they really... Pro football, maybe... Have you got a feel, if you were to rank the 4 major sports, which ones does the Big Apple love the most, do you think? Which order would it be?
I'm glad you asked that because that's one of the first things that I wanted to figure out when I got here. Because having grown up in the Bay Area, I kind of had my strong innate sense of which teams were the kings out there when things are going well, right? And of course, whatever team is doing the best, that's the team du jour. But I've asked a lot of people about that, and the answer is the one team that everyone in this town and the surrounding area can rally behind is the Knicks. My apologies to the Nets. I enjoy covering that team as well. They've got some interesting stuff going on right now, but the Knicks are the team of New York basketball. Everyone loves the Knicks. And so the general sentiment is that is the team that is the most desperate for a championship. That's the team that people want to win the most. And when they're on top, they are the kings of the city. Now, I think you're right, Greg. Number 2 would probably be baseball. It would be the Yankees and maybe the Mets. I mean, the Mets kind of have a little bit of Oakland A's little brother syndrome, right? They've had their moments, but the Yankees are the big dogs in town, and maybe that power balance is starting to shift a little bit. So I think that's going to be incredibly interesting this season, especially when the Yankees have been having all sorts of injuries during spring training, and they might have to do a little scrambling to get their roster where they want it to be to start the season. Football is still huge. It's still NFL football. Jets fans are incredibly passionate. Giants fans are incredibly passionate. We saw multiple planes flying over MetLife Stadium this year, telling John Mara what a disaster his ownership has been, right? So, I mean, these fans will pull out all the stops to convey their excitement and their passion and their disappointments about these teams. So NFL is still huge. But I'm going to put it in that order probably, at least for right now.
How about the Rangers? They love the Rangers, the blue shirts. Come on.
They do love the Rangers. They love the blue shirts. I'm actually covering the Rangers game tonight. As soon as I get off the phone with you guys, I'm heading out there, and they love the Rangers. I think, though, there's a marked level of disappointment in the Rangers right now. They were supposed to be so good this year, follow up on the incredible run they had last postseason, and they're clinging to any hope of even a wild card spot. So I think that's been a bit of a disappointment. I haven't yet experienced what true Rangers hysteria will be like. But I'm going to still have to put NHL number 4. I don't know. Maybe if there's any New York listeners out there, they might be calling in to quibble with me. But that's just my perspective. I've only been here for 8 months, so I'm open to changing that, or I'm open to someone teaching me the proper ways. But right now, that's what I'm going to go with.
That was a really good question, Papa. I'm actually glad that we got that insight on there because we spend so much time focusing on our market, and she obviously knows both very well. I was kind of waiting for the New York Red Bulls or the Islanders to get mentioned, but we just quite didn't get there. Kate, really appreciate you coming on with us. I was overdue to reach out to you anyway, so this was awesome. Have fun at the Rangers game, and keep kicking some butt out there in New York. Love following your work.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Really good to talk to you both, and keep holding it down in the Bay.
Absolutely.
That was fun, Kate. Thank you so much.
She is Kate Rooney, formerly of Cron, right here in our backyard, and now at Pix 11 News in New York. Going to the Rangers game tonight. Maybe she'll have a little change in the hierarchy when seeing this environment. Coming up next, a little Silver Linings playlist. And how could I not make the theme Stephen Curry at Madison Square Garden? I'll tell you what we got next on the Jukebox on Pop on Silver, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, the Warriors just continue to rattle off dub after dub after dub. After all, it is Dub Nation. How many more do they have in the tank to finish out the last 20 games of the season, and how high can they climb in the standings for the Western Conference as they currently sit at the 6th seed? Let us know your thoughts in the YouTube chat. The only place to let Bay Area fans chime in and join the conversation instantly at KNBR, the sports leader, or give us a call at 415-808-KNBR.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Silver Linings Playlist with Greg Papa and Greg Silver.
All right, so I told you before the break, we're going in the direction of Steph Curry and Madison Square Garden. And look at the shirt Papa's got for the 2024 Paris Olympics, where we saw, as Noah Eagle deemed it, the golden dagger. By the way, 408 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Not a fan of the spring training non-alcoholic beer analogy, saying that questioning the love and knowledge for the game of baseball. I'm questioning your love for non-alcoholic beer, 408. It's a great thing to have. Little athletic, little fieldwork brewing from Tim Webb. Nice to do during the week so that I don't wake up feeling like I got a little headache before I go do 4 hours of radio.
Okay.
Yeah. Don't worry, it's no dirty martini.
What a buzzkill. No one's doing that. I used to do ads for Sam Adams, and they brought up the non-alcoholic beer if your wife's pregnant and all that. No one's drinking that unless you have to drink that. Anyway,
they have some decent ones out there. They got some decent ones out there. I'm just saying.
Okay.
All right, anyway.
Kind of defeats the purpose.
Moving along.
What a
Silver
buzzkill.
Linings Playlist. Here's the deal. Steph Curry, 13-1 at the Garden. The one loss we just mentioned was like his coming out party. And when it gets to the fourth quarter of these games, well, Jimmy Butler's on the team now and the Warriors are playing hot. Let's call it what it is. It's closing time. I can't believe I'm saying this on March 5th after the season that the Warriors have had, but we are back to closing time not being the cardiac Warriors or always being so stressed, or they could be up 20 with 7 minutes to go and you think it's all going to end. Nah. They are taking care of business. And let's call it what it is with Steph Curry. He came into a game in the middle of the fourth quarter that was tight. The Warriors had a 1-point lead. He goes plus 11. They win by 12. He makes both of his 3-point attempts. 4 assists on top of that, whatever he needed to do. He answered the bell. Steph Curry was a big part of the third quarter, opening up the door for closing time. And by the way, as they say in the song, every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end. Well, Klay Thompson's not on the team anymore. The Warriors lost some of that identity. This season, they were staying afloat. They bring in Jimmy Butler. It is kind of that final push. It is a little bit of something new, but they are trying to get what they can out of this era of basketball. And then also, it says, what is the lyric? Like, this room won't be open until your brothers or sisters come. Kind of like the Sheraton when you get there at 7 in the morning.
I love this song. I haven't heard it in a while. It is a beautiful song. I mean, Steph, he is a closer. He's one of the great closers, but he's pretty good in the first quarter. He's pretty good in the third quarter. Steph happens in the third quarter. So I thought you would go with a Jennifer Hudson song or a Common. I mean, it was all teed up for you right there. So good. By the way, I did see Becoming Led Zeppelin last night.
Oh.
How? Have you seen it?
Have not seen it yet.
So I thought you told me you saw it recently. It is so good.
Okay, that's on the weekend list for sure.
Now, would that be in the category of documentary film? I think, I mean, it's the video. I don't know where they got it all and the way they redigitized it. I mean, it was so beautiful. When Fillmore Mike called earlier, the one thing about Zeppelin They had a show right in January of '69 at the Fillmore, and that's where they launched into superstardom. I didn't even realize that. And in 1 year, they did a show back in London, almost a calendar year later, and they went to, all the spots, the Whiskey A Go Go in L.A. and all that. But it was really the Fillmore that launched them. And you look at, Jimmy Page, is he the best? John Bonham, guitar, drums, and then Jimmy Page, Jimmy Page is just such a genius. And Robert Plant. Anyway, I strongly suggest, I don't know what category it would be in because it was more of a doc, but it's got to be next year's Oscars. So anyway, the reason was Steph Curry, and he's a great closer. He's a great starter. He's a great middleman. There's nothing the guy can't do. But I do wonder, and when Kate was on and she was talking about the Garden, normally you have to kind of, build to where they start rooting for the other team. And we saw it in Orlando. We've seen it really a lot of places. I remember years ago when Steph was signing autographs on the parquet in Boston. It wasn't the Ghastly Garden, it was the TD Garden. And he was like the Pied Piper. Those Celtic fans were all over him. And I was like, wow, how big is he? But what he did, not for the Golden State Warriors, but for the United States of America at the Paris Olympics, Knicks fans were rooting for him. Celtics fans were rooting for him. Lakers fans were, everybody, except maybe Parisians and French. What he did in the Olympics.
Jason Tatum fans.
Was the one time where they could all root for the brilliance of Steph, and they're not that pretty jump shooting team, and they bring Durant and they ruin the game. He's been that guy for a long time, and LeBron scored 50,000 points, which is beyond comprehension. Steph's not even halfway there. Probably what the playoffs he is, but is he the most popular figure in the league? Is he the most popular sports figure? And it's hard to compare him to international soccer, but what he did on the world stage of the Paris Olympics, has his popularity grown and changed? And it's always been, the biggest ever in the history of the Bay Area, one of the biggest ever in the history of American sport. But is it more now after what he did for Team USA in Paris?
Oh, no question about it. Just kind of getting to see everybody's reaction online and have a lot of conversations with people outside of the Bay Area, being like, this is what you guys get to deal with all the time? This is what you get to root for? It was so nice to just watch Steph Curry and appreciate it and be excited about it. I also think this, Papa, I have obviously not lived the longest life to this point, but in my lifetime of watching sports, he has got to be right up there, if not the top of the list, with greatest sicko, psycho, killer that I've ever seen play any sport. And Patrick Mahomes has some of that, and unfortunately we don't like to root for him in the Bay Area. This is what I envision and gather from watching Joe Montana on old film, but I didn't get to live that in real time. Michael Jordan, obviously the most notorious and what was so well illustrated in The Last Dance. I'm not saying Steph is the greatest basketball player I've ever seen, but he might be the greatest sicko that I have ever seen play this game. And he's just got, I also could have gone psycho killer, talking heads. I'll save that in the back pocket for another day.
They all are. Steph just emotes and plays with joy. And that's the thing about Steph. He's the baby-faced assassin. He looks like, what the nicest guy in the world. But when the compete level is all time. You don't win 4 chains. I don't think Larry Bird competed hard. Magic, with his smile on his face, they all do. But he does it with a certain, he's kind of Willie Mays. How many guys play, and we heard the term play with joy. When Durant came here, he's like, when they went to the Hamptons to recruit him, he's like, you guys really play with joy? Durant doesn't play with joy. Durant plays with a burden of being the greatest scorer since, and LeBron's got more points, but he's not the scorer Durant is. Anyway, it's just he was kind of like Mays, where Mays, the hat flying off and playing with a smile and playing stickball in the streets of Harlem. It's like but he can flip the switch. He competes at the highest level, but he does it with a joy. Like Draymond's just coming at you, foaming and spitting, and he's obviously, that white-hot competitor. Steph is, but in a joyful way. And when he turns the Garden around, I've seen it in so many guys go in there and just put Reggie Miller, and he beat the Knicks, so that was different. But there's a point where the New York basketball fan is so sophisticated that they start rooting for the other. They love the game. They love the Knicks, obviously, but they just love the game. And Steph Curry, it's different this year. Where, I don't know, I guess they've been doing it for a while. But he goes to Orlando, they're chanting MVP, and he's dropping 56 on the home team, and that the Knicks fans are rooting for him right away. It's just, the whole country and a lot of the globe got to root for Steph Curry in a different way. Even if you don't like the Warriors, you were rooting for Steph and Team USA, and he put on the show of shows in August.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And still does not get old. And I, for one, just getting to be in this market and talk sports will never take for granted what we have left of a Steph Curry, of a Draymond Green, now Jimmy Butler in this era of Dubs basketball. Because as we have alluded to a handful of times on the show now, Steph Curry coming to the Warriors in 2009, that was not a sexy franchise. That was not a highly valued franchise. He wanted to be a New York Knick, and he came here and made the Warriors one of the biggest brands in basketball. Had history been rewritten, the entire NBA landscape would have changed alongside it. So that is our Silver Linings playlist today. We are back to closing time, which was nervous time for the Golden State Warriors for the better part of the last season and a half. Coming up on the other side, before we hand things off to Dirty Work at the 2 o'clock hour, we are going to get to some sounds. And of course, that includes Miles McBride diving for a ball and knocking off the glasses of Jennifer Hudson, as narrated by Ian Eagle. Sounds coming up next, right here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Sounds of Silver with Greg Papa and Greg Silver.
Lots of good audio to throw your way here as we got about 25 minutes left with the Gregs, and then we'll hand it off to Dirty Work here on a Wednesday. Got to start it off with the obvious one, Jennifer Hudson. And you know what? I'm going to blame Brandon Pajemski not tracking down the ball just as much as Tracy Morgan, and I kid. But Miles McBride deflects Moses Moody's pass, and here is the moment narrated by the great Ian Eagle.
New York the lead. When they call him Deuce, and boy, I tell you, he has been such a positive. Protect Jennifer Hudson. Protect Jennifer Hudson.
Oh, no, not the glass. Those look real expensive, too, partner.
And Common is making sure everybody's okay.
Let me see what Common did. Did he protect her?
He tried. He actually banged the glass.
No, he did. Yeah. No, he
banged the glass.
Yeah, Greg Anthony not giving her boyfriends, which we officially learned about, Common, not giving her enough credit there on the protection.
Jay Hud. And he was all over it. Ian had it immediately. Saw it was her. Tracy Morgan was there. I had no idea that they were. They got to be one of the best power couples in the country. Common, the great Common, and Jennifer Hudson together. Before she took one off the nose, the schnoz, and it knocked her glasses off. At first, I thought that's a weird pairing. And then after the ball went away, he grabbed her knee, and I thought, did you know that they were an item, Common and Jay Hud? I had no idea before today.
Yeah, I didn't either, although I guess it's been public since January of 2024, but hey, flew right over our heads.
Sorry.
Yeah, so hey, Jennifer Hudson, it was only the glasses. It's all okay, but gotta love the breakdown by Ian Eagle, the immediate spot, and then Greg Anthony bringing in the pure analysis there. Let's go to Shaquille O'Neal. NBA on TNT was going last night. Not the usual crew. We did have the Adam Lefkoe crew, but Shaq, the Big Diesel, was a part of that. And we know by now
he
that
talks
Shaq,
more on that show. He talks way more on that show.
He does. And
Tuesday they let him talk. Thursday, Sir Fat Ass gives him no time.
and Shaq loves Steph Curry, calls him his favorite player. Here's what he had to say about Steph Curry last night after the win at the Garden.
As the supreme leader of the Big Man Alliance, I demand you fans to start putting Steph Curry in that greatest of all time conversation. Start putting Steph in that conversation. I demand it. And I'm saying, listen, I played against Mike, played with Kobe, played against and with LeBron. They're all great. At some point, we're going to have to put Steph Curry in that category. I'm not saying he is, but let's just have the conversation. I like all the internet talk and the barbershop talk, but I ain't never seen nothing like that before, and nobody has. And that's how many of them things he got. 1, 2, 3, 4 against LeBron.
I will say this. Regardless of where you want to stand on that statement, Shaq having this conversation on the night that LeBron James hits 50,000 points, I think it makes a statement in and of itself right there.
He's been saying it for a long time. Yeah. And he played with some talented players, obviously, being Kobe, but he and Kobe didn't get along. He's been on it, and without it, come on. One of the greatest of all times. In your backcourt, Michael's playing two-guard. Who's your point? And you could go, Jerry West would be in that conversation. Certainly Kobe, if you wanted to play an all-big point guard. But there's a way he shot the ball. In the three basic tenets of offensive basketball, shooting, passing, and dribbling, there's no one that's been as skilled as Steph Curry. That's just a fact. And then you put in, he put a show last night, a master class on screen setting and back picking, all of it. Steph is that guy. So Steph Curry recently, and Patrick Ewing was there last night, he passed Patrick Ewing. He's 55 points away from 25,000 in his career. He is now the 26th leading scorer in the history of professional basketball. Very shortly, he's going to pass the logo, Jerry West. He's going to pass Reggie Miller. He's going to pass Alex English, Vince Carter. These guys are all 25,000. Russell Westbrook, Kevin Garnett got to 26, Hondo Havlicek, Paul Pierce. Steph has got a 37th birthday coming up in a little while here. So if you score 2,000 points in an NBA season, it's a lot. 25 a game for 80 games. It's hard to do. So 2,000 to extrapolate it out. But if he says he wants to play at least 45. So if he plays 6 more years, could he not easily score 10,000 more points? And now his 25,000 that he's almost on gets up to 35,000. Kobe Bryant did not score 35,000 points. Michael Jordan did not score 35,000 points. Only 3 guys have scored 35 or more. The mailman, the greatest of all time, Kareem, and now LeBron. LeBron in the regular season's at 41,871. When you factor the playoffs, he gets to 50K. Add Steph's playoffs, he's won 4 titles. So as he starts to progress, Shaq's been on it for a long time. He's right. He's the most skilled that has ever played the game. There's no doubt. But now, and he missed a lot of years as a young guy. He wasn't that guy with the ankle injury and the pandemic year. He's missed some time. But he's going to start passing the greatest of the great, just one after the list. How much longer is he going to play at age 37? Maybe not till he's 47, but he wants to play till he's 45. He plays 8 more years. He may get up to Karl Malone. Then there's no debate. But Shaq, I give him credit. He's been saying this for a long time. He is clearly not one of the greatest of all time. Is he on your first team All-NBA team? All time. All time. Michael's your 2 guard. Done. Who would be next to him? Oscar? Jerry? Would you put Kobe and go, big in the backcourt? With the shooting ability and the ability to handle the ball, a lot of people would pick Steph Curry.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And Shaq, I think also last year after that overtime win at home against the Celtics, said something very similar where I'm starting to wonder if it's time to have the conversation of him in the greatest of all time. So that's what Shaq, the Big Diesel, had to say. Very opposite of Charles Barkley, who we're going to see on Thursday, of how he thinks about the Golden State Warriors. Couple of more sounds here. And right now in the short term, the Warriors are just focused on what seed they can get by April 13th. Oh, how quickly things turned in Phoenix with Kevin Durant coming back in the fourth quarter. Here's a clip from Stan Van Gundy in the first half when things were looking ugly. He was not mincing words, and I kind of wish we could have got BA and Stan Van on that game just because I love getting to talk to those guys. This is Stan Van Gundy, not mincing words about the Phoenix Suns defense.
Here, the doors opened up with injuries to Kyrie Irving, Domantas Sabonis. This is what we're talking about. This Suns defense is pathetic.
So he just calls the defense pathetic after Kawhi Leonard drives in, goes with an easy right-handed flush. That was middle of the game when things were looking very ugly, but kind of got to love the Van Gundys in general, man. Like, that's some of the best color commentary I've heard in my lifetime.
Well, the last time SVG was on a Warrior game, what did he say about their transition defense? I think the word pathetic. He likes that word, pathetic. So that game, that's when the Phoenix Suns were getting rolled. They were down 23 points last night, came back to win. They outscored the Clippers 43-22 in the fourth quarter. Kevin Durant went stark raving mad. He had 19 in the fourth quarter. Never seen him so animated. Took the game over. Got into it with Mike Budenholzer, and Mike may have talked about the defense, but BA was on the game along with Stan Van Gundy, our friend Brian Anderson. We were texting this morning, and he just said he's never seen anything like it. The flip job, the most schizophrenic performance I've ever seen, is what he called it, as they were lifeless and couldn't play. But he rode the Mason Plumlee, Colin Gillespie, not Connor Gillespie, Giant fans, but Colin Gillespie train, and they got back into the game. The real story is Bradley Beal played 14 minutes and 40 seconds. He is not popular in that locker room. Not a lot of effort, won't play D. Are they going to Bud just bench Bradley Beal for, I don't know if he do it the rest of the year, but he played 14 minutes and 40 seconds last night. Booker played 40+. Durant played 41. I don't know what's gotten into Bradley Beal. He used to be a good player, but is there a point where Bud just benches Bradley Beal?
I think that point is right about now because even with the win last night and taking one away from the Clippers, who, by the way, dropped all the way to 9, Phoenix is still a considerable chunk behind the play-in. And I know that Dallas and everything that's going on has a real shot to fall out of that top 10. And maybe Phoenix goes and fills that void. Bottom line is, time is ticking. And we saw this with the Warriors last year. Although they weren't playing quite as bad, they did go 27-12 in the last stretch of the season. The problem was all the other teams they were bunched up with kept winning too, and they end up being the 10 seed. So clock's ticking for Phoenix. And on
they're
that note,
going to make it. Phoenix is getting in.
Yeah, they're getting in. Probably
Phoenix is going to get in the play-in, and then watch out. And it doesn't. The 82 don't matter. You got to beat them one time in a 48-minute basketball game. Good luck with Durant.
Let's play that final call from Brian Anderson last night. James Harden misses the free throws. Zubats, who had a great game last night, misses the tip that would have forced overtime. Here is the shock of the final call, and, of course, our good buddy Brian Anderson.
Harden misses. Ball's loose. In the air. Kawhi's got it. Puts it up. Zubats, no! And the Phoenix Suns on improbable victory. 119-117, the final. And do the Suns have some life?
Well, they might, and that was the largest fourth-quarter comeback in franchise history. Not a bad time to make it happen if you are to salvage your season.
Shazam! They did it for the great Al McCoy, who lost at age 91 before the year started, the only voice of the Phoenix Suns in their history. There have been others, but he's the guy. Anyway, they're not dead. And Durant, the locker room's toxic, and Durant almost got traded. He's just seething there. Let's just see what they have. I think they got to make a call on whether to play Bradley Beal or not. But that's the kind of win that can flip a season. Now, they got to follow it up because they are, as B.A. texted me, the most schizophrenic team in the NBA. They were pathetic early in that game and falling behind, and they came back and won by 2. And the Clippers, man, 28, 29, 30 losses. Add up the teams that have it. Warriors 28, Minnesota 29, Sac 28. Clippers 29 losses now. They've lost 3 in a row. Dallas 30, but they're not getting Kyrie back, and they might not bring Anthony Davis back. So that's the opening for Phoenix, is to get up. If they even get up to 10, they got 33 losses. You know, they lose one game, they're done. But they have to win a couple if they're in the 9-10. They could do that, and then they get in the playoffs, Greg. You don't think they're going to be a scary team with Kevin Durant and a motivated Devin Booker?
Yeah, I'm still shocked at how quickly this thing turned south because of the offseason when they hired Budenholzer and brought in a true point guard in Tyus Jones. I fully bought into Phoenix. I fully bought into the 9-1 start, and it has just gone absolutely south. The defense has been, as Stan Van Gundy put it, pathetic at times, but they got a chance to get things right and see if last night was a building block for them. Last piece of sound, and yeah, I'm going to go there. Got to give Josh Dubow credit for this one. First sweep on a back-to-back on the road for the first time since October 22nd, 2021 for the San Jose Sharks. I'm sorry, they did it to your Buffalo Sabres, but Macklin Celebrini, friend of the program, here with the goal in that awesome stretch to make it 4-2.
League. Shot went wide. Luke Badulin. Eklund. Here's Smith. Back across the grain. Luke Badulin on the wing. And they score! It's Macklin Celebrini. And the Sharks get one right back.
Sharks go to work. Check out that play, though, right here by Will Smith. He gets it to Luke Badulin, and Celebrini came on a change. So nobody's picking up Macklin. Macklin comes on the bench. A really good change by the Sharks. That's a disciplined change.
Yeah, that shot, it's just snuck inside the left part of the goal, got a nice little height on it. And again, Sharks, you look at the standings, you're not going to see anything that's all that impressive. But hey, they're going to get another high pick. They are building something. And that 18-year-old kid, Macklin Celebrini, absolutely the truth.
Give him the Calder Trophy right now, which is the NHL's Rookie of the Year. There's a ways to go, but man. So they went to Toronto the previous night and won in a shootout 3-2. You go into, and it's, Toronto's just a different level of hockey. And then Buffalo, they love the Bills there, but they love hockey after they lost the Braves and now they're the LA Clippers. But they had a 4 spot in the third period to win the game. They scored 4 goals in that period. So when they get off this road trip, and I think people are more energized into hockey. We were talking about it after the Team USA, Team Canada, and the Four Nations face-off mini tournament we had in the middle of the All-Star break. Kind of their All-Star break has energized people. So I'm going to go watch them. And I've not seen them. I've watched a lot of their games on TV, but I've not seen them live. But we're going to go down to the Shark Tank and watch Macklin Celebrini. What a story. Number 1 pick in the draft, just a college kid last year, Rick's son. And right now, I think he is. There's a few candidates, and they got a couple on their own team as far as youth of this league. But Macklin Celebrini just may win the Calder Memorial Trophy, which goes to the Rookie of the Year in the NHL. And also last night, Mark-Edward Vlasic. That guy, he's played over 1,300 games. He blocked 2 more shots last night. He has blocked more shots than anybody in the history, not just the Sharks franchise, the history of the NHL. Not many people have played 1,300 games. It's insane, and that guy is a true stay-at-home defenseman. So congratulations to Pickles. Mark-Edward Vlasic, more shot blocks than anybody that's ever played the game.
So there you have it right there with the sounds of Silver today. Phoenix Suns, improbable comeback. Shaq on what he had to say with Steph. Macklin Celebrini leading the Sharks to their first back-to-back sweep in 3.5 years. And, of course, protect Jennifer Hudson at all costs. We'll wrap up the show on the other side and hand things off to Dirty Work. It is Papa and Silver closing up on a Wednesday on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Just closing out here on what, in my humble opinion, has been a nice, successful Wednesday. But if you're watching the stream...
Whoa, I just lost my camera.
Get a good look at... That's not Greg Papa.
I'll get it back.
That's some chords. But anyway, Papa and Silver, and we can hear him for the next 3 minutes.
I spilled my camera. Kind of like Kyle Harrison. It's a good shot, isn't it? Kyle Harrison came back out to pitch the second inning after he gave up 5 runs in 1 inning and got 1 out. It was an incredible outing. Did come back in spring training. They'll pull you in 1 inning and bring you back out later. So he wound up going an inning and 2/3. Gave up 7 hits and 5 runs. By the way, you can see the bottom of my foghorn there.
I was going to ask if that's the foghorn, the exorcism tool. There we go.
You know why? Because we're celebrating Willie Adames' first home run as a Giant.
Hey!
Willie Adames, 2 for 4, 3 RBIs, a homer. Schmidt happens. Casey Schmidt hit another home run, his second of spring training and of this week. And even though Kyle Harrison gave up 5 in the bottom of the first, the Giants have come back against Arizona, and they lead 7-5.
I can't wait for Willie Adames' first non-alcoholic homer starting March 27th and beyond. Oh, Papa's getting his camera back finally. So, yeah, there we go with the Giants. They got off to a rough start. We talked about it a little bit earlier. Kyle Harrison was getting hit right off the bat, then give up a bomb. Down 5-1 after the first inning, and they have since responded with 5 runs of their own. So the Giants, in the bottom of the 4th right now, have a 6-5 lead. Hey, you're looking cute. We got your back.
Camera's back. If you could see I got iPads everywhere. I got everything going on here. It is closing time here. I think I'm going to get some non-alcoholic beer. Not!
Little Borat there for you. So, yeah, great show, and want to take this time to thank our guests of the day. We had, of course, Dalton Johnson at 10:50. We had Zack Rosenblat at, Zack Rosenblat 10:50, Dalton Johnson 11:50. And Kate Rooney talking all things New York at 12:50. Thank you to Walter for the whip around. Still trying to figure out what exactly the scoring system is. But, hey, I'm not going to apologize for the points I was rewarded. And lesson learned, don't take Dramamine before a speedboat. You know, Papa, when we get off the air, you're going to have to learn about some of these other places you've taken naps before.
Oh, I didn't even go anywhere. I mean, Heather, Tiffany, Bambi, slept on. Anyway, moving on. I had to go the PG version, so... In any event, we're going to get more into the NFL as the week continues here. The Devante Adams situation with the Niners and Brandon Aiyuk is really interesting, and players keep getting cut. Philadelphia signed a lot of guys. They gave Saquon the bag, Louis Vuitton, I do believe, and they got Zach Bond signed. How about Max Crosby's deal with the Las Vegas Raiders? So if somebody is going to trade for Myles Garrett, he's going to want that. Max is a good player, but Myles Garrett is a better lineman. So as we start to progress towards the end of the week here, there's going to be more re-signings, releasing, and even some trades in the NFL as we get set for Monday. I know Derek loves it. We are settling in on Monday morning for the frenzy. We do love the frenzy, the free agent frenzy.
Best time of the year.
Best time, without a doubt.
And we'll hand it off right here to Derek and Copes and Tim Webb for a little dirty work. Thanks for hanging out with the Gregs for 4 hours. We're going to pick it right back up here at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Until then, it is time for dirty work, and you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay.
It's getting hot. Is it getting hot there?
That's even worse.
How are we feeling? It's getting hot.
Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you as soon as Walter gets his ass out of the way. Good show for you today. Mike Yam, friend of the program.
Yammer.
One of your buddies, Mike Yam.
Yeah. Well, we didn't work together in NFL Network, but...
You didn't cross paths there?
He was still the Niners insider, I believe, at the time that I was working there. But he moved his way up.
When I think Mike Yam, I think Derek Papa.
Well, when you think Giants baseball, you should think Dirty Work.
Yeah,
and Derek Papa.
If it's Giants baseball, it's Dirty Work. Or if it's, I forget which order it goes in.
If it's Giants or if it's Dirty, well, I can't remember.
That's what I mean.
Tim will play the sound for us later.
Whatever that dumb sounder says.
Yeah. But no, Yam moved his way up to being, NFL Total Access is no more. So he hosts shows periodically for NFL Network, but he's a good dude.
Yeah, Mike Yam of the NFL Network will join us. 3:50, Dante Whitner.
I have confirmation. He will be on today.
Dante Whitner joins us at
He got a new phone.
Kirk Morrison.
Oh, Kirk's my guy.
If I'm not mistaken, the Bay Area's own.
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken, Bishop O'Dowd's own.
Yes.
Shout out my Moreau Catholic Mariners, by the way, into the state playoffs as an 11 seed last night. Topping the 6 and moving on to the next round. I think they're going to play SI in the quarterfinal for the state championship.
Where are you at these games?
I wasn't at the game.
You should be.
I was following it remotely.
Well, the kind of proud alumni should be at these games.
Dude, they're all over the Bay Area, though.
Yeah.
When you get to state playoffs, things go... Like, if they're playing playoff games, like NCS games, like at home, I might go out to, like, a Moreau game at 27170 Mission Boulevard in Hayward, California. I might get out there and catch a tilt. Frank Knight's Moreau Catholic Mariners. That said, when you get to state playoffs or you get to playoffs, things start playing at junior colleges, like all over the Bay Area. Youth sports get to be weird when you get to the neutral locations. You know what I mean? I think Mike Holler's... Carmel High School is playing in the state playoffs as well. Anyway, state playoffs always fun, especially because we were not, at least when it came to men's basketball, a powerhouse when I was at Moreau. Women's basketball, we were going to state all the time. We ended up losing at one point at Arco Arena to the Paris sisters. Bubba Paris's, remember Courtney and, I think, was it Courtney and Ashley? Is that who it was?
Can't recall.
They played up at Piedmont High School. They were monsters. They went to Oklahoma. I think they both went to the WNBA. But Courtney Paris, Bubba Paris's daughter, was a monster, dude. Like, she was pulling down 20 boards
I can
a game
imagine.
in high school.
And Bubba Paris was a big man.
Yeah, dude. I mean,
big man.
And she was a big woman, and her sister, I think they were twins. I want to say they were twins. And her sister was built differently than she was. They were like the 4 and the 5. She played out on the wing a little bit, but they were tough, man.
Twins, Basil.
Beat us for the twins, Basil.
Twins.
Anyway, Mike Yam 250, Dante Whitner 350, Kirk Morrison 450, Larry Krueger with Diners Nightly. Tim, now I think Tim's running thin. Are we going Marie Callender's as a diner? I would go Marie Callender's. That's the place with the pie, right, Tim?
Oh, listen, if you sit down and it's got the little booths like that.
And it's got pie? Yeah.
All right. Take its liberties with the diners, but I'm with Tim.
808 KNBR, is Marie Callender's, what, are they still around?
Well, I didn't know they were actually like a brick and mortar, like a sit-down location.
No, there used to be one in Castro Valley.
I thought they were just like frozen, like...
pies?
Yeah, frozen pies you get at the grocery store.
Yeah, no, kind
of like Entenmann's.
Right. I think Marie Callender's, well, I know they started as like a brick and mortar. And then they started selling the pie, I think, in grocery stores, as one does.
Yes.
When their business grows. I haven't seen a Marie Callender's brick and mortar in a long time.
Yeah, I was not familiar with their work.
I'm waiting for Tim to drop like a Boston Market, acting like that's a diner. I was like, I don't think so.
No, come on, man.
Like, if I said Fresh Choice, it's clearly not a diner.
No, of course not.
Dude,
it's actually not a business anymore either, Tim.
This is a long off season, so I could see this big running long, and then he just goes to like Denny's.
Well, he did.
Or IHOP, and IHOP is not a diner.
How is IHOP not a diner?
You think it's a diner?
The International House of Pancakes? Absolutely.
I don't think diner, though.
Absolutely, it's a diner. Like, it's not in the same category as, like, say, Applebee's and Chili's and TGI Fridays. Like,
those are a chain of like lunch.
Those
dinner
are restaurants. Yeah.
Denny's and IHOP, in my mind, fall under the same category. Tim, are you with me on that same umbrella?
Yeah, I mean, you're getting the same damn food, but like a diner, I mean, there are at least 23 Marie Callender's out there. There's plenty of them.
Okay, maybe I'm going like too chain on the
What do you mean
diners.
at least.
At least.
You looked it up and they said 23 locations?
Okay, but I'm sure we should come up with more local diners before we get to Denny's or IHOP.
What do you mean local?
Well, like more like, more local diners, like holes in the wall.
Yesterday I did Waffle House. It's not exactly local.
Yeah, you're not the one putting these on the list. I mean, Tim's the one doing this.
No, I know.
So
Just wait till I hit you with a Shoney's or something like that.
I didn't know Coco's when Tim dropped it on me.
Oh, yeah, Coco's.
Hell, I thought Cracker Barrel.
Would you skip over Black Bear Diner, Tim?
I didn't skip over anything. This bit's still going.
All right, we got plenty of time.
What Tim says
we got plenty of time.
Tim says every day he's going to run out of diners, but today's not that day. But that's what I was like, is Marie Callender's a diner? 808 KNBR.
I don't know.
You believe it is? Well, you've never been to a location.
I thought of it more of as like a frozen pie place you get, like, or a company that gets you frozen pies at the grocery store. So I didn't even know about the brick and mortar.
By the way, Tim's saying that there are at least 23 locations of Marie Callender's. I looked it up. There are 24 nationwide.
It was close.
Bam.
He knows his pies.
California, Idaho, Nevada, and Utah, the only states still holding down a Marie Callender's.
It's like saying White Castle has frozen burgers at Safeway, so therefore, what came first, White Castle or the...
No, that's fair. That's totally fair.
The location.
Well, we know White Castle because of the movie.
We know Marie Callender's because of the pie.
That's true.
Is Marie Callender's a diner? That's all I need people to check in on.
Let's not focus on Tim. Let's focus on me for a second, how wrong I was yesterday.
Every day. What was it this time?
Well, I just thought that the Warriors were not going to win that game.
Tried to tell you.
I know.
I'm trying to tell you.
I know.
The better question is, when are you going to start listening to me? When are you going to stop being so negative on my dubs? And start. I feel like you...
Probably be a cold day in hell when I start listening to you.
You should start listening, man. I'm telling you. By the way, 707 says Lions. We already hit Lions the other day.
Yeah, we did.
I don't even know. Was Lions a diner, Tim? Yeah?
Oh, my.
Of course. Just think about the template, okay? You're going to a chain restaurant that you're going to be able to get pancakes at all points of the day. They're going to have those booths, the plastic laminated menu, the whole deal. You know what you're doing.
All right. 209 says Marie Callender's known for pot pie, not pie. They literally have a whole counter with like a variety of different pies at their brick and mortar locations. It's like going to the Cheesecake Factory and picking your cheesecake. Tim, you could go get a whole pie of like any variety at Marie Callender's when they were.
Yeah, but the Marie Callender's I remember,
correct?
I believe there was one in Daly City recently as maybe a decade ago. But the whole deal was like you would go in and in the front they would be like sort of like Nations where they would
like
have
a counter of all the pies,
glass area but all the pies.
Exactly.
The pot pie was just a specialty because that was the one that they became famous for and then marketed in grocery stores. To Derek's point.
I'll take your word for it.
All right, to Derek's point. Back to you being wrong about the Dubs.
I was wrong. I mean, I shouldn't doubt this team, but I think I had good reason to because we didn't know if Steph Curry was playing. He was going to give it a go, but he played fantastic last night. I think the bigger thing was Karl-Anthony Towns not playing. So amazing win by the Warriors last night. We'll see if it's the best win of the season so far. I don't know about that, but very impressive win last night, and I shouldn't doubt them, especially on back-to-backs. I thought, like, with the way they played against Charlotte, it was kind of a slog. I didn't know if they would come out with full aggression and everything, but they played great last night. And Steve Kerr finally said they're playing like their true identity right now with being equal parts a great offensive team and defensive team, a true two-way team. But the biggest takeaway from the game was, to me, all the celebrities that were in the house. And Jennifer Hudson and Common, I didn't know they were an item. Did you know this?
No, I did not.
I did not know this until watching this game last night. And then Jennifer Hudson got hit in the face with the basketball.
Yeah.
And I would say it was kind of a poor attempt by Common to stop said basketball from hitting her noggin.
You're breaking down whether or not he
I'm not alone here.
Is this a thing hitting social media?
Greg Anthony called out Common. Our own Rod Brooks said, he's definitely sleeping on the couch tonight. It was just not a very good attempt for, stopping a moving object hitting your significant other.
Yeah. I mean, what would you have done? Gentlemen out there.
Dove in front of the basketball.
808 KNBR, gentlemen out there, have you ever, or ladies out there, if you've been the one to take the bullet per se for something about to hit a significant other, I mean, are you diving in front of that ball that's going to come? Are you going to try to deflect something? If your significant other is on their phone, they're going to walk into something. Do you allow them to do it because it would be silly and feel dumb? Or do you say, hey, honey, watch out, you're going to walk into this thing? It's all relationship based here. I don't know. In the live action of a basketball game, you're sitting
It's
courtside.
tough. It is tough.
It's tough to react.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Greg Anthony was giving Common a hard time, and I mean, like, it's tough. Like, when a moving object coming that fast, but maybe Common had time to dive in front of the basketball or stop it with his hands. The funny thing, though, it was Common, Jennifer Hudson, or no, it was Jennifer Hudson, Common, and then Tracy Morgan on the end there. I'm sure Tracy Morgan was just like, man, I thought I was married to Jennifer Hudson.
He was like, I couldn't avoid that Walmart truck. I'm the bad guy. He lived and he won the lawsuit. It's all good, right? We're all good.
Yeah, no, it's good now.
We can riff.
It's good now.
I can riff.
He was
now.
close to death.
If he had died, I wouldn't have made the joke for another few more years.
Yeah.
What a way to
You're
make the
tasteful
joke.
like that.
I'm tasteful, dude. Anyway, does Common deserve heat? 808 KNBR for how he his lack of effort in stopping the ball from hitting Jennifer Hudson.
Do you think when he asked, hey, baby, I hope it wasn't that big of a deal. Can I, sleep in the bed with you tonight? And she's like, oh, no, you're going to the couch. No, there's no way. You're sleeping with me tonight.
Okay, all right. Oh, you're going to, yeah.
Dreamgirls.
When'd you think of that? I know what it was. When'd you think of that one? When'd you draw that up?
I haven't seen Dreamgirls. Oh, wait, want to think of that joke?
You can't reference movies you haven't seen.
Yes, you can.
As a point of comedy. No, I'm out on this. I won't. I withdraw my laughter.
Of course
from
you
just
can.
a second ago. No, it's just like yesterday. You tried to make.
Also, you can't withdraw your laughter.
You tried to make two Honora jokes. You tried to make two Honora jokes. And you don't even know that you've never seen the movie, and you hated on the Oscar nominations not 2 days ago and yesterday. You're like, it's just like Honora. I'm like, nope. No, it's not.
I'm coming around on Honora.
You have to watch it first.
I will. I will watch Honora. Haven't seen Dreamgirls, though.
209 says, I once stopped a freight train to save my ex-wife.
Really?
Worst decision ever. 209 says, are you asking if I'd be willing to take a basketball to the face instead of my girl?
Yes.
Yeah, would you? Would you in a situation like this?
Yeah.
Would you, Derek?
Yeah. It's a bad look on TV if you don't.
Do you have quick reaction skills like that?
I hope I do, but probably not. Knowing myself. I'd probably be just as bad as Common last night. Be like, oh, damn, they hit you in the face, huh, honey? That's too bad.
Yeah, 415 saes, what's the fascination with Jennifer Hudson and the Papas? Greg wouldn't shut up about this.
Well, he was like, my dad was like questioning the whole relationship. He was like, can you believe that Jennifer Hudson and Common are an item?
Why would he be surprised by
That one doesn't make sense.
What is he?
I was all over Jennifer Hudson
Now
first.
he fully endorses Bill Belichick dating a 24-year-old, but somehow Common and Jennifer Hudson don't seem right for each other.
What does he know about Common or Jennifer Hudson is my question.
Yeah, he probably doesn't know a lot about Common.
What does he know about? Name me 3 Common songs, Greg, and you can have a take.
Yeah. No.
He's like, I'll go with Go. After that, I'll have to come back to you after the break.
I like the light.
Yeah. 419
He does one with Erykah Badu, right?
415 says, depends on if I want out of the relationship. 510 says, this is like Costanza pushing kids out of the way to flee the fire.
Yes.
It's a great call from the 510. It's a really good deal. Fire's pushing kids out.
I was trying to clear a path. They always say save women and children.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Wednesday edition of the show. Warriors get a big win at the Garden. I don't know if it's the Warriors' win of the season. When you say the win of the season, are you talking about...
I threw that out there, but I don't think it is. No, for the whole season... No, I've seen better victories, and we'll talk about it more. But I would say this is the most impressed I've been since they got Jimmy Butler because, they played some good teams at home. They played Dallas. Who else? Right before that, or I forget who it was. But this is probably the best victory they've had against a good opponent. I know the Knicks have lost to really good teams, but going on the road on a back-to-back, they proved a lot last night.
510 says, by the way, what about Nations? You guys are sleeping on a classic Bay Area diner. I would say Nations Hamburgers is the name of the industry. It's the name of the institution, is it not?
We'll get there, okay? We'll run out of diners, but not today.
It's a long off season. It's a long off season.
Yeah, Diners Nightly coming up with Larry Krueger at 6 o'clock tonight, and you'll get into all kinds of diners.
We got time.
We also still got time today to tell you, today, tomorrow, and Friday, as well as in the morning show, we are giving you an opportunity to win 2 tickets to go to Levi Stadium on October 4th to see Bill Joel and Steve Nicks. How about that? Bill Joel and Steve Nicks are coming to Levi Stadium on October 4th of this year. Tune in all week long, and specifically today, between 3 and 6 p.m. We'll give you the cue to call. Be caller 10 to the studio, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win. It's furnished by Live Nation. Tickets available on Friday. Yeah, they're not. By the way, tickets aren't even on sale yet. They go on sale on Friday at 10 a.m. through livenation.com. You can get the rules at KNBR.com. Tim, what's our Bill Joel and Steve Nicks cue to call today?
They can destroy our bodies and our ponchos, but they can never silence our song of protest. Uptown girl, she's been living in her white bread world. Come on, guys.
Forget the clubs, just shoot them.
It's the only Simpsons reference I could find with Bill Joel.
With Bill Joel. If you hear that between 3 and 6, caller 10, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll go see Bill Joel and Steve Nicks October 4th down at Levi's Stadium. By the way, tickets
Steve
on sale
Nicks.
Friday.
This is such a dumb
riff. Friday, March 7th.
It kind of feels like a Bill Joel day, doesn't it?
10 a.m.
It does feel like a Bill Joel day.
Warriors won in MSG. I think
Jennifer Hudson and Bill Joel.
Yeah, Jennifer Hudson and Bill Joel. Bill Joel always performs at MSG. It feels kind of like a Bill Joel day. Instead of a ska Friday, it's a Bill Joel Wednesday.
Pretty good question. Somebody asked, why didn't Jennifer Hudson protect her own damn face?
That's a good question.
It was an interesting thought.
She is her own person.
What was she thinking as the ball just hurled towards her face and she didn't protect it?
That's true.
It's begs the question. I mean, Common watched it happen, but so did Jen.
That's true.
You know what I mean?
Tracy Morgan didn't do anything.
So did Tracy Morgan.
Tracy Morgan has no responsibility in any of this. This isn't on him.
Okay, what about like Ben Stiller, who was always at Knicks games? Or John Turturro, who I saw was there.
I don't believe Ben Stiller was at the Knicks game last night because he was on...
the Oscars.
He was at the Oscars.
But he is a diehard Knicks fan. He's always tweeting about them.
Well, he was in L.A. because he was on... I saw him on Kimmel the other night, and he was talking about how he was setting his phone right before he went on because he wanted to make sure he didn't miss any of the scores between the Warriors and the Knicks.
Oh.
So he was like, can you get me tickets to the Knicks Lakers? And Kimmel's like, I get you. I'll take care of it. He's diehard Knicks.
Oh, dude, he's as diehard as Spike Lee, who I remember like when he won an award for Black Klansman, like in the middle of it, he's like, oh yeah, and the Knicks won tonight. So that's good.
Yeah, Ben Stiller, I guess during the Oscars, right after he did that bit where he was like doing the...
Not a bad bit.
It was a pretty funny bit. Right after that, he tweeted out, Knicks win.
Yeah,
it was because they beat the Heat on Sunday at Madison Square Garden, and people were like, "Is this guy doing the bit on stage of the Oscars while he was like leaving the bit that he had just done on stage and tweeting out that the Knicks had just won?" 916 checks in, said, "Saved my mom back in the day from at Marine World when an elephant kicked a ball straight at her head, barely made the save. Elephant was a pro kicker. Get him instead of moving." I like the story from the 916, succinct. Saved his mom's head. Also got in a shot on Jake Moody. I'm all about that. That's a no fat on that text. You can always get involved in the conversation at the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 415-808-KNBR. 808-5627 is the number to call. When we come on back, Derek thinks it was the best win of the season.
I didn't say that.
Well, you wrote it down. We'll talk about it next. Warriors going to win at Madison Square Garden.
Words in my mouth.
I'm telling you, I need the 4-1 roadie. I need it. You got to beat Brooklyn tomorrow night.
Oh, you should.
Yeah, you better. After partying tonight in New York, I need the win.
Draymond's birthday party.
Come on, dude. It's Draymond's birthday in New York?
Yeah, last night after the win.
Hopefully you didn't hear the show where Derek was like, happy birthday. Ship his ass out of town. Derek wants to trade Draymond on his birthday.
You know, the way you quote me is kind of, yeah.
I wouldn't call them quotes. I'd say that I'm paraphrasing, and everybody heard it, so.
Yeah. A paraphrasing, yeah, like a lot.
Taking my own liberties with what you think.
A lot of liberties.
When we come on back, Warriors get a win. Was it the best win of the season so far? How about this? Can we rephrase that? Was it the best win of the Jimmy Butler era Warriors? We'll talk about that next. It's Dirty Work. It's a Wednesday. Tim's here too on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Bryce Eldridge was reassigned to minor league camp, and Marco Luciano was optioned by the San Francisco Giants. If you know the difference between optioning and reassigning, tell us about it on the KNBR YouTube chat, the only place for Giants fans to chat Richmond Flying Squirrels.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. This has been the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. While the economy is unpredictable, your retirement income doesn't have to be. A solid plan is the key to success and peace of mind. Let's talk about it. Join me this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. for my show, Protect Your Assets, or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
This Madison Square Garden, it speaks for itself. It just naturally has great, unique, authentic basketball energy. And for us in the Western Conference, we only get one chance here. We try to make the most of it.
Still loose, but Jimmy Butler with those great hands. Warriors down 4. Bajemski, feet set. There's a three that goes. The cycle it to Steph. Catch and shoot three. Yes, sir! Jimmy Butler will cut back door. Okay, here comes Jimmy Butler. Steph, deep three. Hit that from Hoboken. The Warriors with Curry coming alive in the third. 14 of his 22 right here. Chef Curry starting to cook up something nice for Madison Square Garden. Shot clock at 10. Looking for Steph coming around. Very tough three. Not for him! Curry buries a three! With Bridges falling all over him, unfazed, unbothered. Biggest Warrior lead of the night. Anunoby driving. And Guy Santos stole away! That is an unbelievable defensive possession. Looney's got a dunk! Yeah, the bench is hyped. Coach Kerr is up and excited, celebrating. Curry, three to close it. Got it!
That's what it sounded like from the Garden last night.
Oh, sexy.
Steph Curry goes for 28, 10 of 21 from the field, 5 of 9 from 3. Jimmy Butler, by the way, 19 points in this one. He had 4 assists as well. Draymond Green, another triple single, but he filled it up as well in the stat sheet. 35 minutes, 8 points, 9 boards, 8 assists for Draymond last night. But he healed. Warriors 11-0. He didn't get to the 19. He had 15 last night.
But he had some clutch threes, man.
He had that one game. Who was that game again? Was it Philadelphia? Did he have a really bad shooting night against?
Yeah.
Was he 0 for 6 or something like that? They all did. But he was like 0 for 6 or something.
He's had a lot of bad shooting performances.
But outside of that game since the All-Star break, he's been pretty damn good, has Buddy Hield.
Yeah, he's been all right.
Outside of that one, he's been pretty good.
I mean, last night he had a very clutch 3 at the end of the third quarter, at the beginning of the fourth. I mean, yeah, the offensive stats were amazing last night. It was the defense. I thought the defense was fantastic in the second half, holding them to 47 points. And yeah, what Steve Kerr said after the game, how they found their true identity, pretty much the identity that he told Tom at the beginning of the season. I want a team that shoots threes and is feisty on defense. And right now they're equal parts, a very good offensive team and defensive team. And yeah, with Jimmy Butler on the court, man, like they were great last night. Like, yes, to answer your question, this is the most impressive victory they've had with Jimmy Butler, just with the opponent and being on the road. I know they went to Sac and had a great performance coming out of the All-Star break.
I kind of like the Sac win a little bit more, and maybe only because I wanted to see how they would react out of the break, the rust versus the rest, of course, but we had anticipation for them, and they only played how many games with Jimmy before the All-Star break?
I think it was
played
4.
4. They played Chicago, Milwaukee, Dallas, and Houston. They were 3-1 with him.
Yeah.
And they lost that
and
game
the Milwaukee win was without Giannis.
They won in Houston, which was good on a back-to-back.
Yep.
And they lost on a 42-point game from Kyrie.
Rockets rested a lot of those guys that night.
Yeah, so it's been tough because we look at the schedule and we go, they're playing a lot of weaker opponents.
Yeah.
And also the ones that are supposed to be quality opponents, they've played without some of their best players, which I would say Philadelphia played the Warriors on Saturday without one of their best players, and Jimmy, and they didn't have Embiid, but they got the win. I'm just saying, nobody's playing everybody all the time, it feels like. So when the Warriors are in the position they were in last night, I mean, still no Kuminga, but Draymond, Jimmy, and Steph, it feels like they're capable of being one of the most healthy teams in terms of superstar status around the league, because when those three guys are on the floor, they've had great levels of success. Now 9-2 in the 11 games since they acquired Jimmy in games in which he plays, 9-1.
Yes.
Right? So I would say, yes, quality win. I liked the Sacramento win more because I just felt like it told me more about the team out of the All-Star break. This is a quality win because on paper, we looked at it on a back-to-back 5-game East Coast road trip. Didn't know how they'd fare after the game in Charlotte. It's kind of clunky, even though an 18-point victory.
That's my thing.
A couple nights ago. It was a clunky win, but you got to find different ways to win, and you beat a bad team by 18, I'll take it. That's fine.
No, I mean, I totally get that. Like, Charlotte's one of the worst teams in basketball, and they just had, not a great effort against them, but they pulled away in the fourth quarter. That's why I didn't know how they were going to look last night, especially if Steph Curry's not 100%. That was my trepidation about the game last night.
And he's not. He's not 100%. They win without the ankle, or with the bum ankle.
He looked great.
Good.
No, he looked great. I mean, that shot he had against Mikal Bridges where he was like kind of falling backwards a little bit to the left side. But, man, Steph just owns Madison Square Garden. He's 12-1 there and 13-1 if you go back to his time at Davidson. But, yeah, man, like I thought they were great last night. The ball movement, like even though they won that game against Charlotte by 19 points, even Steve Kerr said, like, yeah, we still gotta move the ball a little bit better, be a little more crisp. And last night they went back to that.
The score wasn't indicative. It was more an indication of how bad Charlotte is and how the Warriors could not play nearly their best ball and win by double digits.
No, but last night I think they played an A+ effort on defense and offensively they were fantastic. The ball movement. How many backdoor cuts did they have where it was an open lane to the basket? Like they must have saw something on tape where the Knicks just don't cover that part of the court, or just the fact that Karl-Anthony Towns was not there last night, so that was open for them. But no, I mean it was a great play designs by Steve Kerr. Like I love the effort last night. I mean Guy Santos, he has some boneheaded moments like the game against Philadelphia where he doesn't establish his feet inbounds on the inbounds of Draymond. But last night he made a fantastic effort getting that rebound where I forget who was shooting the basket, but Guy Santos knocks it back in, goes up the court, Kevon Looney gets the dunk. Yeah, man, I think that when you look at the entire season, they've had more impressive wins. Like, I thought going to Boston, going to Oklahoma City, even though they didn't have Chet Holmgren, those games were impressive, or even beating the best team in the West and maybe the best team in all of basketball, Oklahoma City, at home. Those wins were more impressive. But as far as just Jimmy Butler, the time you had Jimmy Butler on a back-to-back, Steph not being 100%, no doubt in my mind that was the most impressive win in the Jimmy Butler era.
47 points is all New York scores in the second half, and they held them as a team, did the Warriors. You talk about the scrappy D, 24% from three-point range. Warriors didn't even shoot that great from deep, 13 to 37. It's back-to-back games.
How about in the first half? They were 5 of 23 in the first half.
They were awful, and then they caught fire in the second.
Yes.
So relative to how they started, they definitely finished a whole lot better, but 35 third-quarter points. Are they becoming a team that can be a flurry team that can overwhelm you in the second half? Because that's all of a sudden, that to me is one of the calling cards. Is now it doesn't really matter, to your point. It doesn't matter, but when you put yourself in a hole in the first half, you now have the belief that this team can pull themselves out of it. They did that early in the first game with Jimmy against Chicago. They've done it a handful of times in the second half already, things that they were incapable of doing prior to the acquisition of Jimmy Butler. 9-2 in the 11 games since acquiring him. 31 total is what they're going to get. They got 20 games left with Jimmy. I'm calling for a 25-6. That's what I wanted.
No, I mean, we'll talk about it more.
It's on the table.
I think the 5th seed is definitely attainable right now. But to answer your question, are they a team that could have a flurry in the second half? Like, it's not so much like the old days where you thought, like, okay, they're down by 10 at halftime. They can come back. Like, it's not like that, even though last night, they were down by like 9 at halftime and they came back. It's more, can Steph...
47-56 right now.
Can Steph have a flurry in the second half? Because they're not getting three-point shooting everywhere around the board right now. But Steph is kind of reserving himself in the second half for these monster games. Like, I think that, I don't know offensively if they're like the juggernauts that they were of the past, where they just shoot everybody with barrage of threes, but they have the capability of being just so good offensively and defensively that they could just kill you in the second half. So, yeah, it is kind of reminiscent of the old days where... Dubcon 3, they take that third quarter and they just crush you. But yeah, it's just different right now. It's not, as I said, with three-point shooting, the offense is just moving better. They're settling for mid-range shots. But I think their strong point right now really is the defense. With how feisty they are, how many steals they get, Jimmy Butler has changed the way they look defensively. And yeah, we'll talk about it more. They are definitely right now contenders.
Well, that and the backdoor cutting you were just talking about.
Yeah,
that's
beautiful.
That's the spacing and the passing that didn't feel like it was there on Saturday or against Charlotte, even though they won against Charlotte.
Okay, but do you think that's there if Karl-Anthony Towns plays last night?
See, that's the thing, is that's why I'm not putting so much into last night's win. I just don't really care about the quality of win at this point.
Right.
I think that's kind of where I'm at, is they've played well enough at times and in stretches and done things consistently enough to allow you to believe they're a good enough team that can do things. Like when Steve starts talking calling card, I was asking about this last week with a bunch of our guests. What have you noticed is there now? What do they do well game to game? And being scrappy on defense is something that if your shots aren't falling and the ball's not going into the first half, you can keep yourself in the game by doing what they did last night. Then you rely on some of your superstars in the second half, and the levee sort of broke a little bit. So if you have an identity and you can fall back on your identity, it gives you a little bit of confidence in what they're capable of. I just can't put too much weight, I don't think, into one, Eastern Conference opponents right now. I just don't care about the Eastern Conference. I want them as an opportunity to pick up more wins and buoy where you need to be.
I get that.
In the West. The real
third seed in the East is pretty impressive.
Sure. It's the third seed in the East.
Okay.
It's always cute when there's a third seed in the East. It's like 2 teams in the East every year. And never, like, does anybody believe the Knicks are going finals?
Now, with their record against like good teams this season, I would say no. I think the top 2 teams right now, I mean, that what was last Friday that the Cavs and Celtics played each other and they were down 25-3.
Cavs came back.
Cavs came back. It's a 2-team race in the East. I'm with you.
And that's the game I was talking about on Friday. I was like, dude, the Cavs though, they're brilliant defensively, and Boston gets into these waves where they'll be up by 20 because they can shoot lights out.
Yeah.
And then they will go ice cold and allow teams like.
So that's why the Western Conference I think is more wide open, which we get to next segment.
It's also more talented and more deep. Like if New York talent wise was in the West, where would you have them? Not third.
Yeah, they'd probably be a play-in team.
40 and 20. That's what I mean.
But they have talent.
Look, don't take anything away. Again, much like I put more weight into this win than I do the loss on Saturday against Philly.
Yeah.
But I'm not really caring all that much about this win. I care about how many they can get on the road. I don't really care about how they're winning games because we believe things differently about their quality now as a team than we did prior to the Jimmy trade. Prior to the Jimmy trade, I didn't care if they won. I didn't care if they lost because none of it mattered to me. They were irrelevant. They weren't consistent. Even when they won, there was nothing they showed you that made you think, hey, they'll do this tomorrow and for the next week. Now they have that. In a 9-2 stretch, 9-1 with Jimmy would tell you that. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you on a Wednesday. Warriors can wrap up a 5-game roadie and go 4-1 on the road trip with a win tomorrow in Brooklyn. We'll talk more about that a little bit later. By the way, Mike Yam at 250. Of the NFL Network, Dante Whitner at 350, Kirk Morrison at 450. We'll get into some NFL with those guys. But when we come on back, can they get above the 6 seed? Told you, I'm clamoring for the 5. 6 is my floor. Can they get to the 5? Big win last night for who was the last night to beat the Clippers?
Oh, it was
Suns came back. Suns came back behind Kevin Durant and beat the Clippers a huge come from
down 23 in the fourth quarter.
And all KD in the fourth, helping the Warriors get a little bit closer to that 5 seed. We'll talk about that next. It's Dirty Work. It's a Wednesday. Mike Yam at 250. How high can the Warriors climb? We'll do it next on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Durant guarded by Dunn. Zubac's looming. Durant rises up, hits it, and we're tied. Timeout, Clippers.
Oh, yeah. Nothing like some KD and Joel mixed together.
How about that highlight we got coming in? Zubats! That was like a really brief cut to have Zubats put the Clippers up.
Zubats! My favorite names in all of basketball.
Ivica Zubats. The Suns, by the way, 119-117 over the Clippers. Dude, Suns were down 23. They outscored the Clippers in the fourth quarter, 43-22.
Damn.
Kevin Durant brought them all the way back. KD goes for 34 and 7. Zubats had 35 and 10 in this game for the Clippers. Not enough as the Warriors continue to climb in the Western Conference.
And all it took was Mike Budenholzer just touching Kevin Durant's hands, and then Kevin Durant went full Denzel Washington. You get your effing hands off me.
KD lost it on Budenholzer last night.
But the cameras didn't catch like the whole interaction. Then KD went out on the floor and was like, "Hey, this is what's going on." Blah blah blah. So they smoothed it over.
It's like, you ain't never been on the floor out here, Mike. Let me tell you what's going on. Warriors now still, by the way, just a half game above Minnesota, but they're a full game up now on the 8th spot in Sacramento. They're a game and a half up on the Clippers, who fall to 9. Dallas is a half game.
Is it only
back
half a game behind the?
They're 16. Yeah, they're a half game up on Minnesota, and they're a full game up on the 8th seed. So the Warriors are solidly sitting in 6 right now, and they gained a game on Houston last night, who lost at Indiana. So Houston is now just 3 games above the Warriors. They've lost 3 in a row, but don't look now, dude. The LA Lakers are insane.
Yeah, they're rolling right now.
We'll talk more LeBron and Luka later. Did you see what they did last night?
No, I actually didn't watch the game.
They both went for 30-plus. It's the first time, and it's funny, we're used to this as Warrior fans. It's the first time in Laker history 2 guys have gone for 30-plus in a game and hit 5 3-pointers each.
Seen that.
We've seen it a bunch.
3 guys.
Seems pretty scary when Luka's dishing out 15 dimes in a game like last night, too.
Yeah, wow.
Dude, the Lakers are...
No, they definitely got something going right now. I mean, obviously...
We said as recently as Friday, we didn't know who they were, and now they're contenders.
Now it's clear. I mean, I thought that them not having a big man would be their downfall, but it seems to not matter right now.
There's our numbers from last night. LeBron, 34, 8 rebounds, 6 assists. Luka, 38 boards, 15 assists.
So they're legit. I mean, right now you have to say, like, the Warriors and Lakers, the deals they made definitely panned out, and they're different teams than where they were before. Even like the Lakers were good prior to this trade with Luka Doncic, and now they're even better.
I should clarify that, by the way. I said they're the hottest team in the league. They're the hottest team in the West. They've won 7 in a row. Cleveland's won 11 in a row.
Oh, damn.
Cleveland's 8 games up on Boston now.
Yeah, Cleveland's legit. I need to stop thinking it'll be Boston and Denver, the teams that have proven it before. No, OKC and Cleveland could do something this year. But just as far as the Warriors and where they rank right now with the Western Conference, yeah, I mean, they have the 6, and I like their chances. I mean, they're a half a game above Minnesota, but with the 3-1 series lead they have against a season series against they have Minnesota this year, I like their chances of maintaining the 6th spot. Even though Minnesota, I guess, has the easiest schedule remaining. We said that yesterday.
Yeah.
I like the chances of the Warriors to get to the 5 seed right now. I am not buying Houston.
You're with me now. You're with me on the 5. I'm telling you, baby, get on board now. We're coming for the 5.
Just the way they're playing and their talent, I think Houston's a good team. I don't think they're a great team, and I think that the Warriors will play the Rockets one more time for 5 times this year. They already have a 3-1 lead on them this season. I think that the Warriors will surpass them. I think that the Rockets could even be a play-in team. We'll see. That a lot would have to happen there. But I think the Warriors are better than the Rockets. Yeah, I think they catch them. And I think that, at best, the Warriors are your 5 seed. I think it's going to be very hard for them to jump to 4, 3, 2. I mean, like, all that stuff. So, right now, yeah.
So it depends. Grizzlies have lost 3 in a row. They're 3-7. Their last 10. It's funny. We say that. You're like, I don't know if they can get to 4. Yesterday, they were 4 games back of the 3 spot. Excuse me. Yesterday, they were 4 games back of the 5 spot. Now they're 3 games back, and we're saying, I think they can get to 5. They're only 4.5 games back of that 4 spot. What I'm saying is it's not that. It's
manageable.
It's keep winning the way they're winning. You can control your own fate and make sure not only do you stay out of the play-in, you keep winning ball games like this with the schedule they have, you could find yourself in the 5 or the 4. I'm not getting greedy for the 4. The 5's the one I want.
Yeah.
And I'll take my chances with Memphis if they're the 4 seed.
The only reason I say that is because I buy Memphis more with Ja Morant and the guys that they have.
I ain't buying nobody except the Lakers.
Well, just as far as like a team that's proven itself, but you gotta buy some other team.
I buy Denver too.
I buy, like right now, as far as contenders, serious contenders, I would say it's Denver number 1 for me, Lakers 2, just because of having LeBron and Luka, even though I want to see what this looks like in the postseason. It looks good right now, but I got to believe at some point them not having a big man will bite them in the ass. But who knows? Maybe it doesn't. The Warriors didn't need a big man for years. They had
shortened rotations in the playoffs.
Yeah.
They may not. They may need less of a big man in the playoffs. I mean, who knows? Right now, they're playing like they're legitimate contenders. The Warriors are continuing to play to prove that they're contenders.
Yeah. Okay, so I had Denver, L.A., I would go OKC 3, and I have to put the Warriors 4 right now above Memphis just because I think that right now, I like the Warriors' chances than anybody they play against, but I would feel the most confident against Memphis. I don't know about L.A. Yeah, like right now the question marks are OKC, L.A., and Denver. I do feel fairly confident in a Memphis series. I do feel fairly confident in a Houston Rockets series. But yeah, if I had to line up the contenders in the West right now, obviously with the way the Warriors are playing right now and their championship pedigree, you have to put them at least 4 when you rank the Western Conference teams.
What I would say is how many fans of any of these teams, with the exception of the Lakers, because they're just, who knows what they think like. If you're a fan of OKC or Denver or Memphis or Houston or Minnesota or Sacramento, maybe Sac because they just hate on the Warriors, the Clippers, whoever it is, if you're a fan of any of those teams, you look at the Warriors, you're like, I don't really want to have to play that team. Like, there are teams where I'm like, I'd prefer this matchup, I'd prefer that one. The Warriors have to be the team nobody wants to see. OKC's proven themselves to be legit at 50-11. The Lakers are now proving themselves to be, like, extremely dangerous, both offensively and ball movement-wise. We'll see what happens defensively. Denver, contenders, they won a title. You got potentially the MVP again this year in Nikola Jokic, even though Shai Gilgeous-Alexander doing his best to
he's going to get
fend that off. I think Shai may be the one to deserve it.
It's voter fatigue with Jokic.
He's putting up numbers every single night, too. He's making sure that they remain in contention and aren't given an inch in the Western Conference. But if you look at the rest of the teams, of everybody who got better, again, Lakers were already a good team. They've changed the makeup, of course, in trading Davis for Jokic. The Warriors were not a team I don't think anybody was really concerned about or cared about. And now I think that's a team right in the middle of the pack that's going to throw a lot of wrenches or could throw a wrench into a lot of teams' plans.
It's the biggest midseason improvement of any team right now, I would say.
And they've got they're the best since the deadline, with the exception of the Lakers. But again, they were already a better team. You're right, they've jumped
from where the Warriors were.
They've jumped from 10 to 6 in 11 games.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They've jumped 5 playoff spots potentially in 11 games
and
aren't done.
And we went from this team being like, I don't know what they are right now. I don't care. I don't even know what they're going to do with the deadline, to now having Jimmy Butler to being like, they can actually do this thing. Yes, I agree with you, Copes. They probably are the most dangerous team. If they are a 5 seed, I bet you whoever the 4 seed doesn't want to see them, and however long it goes after that. So, yeah, I would say definitely right now, if you line them up contender-wise, I put them 4. But they will be a pain in the ass to whatever team they play. They will not get swept. They will challenge any team they play in the Western Conference.
They're winning a first-round series. I think Dubs are getting out of a first-round series.
Yeah.
Again, I think they're conference final contenders. I think this team could find themselves in the conference final. Now, we'll see what the road looks like. We'll see how it plays out. 20 games to play, and they're starting to create some separation. They're now 6 games above 500. How about that?
Yeah, so right now,
and 28. That feels good.
So if they made it to the 5 spot, let's
see a real record.
I mean, if it's a 4-5 Memphis matchup with the Warriors in the first round, God, I would love that.
Here's the thing: is 4 and 5 are only separated by a game and a half. Who's to say that you're not the 4 and they're the 5 either? You know what I mean? If you get that close, if you climb to 5, see what can happen. 20 games left, a lot can change. We'll get back into some of the Warrior conversation a little bit later. We got a lot to talk about in terms of the NFL. How about your guy Crosby? Signing a deal, extension with the Raiders.
Surpassed Nick Bosa.
Excited about that?
Excited?
Tell you what, he's filling the stat sheet more than Bosa is.
Yeah.
He deserved to get what he got.
Does he get more forced fumbles than Bosa?
Does Bosa force fumbles?
He doesn't.
He doesn't really put anything on the stats.
I'll look at the stats.
That's what I'm saying. Right now, Crosby, given the option, if you were going to give me right now a pick of the two, I might take Crosby.
Ooh, and that's fighting words with Nick Bosa, because I remember a couple years ago when Crosby got All-Pro over him, he singled out Crosby, being like, that guy got All-Pro over me? I don't like that.
What year was that?
That must have been 2021, maybe.
Oh, so then he didn't respond on the field. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, too. You could have done something about that, Nick. I'd like you to fill the stat sheet. You know what I mean? You can dance all you want when you fill the stat sheet. Adam Copeland, D-Pop,
Look at
Tim
you
Webb.
calling out Bosa.
Dude, he's not. He's getting paid as like the best player in his position, and he doesn't do anything to be the best player in his position.
I hear you.
Don't tell me all the inside minutia of, whoa, the pressures were great on Geno. They won 6 games. If he needs somebody, all I know is they were like, somebody's got to protect Barry Bonds or they're going to walk him 200 times a year. There was nobody to protect him. You know what he did when they didn't walk him? He hit tanks. You don't need somebody opposite you. Bosa, go beat your man and hit the quarterback.
All right.
Force a fumble. Pick a ball off. Wreck a game one time since you got paid. Am I asking for too much for a guy who's making what he's making?
I hear you.
Niners are crunching numbers here. You know what I mean? And this guy's not hitting the quarterback anymore. He got paid and then he went away.
He'll get his brother and everything will be okay.
That's what it takes.
We'll see.
You got to have your brother to be successful. We'll talk to Mike Yam next. Mike Yam of the NFL Network. We'll get into some of the stuff with him that's gone on this week in regards to NFL free agency, which is right around the corner. Mike Yam, also the author of Fried Rice and Marinara, a great children's book. Got it from my niece. We'll talk to him next. Dirty Work, Wednesday. It's the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Warriors put on a second-half show, defeating the Knicks 114-102 last night in Madison Square Garden to maintain a half-game lead over the Timberwolves for the 6th spot in the West. For all things Dubs, keep it locked to KNBR, the Guy Santos leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Back on Dirty Work, Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, Tim Webb on a Wednesday afternoon. And happy to be joined by NFL Network's Mike Yam. Mike, what's going on, man?
Oh, always good to hear your guys' voices and appreciate the invite.
Always appreciated. And Mike, a lot of news today in the NFL. You got DK Metcalf requesting a trade, Zach Bond getting paid, Max Crosby getting paid. Which story stood out to you the most today?
The Metcalf one is pretty juicy just because of the position and the way that it might play out. Although, to be honest with you, on the Crosby situation, that extension, $106 million and change over 3 years for a guy that was banged up. That said, I think he plays with this relentless motor. He is must-see television every time that he's out there. But this is also a team that I have questions about, their ability to compete in the short term. So those two sort of news stories are the ones that pop for me.
Mike Yam joins us, courtesy of the UMA guest line. Okay, I'm going to go back one more to yesterday because every day in the NFL we get new news. How about the Saquon Barkley deal, dude? I mean, we're a year removed from hearing the running back is dead. I mean, we were talking yesterday to Trey Wingo, and he made a great point where he said, "But look at the length of the extension. It's only a couple of years. It's not like anybody's still getting the McCaffrey contracts. Does this change the scope of anything surrounding running backs?"
Look, I think it helps shift that narrative, and I think you hit correctly the perception of what that position has been the last couple of years. I mean, on NFL Network, we've consistently talked about it, devaluing that spot, and yet when I look at Saquon Barkley specifically, and it doesn't need to be about him. You could point to Joe Mixon. You could talk to, about a slew. Derrick Henry certainly comes to mind. Guys that landed on new teams that were ultra productive. And in a lot of ways, I think Saquon was the poster child for revitalizing that team's offense. And candidly, they kind of worked around him. Whereas I think the Derrick Henry situation, he fit in perfectly with the Baltimore Ravens offense. But the point is, you look at teams that are having success around the NFL, and a lot of them are teams that have relied on their running backs. And I think, there's a few of us over the last couple of weeks of the NFL season sort of like pounding, the chest a little bit saying, hey guys, devalue position. I don't think so. I mean, it's gotten to the point where it's hard to win games without one of those guys from a strategy standpoint, bleeding some clock in, and just possession, holding on to the football for an extended period of time. There was that crazy stat. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was something to the effect of the amount of success that Derrick Henry has had against Patrick Mahomes teams. And generally speaking, it's because of you look at the numbers in those particular matchups and, whether it was the Titans and obviously I know they had some struggles with them this season, but, the point is, if you can hold on to the football and limit, your opposition from being on the field on the offensive side when they're a juggernaut, you got a chance to go and win. So I think Trey's point on the length of the extension is one that's notable, but I do think this helps shift that conversation that the running back position is devalued.
Well, it's to sort of add to that, I think even saying devalued is maybe an overstatement. I think what they're really saying, and I think you might agree with this, is you can find value at that position deeper in drafts, in non-drafted free agents. I mean, look at the 49ers this year without McCaffrey. They got by for quite some time with one of the top rushers in the league for the first 6 weeks. Jordan Mason, this guy's, was supposed to be the third-string guy. They did it with Raheem Mostert in an NFC championship for 4 touchdowns and 200 yards. It's like if you have the right scheme and the right guys, you can find value at the position. I guess what I'm wondering is we don't see running backs go in the first round of drafts all that often anymore. Like we were looking at the list of guys who were drafted since Saquon went number 2, and it's like Jacobs and Etienne and Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Bijan, Najee, Gibbs. I think it's like only those 6 guys in the last 5 years. Then you look at a guy this year like Ashton Janty. Teams are running the ball more now than they have in recent years. It was like 4 or 5 teams that went over 50% of the time running the ball this year. Do you think there's going to be more of an emphasis on that type of position come draft time?
Yeah, I don't know how many of those, like Genti, I think is a little bit of an outlier because I do think he's going to be a first-round pick. But I think your point is well taken where you can go and find some value. But I think what you had said about the Niners specifically with, the Mosterts or the Masons of the world, what Kyle does is really special. I mean, he is truly one of the best offensive coaches in the NFL, and the creativity that's on display allows, those guys to be able to step in and really ball out. I mean, hell, if I look at what, Mike Shanahan was doing with the Denver Broncos all those years, it felt like it didn't matter who was coming out of that backfield, but they were churning out, Broncos or the Commanders, they were churning out guys that were running for 1,000 yards. Yep. So scheme does certainly matter. But to your point, I think Genti's a first-round guy, and I think there was some pushback when the Lions took Gibbs in the first round. People were sort of raising their eyebrow, and I would say this, that worked out really well for him. And I think the front offices that have a really good handle on their personnel, understanding fit, and also understanding, hey, what were we missing the previous year? And does this guy help solidify a spot? And is he going to be a star for us for an extended period of time? You have that ability to control some of these guys for that extra year. If you do take them in the first round, a lot of times that's why we see quarterbacks and teams maybe reach for some of those players in round number one. Most of these guys, value is going to be on the front end of their careers. There's other guys. Saquon's a good example of that, who obviously, finished up that first contract, got a second one, and had a historic season. But generally speaking, that's an outlier situation. So if you're going to pull the trigger on one of these guys, you want to get them early in their careers.
Happy to join by NFL Network's Mike Yam again on the UMA guest line. Mike, what'd you make of Deebo Samuel's trade from the 49ers to the Commanders?
A huge win for the Commanders. And I know you guys are in the Bay Area, and that one to me, and I don't know if you guys feel this way, when I saw the compensation as a fifth rounder, sort of paused for just a moment. You guys know firsthand, and this fan base, this Niners fan base knows, when Deebo's healthy, he is as electric and as dangerous as any player in the NFL. And look, he was banged up last year. He's had to deal with some of these injuries, but I look at what he can be in that offense in Washington with Jaden Daniels and potentially be there for a couple seasons. To me, that team really scored in such a meaningful way when I think there's a lot of teams that would love to have a guy like Deebo on their side.
What do you think happens with a guy like Myles Garrett? I mean, it's an interesting situation because I don't know that he's going to, saying now like he doesn't know if he wants that extended contract or maybe a team won't have to pay him. I mean, the Browns are saying they're not fielding calls, which is exactly what you should say if you're planning to field calls. But what do you think happens, and does he get another big-time deal once he gets traded?
Yeah, it's a really good topic because we, like Crosby, right? We're talking about a generational type talent and a guy that I don't think necessarily cares about the dollars and cents. Super Bowl week on NFL Network, we had one of Miles's teammates who just retired in Rodney McLeod, and I asked Rodney just about that situation, and he was pretty telling with his response. He said, I don't know if he's going to be on this team or not, but what I do know is that Miles doesn't necessarily care about the money at this point. He's thinking more about legacy, and I think there's a lot of these players now that look at their production, and Myles Garrett is going to be he's a future Hall of Famer, right? I think we can all agree the dominance that he has there. And I think for him, he sits back and says, hey, how far is my team? And Cleveland's a little bit of a ways away now from being able to compete at a really high level. And, the Deshaun Watson situation certainly didn't help the trajectory of that organization. I do look at it and say, how close are you? And if you're not that close, how much value does Myles Garrett bring to the table where you could really do a true reset to your organization and line yourself up with some significant pieces that can build for the future? Now, it's a really tough pill to swallow if you're a player on that team or that fan base that wants to see this team win right now. But Garrett is as dominant a player as there is right now in the NFL, and I don't think he cares. I think he's speaking the truth where he says he doesn't care about the money. This is not a leverage play for a new contract. It's all about finding a place where he can say, hey, I'm going to be a Super Bowl champion.
Mike, when you guys discuss the 49ers on NFL Network, what's the perception of them going into free agency right now? Because I think a lot of people think that they could kind of replicate what the Eagles did a season ago where they had they made the playoffs, but not a great end to the season, and they made so many changes. Do you think that the Niners can keep their window open and make some big moves this offseason?
I think what you said at the end there on that window, that was a conversation that we were having before this past season on what is this team's window, because there's questions about Brock Purdy. How do you go and handle his contract situation? I've said this before. I think I've said it to you guys as well. He's going to be a $50 million quarterback. That is the going rate for talented arms in the league, not even the elite guys. So I just think that that's what Brock is going to get. And I think the bigger question now for this team is, without a Deebo Samuel now in the mix, how are you going to handle the Brandon Aiyuk situation, him coming off of injury? Is he even going to be with this team? I still think that this team, you can story the issues that they had, and I think it's as simple as using the word injury. And people will say, hey, this is the NFL. This is a violent sport. Guys are going to get hurt. Every team deals with injuries. I think it is really hard to look at the massive production of the guys that were hurt and say, hey, this needs to be a competitive football team. I think that they did the best that they could, but I think at the end of the day, this window, a year ago having this conversation, I would have said, yeah, the window is pretty open. Now I think that, I'm not saying it's closed. I wouldn't go that far at all, because I don't think it is. But I do think there is way more pressure to win this season than there might have even been a year ago, because you're going to throw a lot of eggs into the Brock Purdy basket, and you truly got to believe that he is the type of guy that can carry a team.
And there are certainly, to your point, I think just more question marks, right? I mean, now you've got a McCaffrey injury that you're dealing with coming out. You got an Aiyuk injury. It's not just contract related. It's can they regain form that they previously had when you were making Super Bowl appearances. What did you make of Adam Schefter, I guess, had this report the other day that 49ers are willing to listen on just about anybody. What does that tell you when a team is, I don't want to say they're cash strapped right now, but they are going to have a big commitment to Brock Purdy, as you were talking about. When you hear that a team has this many high-priced players and they're fielding calls and just kind of looking around at what's out there, what does that tell you about where the team stands right now?
Yeah, I think people are now looking at the checks that need to be cashed, and I think to your point on the contracts that are coming up and the ones that they've signed, there's a reason why this team has had success over the last couple of years. They have a great roster, and this roster took a hit without Deebo, and I think people in that front office and his old teammates would tell you that they didn't want to go and lose him, but this is still a business. And Deebo, when he signed that deal, I forget what the exact number is, and you guys might even know, but the number of players that are on that roster that are in the top 5 in terms of salary at their given position. The Niners had a bunch of those guys last year in the last few years, and they've done a great job in terms of keeping some of their own talent. But at some point, things do need to turn over. Even with the cap number going up, that number, quarterbacks, generally speaking, now are taking up such the majority of a salary cap that it does make some of the economics for how you slice up that pie really difficult. And I think John Lynch and the rest of that front office are sitting there going, all right, we still feel like we got a really good team, and hopefully we're healthy this season, but we're going to have to start relying on some other players to really step up. And I think that's what makes what you're seeing with the Kansas City Chiefs, for example, so remarkable. What we saw from the Philadelphia Eagles, they saw some holes on their team and were able to address them via the draft. A year ago, we were talking about the linebacking core in the secondary from a Philadelphia perspective being a real issue. And would they double down in the draft in that secondary? And those were meaningful selections with Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. We saw what those guys were able to do this year. I look at Trent McDuffie, for example, on the Kansas City Chiefs. These are your young defensive players that are taking meaningful snaps. And I think there's a lesson to be learned here from a Niners perspective. They've done it with veterans. They've had a ton of success, weren't necessarily able to win the Super Bowl, but now there's got to be a focus in on how do we go and draft frontline starters that can make an impact every single week. And to me, that's going to be the secret sauce for this team in the near future.
Just a few more minutes with NFL Network's Mike Yam on the UMA guest line. And every time you come on, Mike, we love promoting your book, Fried Rice and Marinara.
Gotta do it, man.
Cope's actually bought it for his niece. Just a quick question. Have you ever thought about making another book, a follow-up book to Fried Rice and Marinara, or like a sequel or a different book?
Still ricing? Yeah.
Yeah. You guys are the best. And first of all, I really do appreciate it because it really is such a huge passion project for me. And I'm actually glad that you asked because that book, Fried Rice and Marinara, it's available on Amazon and Barnes & Noble. But there is a second book coming out that's got a little bit of a broadcaster football vibe to it. And that thing will be coming out in a couple months at the end of this year. took a look
sweet.
at the illustrations for it. So really, really geeked up about it.
Nice. Congratulations, man. That's awesome. As I told you,
appreciate it.
Got it from my niece
I
when
appreciate
you
it.
told us a couple of years ago or last year when you came on, and she loves it. We'll be sure to be looking out for the new one. It's called Fried Rice and Marinara. It's available on Amazon, wherever you get your books. But Mike Yam, you see him on the NFL Network, and you hear him right here on KNBR. Appreciate the time, Mike. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Mike.
You guys are the best, man. Really appreciate the invite.
Great having you, dude. Great stuff there from, the very friendly and agreeable Mike Yam.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Agreeable. Would you say that about him?
Oh, yeah.
Nice guy. I like that dude.
Agreeable. Yeah, Yammer's the dude.
I like that dude. Dude, there's a lot of people have gotten into the kids' book game. I think Julian Edelman wrote a children's book a couple of years ago.
He did, where he compared himself to a squirrel.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, he's talking about, well, he made himself a squirrel. He made a book about Tommy the goat, and you can guess who that's about.
I'm telling you, you gotta get on this podcast. Games with names, or what's it called?
I've seen clips. I mean, yeah, I've seen the clips with Bill Burr. Yes, games with names.
You guys will love
Howie Long.
this Edelman podcast.
Dude, I'm listening to a ton of podcasts right now.
He seems like a guy we'd want to hang with, and the way he talks about the insight you're getting about the Patriots dynasty, just the stories about guys from behind the scenes, how funny it is that he is as a dude. He and Gronk are hysterical together.
Yep.
I mean, they're like tethered at the hip. They're buddies. But also just the conversations he's having with other guys and needling other players and the stories you hear about. I mean, he had Steve Smith on the podcast, and you find out that, before all the news broke about Steve Smith.
So, Steve, tell me about you and the marching band leader.
Dude, the marching band from Baltimore's wife, dude. Or the woman in the marching band, dude. Tough deal.
And then the guy posted everything on social media.
Anyway, this is before all that, but he's talking to everybody. He goes, I was going to be a Patriot. It's your fault I wasn't. Steve Smith tells Edelman. Edelman was going to leave and sign somewhere else. And Edelman's like, I was. He goes, well, you went on a trip to Baltimore. And he goes, I never went on that trip. And Steve Smith goes, you didn't go on the trip? He goes, no, I met with Steve Smith said, I met with New England. They thought you were going to sign with Baltimore. And he said, I never went to Baltimore. So he signed back with New England. Steve Smith then went to Baltimore. Julian Edelman was going to go sign with Baltimore. The Patriots ended up getting a deal done.
Oh, come on.
Edelman also talks about how pissed he was when they brought in Amendola.
No, that's
it's a funny story.
That's well documented in the documentary.
And they're all good friends.
The Apple TV documentary that came out a year ago. But come on, we know that the Patriots love their white slot receivers.
Yeah, but they already had Amendola, I think, but they were like, if we're going to lose Edelman, they were going to go after Steve Smith. Right. He was ready to sign with New England. Then Edelman comes back. They took him and just moved on.
Yeah.
Like,
no, I remember when Danny Amendola signed with the Patriots, like perfect fit. Perfect fit.
That's so funny.
Chris
Amendola.
Hogan, him, all these white slot guys.
Chris Hogan, Amendola.
How many podcasts do you listen to?
Regularly?
Like right now that you're following on your iPhone?
Oof, I'd have to look. Besides Dirty Work, which is, of course, available at KNBR.com.
I don't even know if I follow Dirty Work.
You're not subscribed to the Dirty Work podcast?
I don't think I am.
That's why there's only two.
I do the show.
It's me and Tim.
The greatest show in America.
How many? Are you asking how many subscribed podcasts? How many shows am I subscribed to?
Yeah, like how many podcast shows are you subscribed to? I'll whip mine out too.
Okay, well,
let's see.
Walt?
Yeah, it's Walt's.
1, 2,
it's Walt's
3,
Wednesday whip
4,
around.
5. There's a couple that are out of season. Like I don't listen to the Fantasy Focus podcast. It hasn't been updated since January. I haven't listened to that since then. On Fire with Jeff Probst podcast. 49ers Talk with our guy Matt Mayoko, Jennifer Lee Chan. I check out the Adam Schefter pod periodically. I listen to Colin Cowherd every once in a while. Not every day, but I'll check in on especially guest-related. Baseball Tonight podcast I'm on almost every day. Daily Show pod if I missed anything from this show the night before. Sometimes I'll listen to the interview, stuff like that. I'd say I have 6 or 7 that I'm subscribed to that I'm listening to.
All
regularly.
right, I got 10.
In football, I got a little bit more.
I got 3 now with my guy John Middlecoff. New Heights with the Kelsey boys. I just subscribed from your recommendation, the Baseball Tonight podcast.
Shit, it's a good pod.
Green Light with Chris Long. I'm got up on my Giants. So I'm on Locked On Giants podcast. Scoop City, Giants Talk with our guys Alex Pavlovich.
Our guys, Alex Pavlovich.
Well, Alex Pavlovich and Cole Kuiper.
Yeah, thank you.
Then we got you ever listened to Smartless? With Jason Bateman, Sean Hayes, and Will Arnett.
People have been recommending this to me for years.
Dude, you would love it.
And I have not. You're one of the people, but many people have told me I'd love this.
A ton of comedians come on that podcast. And then we got, Just Your Opinion Man and Passion for the Pastime.
That a boy. 2
low-key independent podcasts I need to get building up.
I don't want Passion for the Pastime to mess up my algorithm, so I haven't jumped in there yet. As a subscriber.
A little Locked On 49ers with our guy Brian Peacock.
There you go.
Rates and Barrels is great from The Athletic. That's Jason Stark. And then don't forget Passion for the Prenup, which is the other Walter podcast.
Don't forget Walter's, whenever he goes to Canada, he does Passion for the Poutine as well. That would be the other one. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work rolls on a Wednesday. You missed anything from Mike Yam. It's all available, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. You could subscribe to the podcast page, and it'll be right there on your phone.
Maybe I will.
How about this? the first reported Purdy contract offer is out there, and it's less than $50 million, and it doesn't sound like they're all that close on a deal. We'll talk about it next. Brock's getting lowballed at $45 million. We roll on Dirty Work right here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Warriors assistant coach Ron Adams joined Murph and Marcus with his thoughts on the defensive intensity Jimmy Butler brings to Golden State. Find that podcast and all of our podcasts at KNBR.com and the KNBR app, the defense leader.
You're listening to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa. On your home for all things 49ers for the last 20 years. KNBR, the sports leader.
Hands down the best Billy Joel song. They may not have a dime. I got street savoir-faire. Why should I worry? You don't know this one? Dude.
I got nothing for you on Joel.
No, me neither. I don't know many Joel songs.
Yeah,
but
this is like you're not being a Giants fan. Not a Joel fan, but this is my favorite, is what you said.
Dude, do you not know this movie, Oliver and Company, with a dog?
I know the movie. I know of the movie. Yeah.
Yeah, this song's amazing.
I don't know the movie like I know it.
Oh yeah, like this is like a forgotten era of Disney in the '80s. Like this was it Black Cauldron, some other ones from the '80s.
Oliver and Company.
Oliver and Company. Yeah, it had like Cheech Marin as Chihuahua.
It's not getting a whole lot of love on Rotten Tomatoes or IMDb.
Yeah, but Billy Joel played
Joey Lawrence is Oliver, don't you know?
Yeah, but this song kicks ass.
Billy Joel plays the Artful Dodger. Hold on, is it like Oliver but with dogs?
Yes. Why should I worry?
Also, the Artful,
why should I care?
Artful Dogger was right there if you're doing a dog thing, and they just kind of like Greg and Greg. It was right there.
Yeah, I know.
Could have gone with that.
Nah.
The movie itself, 53% on Rotten Tomatoes.
The forgotten Disney era.
I don't really follow Rotten Tomatoes. I know that's a good movie.
In his defense, Dirty Work, not well rated on Tomatoes.
Not well rated. It's true. Well, the audience score, though, I think does a little bit better for it. And it's a kids' movie too. Who's reviewing this now on Rotten Tomatoes from 1988? You know,
I always think that when like Richard Robert's like, I didn't really care for the Backyardigans movie. I'm like, well, it's not made for you.
It wasn't for you.
Yeah, it's like Paw Patrol the movie didn't speak to me. Yeah, no S.
Yeah, right. It's like when Mick LaSalle's reviewing the Avengers. We're like, we knew. What did you think? What did we think you were going to think?
SpongeBob the movie was just too goofy for me. Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, the man left his chair. That's a surprise.
Shocker. I didn't anticipate you were going to do that.
I fully endorse in Oliver and Company.
What would you call, I mean, you say the forgotten era of Disney. Is this because it by the way, a tight little 114 on this movie, too.
Oh, yeah.
Disney will get you in and out. Is it because this precedes what would have been maybe a golden wave of Disney, which would have been our childhood of
the Disney Renaissance? Is, what they call it.
Is that what they call it? Aladdin.
Yeah, like the
Lion
90s. It started with Little Mermaid, and then it went to Aladdin and Lion King.
Right, yeah. See, Little Mermaid missed me a little bit because it wasn't for me. By the time my sister came around, she was into it, right?
Yeah. But I saw all those movies, like even like Pocahontas,
Yeah, my sister loved Pocahontas.
Yeah, we went to the theater every year, like Hunchback of Notre Dame, Hercules. That was like that's summertime.
Can I offer you a Mulan?
Absolutely. Let's get down to business to defeat the Huns.
Yeah, that's what they're getting after. Yeah. They send me daughters when I ask for sons.
Yeah.
A little sexism there, by the way.
Well, yeah, that's the whole movie.
That's Disney. What are you going to do?
Yeah, but like the last great Disney Renaissance movie of that era for me was Emperor's New Groove. I know a lot of kids. I never saw like Atlantis, the last one that came out.
No, and it's the same era as like Tarzan came out around then,
Princess the Frog. Yeah, like Tarzan was Tarzan's great.
Phil Collins out here banging for Tarzan, yeah.
Yeah, but like before like all those movies, it was Oliver and Company. And can you think of any other like 80s Disney movies,
Tim, what was the crap you were fed before we got good stuff in the 90s?
I mean, this wasn't Disney, but do you remember American Tail and Five Goes West?
Oh, yeah, those were rip-offs.
Universal,
but
Thumbelina.
Oh yeah, Thumbelina. I could get down with some Thumbelina. And then Tim, you had to be like a Nightmare Before, or a Land Before Time kid, right?
Yeah, like the originals. Now what are they on, like 17 or 18 or whatever?
I mean, they're making more of those than they got Fast and the Furious.
It was a bad time to be alive.
Okay. Often slept on, The Great Mouse Detective.
Oh, I remember that one.
Yeah, that was an 80s Disney movie.
Tim was pumping Fantasia or something, right?
No, it was not pumping Fantasia.
Not a lot of dialogue in Fantasia, Tim.
A lot of music.
Not a lot of rising and falling
Great
action.
Mouse Detective, I remember, was another one.
Yeah.
I think you just said that.
Did you say that?
Yeah, it's tough.
Brave Little Toaster.
Brave Little Toaster was great. Love Brave Little Toaster.
Brave Little Toaster.
There was a Benji movie.
It's basically Toy Story with appliances.
Some of these sound familiar. I'm gonna like leave Toy Story out of it because that was Pixar prior to being purchased by. You get a Bug's Life out there, dude. The Brave Little Toaster. Now that I'm seeing it, I do recall.
You've seen all these.
Beauty and the Beast is the other one from the Renaissance.
Oh God,
we forgot that one. I mean, dude, our childhood was potent with Disney content, I would say.
I know it's a little bit older for it, but I love Ratatouille.
Yeah, you were like 31 when that movie came out.
I celebrate Ratatouille today.
No, dude, they're these people, like, 30-year-old, like, kids that grew up in that era. They're, like, still love going to Pixar movies. And I'm like, it's a little weird. Like, can't you wait for it to be streamed on Disney Plus?
I don't know if it's weird. I'm like, Pixar is so great because it works on so many different levels. Like, there's so many inside jokes that parents will get, that kids will get. That I think that's the brilliance of Pixar. Is they've done a great job of reaching across generations. Even with Toy Story, the old school toys to new school, there's little stuff that goes over the head, I think, if you're a kid, but you catch it if you're an adult.
Yeah, I mean, Disney Pixar movies are great. Like, I don't watch as many in
I'm not going to the
recent
theater
years.
per se to see them, but Tim's right. Ratatouille, solid flick.
Yeah.
I'm in on that.
I thought it was okay. People love WALL-E. I wasn't a big WALL-E fan.
I don't know. They'll get in your feels on some of those, though.
Oh, Inside Out and, dude, the beginning of Up.
Dude, Up will crush your soul.
Oh, dude, just like the first 5 minutes of Up.
Tough deal.
Oh, yeah. God.
Shout out Ed Asner, by the way.
Yeah, we're talking about, like...
Great Ed Asner.
Sorry to go here, but, like, we're talking, like, miscarriage and, like...
Whoa.
I'm sorry, like, that's the part of the deal in the opening thing of
I know. We all knew
Up.
what you meant when you brought up the first 5 minutes of Up. You didn't have to start running through the bad things that happened.
In a kid's movie, good Lord.
I know, I get it.
I have to explain to my little brher when we saw the movie. I was like, I don't know what's going on here.
We knew what happened when you said the first 5 minutes were tough. We have to break it down.
I did.
We didn't have to break it down.
And as soon as you said Up, we all knew where you were
We're
going.
all like, oh, yeah, it's tough.
I needed to make it clear to the audience.
We knew what you were talking about. We got it. It's also tough because it's humans, right?
Yes.
Like if you're doing that with cars, it's not, Lightning McQueen's.
It's a little harder to
blowing
do.
a gasket. You don't feel quite as bad. You're like, tough deal for McQueen.
Yeah.
It's got to hit the mechanic or something.
Yeah, Cars didn't move me as much as Up.
Yeah, Up was a tough watch.
Neither did Shark Tale. Like any of these, like DreamWorks made some good movies, Shrek, but a lot of them are ripoffs. Like pretty much Shark Tale was a ripoff of Finding Nemo. I thought Ants was kind of a ripoff of Bugs Life.
Those came out around the same time, though.
Very similar.
They're very similar, but those came out like right around the same time too. They might have been within 6 months or a year of each other.
Do you remember that Ants with like Woody Allen and?
I remember it. Stallone.
Yeah, Stallone. Gene Hackman.
Hackman's and Ants. Yeah, dude. I mean, Ants is a.
It's not bad.
It's actually a solid. It's a pretty funny movie.
It's basically, I know it's frowned upon now, but like it's basically a Woody Allen movie with ants.
Yeah, well. Anyway, Bugs Life is good. I like Bugs Life.
Bugs Life is good.
That's again before Pixar
Little
was purchased.
bug was a bug.
Hot little Heimlich. Anyway, I don't know why we got on this tip.
Well, we were talking about Disney movies.
Because that song Tim came in with.
Yeah, because Billy Joel.
It was requested.
I think it's the best Disney song of all time, honestly.
It's also your favorite Bill Joel song.
It is.
We're giving away Bill Joel tickets.
You think that song's the best Disney song of all time?
Oh, yeah, dude.
You're entitled to your wrong opinion.
I mean, you can have your Hakuna Matatas and everything else. I love me some Why Should I Worry, Why Should I Care?
I remember being wrong, too, man. It's okay.
Yeah, that's a
that's a take I'm going to die on.
That's a take you're going to die on.
Yep.
I mean, a hill that you'll die on with that.
Nope, so what I said.
Okay. When we come on back, Brock Purdy's contract. The first offer of Brock Purdy's contract came in at $45 million. They're saying that the Niners are playing hardball. Playing hardball, are we?
Playing hardball, huh?
How about that? A $45 million offer to Brock Purdy is playing hardball. That's where we are in the quarterback market.
Well, to be real, though, like, remember when Dan Graziano was coming out with his projections for contracts? He had it at $49 million. So this is kind of a low ball. Like,
we all thought 49 was a bit of a low ball.
That's what I'm saying. So if every year we talk about the same thing with Brock Purdy when it comes to, like, is he elite? You know, like, it's funny how the fans are like, you can't disrespect Brock Purdy like that. Like, when I say, like, oh, I think Jordan Love's better or this quarterback's better. How dare you, Derek? But then when it comes to, well, we got to pay this guy $50 million a year or $60 million, you're like, whoa, I don't know about that. The thing is, yeah, I think Brock Purdy has earned the right to be a $55 million quarterback. Like the way that Tua got paid, the way that Trevor Lawrence got paid. So if this is legitimate, Jason LaCafora, who used to be an insider for NFL Network, but now he does Baltimore radio, he's saying that the Niners' first offer to Brock Purdy was $45 million. His quote verbatim is, 49ers playing hardball with Brock Purdy is very on brand. Starting your offers at $45 million a year is something. Yeah, if that's true, I would say that's a slap in the face.
Yeah, I mean, slap in the face is always such a funny thing to say. They had to come in lower than probably where they'd want to, because oftentimes first person to say a number is going to lose, because now you're going to get a counter from Brock, right? So Brock's going to come way over the top. We'll talk more about this. We'll get into some more Warrior basketball as well. $45 million would put Purdy tied currently for 11th in average annual value. From 45, how much higher does it climb? We're hearing that people don't think it's going to be 60, but then how is 45 that big of a low ball? We'll get into that next, and then a little bit more on Steph Curry and Shaq's comments last night. Shaq had a great statement last night about where Steph needs to be thought of among the all-time greats. And when Shaq speaks on stuff like this, I listen. I mean, the big Aristotle is one of those guys who is a connector to a previous generation. Yeah, Tim got a laugh out of that, huh? The big Aristotle.
It's the stupidest name.
It's dumb. I was gonna try to mix in a few Shaq Diesel. What are some other ones we got? Superman. That's what they call him.
Yeah. Steel.
Yeah, tough movie. Speaking of bad movies in the 90s.
Shazam.
Rough.
Was it Shazam or Kazam?
It's Kazam.
It's Kazam.
Who cares?
And then he balled up the bad guy in a basketball and slammed.
Remember in the beginning of Scary Movie when she's on the phone? It's Carmen Electra, right?
Yeah, Carmen
She's on
Electra.
the phone and he's like, "What's your favorite scary movie?" She goes, "Kazam." You know the one where Shaq plays the genie? He's like, "That's not a scary movie." She goes, "You haven't seen Shaq act." All right, we'll get more into Brock Purdy. Was it a low ball? $45 million. And if that's a low ball, how much higher does it climb? We'll talk about it next. Dirty Work on a Wednesday, and Dante Whitner in about 20 minutes at 3:50. The greatest show in America rolls on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday. I got to tell you, I feel like Bill Joel does something to the vibe of the show that I'm not a fan of.
Yeah?
Yeah.
A little older?
Is this the sound you want to go with for Dirty Work?
Just, we're giving away Bill Joel tickets.
And we did the bit. We'd read the thing. We're playing the soundbite later and just...
The program director's very happy.
I bet.
Man.
I bet he is.
I know. I mean, I know these songs.
Because maybe he should rejoin with him on his show. You know what I mean?
All right, so no more Bill Joel then?
I'm just saying, is this...
What if we switched over to Stevie?
I don't know. I'm just saying, is this what you want the show to sound like?
It's this or Rotator.
Yeah, I'll take Tim picking songs. We're good with that.
Okay, I'll pick songs that are not Rotator today, and
Yeah.
it won't be Bill Joel.
All
Okay?
right, well, I'm just saying, it's fine. I mean, it's fine.
I'm saying it's a little mayonnaise.
I'm saying none of us are real Billy Joel fans, right?
Not really.
So what are we doing?
I like Move Out.
Who's this for?
Move Out's a good song.
It's for Mike. Who's this for? Then I don't care. Who's this for?
Oh, man.
Sorry, Tim, cut the crap, all right?
All right, no more Bill Joel.
All right,
We're going Stevie next.
How I'm
We didn't even get halfway through the show.
I know,
We
I'm
just
turning
keep
on
going.
already.
Bill
Just
Joel.
like Copes is like, nope, no more Bill Joel.
I don't really like it. I'm just not really feeling it.
Okay.
And again, I'm not yucking anybody else's yum, but don't yuck my show up. You know what I mean?
I don't think it's yucking it up.
I don't like the
Careful
way
with that. I almost hit the dump button.
I don't like the way it sounds.
All right.
I don't like the way it sounds.
I think it's fitting just because the Warriors won last night at MSG, and I think that
we were talking Brock contract.
Yeah, I know. But Bill Joel,
we started talking 90s Disney movies because of that song.
Yeah, fair enough.
Nothing to do with Steph going for.
It's really not helping us keep focus. Is the problem?
That's and see.
But I thought it was like doesn't Billy Joel have like a residency at MSG?
What's that?
Does he have like he like always performs there?
Yeah.
So I thought it was like, yeah, it's fitting. We're giving away Bill Joel tickets. The Warriors have their own residency at MSG where they're dominated for years now.
Yeah, we don't need to keep bringing that up. Though,
Okay.
because that doesn't
Fine.
really matter.
Fine.
You know what I mean?
Oh, man.
How about we just move on? Did we play the Steph highlight coming into?
No,
See?
I did not.
Either way, it's
we
fine.
didn't even play the Steph highlight. No, it was all about Steph and Bill Joel in the Garden, but we didn't get any of the Steph in there. Just you guys jamming on piano.
Lets it fly. Oh, and there it is. Right away. He has tied Ray Allen. One down, one to go. It's going to happen fast, right? The buzz in this building is incredible. Here's Curry for the record. It's good! There it is! Stephen Curry! The all-time three-point king in the NBA!
Ah, a little Love Shack.
All right, now you guys are pandering. Now you're pandering.
Yeah, Love Shack hits the demo.
I didn't see it play Love Shack. I've never requested we play Love Shack.
I don't know.
Tupelo Tuesdays with Adam.
Anyway, that highlight was from Steph Curry's memorable moments at MSG, where he broke Ray Allen's all-time three-point record. And then, so he's 12-1 at MSG. The one loss, surprisingly, is when he scored 54 at the Garden in 2013. But besides that, Steph Curry owns Madison Square Garden. And just another great performance last night.
Yeah, huge performance last night. Brought his record at Madison Square Garden in his career to 12-1. The one loss might be his most memorable performance. Scored 54 in the loss.
Yep.
How about that? He also, you point out, he had a win there with Davidson as well.
Yeah, he was 13-1 if you count it.
13-1 if you count his college career at Davidson. This was something that we were kind of talking about a bit last week when we were talking about his. What did he go for 56 in that game last week against Charlotte?
Yep.
The 56-point performance.
Magic.
Excuse me, against the Magic in Orlando to start the road trip. The 56-point performance led all of us to, every time this happens, we start waxing poetic about Steph's place in history and what it means to watch something like this and the Bonds comps, and he's the most beloved Bay Area athlete of all time, yada, yada, yada. When people like Shaquille O'Neal start speaking up on this stuff, it starts to carry even more weight because we live in an echo chamber, right? We're right here in the Bay Area. All the media around the Warriors and around basketball is going to be focused on the Warriors. We're going to wax poetic about our guy. We see it all up close every single day. So you wonder what people outside of the Bay Area think of Steph. You asked Mike Yam that in terms of how people view the 49ers and their offseason. What's the view on Brock Purdy? How people view – same can be asked about Steph Curry's place in history. And we went from a long time from saying greatest shooter in history. I said the point guard one for me kind of goes away because basketball's so positionless now that it's sort of arbitrary to argue the greatest position in this day and age. But Shaq yesterday was talking about this on the TNT postgame show, that Steph's greatness now needs to be discussed beyond just what he's doing on the floor as a shooter, beyond the position. He needs to start being added to the conversation of the all-time greats. When you start putting together your Mount Rushmores and greatest of all-time conversations, Shaq says Steph needs to be in that convoy. Here's what Shaq said on the TNT postgame show.
As the supreme leader of the Big Man Alliance, I demand you fans to start putting Steph Curry in that greatest of all time conversation. Start putting Steph in that conversation. I demand it. And I'm saying, listen, I played against Mike, played with Kobe, played against and with LeBron. They're all great. At some point, we're going to have to put Steph Curry in that category. I'm not saying he is, but let's just have the conversation. Like, I like all the internet talk and the barbershop talk, but I ain't never seen nothing like that before, and nobody has. And just how many of them things he got. 1, 2, 3, 4 against LeBron.
Oh, man. Shaq needs to get some of that phlegm out of his voice. I agree with him. I mean, it's not like this is a new conversation, but yeah, like it's tough because, I mean, when we think of the greatest of all time, we usually go to Michael Jordan or LeBron or, I mean, even I don't think Kareem's talked about enough or Bill Russell, but Yeah, Steph should be in that conversation. I think when we talk about shooters, he's number one, obviously. And I know things are positionless these days, but yes, I think when you talk point guards, I think you should say Steph Curry. Some people are going to say Magic Johnson, but it's so different. Magic Johnson's style of playing point guard is so different to that of a Steph Curry.
Well, the game is so different and stuff. That's why, it really is positionless basketball. There's the point forward now. There's teams that don't start a center and start 3 forwards. It used to be you'd start 2 forwards, 2 guards, and if you start a third forward, one of them, quote, played center. But now they don't do that. It's just kind of, if you play 3 guards, you play 3 guards. Play 4 guards and a big, you play 4 guards and a forward. Just kind of the way it goes. So, again, I just get sort of lost on the positionless part of it, the position part of it. But what Shaq is saying is true, in that when you put him up against the all-time greats, and we talk records, you talk championships, you talk dominance, this era can be defined by 3 guys.
So is he saying then you could debate who's the greatest when you have these conversations? I really don't know. I think we talk about Steph as being a great all-time basketball player, but what is the point he's actually trying to make? He shouldn't get this disrespect. I do think there's some that give Steph Curry disrespect. I think
what he's saying is they're very even Shaq is not really, when you start talking GOATs in the NBA, it's 3 guys or 4 guys that people talk about. It's LeBron,
Michael.
It's Michael, it's Kobe, Wilt, Kareem, Larry, Magic. Guys like that, right? There's a very, and even those guys might be a tier below where you'd go with Michael having 6, right? And Shaq belongs in that conversation too. Shaq's one of the most dominant players we've ever seen in the NBA. He was a force. He changed the game, and that Hack-a-Shaq became a thing, right? You had to do things to change how you played the game because you were playing against Shaquille O'Neal. Same thing can be said about Steph Curry in a different manner, but you've got to change, and the game itself has evolved now around Steph, but the game evolved tremendously because of what Steph was able to do. I think what Shaq's saying is, yeah, there are tiers of all-time superstars, and Steph belongs in the top-tier discussion of all-time greats. I think that's what he's saying is there's no more qualifying what he does, how he does it, in which manner that he does it. He's just one of the all-time greats and is deserving of the GOAT conversation, which is big praise. Again, the GOAT conversation is a handful of players in NBA history.
Right.
Nobody's saying George Gervin's the GOAT. One of the all-time greats. Nobody's saying Karl Malone's the GOAT or John Stockton's the GOAT or Tracy McGrady or Grant Hill. These guys are all Hall of Famers and all incredible players in their own right. But Steph is above that. Steph has superseded that. So the fact that he's saying he said, I played against Kobe, played with Kobe, played against LeBron, played against some of these all-time greats. And if this guy, who does belong in that conversation, is saying that about Steph, who am I to argue? I wouldn't anyway, but it is interesting that Steph is now, with the Olympics, with that the 4th title. If you remember after they got the 4th title, I think it was Draymond had a comment about it on a podcast or something where he said, me and Steph were talking to LeBron, or me and LeBron were talking, and LeBron said, hey, getting the 4th one is crazy, right? And Draymond said something changes in your mind. It's weird. It's as if getting 3 doesn't put you in that class. It kind of maybe doesn't. But when you get that 4th, and you do it after there's a gap and people don't believe you can do it, it means something different. LeBron having done it in 3 organizations, winning 4 himself, all that stuff, I think, is legacy stuff. But doing it a 4th time puts you in rarefied air. It puts you in the conversation of, Kobe was wanting to be in that conversation, but until he got those other 2, I don't know that we were talking about Kobe in that convo. We knew he was right there, but it was can you get one without Shaq? Shaq left and got another one without Kobe. Can Kobe get another one without Shaq? Shaq got 4. Kobe got 5, right?
Yeah.
So then you're in that rarefied air of that conversation. I just think he's right. I think Steph Curry has reached the level of he's not just qualified as the greatest X player of all time in what he can do specifically. He's elevated his game and his presence and his dominance and the belief of people around him to being in the class where Kobe, Michael, LeBron, Shaq, Wilt, Kareem, the all-time greats reside. And I think that's where Shaq is coming from, that he deserves to be in that GOAT convo.
Absolutely, but do you think people are going to argue against that right now? I don't think they
can, but what's the argument against it even?
I've always heard that people think well, yeah, but he doesn't he's not a traditional dominant player like Michael Jordan or LeBron, where he's physically going to take over a game like that, and that's never been.
What's that mean? Physically take over a game? He takes over games all the time, and he does it loud. He does it just from outside the paint. not from getting in your face
It's a different way. Like he does it in a way that hasn't been done before. Like no one shoots the basketball like these other greats have.
Right, but like Shaq was dominant in a different way than Jordan was dominant, to your point, in a different way than Wilt was dominant, than Kareem was dominant, than Kobe was. I mean, Kobe was a better comp to the style of play of Michael, I guess.
Well,
LeBron's
I think
a freak in his own nature.
Like, not that Charles Barkley would make a big stink about this, but I think if he was on that postgame show with Shaq, he would probably be like, yeah, I don't know. He's a three-point shooter. He's a jump shooter. I don't know if I could put him with the greats. Like, that's the stuff where, like, kind of old heads and some new heads even think that way. But, like, Shaq was on a different, pregame show, postgame show last night. But Shaq always gives kudos to Steph Curry. And I don't think, like, people that truly love basketball, just outside of Warrior fans, people realize that Steph Curry's an elite class of just greatness, longevity, and championships that only a few greats have had. Kobe Bryant, LeBron right now playing into his 40s, Michael Jordan coming on and off again in basketball. Yeah, Steph Curry with his 4 championships, MVPs, Olympics. Yeah, he's definitely in that class right now. Absolutely.
209 checks out on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line says Steph is the best shooter ever. That's a huge specialty. Agreed. I think that's Shaq's point is we're beyond just the specialty of the one thing that he does phenomenally, right? Like people might go, maybe John Stockton's the best passer ever, they might say. But they wouldn't say he's the best point guard ever. He's in the conversation. Maybe he is the best point guard ever. I don't know. My point is he's one of the all-time greats. He's not in the GOAT convo. And I know the GOAT one is such a vague, how do you put the parameters on it? But I think you'd be hard-pressed to disagree with what I'm saying in that there are tiers of greatness. And, like, nobody's got a problem with me saying Scottie Pippen, all-time great, Hall of Famer. He's not in the GOAT conversation. He's not in that class.
No, he's a psychic.
Of course not. But the guys I've mentioned, I'm sure I'm missing a few, sit a class above. And I think when it's all said and done, Steph sits in that class. And the Olympics changed a lot. I do think the Olympics, in terms of who he played alongside and how that went down and the impact that it had on the sports world, how people reacted to it, whether you weren't on board or didn't think about it until then, people saw that and are like, I know what I would say about Steph Curry to my kids in 20 years, right? Like there's a story to be told about this guy, which puts him in the all-time great conversation. 530 says, yeah, the Olympics opened people's eyes a little wider to people outside of the Warrior Nation. It's amazing to see.
Mm-hmm.
707 says, no GOAT blows a 3-1 lead in the finals.
Nah, stop that.
Okay. So I don't understand the...
I remember, you know what, to that argument...
Mean? So could he get swept in the finals and you'd be like, no, GOAT gets swept in the finals? Like, what does it matter?
Okay.
They've won 4.
Hold on.
Foolish thing to say.
Are we saying Kobe Bryant is an all-time great, obviously?
Yeah.
Okay, he blew a 3-1 lead to Steve Nash. I remember that in the first round of the NBA playoffs. So what are we talking about here?
That's what I'm saying. He's like, well, it's the NBA Finals. Like, dude, he's an all-time great. And guess what? It's a team game. It's not on Steph Curry that they coughed the 3-1 lead in the NBA Finals. That team also went 73-9, dog. You know what I mean? So that doesn't matter at all either.
I hate stuff like that.
I hate the argument like, well, if that happens and you can't be claimed this, that's not true.
Like, just like simplistic stuff like, well, he blew a 3-1 lead. Well, I've never been swept before, so you can't say, like, I'm obviously an all-time great. You can't be an all-time great if you've been swept. That's ridiculous.
It's the Murph Joe Montana argument that he can't be worse than Tom Brady because he's undefeated in the Super Bowl. I'm like, but Tom Brady went to, like, 3 times as many almost.
Yeah, can we count the NFC Championship losses that Joe Montana had?
Right, it's like 4-0 in the Bowl's incredible. Never threw a pick, incredible. You want one guy to start one game and it's the Bowl? Probably Joe Montana. But you can't tell me 4-0 is better than 7-3. And in the 3 he lost, he threw for 500 yards in one and wasn't on the field for the other 2. It's not his fault. Not his fault.
Yeah.
Not entirely, of course. It's a team game. It's the way it goes. Anyway, this is the point of Sports Talk Radio, right? 650 Curry changed the game. It's pretty simple, says the 650. Pretty simple. Other haters are just going to talk is the way it goes down. 209 says, what about Pistol Pete, one of the all-time shooters? Didn't see him play. Pistol Pete highlights about passing are insane, though. Ever watch Pistol Pete passing highlight videos?
Yeah, no one's taking anything away from Pistol Pete, but come on, we're talking about Steph Curry here, all-time threes.
Yeah, but tell me your thoughts on the pistol. 408
well, I take Ray Allen and Reggie Miller over Pistol Pete Maravich.
408 is checking her. Actually, 775 says, Stevie, Billy Joel, guys, 2 wrongs don't make it right. You don't have to... 707 says, seriously, F Billy Joel. And then...
I'm just trying to have fun today. All right.
415 says, Billy Joel's great. Leave it. There you go. They want us to keep going with Billy Joel.
I can go either way. Like, I'm not married to Billy Joel.
Yeah, and somebody else says, you guys are really sitting here singing duets from 90s Disney movies, but we can't play Joel. I said, yeah, you got it.
Well, that is Joel.
That was a song from a Disney movie.
Oliver and Company.
There you go. That's Derek's all-time favorite.
Damn right it is.
Disney song.
I die on that hill.
And it's a Joel song. If you hear the cue to call, by the way, we're giving away We're giving away tickets to go see Steve Nicks and Bill Joel October 4th down at Levi's Stadium. You hear the cue to call between now and 6 o'clock. Caller 10-415-896-KNBR, and you will go to the concert. All right, when we come on back, our guy Dante Whitner, the hitman. Dante Whitner, number 31 of the 49ers. He joins us talking about the Niners offseason. What happens if they lose Dre Greenlaw? What's Dante's level of confidence? He's been on teams that went to a Super Bowl or went to a conference championship, didn't get the job done, and then had to come back and get after it again. How much longer is this team's window going to stay open? We'll talk to Dante Whitner, the hitman, next. Dirty Work, greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
They were hitting.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Max Crosby got a massive $106 million deal from Vegas. DK Metcalf requested a trade. Tyler Lockett is released. Dak Prescott reworks his contract, saving the Cowgirls $36 million. Joe Tooney is traded to the Bears. Oh, boy. That's your NFL recap in 6 seconds. For all things NFL, keep it locked to KNBR, the 6-second leader. I promise this never happens to me.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work rolls on a Wednesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb. Lots of football news out there as free agency is looming. Niners trade Deebo Samuel, or agreed to, this past weekend. Here to talk about it, the Hitman. It's our guy Dante Whitner, joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Dante, what's up, bro? How you been?
I've been great. How you guys doing?
Doing well.
Doing pretty good, man. I guess first and foremost, were you surprised to get the news on Saturday that Deebo had been traded? Maybe more than that on Saturday. Before that, were you surprised to hear that he wanted out and that the Niners were going to honor that?
No, I wasn't surprised. Based on last year's draft pick and Ricky Pearsall and how he came on at the end of the season, Jawan Jennings and him going over 1,000 yards, the return of Brandon Aiyuk, you have Christian McCaffrey returning, and you really aren't getting the value out of a Deebo Samuel the same way you did in 2021. And when you look at his years after that, 2022, 23, and last year, he was on a steep decline. And with the 49ers, yeah, you can give him a lot of credit for setting the precedent, the physicality on the offensive side of the ball, and he was the stewardess and the catalyst for that success. But when you have success in the National Football League, the highest paid players, as they start to get towards the age 29, 30, 31, they become dispensable and you have to rebuild. So I wasn't really surprised. I was surprised that he came out and said it, which actually hurt the 49ers, not allowing them to request more than a fifth-round draft pick because it was so public.
And Dante, would you say it's fair to assess that the league kind of caught up with Deebo Samuel when it came to covering him in man-to-man coverage? We saw in the Super Bowl a year ago, and it seemed that case for most of the season.
Yeah, it was quite obvious that he gained some weight, and along with weight gain comes the loss of explosiveness and the ability to separate from, some of the top athletes in the world. So with the departure and the injury to Christian McCaffrey, teams were able to play a lot more man-to-man coverage. They were able to single up Deebo Samuel, and he wasn't able to get away from coverage. So I have all the confidence in the world that if he puts a full offseason in with training and diet and mindset, that he can get back to the all-pro player that he was in 2021. It's just up for him to do that. But, I wasn't really surprised that, teams played a lot of man-to-man coverage on him, and he couldn't separate.
Do you think that maybe Ricky Pearsall could be an upgrade as far as being a complete wide receiver?
Definitely, and definitely as a downfield threat. And we've seen some signs of it, even through last season. After everything that he fought through, when he was targeted, even when he wasn't targeted, he was able to separate at a high level from man-to-man coverage, and he has that ability, similar to Brandon Aiyuk, to really be creative at the top of his route. So Ricky Pearsall going into his second year, having a full offseason, being healthy, he might be a pleasant surprise for the 49ers in his offense.
Talking to Dante Whitner on the UMA guest line, does it feel like a weird stage of where this, I know dynasty's not the right word because they haven't won the Super Bowl, but this window of championship opportunity, I mean, you guys had this 3 straight NFC title games. It's hard to maintain this level of success, price-wise, talent-wise, skill-wise, all that stuff. Exhaustion and all that definitely came into play this year, but it also seems now like they're having to sort of transition into what the next wave of 49er football is going to look like, and we're starting to see players that we became accustomed to in Niner uniforms leave the organization. Does it feel like the window's still open, but it's getting tight?
Well, it feels like the window is still open, especially when you go and pick up Robert Salah, and he knows exactly what he wants to do on the defense side of the ball. And he has the track record of, taking late-round draft picks and developing them and, turn them into straight ballers. So I think that when you look at the defense side of the ball, you have to, think that with Salah's track record, it'll be fixed. And then with the offensive side of the ball, getting the weapons back, getting Trent Williams back, Christian McCaffrey, having some new weapons out there. You have a draft and a free agency. You have to think that the window is still open. But all along, I thought that the 49ers were silently trying to go through a rebuild. When you pick up Renardo Green and you have Mustafa, he's a starter all year. And, on the offensive side of the ball, you get Pearsall and you get some young offensive linemen. You're going through a rebuild. They just wish that the season went better than it did last year with all the injuries and ended up 6-10. So I think it's a total reset, especially after you get Brock Purdy signed. You get some new guys in the building, some new faces, some new blood. I think that it's another window for the 49ers that have opened, and it opened once they found their franchise quarterback in Brock Purdy.
Talking to Dante Whitner on the Uma guest line. Dante, during the season, you kind of told us during the regular season that you believed that Charvarius Ward and Talanoa Hufanga will most likely not return. In the last coming days, we've seen reports that maybe Dre Greenlaw will not return as well to the 49ers. How detrimental would it be to that defense if he does not return this offseason?
Well, it would be detrimental, but when you have free agency, when you have Robert Salah returning, you have a bunch of new coaches, new philosophy than what they played last year, I don't know if it will be deadly. They have a track record of developing players, drafting players somewhere in that fifth round, so I think that they'll be okay. But, during the season, I felt like, when Dre Greenlaw is healthy, he's their most physical, and he's a heck of an asset to this defense. He sets the tone, similar to how Deebo Samuel did on the offense. And then with Talanoa Hufanga, when he's 100% healthy, he understands the defense, he's comfortable, he can be an all-pro player. But when you have to pay your quarterback so much, you can't pay everybody. And then when free agency opens, they understand what Talanoa Hufanga can do on the field. He might have priced himself out when he's healthy. And the same goes for Dre Greenlaw. So they're going to have to revitalize that defense, find some individual players that can fill those roles and play at a high level.
When you look at where the receiving core, we were just talking to Ricky Pearsall, they've got to get somebody else. Pearsall will be there at the start of the year and the start of camp, as will Juwan Jennings. But Brandon Aiyuk, we don't know what his status will be at the start of the year, when he'll be back, and what he'll look like when he comes back. What do you think about a receiver coming off the injury Aiyuk is coming off of entering this season? How hard will it be for him to regain form from before this past year?
Well, everybody's different coming off those type of injuries. You get some guys that recover from 9 months and they take the field and it looks like they never missed a day. And then you get some guys who slowly get back into it and start to trust that lower limb. So it's hard to say how Brandon Aiyuk will recover from that. But if he's going through the entire protocol and he has that confidence, I believe that Brandon Aiyuk right now with the type of, medical care that the 49ers can assist him with, can get back to 100%. It's just going to take a while, but it's on an individual basis as to how quickly you can regain, that momentum and that footwork and that muscle memory that he had before he got injured. But Brandon Aiyuk is still young enough that he can, get himself back into game shape, game conditioning, and still make an impact on this 49ers team. But I do agree with you that they should add another wide receiver, and you saw Devante Adams, he hit the street in free agency. There's going to be some other guys in free agency. You're going to have some young speedsters coming out in the draft. So hopefully the 49ers can pick it and get it right.
Is there anybody you have in mind, Dante, as far as a veteran wide receiver they could add? You mentioned Devante Adams. We saw Tyler Lockett released today, Christian Kirk. I think Cooper Kupp most likely will be released in the next couple of days here. Is there anybody in particular that you would like to see the Niners add to this receiving core?
Well, nobody in particular, but I would like to see a bigger, faster, stronger guy who's a true number one wide receiver who you can throw the ball to 10-plus times a game and you know that you'll get over 100 yards, who's a threat in the red zone that can go up and attack the fade ball and that demands double coverage. I don't know if that guy is in free agency right now. Hopefully the 49ers can figure it out because that's what they've been missing for so long. They've been getting by with sort of a gimmick offense, misdirection, taking advantage of where guys aren't and where they're supposed to be and mental errors on defense. I think it's time to go to an offense where you can target one or two guys and they can make the difference, similar to what the Philadelphia Eagles showed this year.
After Deebo Samuel was dealt to Washington, there were reports that Jonathan Allen was originally going to be part of the deal, but that broke down. What are your thoughts on Jonathan Allen being a possibility for the Niners in free agency?
I think Jonathan Allen is a phenomenal player. He's a guy that's at his ends with losing, and he made that public. And then last year they burst on the scene and they won. So I would think that he would be happy there. That trade probably would have happened if Deebo Samuel didn't publicly announce his displeasure and want to get out of San Francisco. But I think Jonathan Allen would make a tremendous
difference on his defensive line. He's one of those guys where if you just give him one or two gaps and allow him to use his strength and ability to get off the ball, he can wreak havoc, and not just against the pass, against the run. So if 49ers can get their hands on him, I think that they should, because that's a detriment right now to this team, is that defensive line that they have to revamp.
A few more minutes with Dante Whitner. Just kind of going off the board here, dude, just looking at stuff that's coming up, free agency and the draft right around the corner. Just wondering about Travis Hunter. I mean, he's projecting to be, they talk about him like a Hall of Fame skill set type guy, which is incredible for a DB coming out of college to even say that at this point. But the two-way conversation is still going to be there. I don't know that anybody will do that full time. It just, the workload seems like it would be too much. But what are your thoughts on that, about him playing both ways in the NFL? I mean, you played on a defense. How impossible would that be in the NFL, or is it possible to go nearly full-time both ways?
Well, you need repetition to be great at any position that you play. And I would say do it similar to what Deion Sanders and Champ Bailey did. Let them focus full-time at corner. Let him play one position. Don't even move him inside, outside. Keep him on the left or the right. Allow him to perfect his craft. And when you need him, you put him in the game at wide receiver, probably somewhere between 15 to 20 plays a game. And the difference is the physicality in this league. And you have to be a technician. And when you watch his film, a lot of times in college, he's winning off just pure talent, speed, and ability. In the National Football League, everything is so minuscule and so detailed to where just one double step on your back pedal, you'll give up a catch. Yeah. So I think that he should really focus on the cornerback position, whereas we'll have a lot of value, and then he can be one of those gimmick, deep thread wide receivers, because if he takes too many hits and tries to play both ways, and he takes too many hits, it might shorten his career.
Dante, I asked you about Jonathan Allen, another name that comes up every time this time of year. Joey Bosa, people always want to link him up with his brother Nick. If the Chargers do release Joey Bosa, do you think he's a good bookend with Nick Bosa in this defense?
Absolutely. And those guys already train in the offseason together. So if you have those guys in the locker room together, and Joey Bosa, a lot of people might have lost a step, but him losing a step puts him on par with, a lot of the top pass rushers right now in the National Football League. He just had injuries, and that's what set him back. So I think that if he is there and the price is right, you go out there and you get the Bosa brothers. And, we'll see what they can do together. I think they'll be motivated. They'll motivate each other. And, that can only help the 49ers defense. So I think that if he's available, you go out and get him.
Hey, Dante, I'm just wondering, because the Combine just wrapped up, and I'm looking at your Combine stats. Were you happy with your performance at the Combine?
Absolutely. I had a tweaked hamstring, and I have a story about that. I remember going there. It was very cold. My hamstring was a little sore. I almost didn't take part in the drills. Mm-hmm. And then it was time for the 40-yard dash, and I remember warming up, and, I ran it, didn't run my fastest. I think I ran like 4.41 at the Combine. I remember Ozzie Newsome from the Baltimore Ravens calling me over and saying, like, yeah, you went to Glenville High School in Cleveland, didn't you? You Ted Ginn Jr.'s, guy. And I'm like, yeah. He was like, man, well, I don't think you need to do anything else today. I think you made yourself a lot of money. So at that moment, I'm like, oh, you know what? I'm not going to do the drills. Ozzie Newsome told me I made myself a lot of money. Let me shut it down. And then I went on to be the number 8 pick that year in the draft. So
there you go.
I guess he knows what he's talking about.
94th percentile among strong safeties at the Combine that year, and 90th percentile by size. So, we talked to Matt Mayoko and a couple of your other colleagues and guys who go out to cover it. And those guys say there's not much from a reporter standpoint to be learned from the players. It's more about evaluation for the teams. How many meetings did you go through when you were there? And was there wacky stuff that's asked of you? Is it film study? What kind of stuff did you go through?
I probably went through 27 meetings out of 30-plus teams. And they make it very stressful of a situation for you. They keep you up all night. They keep you at the hospital. If you have a lot of injuries, you're at the hospital for hours. And then you have individual meetings, and then you have the testing periods, and then you have the Wonderlic test. So a lot of it is sleep deprivation, but wanting to see you fight through it, and then making the stadium in Indianapolis as cold as possible to make you fight through that. There were some wacky questions. They asked you about your sexuality. They asked you about, anything they can find on the internet. Yep. Just so many hypothetical questions where they want to see you sit up, head straight, looking people in their eyes, speaking clearly. And if you can nail that part of it, you're halfway to being an NFL player.
Number 8 pick, man. You did something right. Dante Whitner, the hitman, the voice you hear, does a great job for NBC Sports Bay Area 49er coverage, and does a great job when he checks in with us. Dante, great to talk to you, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Dante.
Absolutely. You guys have a good one.
Good to have you, bro. The great Dante Whitner, man, the hitman, one of my all-time favorites. Imagine, dude, I was watching some videos of like a Sam Laporta video surfaced the other day of him at the Combine last year in his meeting with the Lions, and dude, listen to the questions they're asking him and how he's responding about himself. Like, he's got to have a great level of confidence. He's got to be able to break down plays. They're asking him, what would you grade your hands out of 10? If 10's you're catching everything, what would you grade them? He's like, man, I'd like to say they're 10. Then they're asking you to denigrate yourself and talk about what your flaws.
Right.
He goes, I could probably be better at balls over my head.
It's like a job interview.
And he goes, yeah. At one point, Dan Campbell goes, you ready to take a ball over your head and just have a strong safety lay into your ribs? And he goes, I'm a football player, man. You're like, that's the kind of answer these guys want. I think there's room for improvement. I think I can get there. I'm a locker room guy, and I'm ready to get it done. I mean, Dante, the number 8 pick in the draft, dude showed up at Ohio State. His mom dropped him off, finished high school early, and he got dropped off for spring ball. He was like 16 years old in the hands of Jim Tressel. Made him a number 8 pick in the draft. But that's a mentality thing, too. Like, he's talking about a lot of this Combine stuff is about the mental fortitude that's going to come with being a pro football player. It's interesting you mentioned working through exhaustion, going through all these meetings. They make it cold. They mess with you with the elements. Rob Gronkowski, I saw on the Games with Names, or the Names of Games, the Edelman podcast.
Right.
He talked about how he just totally blew off his Pats meeting. He said it was the last team to meet with him. He was so sick and tired of it. He nodded off during one of the film session things they were doing. And he said, I don't care. I'm done with this. You guys want to take me, you'll take me. And Bill O'Brien was the offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
So he's like grilling him about certain stuff. He goes, dude, I don't care, man. Just if you want to take me, I'm going to catch the balls. You throw it, it's going to be the greatest decision you ever made.
He actually said that?
All this stuff. He was like, you got to find the clips from Gronk because he's hysterical.
See, that's interesting.
He
because
dozed off and then said he was so fed up and didn't care. He did not care who drafted him at that point. He's like, I'm done with the Combine. I'm done with these meetings.
See, that's interesting because we hear that, and Gronk went on to be a great player. But now we're hearing like Shedeur Sanders kind of like, the word is that he was cocky in all of his interviews, that he kind of like act all blasé about the NFL, like he's been there, done that. His dad is who he is. And people are coming away thinking like, Shedeur's like too big for the NFL. It's not looking good with scouts and GMs and coaches. Well, though it sounds like established guys did the same thing in the past. So I find that interesting a little bit.
Yeah, Gronk's was less arrogant and more, I'm so sick of this crap right now. I've been through 40 of these meetings, and I'm tired. His seemed way more like he was Gronk than there was any level of arrogance to it.
No, and I totally get that. But, like, I do wonder, like, how many quarterbacks act that way. Like, that's why I think the Hard Knocks of the offseason was so interesting last year. I know you didn't watch it, but Brian Dable interviewed every rookie quarterback. Went through with Drake May. He went through with Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels. It was just interesting to see, like, how much he grilled them in the moment. Where it sounds like, and like, we're not there. Like, I would love to see the footage and how it sounds. But, like, yeah, people are coming away with Shedeur Sanders kind of being like, I don't need to do this. Like, I showed up to the Combine to benefit you guys, to see, to let you know what I'm about. But if he's acting like I'm too cool for school, I wonder, like, I wonder if it's a little bit of people just kind of being biased, being like, oh, this kid is, silver spoon kid. But at the same time, maybe it's just Shedeur just being Shedeur.
We'll try to find this Gronk sound for you. Maybe we'll throw it in like the sound soiree or something tomorrow. But yeah, he said he had one of the worst draft meetings of all time. He said, quote, I'm sick of putting on a show. I first fell asleep on the table right in front of the highest members of the Patriots team.
Damn, he's lucky.
Bill Belichick was surprised to hear about his behavior and then drafted him anyway. Some say he treated the interview like he was at a party at the U of A, and the Patriots loved it.
Okay, that's interesting.
The Patriots were into it. Bill O'Brien apparently has got hilarious relationships with all these guys. He's like a maniacal football guy, and Edelman's a loose dude. Gronk's a loose guy.
If Belichick was fine with it, then that's all you need.
They were all ready to do their job when it came down to brass
tacks. Just do your job.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work rolls on. When we come on back, Adam Schefter checked in on the 49ers' need to shed more salary. He says Dre Greenlaw's gone. Is that a foregone conclusion? We'll hear from Adam Schefter next. Then Kirk Morrison joins us, the Bay Area Zone, at 4:50. We'll talk to him about free agency and what's going on there. Plus, who do you have more faith in winning a championship in the next 2 years? Is it now the Warriors over the 49ers? We'll get into that in just a little bit. But Schefter on the Niners shedding salary next. Dirty Work, Wednesday. It's the Sports Leader.
Now.
Bryce Eldridge was reassigned to minor league camp, and Marco Luciano was optioned by the San Francisco Giants. If you know the difference between optioning and reassigning, tell us about it on the KNBR YouTube chat, the only place for Giants fans to chat Richmond Flying Squirrels.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Me again, Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, what do people do in tax season if they've got unfiled or unpaid tax returns? Can they still get taken care of?
Absolutely. Call us. Look, this is a real common situation. Money's tight. People just don't have the money to pay the taxes. So they make a mistake. They don't file the return. Then year two comes around, and they say, well, how can they file year two and they didn't file year one? And by the way, they still don't have the money. No problem. We want to make a deal for you. Don't make the mistake of not filing the return, or if you did make that mistake, let us fix it. Right now, it's traditional tax filing time. It's March the 5th. And I don't want you living like it's today the day the IRS agent is going to come to my house, going to come to my business, going to go to my clients and order them not to pay me, pay the IRS. Is this the day your spouse is going to say, I've had it with you, walks out the door, your life is ruined? None of that has to be, especially now during regular tax filing season when the IRS loves to make examples. Let's file those old back returns as well as your regular tax return. We'll make a deal for you, and then you can enjoy a normal life. Just call for your free consultation.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
They can destroy our bodies and our ponchos, but they can never silence our song of protest. Uptown girl, she's been living in her white bread world. Come on, guys.
Forget the clubs, just shoot them.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Wednesday. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, Tim Webb. And as soon as we get off the Billy Joel music, Tim goes straight to some Wu-Tang Clan. Not bad, Tim.
Cash rules everything around me, Derek.
So we were talking earlier about the reported contract offer that the Niners initially gave Brock Purdy. And according to Jason Lockenfora, who was a former NFL insider for NFL Network, currently a radio host in Baltimore, he says that, or he tweeted this, I think yesterday, 49ers playing hardball with Purdy is very on brand. Starting your offers at $45 million a year is something. So we've been talking about this. If Brock Purdy were going to be in the upper echelon when it comes to, quarterbacks that get a high contract.
Playing hardball, are you?
Playing hardball. And I think Dan Graziano, about a month ago or a couple months ago, whatever it was, he gave his projections for contracts. And initially, he said that Brock Purdy was going to get $49 million a year, which would put him right above or below Kyler Murray. If this is true, that $45 million was the first offer from the 49ers, then I think Brock Purdy's right in the middle of, I think, Patrick Mahomes.
Puts him at 11th AAV with Mahomes and Cousins now.
Cousins. And Cousins probably going to get cut in the next couple days here.
And Mahomes AAV, don't forget, he signed that contract. It was a 10-year deal, but he signed 5 years ago.
Right.
4 years ago or something like that. So while 45 is all fine and good, when you think that Dan Jones was getting 40, makes you be like, yeah, that's a low ball.
I think it is a low ball offer.
If Dan Jones was just making 40, getting offered 45, now first offer is rarely the one that you take or that comes
Playing
in.
hardball, are you?
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if he ended up in the 52.5, 53 range.
That low, huh?
Again, that's sort of splitting hairs from 60 to 45. Right? If you're coming up to 52, 53, 54, I don't think he's going to get all the way to 60. And again, maybe. We just don't know what they're going to ask. It's a payday for the agent, too, right?
Do you think Brock has earned the right to be the highest paid quarterback in football?
What does that mean, earned the right?
With what he's done, with what he's accomplished, with taking the team to the Super Bowl, to have 2 NFC championship appearances, with the stats
if I'm Brock
that
Purdy,
he's put up.
I've got a good case, as good as anybody, to say I deserve the money that Dak Prescott got.
I agree.
You may, as a fan, look at that and go, that's ridiculous. Based on what he's achieved at this point in his career, relative to his peers, he has a very good case to ask for that. Will he get it? I don't know. Because it's kind of like how we talk about the explosive 35 points that Steph Curry will put up, whereas Kevin Durant just walks in and you're like, dude, middle of the third, you're like, dude's got 28. I didn't even notice this guy was killing it the way he is. Just a different style. He's not like an electric player like Lamar Jackson or like Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes at the peak of his powers. But that's not what you're paying for. Paying for stability, paying for somebody to win games and operate the offense.
Well, Dak Prescott's not those guys either.
No. He won an MVP a couple of years ago, and that's where he used that leverage to get himself.
Who did Dak?
Did he win an MVP 2 years ago?
He finished second.
Year before last, it was Lamar won it. He finished second. He led the league in passing, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
But again, he used those accolades to say, well, where are you going to go? Who else are you going to go get that's going to lead the league in passing for you?
You know what?
And lose in the first round of the playoffs.
My argument is 2 years ago, Brock's stats were comparable to that of a Dak Prescott. It was neck and neck as far as who's the best quarterback in football. Lamar Jackson had the most wins that season, but as far as the best passing numbers, no doubt it was Dak Prescott and Brock Purdy.
So has he earned the right to ask for $60 million? Yes.
I think so too.
I'm still just of the belief that he won't get that, but that is just my feeling, not based on any merit or anything that's been reported.
Well, I've been saying this ad nauseum, but if you're going to give Tua a a certain amount of money and Trevor Lawrence, then I think that Brock Purdy earns that too.
That's really what they're looking at, I think. If I'm his agents, I'm like, you want to pay him $45 a year? Look at the guys who are above him. Like Jalen Hurts goes away. He's won a bowl now, right? You can't, there's some guys who will be above you, but you're like, why can't he make what Jared Goff makes? Why can't he make what Trevor Lawrence makes? Why can't he make what Tua Tagovailoa makes?
Yeah.
Like that's, when I'm his agent, those are really the names. Like you have a case for the Dak and maybe you ask for that and you accept the Tua. And at 53 or 52.5 or whatever, but that's kind of where I'm at. Is I feel like he's going to be in that window, and I want to say like he should feel good about that. I don't know what feels good to him and his agent.
Well, like people are going to be like
45 feels low just compared to what those guys are making. I'm like, why should he make less than Tua and Trevor Lawrence?
Well, fans are going to say like, look what he made prior to this year, and then go up to $45 million. You should be grateful for that. Of course, you should be grateful, but also it's about opportunity, and this is Brock's opportunity to cash in and be one of the highest paid quarterbacks of football. He has that right to at least go to the table and be like, look, Dak's making this amount of money, Trevor Lawrence is making this amount of money. I think I'm better than those guys. I've accomplished more than those guys. Like, it is different with Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert, I think, is a more talented player than Brock Purdy. But no doubt in my mind, Brock Purdy's accomplished more as a quarterback in a short amount of time than Justin Herbert has. So we're like, who deserves the most money? It always should be Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, even Jalen Hurts now, the guys that win, Joe Burrow. Those guys should make the most money, but that's not where the market is. So, yeah, Brock Purdy, and it sucks too that he had maybe his worst season as a pro right before he's going to have this contract opportunity. So
makes for an intriguing discussion about where he could land.
So I wonder, like, Jed York has said the same things, like we're going to pay Brock Purdy. He said it a year ago. And Kyle and John said the same thing to us in the media. But I wonder if behind closed doors they're like, Brock, we love you. We want you to be the quarterback. You did have a down year, and we need to know what we're getting in you. We can't pay you as much as these guys, which I think would be unfair. So if this was the initial offer of $45 million, I think it's a little disrespectful.
Because they would go, well, we're putting you at 45. We're putting you with Mahomes, and we're putting you above Josh Allen. And he goes, yeah, but wait till Josh Allen signs his next one.
And also, Mahomes signed a 10-year contract.
He signed a 10-year contract prior to the 2024. It was a 10-year deal, prior to the 2020 season.
Yeah, so it was right after we won the Super Bowl.
Taking him through, and again, in total dollar amount, he's still the biggest, $450 over 10 years.
Like, we get that's the thing, like, the AAV, like, we're talking about $45 million a year. Okay, what was the guarantee money? All that stuff. The AAV is just part of the equation. It really doesn't matter.
It's because how everything's paid out.
Exactly.
If you're going to go by total value, it's Mahomes, Burrow.
Mahomes makes the most money.
And then it's Lawrence made the same as Joe Burrow at $275 over 5 years.
That's insane.
Then it goes Herbert, $262, Lamar, $260, Allen, $258, Hurts, $255, Dak, $240. Kyler's at $230.5 million over a 5-year span, 46-1. I mean, really, that's kind of the window I'm looking at. Top 10 pay for Brock.
Yeah.
Maybe above a guy like Kyler. You're below Dak, you're below Dak. But if the guys who are or making more are Mahomes, Burrow, I don't like the Lawrence one, but Mahomes, Burrow, Lawrence, Herbert, Jackson, Allen, Hurts, and Dak, if all those guys make more than Brock, I think I could sleep okay with that. Kyler, you're kind of in the mix. Jordan Love, I don't know. Dak's been better than Jordan Love has, I think. He's been better than Tua that put him above those guys. Better than, Goff's been totally fine and sufficient for Detroit and had a really good year.
If he got Goff money, I think that would be very appropriate. $53 million, similar skill set. I think that Brock's a little bit better right now, mobile. But
4 years, $212. Goff's guaranteed money was $113.
Yeah,
at signings, what he got guaranteed of the $212.
Yeah.
Have we played the Schefter sound yet?
We have not.
Here's Adam Schefter talking about the Niners need to shed more salary. Derek was talking about this yesterday as Schefter went on the Pat McAfee show, and he was talking about how the Niners are willing to field calls on just about anybody, that they're cutting salary, much like Buster Posey's Giants. Here's Adam Schefter saying this may mean Dre Greenlaw is out. Here you go.
Well, first and foremost, I think the 49ers have either 11 or 12 draft picks, and they're going to have to hit on some of these picks and have these guys come in on rookie contracts for the financial relief, not to mention the talent boost that they provide. Because the 49ers are going to have to make a number here this offseason. They're going to lose talent in free agency. Talanoa Hufanga is going to be gone. Dre Greenlaw, I think, is going to be gone. They're going to lose a lot of talent in free agency. They're going to have to make cuts here to get under the salary cap in the coming week. You mentioned the Brock Purdy contract. That's going to take a while, I believe.
Why is that going to take a while? That's my biggest question. But when he starts listing off these names, Talanoa Hufanga, I think we've known for quite some time that he's not returning to the Niners.
It's one that we're not talking as much about. I mean, you like him back. He's a former All-Pro. Got him in the 5th round, right? It was a good find.
Yeah.
For the Niners, good development.
But Malik Mustafa being drafted and Jair Brown being there, you kind of can be okay with moving off of. I mean, not like they played amazing, like Jair Brown had his moments.
I'm excited about Mustafa this year.
No, Mustafa definitely played well last year, but I mean, I think they're ready to move off of Charvarius Ward, and he had a rough year this year, obviously off the field. I think Aaron Banks will not be back, but the Dre Greenlaw thing to me is like this is something that Matt Barrows told us weeks ago that he believes that they're not going to get Dre Greenlaw back. That he wants to run his own shop, as he put it. If they lose Dre Greenlaw, I mean, I think that's huge with how their defense performed for most of the season without him, and I have to believe that. I've read all the rumors out there that they offered him a 1-year deal because of what's going on with him medically. That's what I've always said, that I believe that they're not going to give him a long-term deal. If another team comes in and gives him a long-term deal, then that's business, unfortunately. But I don't know where they go from there. Like their linebacking core right now is Fred Warner, Tatum Bethune, Jalen Graham, Deshaun White, D. Winters. Like that linebacking core is thin, and when Robert Saleh goes on record saying, I want Dre Greenlaw back, then you better find a damn good linebacker in the draft then.
We're just so far from having any of this settled and knowing what they're cutting, how they're restructuring. I mean, again, I still am anticipating restructured deals, so to say we have any idea what they have in money to spend or that they're cutting salary, they're moving money around for sure. They're pushing peas around the plate to try to get things to where they need them to be. But as Matt Mayoko told us the other day, you still aren't even paying on Brandon Aiyuk till after this season. So you've got a little bit of time to sort of move things around and try to figure out where you need to go. Can you throw one more Hail Mary, for lack of a better term, financially at some of these guys and see what you can get done? I mean, the more movement of the roster and the changing and the turnover of the roster that happens, it makes you feel less like the window is still open. But I mean, you look at the offense, you look at the players that are there are pieces that have to be fixed. But if you have a healthy McCaffrey, it's tantalizing. If Brock can regain some of that form because of a run game, it's tantalizing. The defense has to improve on the defensive line. They've gotten worse, it seems like, year after year after year. This year was far worse than that went to the Super Bowl and held Mahomes to 19 points in regulation. Yeah. And I didn't think that defense was all that great, especially once Cleve Ferrell went down, which was tough. That was like that was the linchpin for when that defense started to crumble a little bit 2 years ago. But I think there's obviously work to be done. It's just hard to project when it comes to cutting salary who will be here and not, because we don't really know how everything shakes out with the Brock contract, and I think that's kind of Schefter's point.
Well, yeah, like my thing is, I know that a lot of national insiders have said this, Diana Rossini, Adam Schefter, they keep saying they're going to have to shed a lot of salary. But I'm going to wait to see that for me to believe it. Like, every beat writer has been like, I'm not so sure about that. Like, it's more they're kind of just moving things around. Like, the only guy we've seen that was moved off was Deebo Samuel, and we're hearing rumors about Kyle Juszczyk, but I don't think they need to do anything crazy this offseason. I don't think they need to start, like, getting rid of George Kittle just yet. Like, there's still time for all that. And also, I think that Brock Purdy's contract will be backloaded. It's not going to be front-loaded. You're going to have to take a big cap hit with Deebo Samuel in the dead cap. They still got $51 million in salary cap this offseason. I'm not believing as much as Diana Rossini and Adam Schefter, and they would know a lot more than me, but I'm going to wait to see them actually start cutting players off of this roster.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work rolls on a Wednesday afternoon. Do you have more faith now in the Warriors' title chances this year and next than you do for the 49ers? I think entering this offseason for the Niners, when things went off the rails, and by the way, still haven't won a game since they beat the Bears, and Caleb Williams at Levi Stadium, then rattled off a bunch of losses and injuries at the end of the season. I think when the Niners season ended, we all still would have said better chance that the Niners win a title in the next 2 years than the Warriors. Now that Jimmy Butler's here, that extension's been handed out. They're 9-2 in their last 11 since acquiring him, since my NBA season started. Feeling better about the Dubs. Who's got the better shot in the next 2 years? Are you now feeling more bullish on the Dubs than you were the 49ers? We'll talk about that next. And then Kirk Morrison at 4:50. Dirty Work. It's a Wednesday. Greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work rolls on a Wednesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Warriors get a win last night, a 14-point win at the Garden. Off day today, and then they'll play in Brooklyn against the Nets tomorrow to wrap up a 5-game road trip, and then 7 straight at home against Detroit, Portland, Sacramento, the Knicks, Denver, Toronto, and Milwaukee. Before the Jimmy Butler trade, when the Niners season ended, I still was like, I think we'd done this a couple of times. Who's got the best shot of winning in the next couple of years? I think we all had to say the 49ers just based on their most recent level of success.
Of course.
Can always have a down year in football and sort of a reset year. I know there's a lot of injuries, and we pin that on a lot of the lack of success for the Niners this year. But once Jimmy was acquired, and I told you, my feeling about Jimmy coming to the Warriors is very similar to that of when Andrew Wiggins showed up. I thought when they acquired Wiggins, they had to get one of the next two. And I thought they won a year too early. Not too early. I thought it was more likely the second year. Once things started to gel, once you develop more with Jordan Poole, I thought that second year of Wiggins would be the year that things took off. They won that first one. They just exploded, took the world by storm, and I think caught a lot of the Western Conference by surprise. I mean,
you're talking about with Wiggins?
I'm talking about when the Warriors won their title in 22.
I think it was the third season with Wiggins.
Excuse me, the third season with Wiggins. When I was thinking they had to get one of those next two seasons prior to the end of some of those contracts, because we didn't know what the future was with Draymond. We didn't know what would happen with Steph's extension and all that. Anyway, Draymond contract came up. We didn't know what would happen with Clay. It felt like they were getting near the end of that window. Because of where their ages are now, look, you traded for Jimmy and acquired him now because you believe he can help you win right now. The West was so bunched up. I don't know that any of us really anticipated they would jump this high this quickly to number 6. You definitely didn't. 9-2.
When you were out, we all played the confidence game, and I think that me, Tim, and Walter were all in agreement that the most confident thing we were in was that this Warriors team was going to be a play-in team. None of us thought that Jimmy Butler was going to be traded to the team, and now that he has, we're talking about NBA Finals. But months ago, we were all thinking this is a play-in team at best.
Well, that's why I just kept saying, I don't care until they make a move. Like, if you're a play-in team, you're not a contender in the Western Conference. You're not. Even with Steph Curry, you're not a contender. Now, I know we saw it last year. They were a play-in team. They got bounced out of the play-in. You got to get out of the play-in, then you got to get into the tournament itself.
Well, my only argument is
they got bounced up by the Lakers 2 years ago after getting past the Kings. Like, you got to be a contender. Seeding does matter, and the strength of how you've played to that point.
I agree with you 100%, but my only, just to play devil's advocate here, I agree with you, but the one argument is that Laker team that beat the Warriors was a play-in team as a 7th seed. They beat or maybe an 8th seed, actually. They beat the New Orleans Pelicans. Zion got hurt, but they were a play-in team and gained momentum. That's the argument the Warriors had prior to the Jimmy Butler move, but I'm with you, Copes. Like, there was no way in hell that this team was going to go far as a play-in team.
No, they didn't do anything well. I mean, they weren't a good team at all. So it wasn't just that I was confident they were a play-in. I thought they might play themselves out of it. At one point, they were the 10 seed. They were 10 going into the trade, and I believe they were not. Were they 10 or 9 going into the All-Star break?
They were lost.
So there's no denying I've got more confidence in the Warriors because of Steph Curry's health and ability, because of what they've showed with Jimmy, and because the level Draymond's playing at now, that in the next 2 years, they now have the best chance of any team. They also now are in a playoff spot and in a playoff hunt, whereas we don't know what the future holds for the Niners or the Giants even. But I don't think there's any question. If you feel more confident in the Niners right now to win one of the next 2 years than the Warriors, I would love to know what the reason is. There's so many still unknowns and holes for the 49ers. We don't have that for the Warriors right now.
Yeah, I mean, for right now, I think the Warriors are going to cause some damage in these Western Conference playoffs. I think that right now, they could be a finals team. I'm not ready to go there yet. I think that Western Conference Finals is on the table. I'm with you, Copes. They could get up to 5, and they can be a pain in the ass to whatever team they play this year. And unless they have, just a fall-off this season where they just start losing games and end up being a play-in team, whatever happens, I will be disappointed if they don't win in the first round. But at this point, with how much they've improved, I don't think any outcome right now would disappoint me. I'm that much excited about the future with this team and what they can add. I think they're going to see what they had with Jimmy Butler, see what they're playing with right now. This 9-1 start with him when he's healthy and playing. But they're going to add more. They're going to do more this offseason. So I definitely think that they will. I remember when we first started the show and I was saying I don't need to see Steph Curry win another championship. I'm cool with that.
I think it's.
What the hell are you talking about?
I think it's definitely on the table. I think these next 2 years, Jimmy Butler being added could definitely increase your chances. As far as the 49ers, it's still there. I think the window is getting, smaller and smaller and smaller, but I still think that we played, the opponent's game of who they're going to play next season.
They play the weakest schedule ever.
It looks extremely promising, but this Eagles team got better. Let's see what happens this offseason. People don't like that Debo got traded inside the conference.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm going to ask real quick then about that is, has anything that's happened this offseason to this point with the Niners changed your level of confidence?
Only the talk of them shedding salary, but I got to see
That's
it
not
first.
happened, though. That's speculative stuff that writers are saying. Has anything happened this offseason to change your level of confidence in the Niners?
No.
Nothing's happened. They signed Robert Salah. They got rid of Nick Sorensen.
Mm-hmm.
They got a new special teams coordinator. And they traded Deebo Samuel for a 5th. I can't say that's moved my level of confidence any one way.
If they sign Devante Adams on Monday, that increases, obviously.
Of course, because that's an addition, right?
Yes.
Also, you want to add to places that you have deficiencies, and right now they haven't done that. The draft will change some stuff when you find out what it is that they end up with. If they move around, who knows what happens. Free agency could change some stuff. An update on Brandon Aiyuk's health could change stuff. Will Brock Purdy's contract, no matter what the cost is, affect your level of confidence in the team?
No.
It shouldn't. Shouldn't have anything to do with it.
Unless he holds out, and that's a whole thing this offseason, which I highly doubt.
I mean, when he signs, no matter the dollar amount. Once he signs, will any amount change your confidence? No.
I don't think Brock's one of these guys who's I got paid, so I could be lazy now. Absolutely not. No.
It's hard to do that as a quarterback. It's hard to get paid and then not perform. Not just to be lazy is what I'm saying.
There's been lazy quarterbacks.
Jamarcus is about.
Dude, by the way.
But that's a rookie. I'm saying when guys get their contract, they've earned the level to be in that spot.
Right.
That's why Kyler's came with so many stipulations.
Yeah.
Right? Go ahead.
A study addendum. There's been lazy quarterbacks we hear about Jay Cutler and Jeff George. Speaking of Kirk Morrison, I'll ask him. They're lazy quarterbacks. He's got a million Jamarcus stories where he's just not looking at DVDs, tapes, rookie shows. His talent is I can make it rain with all the money I've made. Kirk has got some Jamarcus stories.
Well, that's the thing is the rookie quarterback thing doesn't surprise me at all.
Right.
Lazy because they don't know how to be pros. They haven't learned how to be pros or even care about what it means to get to the next level. They've got more money than they've ever had. When you're already at the point where you're getting that contract, I feel like you've had to be a pro or they wouldn't be willing to hand you this contract.
Well, that's why I love the rookie QB cap now, because back in the day when Jamarcus got his contract, he was one of the highest paid QBs in all of football.
Yeah.
I think he was making more than Tom Brady at the time when he signed his contract. Where now, I think since Sam Bradford was a rookie, quarterbacks have to prove themselves a little bit. They make money, but they have to prove themselves a little bit, and then they get paid. That's why, that's beneficial for these young quarterbacks. But, back in the day, Jamarcus just showed up, drinking his purple drink and didn't give a damn. That's what happened.
Or didn't show up, drank the purple drink, and then didn't give a damn. Dirty work rolls on. We'll catch up with our guy Kirk Morrison, linebacker for 8 years in the NFL with Raiders, Buffalo, Jacksonville, also San Diego State's own, and Bishop O'Dowd's own, right here in Oakland, the East Bay, one of our biggest rivals, Marone O'Dowd. We'll talk to Kirk Morrison next about free agency and maybe some Jamarcus stories. Also, what could Brock Purdy be getting paid? I mean, Sam Darnold's in the 40s. And where's Brock? Is he behind Darnold? Can't be behind Darnold, right? Kirk Morrison, 8 years in the league. He'll join us next. Dirty Work Wednesday on the Sports Leader.
The Warriors put on a second-half show, defeating the Knicks 114-102 last night in Madison Square Garden to maintain a half-game lead over the Timberwolves for the 6th spot in the West. For all things Dubs, keep it locked to KNBR, the Guy Santos leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb, Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. Kirk Morrison, 8 years in the NFL, Bishop O'Dowd Zone, joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's up, Kirk? How you doing, man?
What up, Kirk?
I'm doing. Hey, what up? What up? How we doing, fellas?
We're doing well, man. Good to have you back on the airwaves here in the Bay Area. Of course, many years with the Raiders, Buffalo, Jacksonville. Is this a time of the year that you get amped up for all the off-season movement across teams?
Oh man, I'm always excited, but this is like the kickoff of the real new year. I know everybody always waits till December 31st, and they light the sparklers and New Year, new me, and New Year's resolutions. And like this is the NFL version of it, right? Everybody's 0-0. All the coaches and general managers, executives are all happy, and free agency is right around the corner. So it's the fiscal year of the NFL starts. So I'm excited about that for sure.
Definitely. So, Kirk, how do you think the Niners should handle things with Dre Greenlaw this offseason? He's a free agent. And obviously, he didn't play most of last season. He played one game, tore his Achilles in the Super Bowl. Do you think they should give him a long-term deal, or think it's more cautious where they give him a one-year prove-it deal?
Well, he's a free agent. I mean, I'm not signing for a one-year deal. Like that's just what his agent's not going to let him do. You got to sign for multiple years, especially if a guy who is coming off of injury. You want to get more security within a contract. Also, you got to look at what the 49ers have in their cap space, what they're going to use with their cap space. What is they intend to use it for, Brock Purdy or not? So that's how I look at the 49ers, is Fred Warner is going to be your all-everything back. I mean, your linebacker. But where is that? How much money do you want to lock up into that linebacking core? So as much as you love Dre Greenlaw and what he brings to the team, it's all about economics. Would I bring him back? Sure. But at the amount that I think that this team needs, because they're going to need more than Dre Greenlaw to turn things around.
Do you view the Niners as a team where their championship window is still open right now? Because it feels like, at the end of the season, and we were just talking about this as it related to the Warriors. Like when the Niners season ended, we thought, well, the Niners still, if any Bay Area team, have the best chance to win a title in the next couple of years. In 11 games with Jimmy Butler, now feels like it's the Warriors, but nothing's happened yet with the Niners offseason. Does it feel like their window is still open for a title?
I mean, it's hard to say. Because you got to look at around the National Football League. I would say that the wide open window right now for that title is the Philadelphia Eagles. And I say that only because if you put the San Francisco 49ers next to the Philadelphia Eagles, how close are they to that? You get what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if you're putting them up side by side, you're saying, do we have what they have? And right now you would say, man, we're missing a lot of those pieces that the Philadelphia Eagles had that were able to go out there and make the dynasty of the Kansas City Chiefs almost look like a junior varsity team. So I think the window, it seems to be closed, but it also really depends on the play of the quarterback in the future. You're going to lock up a lot of money for Brock Purdy, who's going to get a contract upwards of $50 million average per year. That's what the window is going to be. The window isn't the players. The window is going to be about, can Brock Purdy deliver a championship, because he's going to get the big-time money now. It's not the 49ers are able to get players because of the contract that Brock Purdy's on. It is going to be all about Brock Purdy. He is the window. He is the glass, and you hope that it holds up.
So I know you're on Rams radio doing pre and post, but I know you're from the Bay Area and you played for the Raiders. You bleed silver and black. How much did you want to see Matthew Stafford leave the Rams to go to the Raiders?
But he never was going to leave the Rams.
Yeah, right. Yeah. It got a little close.
Everybody else bought into it. I'm sitting here like, Matthew Stafford is 36 years of age. He's got 4 daughters. He's got a wife, and they live in Los Angeles, California, where it's pretty much 70 degrees year-round. And he's supposed to go to either Las Vegas or New York, or I'm like, come on, let's be real. The team offered him an opportunity, said, hey, look, go find the contract you want. If you find it, come back to us. We'll match it or even give it to you more. But we want you to go find it first. Well, they found something of that, but it wasn't enough for Matthew Stafford said, I want to uproot my family to only play 2 or 3 more years. So I laughed at it the whole entire time. And then when it came out that they were meeting last Friday and quickly that deal was signed by Matthew Stafford and the Rams, that's really all it was. I'm more entitled to what they did with Cooper Kupp. That's going to be the interesting one, because as much as they need Matthew Stafford, Cooper Kupp was no longer the number 1 receiver. That's the situation I'm keeping my eye on more than Matthew Stafford.
So how do you think that goes, Kirk? Do you think, like, I know people are talking about, like, possibly the Rams trading him away, but at this point, you think the most likely outcome is that he's released?
Yeah, I think so. And it hit him for about $7 million. I think his cap hit this year is $29 million. So they don't want to do $29 million on the cap. So I believe that they still owe him about $7 million of dead cap money, which is not a lot. And so that's if they're able to find a trade partner to take on. But right now, when you get this close to free agency, it's a little difficult to make that trade happen, especially when you got a receiver who's right at who's over the age of 30. There's numbers that you have to look at and you say, wow, like, can you get that? And, what's in the future for them? That's why I thought it was such a great deal for the Washington Commanders to get Deebo Samuel in a contract year, and they gave him up for a 5th-round pick that they're probably going to get a compensatory pick for. So it's all about the age. It's all about the timing, and the Rams don't really have the timing. I thought the Niners and the Commanders did have the timing in the parameters on their deal.
Talking to Kirk Morrison, nice enough to join us on the UMA guest line. How would you like to see the Myles Garrett situation play out? Where would it be fun to watch him go?
I just want to see him play on a contender.
Yeah.
I look at him as Kevin Garnett on the Minnesota Timberwolves for all those times. And you want to see him play in some big-time games, some big-time moments. If I ask you both right now, what is your Myles Garrett memory right now? It's kind of tough outside of him swinging a helmet at Mason Rudolph.
Yeah. I don't want to get into all that. You don't want to paint that, yeah.
But let's be honest, we're talking about one of the most dominant players in his era of football outside of Aaron Donald, and yet he hasn't played in that big moment. They played in a game in the playoffs, and they won, right? But yet this is the one that that he needs to find a place. He needs to find a home. I don't know how it works out. And this is where it's different between money and going after greatness. You can have all the money in the world, right? But if you're not happy, you're just not happy. And Myles Garrett is not happy. And I look at where Max Crosby is today, who signs the largest contract for a non-quarterback average per year in the NFL today. And if the Raiders don't get their house in order in the next 2 years, will Max Crosby be saying the same thing? He's kind of already said it before, but man, after 2 years, you sign all this, you got all this money, all this respect, but you're still empty, right? You still feels empty. And that's what I think Myles Garrett is like, hey, I'm tired of this empty feeling. I got to go somewhere. And so it's all about a team that's willing to give up the draft picks because you're not giving – I mean, to me, I'm saying you're starting at 3 draft picks, 2 first and then 1 first-round swap.
Right.
So it's going to be a three first-round pick trade, maybe some more incentives in that. It's going to be a big deal, something that may not happen, I think, till closer to the draft to push it out in years, years away. But I do believe he will be traded.
Talking to Kirk Morrison, former NFL linebacker on the Uma guest line. Kirk, do you think that Brock Purdy should be one of the highest paid QBs in football?
I think he should be paid what the 49ers want to pay him. I can't compare him to other quarterbacks. How important is he to the 49ers? To your question earlier, how important is that window staying open is what he is to the 49ers. So we got to call his agent. Let's call his agent and say, hey, what do you think your client is worth? Because he could say, hey, we want $60 million. We see what the cap looks like. We see what this young quarterback has accomplished in already 3 years of service. So I believe he's going to get what he deserves. But more importantly, when I talk to general managers and evaluators and talent scouts, especially last week at the Combine, and I can ask you guys this, you don't get paid on what you've already accomplished because he's already accomplished a lot. But you're going to get paid on what you think he can accomplish. And I would ask you guys, has he peaked? Is he at his ceiling? Or is there still more meat left on the bone for Brock Purdy? That's the question you have to ask yourself. Has he peaked out? And now he won't have a Debo. He probably won't have a Brandon Aiyuk to start the season. You got a Christian McCaffrey coming off of injury, and you got an aging George Kittle. I just ask, has he peaked? That's the only question. If you feel that way, does that mean that he's not worth the $60 million? Where you look at some of these other quarterbacks that did sign that deal, like you look at Joe Burrow, he's still on his trajectory, still going up. Yep. Jalen Hurts still going up. Lamar Jackson had the greatest year ever of his career after signing his big deal. That's what I always look at when it comes to these deals. And when I look at Brock Purdy, that's what I have a hard time with, is saying, can he be better than what he's already shown us? That's my only question.
And the question is, does he need to be? If they have that talent around him, I mean, to what you were saying before, I think he's earned the right to ask for whatever he wants.
Correct, 100%.
He's achieved enough to ask for it. But to what you're saying on the other side is that's the Niners negotiation is, you're coming off a down year, man. Is this who you're going to be? Or are you more of the guy we had for about a year and a half that went to a Super Bowl and 2 NFC title games? I wouldn't be surprised if he were still in the mid-50s or in the low 50s, if he were somewhere around Trevor Lawrence and all that. I imagine that's what they're going to go after. And a 4-year deal, I mean, when Dan Jones was just making 40, it makes it tough. You give yourself some leverage in what it is that he can get. But what about a guy like Sam Darnold? I mean, he's out there. He was backing up Brock Purdy a couple of years ago. What do you think he's going to command on the open market?
Sam is going to get a multi-year deal. Not sure if that's going to be in the 3 or 4 years. To me, it's just about location. Where is Sam going to go to get that contract? That's what it is. A lot of people say, oh, well, he lost a lot of money because of how he played in the final couple games of the season last year. And I say, but he showed me he can be a starting quarterback in this league. I loved what he was able to show and what he was able to do. But that being said, is he a long-term situation for a team, or is it for the short term?
Yeah.
I could also see him being drafted by, not being drafted, but being signed by the Raiders, and the Raiders still taking a quarterback in the first, or maybe not the first round, but in rounds 2 or 3. Like, I can definitely still see that. It's almost like Sam Darnold proved enough that he could be your starter, but that he could also be a kind of a bridge to the next franchise quarterback for a franchise who's still trying to find that one spot. So it's difficult for me. I really am. I can't wait till Monday when this legal tampering period starts and these deals start flying off, because it's really difficult to see where these quarterbacks, you mentioned Daniel Jones, what does Aaron Rodgers do? What does Justin Fields do? Is there a market for Russell Wilson? Where do all of these quarterbacks go? And then it can also help us look at what the draft is probably going to look like come end of April.
Do you, in the time that you played, do we overblow some? I mean, recency bias in sports is a thing, right? What have you done for me lately? We're talking about the Brock Purdy situation now. If he did what he did 2 years ago, this wouldn't really be as much of a debate. about where you'd go. Well, he's continued to improve. Do we put too much, or is that a real thing? Would teams put a lot of weight into those last 2 Sam Darnold games? Do guys really lose that much money, or do you look at the body of work that he put together this year?
Well, I mean, that's all media-driven, right? That's just all podcasters and bloggers. We say, oh, he's lost money. I'm
That's
like,
overblown to me. I'm like, I don't know, man. He played pretty well all year.
It's overblown. I think the bigger thing to me, and it kind of goes back to that Purdy question, was, you get paid on what we think you're going to be in the offense or the defense. You're not getting paid on what you've already accomplished. And that was the Deebo Samuel story, right? The 49ers paid Deebo on the production of what he did 3 seasons ago when he was, outstanding, right? 1,000-yard receiver, had all of that. He's never had a year outside of that 2021 year, I believe. And we kept thinking he was going to get back to that, and he never did. And so that's why he was expendable. That's why he was tradable. And the Washington Commanders get this receiver/running back who hasn't really had a monster year since a couple years ago. Hopefully it's a contract year and he can play well, but that's the part where, again, the bloggers and everybody say, oh, how a player loses money. I don't see it that way. I see it as that, is there still more left there? Has Sam Darnold peaked? That's all I keep looking at. Has he peaked? And the crazy part about it is I still think that there's some left, but I wouldn't commit 4 years to that. I would put 2 years with an option that I'm able to get out of that contract, very similar to what the Giants did with Daniel Jones. It's like, hey, we want to see. We're married to you. We're going to give you that market value. But, man, after 2 years, let's talk about this. And either we're going to keep it going with the option or trade you away or cut you all, and then everybody wipes their hands clean.
I'm going to switch over to some basketball real quick, Kirk. So I know you're a diehard Warriors fan, but you live in L.A., you follow the Lakers. Who do you have more faith in right now, Jimmy Butler in the Warriors or Luka Doncic in the Lakers?
I would have to say Luka Doncic in the Lakers, and I love what Jimmy has brought to the Warriors. He's brought obviously a toughness, a new, I think, mental toughness that the Warriors have always needed since obviously not having Clay, trying to figure out who's the guy that's going to give you the minutes and the scoring outside of Steph. And he's brought and sort of calmed it down for the Warriors that you've got a guy that you can count on every single night. No offense to Andrew Wiggins, but let's be honest, you never know what you're going to get with him every single night. You have good games, you have bad games. With Jimmy Butler, I know the style, I know the play, and that's going to put the Warriors, I think, in a playoff series that can they sustain that level for 7 games? You know what I mean? Can they win 4 out of 7 games? With the Lakers, man, it's been fun to watch them. You know, I'm not a Laker fan, but working for the station that carries all the Laker games, you're forced to watch. And what I'm seeing is that 2 things. Number one, JJ Redick can coach. Yep. Let's just get that off the table right now.
Yeah, right.
For a guy who was a podcaster, an NBA analyst, I'd be the first to raise my hand and said I did not see this, but he is coaching, and he is coaching well. He's putting them in great situations, but they've got a good bench now. They've got a lot of young players. The vision that they told us before, I'm starting to see it. It was all about development. It was all about bringing in our own guys and keeping our young guys. The Dalton Connect trade that didn't happen may be the best thing for the Lakers. They've got some added depth, and they got some shooting. And let's just be real. LeBron James is playing like a top 5 player in the NBA right now. I don't know how he's doing it, but he's doing it. And with Luka to now take some of that stress and strain off of LeBron, they're going to be a tough out in a 7-game series. That's how I look at this thing. I always look at, can you beat the Lakers 4 times in 7 tries? And right now they're looking to be a team that can definitely be in that Western Conference final or even the semifinal, but they're definitely going to get past a series or 2, I think, when it come playoff time.
Kirk Morrison, the voice you hear, I got to shout it out. I say Bishop O'Dowd's own all the time as a Moreau Catholic guy and a San Leandro guy. I had to choose between. Had to choose between
Moreau, man. North Coast Section champions in hoops the other day.
North Coast Section champs and a big upset in overtime last night. They beat Doherty Valley. They're an 11 seed, knocked off a 6 seed. And I got to shout out the girls team, the women's team, from Bishop O'Dowd. Same thing, as a 6 seed as the 11 knocked off the 6, they're into the state quarterfinals. So let's get some Bay Area state championship runs for our Catholic schools, huh?
Absolutely. I've been watching all of it, so I keep an eye on it. No, my guy Frank Knight's over there
Me
at
too.
Monroe.
Yeah, that's our guy.
Big
That's
friend
our boy.
of mine. Yeah, I love him. And, just a lot of schools out there, Branson as well, man. Just
Playing
so
well.
many great schools right now that are playing well. And I'm always excited to see this road to the state final. I'm a sports fan, and I'm always staying true to my Bay Area schools. So it's good to see how it's kind of been spread out so far this state final run.
All right, Dragons got to take down Carondelet and then into the semis. I know it's going to be a tough one, bro. All right, great talking to you, Kirk. We'll do it again soon, man. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Kirk.
Thanks, fellas. Appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Of course, you, dude. Great stuff there from Kirk Morrison. 8 years in the NFL, mostly with the Raiders, San Diego State. Now he's down in L.A. You're talking on Lakers and Rams radio.
Dude, he's changed, man. He used to be Bay Area to the core. He's an L.A. guy now.
But see, sometimes it's funny. Last year, I think O'Dowd, or a couple of years ago, they were having a down year. And I brought up hoops, and he's like, I haven't watched as much, but I know Frank Knight's out there getting it done.
Yeah.
I know he's all about my guy, Frank Knight. Moreau's is having a magical run, an 11 seed now into the quarters. They're going to take on the 3 seed tomorrow in a CIF matchup. It's been tough, man. Division I is where they are for the state playoffs, but state gets wacky. They won a North Coast section title, and shout out to the O'Dowd girls team who upset who they beat last night? Archbishop Reardon. Oakland in the city, a little head-to-head tilt. I like that. 45-39 in a grinded-out affair. Says the Mercury News. The Dragons now 20-8 move on to face Carondelet in the quarters. That's going to do it for our hit with Kirk Morrison. All available, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. How about some Giants baseball?
All right.
You getting down? Derek's Giants?
Getting down to business.
What's been your favorite Giants storyline this preseason?
Come on, Giants. Hang in there.
My favorite Giants storyline.
For a guy who's just becoming a Giants fan, what's intriguing you the most?
I wouldn't say I'm turning into a fan.
You don't have to. I just did. What would be your most intriguing part of the offseason so far?
You would be wrong about that one. I would say probably, I don't know, I guess the battle at first base.
The battle?
Yeah.
Who's the battle between?
Wilmer Flores and Lamont Wade Jr.
If it's a battle, maybe just be more of a Lamont situation.
At this point? Well, if the talk is he's leading off, then I guess that would be the case. But who's to say? Is Wilmer Flores DH'd? I don't know.
I think it's going to be Gerard Encarnacion.
Most likely.
Especially since Marco Luciano and Bryce Eldridge were sent to minor league camp today. We'll talk more about that and an interesting conversation that Susan Slusser had with Corbin Burnes, who's like, Giants were never really in. They just kind of hung around, as Corbin Burnes said. We'll talk about that next. It's Dirty Work on a Wednesday. Larry Krueger at the top of the hour with Niners Nightly. But some Giants talk next on the Sports Leader.
Warriors assistant coach Ron Adams joined Murph and Marcus with his thoughts on the defensive intensity Jimmy Butler brings to Golden State. Find that podcast and all of our podcasts at KNBR.com and the KNBR app, the defense leader.
If it's Giants baseball, it's Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR, the sports leader.
That makes sense. If it's Giants baseball, it's Dirty Work. As opposed to if it's Dirty Work, it's Giants baseball.
It doesn't, none of it really makes sense at all.
Yeah.
So I'm just fawning over my Moreau Catholic Mariners in their overtime win yesterday.
What was the score?
They won 80. They won an OT.
Just hit the east side of the LBC.
They won 84-76. By the way, they beat Cardinal Newman the other day to win the North Coast section title. They had trailed the entire game. They scored 5 points in the final second, including 2 free throws with .4 on the clock to win the game by a point. Playing an 11 seed in the state playoffs, the CIF Northern bracket is the 11 seed. Check this out. This kid on Moreau Catholic, who's they play Lincoln Stockton, the number 3 seed tomorrow. This kid, Kellen Hampton, he's a senior. He's going to Pacific. He scored 43 points for Moreau in the game yesterday. 21 came in the fourth.
Oh, damn.
Maybe we'll get Dwayne in Stockton to give us a little update on this guy.
Dwayne?
That's like 12 boards. No, this is a Moreau player. They're playing against Lincoln Stockton.
Dwayne might have thoughts on that too.
I don't think he. Well, maybe, but
Dwayne has
I don't
thoughts
think
on a
they're
lot of
playing
things.
there. It's a neutral site game because it's state playoffs. They're not like traveling there to play it. He also, by the way, this kid Kellen Hampton, 43 points from Moreau. 21 came in the fourth. Had 12 boards. He made all 15 of his free throws. He knocked down 5 threes. Kid is balling. Kid's balling.
There you go.
A little Moreau magic into the state playoffs.
That's your Cope's High School Player of the Week.
That's your Cope's Moreau Catholic Mariner playoff basketball highlight of the week.
Update of the day.
Update of the day. All right, let's get into what's going on with the Giants. Latest on Giants baseball, or in Giants baseball.
I'm ready.
Marco Luciano and Bryce Eldridge both get optioned to the minors. Now, options in
spring training,
I don't believe act as the same way that they do in the regular season.
Yeah, a lot of people saw that and were like, uh-oh. But then it's
also, we're going to have to get more clarification
Yeah.
on this. You guys all, as soon as I got here today, were like, so how do options work? And I was like, well, they differentiate based on the time of year. Also, there's other rules and stipulations that come with them if a player gets optioned to the minors versus an injury stint. If you spend like more than 20 days in there consecutively, I think you lose an option. Fact of the matter is Marco Luciano has one option left entering the year. I believe the option is good for all season.
Yeah.
I think it's a season option. But we can clarify this with like Andy Baggerly and Sluss.
Well, he was on with Murph and Marcus today, and Marcus did ask this, but it sounds like the way the Bags were describing it is Marco Luciano could be called up and called down multiple times this season.
Yeah, I think 3 is the max you can be optioned in one season before you have to clear waivers.
Right.
And that was something that came up in the last few years because the Giants, so much movement on the roster. Anyway, Bryce Eldridge is not on the 40-man roster. It's not been optioned. He's been reassigned to minor league camps.
Makes sense.
Luciano, just a bummer, but not a huge surprise at this point. You want to get him at bats. You want to make sure he's working throughout spring. And if you don't have enough at bats for him right now at the major league level in camp, you put him in the first wave of cuts. You bring him up later if you need him. 2 of 19 this spring. Eldridge is only 2 of 11. The first hit was, of course, that big 490-foot home run to center field or whatever
Good opening
it was.
statement.
And then he's had a handful of strikeouts since, I think 7 or 8 Ks.
Yeah.
But he's, spring training, which doesn't mean much.
I mean, I get it. Like, everyone was like, pining for him to be on the open day roster, and JT Snow told us last week, like, everybody calm your jets.
I don't think that many people were pining for it. After the home run, you asked me about it, and I said, I asked that question. What would be more shocking, the Warriors making the conference final or Eldridge on the opening day roster? I think overwhelmingly on the vote that I put out, people thought Eldridge would be more surprising.
Yeah.
Because minor leaguers who have gone through the whole level or all 4 levels of the minors in 1 year don't just make the team out of camp unless he was like legitimately tearing the cover off the ball all the way through. What we're hearing is his skill set is incredible. He's got work to do. You want to make sure you don't ruin him by bringing him up too soon, and you need to have at bats for him when you do. They also have other assets, like Encarnacion, whether you're excited about that or not, that if you don't put him on the roster now, you just got to put him through waivers, and you're probably going to lose him because he doesn't have options. They signed him out of like the Mexican League last year. So you don't have at bats really for Luciano. Bryce Eldridge needs to go down and get some more work and build confidence, absolutely, right?
Mm-hmm.
You'd rather have him in some competition that's going to build some confidence. Casey Schmidt, though, and Willie Adames both homered today. Willie Adames, first homer of the spring.
11-5 win today.
Kyle Harrison, rough first inning. 5 runs, 5 hits.
Yeah, not great.
Didn't like that.
Came back in the game, and but the Gregs were talking about this today.
I mean, he stayed in the game.
Yeah, stayed in the game. Do you think that there's a possibility for the 5th spot in the starting rotation that maybe Landon Roop or whoever else kind of surpasses Kyle Harrison? People talk about Landon Roop performing very, very well in spring training. Is there a possibility that Kyle Harrison is not that fifth guy?
Are you saying, is there a possibility Harrison doesn't make the team out of camp?
No, not saying he doesn't make the team, he's not part of that 5-man rotation.
You mean like they put him in the bullpen?
That's being, they were talking about that today on the Greg Show.
Only the Gregs were talking about it, not like writers are talking about it.
I haven't seen it from any writers.
Right, okay, so just the Gregs I'm okay with saying, I don't think that's going to happen. They view him as a starter. If they have the most value in him as a starter, they're going to work with him. I mean, if things go really haywire this spring and you got to work something out, fine. But this was the first bad outing for him. Also, when guys get hit in spring, it'd be much different if he was like, if you told me it was 5 runs on 5 walks in the first, I'd be like, holy hell. This guy's got some stuff he's got to figure out. Mm-hmm. Finding the strike zone and getting ahead in counts was a bit of a problem for him last year. I think it would take a lot. I know they don't have a lot of other lefty options right now, besides Eric Miller. I know Joey Lucchesi is here and maybe looking to make the team. I don't know what they do in the bullpen on the left side, but when you need a leverage reliever, you don't usually take a guy who was one of your top pitching prospects, has a bad spring because you've got other guys and say, well, now you're a high leverage lefty specialist for us. I just can't imagine that's where they are.
Yeah.
I think he's going to open the year in the rotation, and you probably have to pitch his way out of it. And one bad outing where you get knocked around doesn't change everything in camp.
Just to play devil's advocate, though, I think that the reason why the Gregs are bringing it up is because I think George Contos has been saying that to Greg Papa, that maybe Kyle Harrison would be better as a bullpen arm.
And there are rumors that his velocity is down. So,
yeah, these are all things that would make people say, yeah, maybe he needs to go to the bullpen. Also, he's a guy last year who threw 124 innings for you. You're kind of counting on those innings. He had 118 strikeouts. The 1-3 whip. It's not great. Also, when a guy doesn't have great control, it's not like better to have him come out of the bullpen. In situations where you need him to come in and get outs or there's guys on base, like you don't want a guy coming in and
the 1-3 whip, you don't want that's not necessarily beneficial.
Right. That's kind of where I'm coming from. I don't know. We're a ways to go.
Yeah.
Before they get out of here. They view this guy as a major league starter. He projects as a big league starter. They would like him to be a big league starter. It would take a lot, I think, for them to move him off of that because you can always put somebody else in the rotation later. You can always get him some more work in another spot, or if you had to send him down, you send him down if Landon Roop or if Hayden Birdsong or Jordan Hicks, whoever it is, emerges as a better option. They I think, plan for him to be a starter. With as young as he is, you don't want to take him off of that right now. Maybe velocity's down. Maybe he's getting hit harder than he has in the past. It's March 5th, right? They've been in camp for not that long. The season starts in 3 weeks or whatever. What's it, 27th is opening
If
day?
it's a constant thing, like, if the Kyle Harrison's not performing well. But at the same time, like, as I said before, people were freaking out because Logan Webb had a few bad outings at spring training. I don't think it's anything to go crazy over right now.
It happens, but when you want to develop a young pitcher, you got to let him go through some of the growing pains too. You can't just we're in this day and age where everybody needs everything to happen right now. And that's the way the roster was kind of operated the last few years where this guy's not doing well, send him down. So bring up the guy who's hot. This guy's not hitting. It's like you got to give a guy a chance to find himself and adapt and adjust. By the way, those are the only 5 runs the Giants gave up today in their 11-5 win over Arizona. I just want to get you Kyle Harrison's full box on the day because it was all in the first inning, which, by the way, is when guys get jumped on, is in the first inning often. He did face a lot of the top normal guys also for Arizona. Saw Kettle Marte, McCarthy, Gurriel, Naylor, barely knew her. The line he went up against Brandon Pfaadt, who, incidentally, one of the frontline pitchers for Arizona. They're looking at him with high hopes. He went an inning and a third, 6 hits, 3 earned today. Pfaadt! It's spring training. This is what happens. Kyle Harrison, an inning and 2/3, 7 hits, 5 earned, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts, also give up a home run. Don't like to see the outing, but I don't put too much weight into great outings. I don't put too much weight into bad ones.
It is a little objectively funny the way that we look at spring training statistics where, like, somebody hits guy hits a couple home runs. We're like, oh, this is great. This guy's going to have a great year. And then you have a bad outing. We're like, it's like, it's spring.
Now they're out here like, is he going to end up in the bullpen? I was like, I wasn't going that far. I think he's got a ways to go before you're saying he's 23 years old.
Well, and not only that, you don't know if maybe the intention, if it was on the first inning that he went out there and they were like, okay, we're working on fastball today, so just throw fastball. You don't know. Like it could be any myriad of different things. That being said, not great to see, but, we got time.
No, he also pitched okay in his first spring outing. So he went, an inning and a third today. He went 2 1/3 in his last outing, or 2 innings in his last outing, struck out 4 or whatever it was. So he's been fine. It was a bad outing after a decent outing. I'm not putting too much into it and not thinking too much about where he's going to end up. I would be really surprised if he weren't in the rotation to start the year.
How much are you putting into these Corbin Burnes comments to Susan Slusser, though?
I don't know what you'd put into it. Here, let's read them here, because I think everybody would agree that once they signed Adames and they told us, the Giants did, that they were rolling back the salary a little bit, I think we were all kind of like, they're in on Corbin Burnes? There was a report from Slusser, and I think a few others.
You were surprised by it?
I think we all were when they said we're lowering salary, and then we're talking to a guy who we presumed is going to get upwards of $200 million in contract.
Yeah.
You were heavy on like, well, with Burnes signed with opt-outs, he did. So, I don't know, maybe the Giants, and you were like, well, maybe Buster's not willing to give the opt-outs. I think that if the Giants were going to hand over a contract like that to that type of player after saying they were lowering salary, after signing Willie Adames, that they were going to have to do it in the perfect situation for them. They were going to get everything they wanted. Sounds now like they were just never that aggressive into Corbin Burnes. They had interest, and it never really materialized.
Could be the case.
It's kind of my take on this. So what happens is Susan Slusser catches up with Corbin Burnes as the Giants played the D-backs, and they're out in Arizona as well. And Burnes discussed talking with the Giants this offseason. Now, after he signed with Arizona, the report was the Giants were in initially and never really got it off the ground. It never became heavy, serious talks. Here's the quotes from Corbin Burnes. Quote, "We had some teams that were aggressive. The Giants weren't one of them. They were just kind of slow, dragging their feet, and I know they felt like they had something, but I mean, the offers that we're seeing from San Francisco were just not comparable to anything we were getting elsewhere. We were happy where it ended up, but that was one of the teams that wasn't super aggressive. They just kind of hung around." Okay.
Kind of adds up to what was reported earlier.
Yeah, is that the Giants weren't going to, they were going to do something at their own price point, their own dollar amount. They were never in the $200 million range, which is what Susan reported afterwards. Right. They never came close. Now, Zach Gallen, one of the other aces for Arizona, told Susan Slusser, "I thought he was going to the Giants for sure. Great park, ties to the Bay Area with college, and that would have given them a really good staff. I'm glad it worked out the way he did. He's in our division, but it doesn't go to a rival. I didn't even know he was a possibility for us." I think that's how everybody following Corbin Burnes felt when he signed. We're like, that's where he went? Arizona? All right.
If you remember, it was interesting because there were stories that came out, this is around Christmas, where there was, okay, well, it was like guys were connecting the dots. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah. I'd love to play on the West Coast. Oh, this is where he used to be. Oh, this makes a lot of sense. The team had just lost Blake Snell, and it's like, okay, well, this makes a ton of sense. Mm-hmm. That being said, as the offseason developed and the idea that has been sort of percolated here, which is they're not doing opt-out clauses. That's something that is changed, or at least a philosophy of the team. Kind of makes sense. Maybe not Arizona, but it makes sense that they weren't really, hot and heavy, I guess.
Yeah, but the Giants were definitely snooping around for starting pitchers, and I think that, do we agree that they always wanted Justin Verlander? I think they looked around, didn't like what they saw, and they had to pivot to Justin Verlander. Would you agree with that, Copes?
Yeah, but I don't think they were in the market. I think the biggest market they would have been in for a pitcher was going to be Roki Sasaki. I think they were down to pay for Roki, knowing what it meant.
And that was the dream, as Buster put it.
Yeah, and that led me to believe maybe they'll break the bank or go beyond the restrictions that they've put on themselves for payroll if that's the player. And it sounds like they weren't ever going to come close to what Corbin Burnes was given. He's saying they dragged a little bit. And remember that Roki stuff was going on simultaneous, so maybe the Giants were dragging a bit, not wanting him to necessarily agree to a deal that they were holding out for, and knowing that they didn't necessarily have to sign Corbin Burnes or Sasaki. I'm with some of the young pitching that they have. I am excited about Landon Roop and Hayden Birdsong, and I'm more excited that they still got somebody who's not a long-term, controllable, expensive piece in Verlander. They got a great deal on Verlander. Who cares if you have to pivot? That's what happens all the time. Giants have had to pivot off of players in the past and ended up with winning players because they got guys who wanted to be here. Verlander's looking to prove something. I love a guy with that mentality and a pro athlete with something to prove. So not a problem that you have to pivot. It will be a problem if you don't develop the young talent and the young pitching that's behind Verlander. And it seems like he's taken a pretty good responsibility in wanting to be a part of that development.
Yeah, I was saying that today. He was on the Dan Patrick show and likes being the leader in the clubhouse right now.
Yeah. Giants, by the way, they were running out of fallback options if they wanted a frontline starter because it was Burnes, it was Max Fried. So the pivot was fine by me, just going to another vet and saying, we're going all in on evaluation and what we have in our pitching and investing in the defense and another everyday bat in Willie Adames.
Yep, makes sense.
I'm not all that bummed about it. Doesn't mean much to me that Zach Gallen thought he was going to come here. He was reading the same reports we were.
Yeah.
All made sense. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you Wednesday afternoon. It's a hump day edition of the show, and I got to correct something. I said Larry Krueger was coming up with Niners Nightly later. He's not.
What?
We got an update here. Niners Nightly will be hosted today by Kerry Crowley.
Oh.
How about that? And even better than that, you're not just getting an hour of Kerry Crowley. You're getting 3 hours. He's giving you Niners and Diners Nightly from 6 to 7. And then from 7 to 9, he's giving you Sports Phone KNBR. And he's right here in studio. I just saw him go say what's up to Tim Webb.
I got a Kerry Crowley hug. I'm feeling good.
God, I got to.
It's a great day when Kerry Crowley's in the studio.
You got to get me a piece of Kerry. I was texting him the other day. I was like, we got to get out to Silver Clouds, man. Got to go sing some karaoke at the Cloud.
Oh, the way that I've been told is that Kerry owns that place. He is like the MC.
He got equity, without question. I roll in there, and the DJ is like, you know Kerry Crowley?
He's a made man.
What's up, Eric, out at Silver Clouds? We got Kerry Crowley at the top of the hour from 6 until 9 with Diners and Niners Nightly, and then with Sports Phone KNBR. When we come back, bunch of news from the NFL that we didn't talk about much today. Max Crosby did sign that massive 3-year deal or extension. DK Metcalf did, in fact, now demand a trade.
Yeah.
And Tyler Lockett and Christian Kirk are gone. So Seahawks have no receivers to look forward to, it looks like, this year.
Well, Jackson Smith-Njigba.
What'd you call me? We'll talk more about the moves this offseason or in the last day surrounding receivers and free agents next. It's Dirty Work on a Wednesday on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
Nice to have Kerry Crowley in the building.
Love a good Kerry Crowley sighting.
The mug of a Crowley.
if I could say, after our Monday disaster, the vibes are good when Carrie's around. Good vibes with Carrie Crowley.
Monday disaster.
Oh, it wasn't a disaster.
By the way,
Stop it. The vibes were good.
By the way, Carrie
Great
just popped
job,
in.
Austin Scott.
Carrie popped
Not
in
Austin's
and he said, by the way, not looking good with Harrison.
Well, there you go.
He goes, it's pretty dicey right now. He's like, hey.
You know that thing I just said about the vibes? Check that.
Yeah,
Vibes
check
down
that.
with the Giants.
So we're all in on like Hicks. You know what I mean? We're all in on like Birdsong. Gotta get my Birdsong.
Get my root.
We get the screen back up, Tim. As soon as you do that, you can go ahead and hit the mistake of the day because that'd be the first error.
Do we count that?
Yeah, we do. Not bringing us back? No, Derek doesn't want to dish out the mistake of the day.
No.
I got a lot of buttons to press. Sometimes I do it out of order.
I will place blame. Don't you worry. I will to Tim.
If Tim speaks on the air before he brings us back from break, I think it warrants.
You know what? I was just fired up to see Carrie Crowley. I did. When did you decide you hated Carrie?
I think that's a solid day by Tim if that's the biggest mistake.
I didn't say I wasn't ranking him. I just said there was one.
Okay.
Well, I'll give you my mistake yesterday since I didn't come clean. I was trying to get a hold of Solomon Wilcots. I called him 3 times, but I called Dante once. And then
I was about to say, it turns out I had the wrong number the whole time. I was calling the wrong Solomon.
My name is not Solomon, Tim.
I can't do a good Dante. Hello. But I was like...
That's the mistake of the day. Play it, Tim.
No. But I did call. You know, as soon as you hear that voice, I knew I messed up big time. And I was like, oh, Dante, I'm so sorry.
Well, live and you learn, Tim. We'll move on here. By the way, Carrie Crowley is coming up. He's filling in tonight, Niners Nightly and on Sports Fun. So you'll get him from 6 to 9, start at the top of the hour. Okay, a couple of cleanup notes here.
69.
On the NFL that we didn't get to. Tyler Lockett and Christian Kirk released.
Yeah, another more wide receivers that are going to be available at free agency. You got Devante Adams, Keenan Allen, Stephon Diggs, Christian Kirk. Pretty good wide. Like he's the one that reset the whole wide receiver market.
A couple of years ago, he got a big deal, didn't he, Jacksonville?
Huge deal. That's what led to Tyreek Hill getting his deal and Devante Adams getting his deal. And I believe he broke his collarbone last year. He was going to be traded to the Pittsburgh Steelers, so that might be the team that snags Christian Kirk. As far as Tyler Lockett, he's been kind of diminishing as a player. He's up there now. He's a good slot receiver. I could see him. I think every Seahawk that's going to be cut or a free agent, you can say that maybe Pete Carroll is going to want him to the Raiders. So look for that one. The big one today was we heard rumors about trades with DK Metcalf, and then it came out in the recent days where like the Seahawks are not interested in dealing him. Now DK Metcalf's like, oh no, I want the hell out of here. So now they're going to accommodate a trade. We'll see what happens here. I just saw Josina Anderson saying that a team is offering a 3rd-round pick for DK Metcalf, which sounds reasonable.
Ooh, it's intriguing.
Intriguing little trade offer.
I love the idea of DK getting out of the division.
Yeah, because it seems like the Seahawks would be rebuilding a little bit.
Yeah, I don't really know exactly what direction they're headed right now. Their offensive line was so bad last year. Kenneth Walker, they couldn't run the ball.
They couldn't run the ball, but JSN, I'll just call him that now so I don't hear your joke all the time. JSN's a pretty good receiver.
Yeah, no, he's damn good. There was a case to be made that they had the best receiving core in the division.
Oh, those 3 guys?
Those 3 guys together with once Aiyuk goes down, and you got, who was it? It was Debo who's having a terrible year.
Debo's having a bad year.
Juwan
was the best receiver for the Niners this year.
A great year. Pearson was working his way back. Cooper Kupp was injured for a lot of the year, as was Nakua. They kind of were in and out of the lineup till the end of the season. I think this year, for sure, the most consistent across the board were those 3 guys. And now 2 of them going to be out of the division. So it's so funny. Like, we're talking about the Niners championship hopes, whether or not the window's still open. And I said, nothing has happened yet this offseason to make me feel worse about the Niners' chances than where they were on the last day of the year.
Javon Hargrave hasn't even been released yet. That's happening on Monday.
So that'll be the technicality. The only thing that's happened this offseason for the Niners is they got a new D coordinator who everybody wanted.
Yep.
They got a new special teams coordinator who came with the D coordinator everybody wanted.
Yep.
And they traded Deebo Samuel, which I don't know that everybody wanted, but seems mostly like people are understanding of that move. I don't feel like there's been a lot of outrage over the Deebo trade.
No, people are expecting it.
Because he asked for it. Once he asked for it, then you're like, well, okay.
I think a small group of people were like a 5th-round pick. That's it. But that's definitely reasonable for what happened last year and where Debo is. Right
I'm also okay with people who believe the Commanders got a good deal out of this. Because I thought the same thing. I thought, if they view this as a better weapon than anything else they can find with a 5th-rounder this year, and I always tell you, a guy in a contract year with something to prove, he's looking for another contract. I like that.
Yeah.
It's a fresh start. Who knows how this works out for him? with an offensive coordinator who could get creative in how they use it.
Okay, assuming DK Metcalf gets traded and we're assuming that Cooper Kupp's going to get released, who right now in the NFC West, I know it's very early, we're doing free agency on Monday, who is the best receiving core right now in the NFC West?
Well, technically, Cooper Kupp's still a Ram.
But let's assume he's cut.
Okay.
So you got Puka Nacua on the Rams, just JSN on the Seahawks. The Niners got their guys.
Might be Arizona.
I think it's Arizona.
With Marvin Harrison Jr.
I think it's Arizona.
Who's their number two?
McBride is the tight end, but
Trey McBride is tight end. They got that guy. What's his name? The guy from Michael Wilson from Stanford.
Wilson Jr. Yeah.
Yeah, big body receiver. They still have who's our guy? Dortch.
Greg Dortch.
Greg Dortch.
The human Dortch.
Yeah.
At one time, I think I called Kerry Crowley a real Dortch. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I would say Arizona.
Dortch is their number two. It's their number three.
Yeah, slot guy.
Yeah, it's Harrison, Wilson, and Dortch.
Yeah, I would say, and the tight end's amazing.
McBride, though, is their best receiver, and he's great.
I would say hands down, it's Arizona right now.
So then you're going Niners. How would you go? If
I had to rank it, well, I mean, give it time, but
it's Aiyuk, it's Pearsall. Not a ranking, but it's Aiyuk, it's Pearsall, it's Jennings, and then Kittle would be your four there.
Yeah.
Harrison, Wilson, Dortch, McBride. I think I'd still put those four up against the Cardinals.
You think so?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Kittle's the best receiving tight end in football right now.
Yeah.
Again, it's him, McBride, and Bowers. Those are the three.
Yeah. Yeah, Bauer. I forgot about Bauer. Excuse me. Jury's out on what Pearsall can be. If and when Aiyuk is healthy, we know what he's capable of. I loved what we saw from Jennings last year. I mean, I'm bullish on Juwan Jennings. I think everybody is, based on what we've seen from him. A seventh rounder, by the way, throughout his career.
But the Rams got Puka, they got DeMarcus Robinson.
Tutu Atwell.
Yeah, Tutu doesn't do that much.
No, that's what I mean.
Except when he played the Niners.
If healthy, I'll put I would be happy to put the Niners up against Arizona in that.
Yeah,
because again, I think Marvin Harrison's going to be fantastic. Dortch doesn't blow me away.
Does it blow the Dortches off?
You guys are high on Dortch.
He makes some plays here and every now and then.
What do you need, 342 receiving yards this year? I'm not a Dortch guy.
I guess the biggest thing here is that it feels like everybody's got a question mark here in receiver in the NFC West, right? And so also it feels like, receivers are on the move this year. You know what I mean? Doesn't it feel like a lot of guys are just kind of getting cut? People are like, if you're an established vet, but you're kind of getting, maybe you're towards the end of one of your contracts, there's going to be a lot of movement out there.
Yeah, and there's plenty of time. Also, a big trade this morning. I did not see this coming. Joe Tooney, who was an all-pro at guard this year, had to switch over to left tackle for the Super Bowl, and that was his downfall. He gets traded to the Bears, and the Bears I think the last 2 days have done some lineman trades. They got Jonah Jackson from the Rams.
It's big time.
You were talking about Ashton Genty. I would not be the least bit surprised if Ben Johnson wants a kind of like a 1-2 punch like he had in Detroit. Right now, I'm going to say that Ashton Genty most likely goes to the Chicago Bears.
What number do they pick?
10.
Oof. Genty at 10.
Yeah.
Wow.
So like you get like DeAndre Swift and him.
Where's the Cowboys?
They're up earlier, but they can't draft a running back. They have so many needs.
That's one of their main needs.
It's a big one.
Yeah, but they need like offensive line,
Doesn't that
defensive
scream
line.
Jerry? Doesn't it scream Jerry?
It screams Jerry Jones. It does.
Who was our guy that was back there this year before when they had him in the Ghost to see?
Rico Dowdle.
Dude,
your guy.
I kept saying I got to get out of the Dowdle business.
Yeah.
Turns out by the end of the year, dude was like carrying my running back.
He wasn't bad.
Dude, by the end of the year, he was putting up yardage.
He's not a starting running back.
No.
On a team that had no quarterbacks. I mean,
that was tough. Wouldn't shock me, I guess, if the Cowboys went that direction with Janty.
That'd be crazy, though. I'm sorry.
I like my guy Mingo. I'm gonna trade for Mingo.
4th round pick.
Trey Wingo was riffing hard on them trading a 4th for Mingo yesterday.
Well, not only that, what about Trey Lance for a 4th round pick? That looks bad now.
Boy, the Niners trading Trey for a 4th?
No, the Cowboys spending the Cowboys taking a 4th round pick for him.
Oh, who did they trade him to?
No, I'm saying the Cowboys
trading a 4th round pick for Trey Lance.
Yes,
I'm with it. But when you said that, I was like, yeah, but the Niners. It's not bad from my perspective.
No, that's what I'm saying. The Niners, that's a deal.
Cowboys are shelling out draft picks for guys who are just flopping or not helping the roster.
Trey Lance, it's sad to say, he may not play in this league anymore.
Is he a free agent?
He will be. Yeah,
it's a tough deal.
It's a tough deal. Real quick, the
Canadian Football League.
Yeah, that might be on the horizon.
Go join my guy Tom Sula, dude. For the Rhine Fire.
The Rhine Fire.
Europe.
Everybody play naked. Play butt-ass naked.
Yep, butt-ass naked.
Max Crosby's deal is very interesting because now he surpasses Nick Bosa as the highest paid defensive player in football. He's the highest paid non-quarterback in all of football right now. And as Kirk Morrison was saying, It's interesting to give him that deal. He's bought in all right now with Pete Carroll, but he might do the Myles Garrett thing down the line and be like, why am I still here if this team sucks? So good for the Raiders to lock him up, but he's a guy that's always waffled in the offseason being like, do I want to be a Raider? Do I not want to be a Raider? So good on him getting his money, but it could... I don't know if he's there for the long haul.
Could be the situation like in the NBA where you get your contract and figure out the rest later.
Yeah.
Get my money and then I'll figure out later. If I want to get traded, we'll figure that out.
But that's the thing, like I know NBA players do that. It's hard to trade a guy that has a long-term contract like that.
Yeah, but if it's a player of this magnitude, teams that want him will figure it out.
Yeah.
Same with Myles Garrett. That's where the contract stuff comes in. It's a little bit funkier. It's almost easier when you know it's a guy like DeForest Buckner.
Yeah.
Where you know he's got a year left, you can extend him, give up the pick for him, and move on.
But then you got to sign him to that.
You got to sign him to that deal. That's where the Myles Garrett question comes into play.
Yeah,
if he is traded, and I believe he will be when he's traded, will he want a deal immediately, or will he wait out a little bit?
I know that we're talking about like what free agency is the best. There's a lot of hype with NFL stuff. I think NBA stuff comes to fruition. Like De'Aaron Fox demands a trade, he gets traded. I would not be the least bit surprised if the Browns just play hardball this whole offseason and say, we're not trading you. You're not going anywhere.
Playing hardball, huh?
Playing hardball.
Kerry Crowley's coming up at 6 o'clock. Niners Nightly's in for Larry Krueger, and then he'll be with you from 7 to 9 for Sports Phone KNBR. We got Kerry Crowley, Diners, and Niners Nightly, then Sports Phone, and when we come on back, we'll put the show to bed. It's Dirty Work on a Wednesday. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb, greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
Everybody play naked. Butt ass naked. Everybody play butt ass naked.
Max Crosby got a massive $106 million deal from Vegas. DK Metcalf requested a trade. Tyler Lockett is released. Dak Prescott reworks his contract, saving the Cowgirls $36 million. Joe Tooney is traded to the Bears. Oh, boy. That's your NFL recap in 6 seconds. For all things NFL, keep it locked to KNBR, the 6-second leader. I promise this never happens to me.